Imagine devoting your entire life to becoming the ultimate evil lord, only to realize you were nothing more than a free EXP farm for beginner heroes. Spitting blood onto the cold stone floor, our Demon King is having the ultimate crisis as his entire worldview completely shatters. Look at this throne room scene. The hero has him pinned like a butterfly to his own chair while the rest of the party just casually stands around like they're waiting for a bus. Seriously, this guy spent centuries perfecting his legendary black flames, expecting to rule the world only for these hero clowns to take zero damage. Talk about an absolute burn to his ego. With a brutal schlick, the hero's glowing broadsword burrows straight through his dark scales and pierces right into his heart, ending the fight before it even truly began. Bleeding heavily from his mouth with a giant blade stuck in his chest, the Demon King clutches the steel in sheer confusion, desperately wondering where his life went wrong. Flashback time, back in his school days, bro was a total overachiever, top of his class at the Demon King Academy, and graduating as valedictorian with the smuggest smile you've ever seen. He spent years religiously studying the standard of the Demon King, the holy blueprint created by the realm's founder, believing every single word like absolute gospel. Following the textbook step by step, he built a massive dark spire, had his flying gargoyles kidnap royal princesses, and meticulously crafted the ultimate dungeon for incoming adventurers. Commentary time. The manual literally taught him that hero rage is a demon's ultimate feast. And look at this visual. The artist literally drew the hero served on a dinner plate. Man thought he was setting up a 5-star buffet. Standard operating procedure dictated that you shouldn't kill heroes early. You're supposed to let them grow strong so their despair tastes extra delicious when you finally eat them. He was the ultimate model student of villainy, adhering to every rule of the ancient manual with zero deviation. Radiating sinister dark aura on his throne, he absorbed all that human anger and became stronger than any Demon King before him. Or at least that's what he believed. Cut back to reality, and Bambro is slumped over his throne in the dirt, bruised, beaten, and covered in his own blood. Gritting his bloody teeth, he stares into space in utter disbelief because according to his trusty manual, this outcome was mathematically impossible. That's when the hero leans right into his face with this unhinged, sharp-toothed smirk and straight up calls him a complete idiot. Check out the hero's face. Dude looks way more demonic than the actual Demon King. Resting his blood-stained broadsword on his shoulder, he starts mocking him for setting up his own downfall. The hero breaks down the entire villain trope, pointing out how ridiculous it is to kidnap famous princesses just to send a big, "Hey, come kill me" signal to the kingdom. Grabbed by his hair, the Demon King gets a harsh reality check, as the hero maniacally explains that a smart villain would have just assassinated the human king to spark a civil war instead. Boom! Mind blown! The Demon King's eyes go wide as the horrifying truth lands. A civil war would mean humans fighting each other, leaving no focused rage for him to absorb to grow stronger. His entire philosophy crumbles because avoiding that scenario was literally the core rule in his ancient textbook. Talk about being tragically textbook smart but street stupid. Laughing hysterically, the hero sarcastically thanks him for sending monster waves to local villages, explaining that it just gave the heroes free training mobs to level up. Whoosh! Atmospheric shift to the ominous Gothic spire. Turns out this legendary dark fortress was basically treated like a theme park attraction for leveling up. Look at these psycho adventurers grinning while chopping up floor 1 goblins. The Demon King intentionally stocked the entrance with weaklings so heroes could grind EXP easily. Sweating in pure frustration, the Demon King remembers holding back so the heroes wouldn't wipe out early, all because he strictly obeyed the founder's teachings. Wham! Without missing a beat, the hero delivers a heavy boot straight to the Demon King's face while bringing his giant sword around. Splutter! Blood flies as the Demon King takes a direct smash, his eyes bulging in absolute humiliation. The hero casually explains that whenever a tower gets stale, heroes just kill the current Demon King so a fresh new tower and boss can pop up for the next generation. Looking back at his squad with a wild grin, the hero calls the entire demon invasion nothing more than a custom-built hunting ground designed for human players. Behind him, the entire party bursts into wild cheers, raising their weapons and praising the Demon King as their one level-up sponsor and true godfather. Sarcasm check. Imagine being the ultimate Dark Lord and having the raid party leave you a 5-star review on Yelp. Thanks for the great loot and EXP, boss, is unmatched disrespect. Face down on the floor, the Demon King's soul completely shatters as he realizes his glorious life's work was literally just a beginner tutorial zone. The hero admits the fight was somewhat tough and killed a few nameless party members, but shrugs it off because it just makes his reputation bigger back home. Raising his heavy broadsword with a cold farewell, the hero prepares to chop off the Demon King's head in one swift execution. But our boy isn't going out like a pushover. Digging his claws into the stone, pure rage boils inside him as he curses the useless manual that ruined his entire existence. Violent red sparks begin crackling around his upside-down body. He refuses to let his legacy end as some hero's weekend hobby. Roar! With blood dripping down his face, he screams with every ounce of remaining mana, reasserting his supreme pride as the Demon King. Crackle! Pitch black and crimson energy erupts from his heart, tearing through the quiet throne room. Kaboom! A massive shockwave of blood magic detonates in a terrifying display of raw, violent force. The cocky grins on the hero squad instantly evaporate as they stumble backward, shielded from the blinding burst of dark magic. Look at this cinematic low-angle shot panning up to the stained glass ceiling. The mood completely flips from a hilarious roast session to pure apocalyptic terror in a split second. Heavy atmospheric pressure slams onto the red carpet as blood splatters sizzle under the rising demonic energy. Lying broken on his side, the Demon King gasps out his final vow, promising that they will pay the ultimate price for mocking his name. His bloodshot eye reflects the hero standing still above him, realizing the fight isn't as over as he thought. From between the party's legs, we see the hero standing solitary on the stairs while the corpse below pulses like an unstable time bomb. Even now, the greedy hero warns his team not to touch the head so he can claim the horns, right as crackling purple lightning ruptures out from the Demon King's body. Huh? The hero's arrogant smirk instantly melts away as lethal magical beams shoot out from the dying villain's chest. Commentary time! Look at that close-up on his glowing red pupil. He's activating a taboo sacrifice spell, offering his entire life force and soul to drag these heroes to hell with him. Sweat drips down the hero's face as real panic finally sets in. This definitely wasn't written in the raid guide. Boom! Massive arcs of purple forbidden magic shatter the stone floor, threatening to incinerate everything in sight. Crash! The hero screams at the top of his lungs for everyone to run for their lives. Talk about an epic reversal. The hunters just became the prey. Boom! With a violent burst of crimson and violet magic, the entire throne room gets torn apart as our dying Demon King unleashes his ultimate forbidden sacrifice spell. Skeletons of dark energy start howling out of the flames like a horde of vengeful spirits, completely catching the arrogant hero party off guard. Coughing up blood, our boy realizes too late that the sacred guidebook he worshipped his entire life was nothing but a massive scam designed to make demons weak. As the swirling purple void swallows his consciousness, his glowing eyes burn with pure regret. If he had known the heroes were just using his rules to farm EXP, he never would have followed a single step. Flash! Blinding light fills his vision as his soul drifts away, desperately wishing for just one more shot at life to rewrite his pathetic destiny. He swears to himself that if he ever gets a second chance, he's taking that stupid textbook and feeding it straight to the nearest pack of wild monsters. And honestly, can you blame the guy? Imagine spending centuries memorizing a rulebook only to find out it was written by the enemies to troll you. Kaboom! With a thunderous explosion, his dark citadel detonates into 1,000,000 pieces, ending his first tragic life in a blinding flash of magic. Out of the pitch-black silence, a tiny voice suddenly echoes, calling out his original name, Berze Deez. Snap! Burz's eyes shoot wide open as air rushes back into his lungs, his heart pounding like a drum in his chest. Stumbling back in complete shock, he finds himself standing under a sparkling stained glass ceiling inside a massive, elegant hall instead of his ruined throne room. Looking around at the rows of seated students dressed in identical formal uniforms, a massive question mark pops up over his head because nobody here is trying to stab him. Sweating bullets, he clutches his clean, unpunctured chest, desperately trying to process whether he's in heaven, hell, or somehow still breathing. Up on the front stage, a frantic little demon advisor frantically waves his arms, yelling for Berze Deez to stop daydreaming and hurry on up. Step, walking down the polished marble aisle, Burz's brain is working overtime as the stern vampire headmaster glares at him from the podium. Talk about massive culture shock. One second you're taking a broadsword to the heart, and the next you're being rushed to the front of a crowded auditorium. Leaning down with a bewildered frown, the vampire chairman wonders why the Academy's top genius is zoning out on the most important day of his life. Looking down at his chest, Burr spots the gleaming ruby crest, the infamous red badge awarded only to top graduates of the Demon King Academy. His eyes widen in absolute disbelief as the pieces finally click together in his head. Whoosh! Outside, the grand Gothic castle shines under a stunning blue aurora night sky. He has literally regressed 15 years back to his graduation day. Seeing the sea of young demonic faces around him, a sinister thrill runs down his spine. Time travel might sound cliché, but this is his golden ticket to completely rewrite history. The energetic demon presenter takes the mic, proudly announcing that valedictorian Burrs will now step up to deliver the representative pledge on behalf of the class. Shimmer! A massive holographic scroll unfolds in the air, displaying the standard of the Demon King, the 6 sacred rules every Dark Lord is required to follow. Staring directly at the glowing text, Bursey's face turns completely cold as all the traumatic memories of his previous death flood back into his mind. He spent his entire previous life memorizing every single word on this list, religiously building towers and letting heroes level up, just like a good little boss fight. Seeing the mental image of that psychotic hero laughing over his corpse, his blood begins to boil with pure, unfiltered rage. Look at all these cheerful demon aristocrats and teachers in the front row expecting him to happily take the oath and become another free EXP farm. Grind. Clenching his jaw so hard his sharp fangs nearly crack, Bursey realizes he's supposed to swear allegiance to the exact rules that doomed him. The oblivious presenter smiles warmly, asking him to go ahead and recite the holy textbook for everyone in the room. Crackle. His teeth grind together with a sound like crushing stone as pure malice radiates off his body. Taking a deep breath, Burrs looks out over the audience and drops an absolute nuke of a response. I refuse. Crickets. The entire assembly instantly goes dead silent, everyone's jaw hitting the floor with collective confusion. Firing on all cylinders, Bursey screams at the top of his lungs that following this brain rot guidebook is the single most idiotic thing any demon could ever do. Veins popping on his forehead, he points directly at the holy text and roars that the standard of the Demon King is absolute, unadulterated trash. Echo! His chaotic roar shakes the heavy stone pillars of the grand hall like a localized earthquake. Check out his classmates' faces. They look like their brains just short-circuited trying to comprehend what their top student just yelled out. Sarcasm check. The dude with the round glasses is so shocked his spectacles literally shatter into a million pieces. Talk about an S-tier reaction shot from the artist. Up on the main dais, the vampire chairman's face turns stark white before bursting into a deep shade of furious red. Rumble! The entire Academy campus vibrates as speed lines fly everywhere. Bro just committed the ultimate blasphemy in Demon Society on live stage. And just like that, the greatest valedictorian in Academy history instantly rebrands himself as the biggest lunatic of the entire century. Slam! A heavy, armored fist crashes down on the marble railing with enough force to send cracks spiderwebbing through the balcony. Enter Archduke Arkine Blairumfa, towering demon lord with flaming red horns and glowing eyes, bellowing that insulting the standard is a treasonous offense punishable by immediate execution. Looking up at the massive demon leader looming over him, Burrs doesn't even flinch as the Archduke offers him one final mercy option due to his top-tier grades. The Archduke demands a public apology right here and now, warning him that if he refuses, he'll be banished straight to Erin. Whispers immediately ripple through the high society crowd. Erin is notorious across the realms as the desolate graveyard dimension where demon kings go to die. The fancy aristocrats in the audience start snickering, claiming a criminal who disrespected their sacred handbook deserves nothing less than a slow, painful death. Standing tall without a single shred of fear in his eyes, Burzel rooks right into the Archduke's glowing red gaze and hits him with a cold, 2-word reply: "Send me." Smirk! Throwing up a cocky grin, Burrs vows that he'll return from that death trap after proving to the entire world that their precious rulebook is garbage. Zipped! A giant crimson magic circle activates beneath his boots, opening up a swirling abyss that threatens to swallow him whole. Flash! Stripped of his valedictorian privileges and sent off without a single subordinate, Burrs vanishes into the glowing red portal to start his ultimate revenge arc. Fallen straight out of a rift in the sky, our boy gets hit with a divine eviction notice warning him that he's officially banned from the demon realm until he conquers the human world. Plummeting upside down at terminal velocity, Burrs just rolls his eyes like this is a typical Tuesday, casually remarking that getting thrown out was totally expected after roasting the entire academy. Down below lies the legendary realm of Arena, brutal, monster-infested continent where the very heroes who slaughtered him in his past life are currently thriving. Truth be told, even in his original timeline, Burrs was arrogant enough to choose this exact death trap as his starting territory, thinking he was built different. Crash! Shattering every record in history wasn't enough back then, because he honestly believed picking the highest difficulty setting was the only way to prove his superiority. Talk about a reality check. That massive ego ended up getting him killed because the heroes were literally using the Demon King rulebook as a cheat code to farm his squad for free loot. Kaboom! A blinding orbital laser detonates against the icy mountain peaks, sending massive shockwaves crashing across the frozen landscape. Whoosh! Unfurling his massive pitch-black dragon wings to break his fall, Burrs lands gracefully right in the center of a desolate snow-covered wasteland. Glaring up into the freezing storm, he vows that he's never getting played like a sucker again. This time, he's taking that stupid rulebook and flipping it against the heroes. Oh man, look at that cold, villainous stare. He's officially declaring war on the hero standard, and honestly, the art quality in this panel is absolutely immaculate. Shave. Cut to a clean-cut guy smoothly running a straight razor over his lathered cheek, completely oblivious to the chaos about to hit his career. Meet Gordon Dyrick, the newly minted valedictorian of the Demon Adjutant Academy, looking like an overachieving corporate lawyer who takes his job way too seriously. Staring out over the grand auditorium, Gordon reflects on how his academy is responsible for training the ultimate support staff to back up the Demon Kings. Backstage, the second-place graduate congratulates Gordon on winning the lottery to serve the top student Burrs, while the third-place fish guy literally shivers with envy. Flashing a polite, handsome smile, Gordon humbly tells his classmates that their assigned Demon Kings are great too, even if they aren't on Lord Burrs' level. Green! Check out that subtle, arrogant smirk creeping onto his face. Bro is secretly flexing so hard on his peers right now, it's hilarious. Recalling Burrs' legendary status as a once-in-a-millennium genius from the Black Dragon clan, Gordon considers himself the luckiest demon alive to serve alongside him. Sparkle! In his head, Gordon is already dreaming about building giant commemorative statues with Burrs and conquering entire dimensions like an unstoppable duo. Until the exact moment Burrs drops the ultimate bomb in front of the entire assembly and roars that he refuses to follow the sacred rules. Crack! Gordon's soul literally leaves his body as his glasses shatter from pure shock. Man's whole high society dream just went up in smoke in 5 seconds flat. Veins popping on his forehead, Burrs screams at the top of his lungs that the standard of the Demon King is nothing but absolute, unadulterated trash. Zoom! Close up on Gordon's petrified eyes as his entire life plan crashes and burns. Talk about the fastest transition from top graduate to unemployed runaway. Thud! Fast forward to the freezing Urgis mountain range, where Gordon suddenly spawns in the middle of nowhere next to a pair of heavy luggage suitcases. Staring blankly into the snowstorm with a hollow, traumatized face, Gordon tries to process how he ended up stranded in the most dangerous region on Earth. Step. Turning around, Gordon catches sight of Burrs casually strolling up through the snow, remarking that the academy at least sent him the minimum required assistant. Gordon's eyes go completely wide as he realizes the lunatic who ruined his life is standing right in front of him. Reaching out a friendly gloved hand, Burrs greets his new adjutant with a calm, unbothered smile like they're just meeting up for a coffee break. Standing face to face in the blizzard, Gordon finally breaks his silence, desperately asking why on earth Burrs had to pull such a suicidal stunt back at the auditorium. Rage! Grabbing his hair in utter agony, Gordon completely loses his mind, screaming that insulting the standard got them banished to a reign where they're guaranteed to die. Sweat! As Gordon throws a full-blown hysterical fit, Burrs' chibi head casually tells him to calm down before he pulls all his hair out, making Gordon scream even louder. Watching his adjutant lose his sanity, Burrs tilts his head in confusion, wondering if Gordon was always this dramatic or if his past timeline memories were wrong. In his previous life, Gordon was the ultimate stoic Chad who boldly declared that he wouldn't even be motivated if they weren't facing the hardest difficulty in a reign. Realizing the timeline has changed, Burrs decides to keep his mouth shut about regressing 15 years, knowing Gordon would think he's completely unhinged. Whew, pant. Slumped over in the snow like a pop balloon, Gordon hyperventilates as he tries to catch his breath after running out of steam. Adjusting his collar with a grim, solemn expression, Gordon takes a deep breath and apologizes for his childish breakdown, promising to dutifully fulfill his contract. Standing atop the razor-sharp mountain peaks, the freezing wind howls across a vast, treacherous landscape designed specifically to hide from human eyes. Pushing up his glasses, Gordon logically points out that building a Demon King's tower here is impossible, since the rugged terrain prevents heroes from ever finding them. Slam! Kneeling down onto the frozen earth, Burrs firmly plants a glowing crimson seed right into the snow, bluntly overruling his adjutant's advice. Stab! This is the Tower Seed, a sacred artifact that grows into a massive stronghold once it absorbs the blood and mana of a Demon King. Gordon nearly has another stroke on the spot, screaming that building a hidden base breaks every rule of Demon King etiquette. Glancing back with a serious expression, Burrs admits he understands Gordon's disgust, because breaking away from brainwashed traditions isn't easy for normal demons. Looking deeply into the snowstorm, Burrs knows that nobody can see through the system's lies unless they've literally died and felt the blade in their chest like he did. Squeeze, splurt! Squeezing his fist until his skin tears, Burrs lets his dark dragon blood drip freely onto the glowing crystal below. Drenching the seed in crimson liquid, Burrs roars that the standard rules are complete garbage, especially here in the death zone of a rain. Gasp! Gordon gasps in awe as a violent surge of atmospheric pressure snaps through the air, shaking the entire mountain range to its core. Rumble. Massive tremors ripple through the snowdrifts as raw, ancient dragon magic ignites the frozen ground. Flash! The blood-fed tower seed erupts into a blinding crimson flame, releasing an overwhelming blast of dark mana across the sky. Boom! A towering pillar of red light shoots into the heavens, expanding into a gigantic magic circle that seals the entire mountain under Burrs' domain. Throwing up a ruthless, confident smirk, Burrs reveals his true master plan. Arraign is crawling with an absurd number of heroes, making it the ultimate hunting ground. Shimmer. As the majestic black flame dragon crest illuminates the ground, Burrs officially begins his campaign to turn the heroes into his personal EXP farms. With a thunderous explosion that shakes the frozen earth, a monolithic spire of pure obsidian and crimson magic erupts straight out of the snow, declaring the birth of Burrs' new stronghold. Looking up at the newly summoned spire, Burrs breaks down the harsh reality. The reason Demon Kings drop like flies in this dimension is because humans figured out their predictable tower mechanics and converted the standard into their own personal hero cheat code. Poor Gordon's brain is practically short-circuiting as Burrs cold-heartedly renames their sacred handbook the Hero Standard. And honestly, calling out the design flaw right to your adjutant face is peak bold energy. As the dust settles, a colossal Gothic citadel looms over the icy wasteland, casting an intimidating shadow across the snow, while our two lead demons stand as mere specks before its gates. Sweat? Looking straight up at the gargantuan fortress, Gordon is left hyperventilating in utter disbelief that his crazy boss actually pulled off summoning a whole tower in the middle of nowhere. Walking toward the massive dark double doors, Burrs casually tells his shell-shocked assistant to step inside, acting like he didn't just spawn a whole raid dungeon on a whim. Stepping into the first floor of the Tower of Burge, they're greeted by a grand, empty ballroom featuring intricate vaulted ceilings and polished checkerboard marble floors. Facepalm! Gordon looks around at the completely deserted hall and winces. Normally, these lower floors are packed with brutal mob spawns, but thanks to Burrs' 0-point budget, they've got 0 monster guards on duty. Climbing all the way up to the 5th floor Demon King chamber, the emptiness only gets more awkward as a single lonely throne sits at the end of a dramatic red carpet under a chandelier. Pushing up his glasses, Gordon decides to salvage what's left of their career, reminding Burrs that while the building is set, they desperately need to follow rule number 2 of the Demon King handbook. Dramatic flashback! Rule number 2 states that every proper Demon King must kidnap a high-ranking royal close to the throne to maximize the harvest of sweet, juicy human despair energy. Because as every classic villain knows, snatching a high-profile heir brings maximum outrage from the kingdom, turning their collective grief into prime demonic power fuel. Back in the throne room, Gordon assumes his proper adjutant stance and humbly offers his strategic advice to Burrs, who coolly gives him the green light to speak. Unrolling a stylized map of the region, Gordon points out the neighboring Corzin kingdom, urging Burrs to target their top-ranking princess so they can passively farm grief EXP. That's the kind of big-brain play I'm talking about. Expecting Bursey to throw another anti-establishment fit, Gordon preps a whole speech, only for Bursey to hit him with a deadpan agreement, leaving Gordon totally flattering. Rage hyper! As Gordon screams in joy and offers to join the heist, Burrs shuts him down immediately, ordering him to stay behind and guard their empty house like a glorified security guard. Sparkle! Gordon's soul instantly returns to his body as he wipes away his tears, convincing himself that Burrs was just acting crazy earlier due to graduation test anxiety. Talk about copium at its finest. Perched on the window ledge like a dark knight, Burrs prepares to leap into the freezing night, prompting Gordon to ask which royal victim he actually plans on targeting. Turning back with a dark, calculating smirk, Bursey drops a subtle hint that he's taken a completely different route than anyone expected. Whoosh! Spreading his massive black dragon wings, Burrs glides through the night sky across the entire continent, heading toward the distant Hilderin kingdom located at the furthest southern tip. Sneaking up to the royal palace under cover of night, a gentle breeze rustles the sheer white curtains of a solitary balcony, illuminated by soft moonlight and blooming white flowers. Sitting quietly on her bed, a stunning blonde princess gazes up in surprise as a terrifying dragon demon hovers right outside her bedroom window like a majestic creature of the night. Meet Princess Evelyn, the 13th princess of the realm, who possesses so little political presence in her own family that she's basically an invisible ghost in the royal lineage. Glow! Under the full moon, Bursey drops down onto her balcony sill with his glowing crimson horns on full display, announcing with dramatic flair that he's here to kidnap her. Chibi scream! Cut back to the tower where Gordon is probably sensing this from miles away. Targeting a zero-value 13th princess is literally the exact opposite of what the handbook ordered. Stepping inside her luxurious quarters, Bursey stands tall in his sleek, dark outfit, while the young princess gazes up at him without a single droplet of fear in her eyes. Tilting her head with wide, purple eyes, the blonde beauty softly asks the intruder who he's supposed to be, looking more curious than threatened. Striking an edgy villain pose, Burrs lowers his voice and redeclares that he's the big bad demon king who has arrived to carry her off into the night. Smile! Instead of screaming for the royal guards, the princess tilts her head with a cute, mischievous grin and asks if he's really sure he can handle taking her along. Sweat! Burrs' eyebrows twitch in utter confusion as he mentally questions why on earth a target captive is acting like she's interviewing him for a job position. Brightening up like a kid at a candy store, she happily extends both her hands out, cheerfully offering to let herself be captured without putting up any fight whatsoever. Narrowing his eyes in deep suspicion, Bursey demands to know what trick she's playing, but she casually shrugs it off, claiming every princess secretly prepares for the day a demon kidnaps them. Coldly leaning over her, Bursey warns her that he's not fallen for any sweet emotional traps because he's way too desperate for victory to play around with subtle games. Flashing a harmless, adorable smile, she points out the obvious flaw in his paranoia. How could she possibly set a trap when she had zero clue a demon king was crashing her bedroom tonight? Sweat drop! Burrs mentally admits she's got a solid point, but he still can't shake off the overwhelming gut feeling that something about this girl is completely off-kilter. Standing up gracefully from her bed, the princess holds out her delicate hand to her captor, like a lady asking for a dance partner, ready to depart without a single regret. Chapter break. With the agreement sealed, our ultimate antihero officially secures his first hostage, kicking off the next leg of his wild revenge journey. Flying! Carrying the princess through the starry night sky, Bursey cuts through the freezing mountain winds, returning straight to the snow-covered peaks of the Tower of Burge. Bride carry. Walking into the main hall with snow dusting his shoulders, Burrs swoops in carrying the blind princess bridal style as Gordon rushes out to greet him. Setting her down, Bursey instructs Gordon to set her up in a cozy corner on the 4th floor, causing Gordon to gasp in shock because normal captives are supposed to be thrown into dark dungeon cells. As Bursey turns to leave, Gordon's expression suddenly shifts to absolute seriousness, informing his lord that an urgent message has just arrived for him. Up on the 4th floor, the poor princess finds herself standing all alone in the middle of a colossal, pitch-black empty hall, with not a single piece of furniture in sight. Slump, collapsing onto the freezing marble floor, she hugs her knees as reality hits, recalling her cozy royal bed back home with plush pillows and attentive maid service. She mentally lists out everything she lost, her warm blankets, her personal handmaidens, and the sunny royal gardens filled with fluttering butterflies and crystal fountains. Smirk, but as she looks down, a super devious, blushy smile spreads across her face. Turns out being kidnapped into a desolate demon tower was secretly her ultimate dream all along. Back in the master suite, Burrs looks over the official letter in his hand, raising an eyebrow at an unexpected invitation from the regional Tower of Beasts. Gordon explains that the local monster lords are throwing a welcome party for the new Demon King, but Burrs scoffingly sees right through it. It's clearly just a cheap excuse for the veterans to haze the rookie. Normally, Demon Kings are ridiculously proud creatures who would rather die than cooperate with rivals, but the insane lethality of Arnane forced these local bosses to form an underground syndicate. Remembering how he ignored these weaklings in his past life, Burrs decides to play along this time, figuring a quick social visit might be useful for his bigger strategy. Nestled deep within an overgrown, vine-draped jungle canopy, the monolithic Tower of Beasts looms under the misty sky, waiting for the arrival of its newest guest. Ever walked into a job interview only to realize your new boss is a giant flexor sitting on a throne of bones? Welcome to the Tower of Beasts, where Draxen, the big bad werewolf demon king, is casually tearing into a massive leg of meat while trying to look like the ultimate apex predator. Standing with his back turned like he's completely unimpressed, our main boy Burrs has to listen to this furry overlord brag about ruling the jungle for 70 whole years, which, let's be real, is just code for I've been boomer ruling this territory way too long. Snarl, Draxen narrows his glowing crimson eyes and hits Burrs with the ultimate disrespect, calling him a total nutjob who ruined the sacred Demon King tradition, mocking him like he's just another rookie who wandered into the wrong neighborhood. Man, Gordon in the background is straight up having a full-blown panic attack right now, mentally crying about how they should have just stayed home. Meanwhile, Burrs doesn't even blink, deadpanning right back and asking if Draxen dragged him all the way out here just to flex his bad breath. Talk about unbothered king energy. Turns out, Draxen isn't just acting tough on his own. He casually drops that Archduke Alkine, the grand vampire boss, specifically ordered him to keep an eye on Burrs the moment he showed up. Hearing that name, Burzy literally scoffs and refers to the terrifying vampire lord as nothing more than a noisy old vampire, internally laughing about how dropping him back in Arnane clearly wasn't enough to shut him up for good. Roar! That disrespect sends Draxen completely off the deep end. Veins popping and fangs bared, the Beast Lord snarls that bad-mouthing Archduke Alkine is basically a speedrun invitation to a brutal death. Slick spatter. To prove how ruthless he is, Draxen violently slams his juicy bone-in meat right onto the dusty floor, splattering grease and dirt everywhere in the ultimate power move. Bending down with a menacing glare, Draxen chuckles sinisterly and tells Burzy that if he wants to walk out of here alive, he better drop to his knees and lick that filthy meat off the ground. Honestly, forcing someone to eat off the floor is such a cliche villain trope, but Burrs just stands there looking like a teacher waiting for a toddler to finish a tantrum, calmly asking if the Beast King even understands why he came here in the first place. Lowering his head as a terrifying dark shadow casts across his face, Brazine ominously reminds him that according to that precious orthodoxy everyone keeps crying about, Demon Kings are supposed to follow strict rules. Boom! With a sudden explosive stomp, Burrs smashes his boot into the ground, shattering the bedrock into a million pieces and sending shockwaves tearing through the entire hall. Looking up with glowing, cold eyes that promise absolute destruction, Burzy delivers a spine-chilling reality check, asking if Draxen honestly thought a true ruler would ever shackle himself to such a pathetic, outdated rulebook. Sweat drop! Just like that, the mighty Beast King's confidence completely evaporates, his massive wolf jaws hanging open in utter shock as cold sweat pours down his fur. Stuttering like a caught guilty child, Draxen quickly backpedals, nervously squeaking out that Archduke Alkine just wanted him to monitor if Burzy actually kidnapped a princess within a month, or else his Demon King authority gets revoked. Tap tap. Turning his back on the trembling Beast Lord without a second thought, Burzy casually strolls toward the exit with Gordon, casually throwing over his shoulder that if it's a princess they're worried about, he's already got one locked up at home. Dropping one final bomb, Burzy deadpans that the princess he picked happens to be a woman who fits his exact personal taste, leaving Draxen and his monster guards standing there looking like complete chibi goofballs with zero idea what just happened. Whoosh! Cutting back to the freezing mountain peaks, a howling blizzard swirls around the towering dark spires of the newly summoned Tower of Burge. Back in the safety of his throne room, Gordon pushes up his glasses in absolute awe, praising Burrs for displaying the majestic dignity of a true demon king during his little confrontation with the senior bosses. Leaning back on his grand velvet throne, Burzy keeps his mind strictly on the business side of evil, commanding Gordon to go check on their captive princess so they can figure out how to maximize her strategic value. Pitter-patter! Outside the massive arched windows, soft snowflakes drift across the pale sky, contrasting the dark, calculating atmosphere brewing inside the fortress. Massaging his temples with a heavy sigh, Burrs admits to himself that dealing with these old head demon kings is turning into a massive headache, especially if the rest of the regional syndicate is this incompetent. He knows that completely trashing the Orthodox handbook created a huge target on his back, but narrowing his eyes with fiery determination, he vows that he'd rather die 100 times over than bow down to useless trash. Standing tall in his sleek, dark outfit, the sheer conviction radiating off this guy's insane. He's dead set on rewriting the entire rules of this world from scratch. Summoning his glowing blue system interface, Burrs plans to build a rock-solid foundation this time around. Since he played it super safe by snatching the lowest-ranked 13th princess, he expects to net a modest few hundred demonic energy points at best. Asp! Burrs' eyes practically pop out of his head as the system screen flashes an unbelievable number, 13,219 points. He stands there sweating buckets, completely mind-bogglingly confused as to how a useless ghost princess generated that much juice. Ping! Before he can even digest the crazy score, a glowing blue system notification mail pops right in front of his face, signaling an incoming priority message. Opening it up, a holographic projection of Draxon appears, sporting a ridiculously fake polite smile as he officially reaches out to congratulate the rookie Demon King. Draxon admits he's super impressed, praising Burzy for pulling off such an unthinkable feat in R9 and asking if his earlier anti-orthodoxy rant was just a galaxy-brained strategic bluff. Dramatic shock. Burz's face goes completely pale as cold sweat drips down his chin. His internal alarm bells are screaming at maximal volume because something about this math is horribly, terribly wrong. Bam! The throne room doors burst open as Gordon comes sprinting in like his life depends on it, screaming in sheer panic that a massive disaster has just broken out down on the 4th floor. Ripple! But when we cut down to the 4th floor, there's no blood or monsters. Instead, a breathtaking, crystal-clear waterfall cascades into a sparkling river surrounded by lush green flora and floating blue butterflies. Sunbeams shine through vibrant yellow flowers and fluttering insects, turning what was supposed to be a grim dungeon floor into a literal fairy tale wonderland. Standing in the doorway, Burz's jaw hits the floor as he stares at the screen with a priceless sweat drop face, mentally questioning if he accidentally stepped into the wrong webtoon. Man, check out this artwork. The entire empty hall has been magically terraformed into a sprawling, sunny outdoor biome, enclosed inside a digital grid sky. Talk about an absurd flex of spatial manipulation. Sitting happily on a river rock in a cute white dress, Princess Evelyn waves cheerfully while snuggling adorable water slimes, surrounded by floating cloud spirits, fire wisps, and tiny rock golems. Burze is totally speechless, realizing she literally created a self-sustaining natural ecosystem inside his dark tower. Sweat dripping down his neck, Burzy analyzes the situation with sharp focus. Creating a paradise like this requires a master elementalist who can command all 4 prime elements simultaneously. Realizing the terrifying truth, Burz narrows his eyes and points a finger at her, declaring that in his past life's memory, only one grand genius in the whole continent possessed that kind of cheat code elemental power, meaning she isn't the 13th princess at all. The blonde beauty just giggles mischievously, holding her water slime and admitting he must have mistaken her for Elena. Shock! The realization hits Burze like a freight train, his eyes wide with utter terror as he mentally connects the dots. Sparkle. Flashing an adorable, super devious wink with a little cloud spirit resting on her head, she proudly reveals her true identity. She is Princess Ernin, the legendary first princess and grand heir of the entire Hildren kingdom. Rumble. Cut straight to the grand royal capital of the Hildren kingdom, where absolute chaos erupts as news spreads that their beloved crown princess has been kidnapped by a demon. Roar! Inside the palace, the king completely loses his mind. Veins exploding on his forehead with fiery red eyes, the royal monarch roars at his generals to mobilize the strongest SS-rank heroes and the entire imperial army to crush the demon tower into dust. Back in the tower, Princess Ernan tilts her head with that same adorable, villainous grin, cheekily reminding Burzy of what she asked him earlier, if he was truly prepared to handle taking her along. Perspiring heavily, Burr stammers in disbelief, demanding to know how a grand spirit summoner brimming with ocean levels of magic managed to trick his perception into thinking she was manaless. Holding up her delicate hand, Ernan showcases a glowing pink ring on her finger, casually explaining that it's an ancient royal relic passed down through generations, specifically designed to completely mask the user's mana. Slipping the ring off her finger with a playful smirk, she cheerfully asks if his curiosity has been satisfied, wondering if he's ready to pack his bags and politely escort her back home now. Dark shadows envelop Burz's face as he mentally runs through the consequences. Returning the first princess would make him the biggest laughingstock in demon history, destroy his fear reputation, and cripple his ability to farm energy points forever. Clench. Sharp determination fills his eyes as he realizes there's no backing down. He's in way too deep now, and the only way out is straight through the storm. Beep, beep. Suddenly, glowing red system warning pop-ups flash around the room, frantically signaling that the Demon King's location has been officially locked and detected by the Human Kingdom's tracking array. Looking at the alert with a cold, ruthless smirk, Burrs takes a deep breath and accepts the chaos, stating that identity mix-up or not, his goal remains exactly the same, and he's going to turn this incoming royal army into his ultimate experience point buffet. Imagine pulling off a high-stakes heist, only to realize your trophy prisoner is actually a walking nuclear warhead, who casually informs you that you're still her hostage. Cut over to the majestic kingdom of Hildurin, where the architecture looks breathtaking, but inside those marble walls, absolute chaos is brewing. The royal throne room explodes in utter panic as the king slams his fist down, furiously screaming at his generals to slice off the Demon King's head and fetch his beloved daughter back immediately. Sweating absolute bullets, the terrified officials bow down nervously, meekly pointing out that they haven't even identified which Demon King actually pulled off the stunt yet. Talk about top-tier incompetence, right? Veins practically popping on his forehead, the king roars right back, demanding to know why they're dragging their feet while his royal successor is out there in enemy hands. Trying to play detective, one of the high ministers strokes his chin, noting how weird this whole situation is, considering the last Demon King who tried kidnapping royals got instantly vaporized by hero squads. He warns the court that no sane villain would repeat such a fatal mistake, making this sudden kidnapping completely bizarre. Honestly, love how these court advisors act like expert commentators while doing zero actual work. The entire hall drops completely silent as the ministers exchange nervous glances, realizing the terrifying implications. Creak! The king's grip tightens so hard on his golden throne that the wood practically groans under the sheer pressure of his rage. Narrowing his fiery eyes, the old monarch grimly concludes that they aren't dealing with an old-timer. This has gotta be a reckless new player on the board. Thud! Right on cue, a scout bursts through the heavy doors, breathlessly reporting that they've tracked a residual teleportation array straight north to the deadly Urzagest mountain range. Hearing that name makes the king's eyes widen in sheer horror. Seriously, the artist pulled out all the stops for this shock face. It's pure gold. Meanwhile, back inside the Dark Tower, Gordon fidgets nervously, warning Burrs that the entire Hildurin army will be marching on their doorstep any second now. But instead of panicking, Burrs just lets out a cold, wicked smirk that practically screams he has the entire continent dancing in the palm of his hand. He casually reassures his aide that the Kingdom of Hildurin won't be sending a single official soldier to their territory anytime soon. Unrolling a massive tactical map, Burrs points out that Hildurin sits at the absolute southern tip, while Urzagest lies in the far north, meaning a royal army would have to march through dozens of hostile foreign nations who'd never grant them safe passage. With a confident grin, Burrs lays out the math. Since a national army is out of the question, the king's only remaining move is to hire the Hero Guild to handle the dirty work. And sure enough, back at the palace, the desperate king lowers his head in defeat, realizing his hands are tied and ordering his staff to contact the Hero Guild immediately. Shift focus to the sprawling spire of the Hero Guild, towering over snow-covered peaks like a beacon of justice. Or so people think. Inside the bustling hall, rugged mercenaries crowd around the bounty board, scoffing at the ridiculous request to trek into a monster-infested wasteland just to save a princess. Burza chuckles mockingly from his throne, explaining that so-called heroes are just greedy opportunists who won't risk their necks in high-risk zones without an absurd payout. It's why he strategically picked Regressed in the first place. Listening to this brilliant breakdown, Gordon stands there in utter awe, realization hitting him that his new master thinks 10 steps ahead of everyone else. Staring at Burge's sinister composure, Gordon internally wonders if this guy has secretly lived through this entire world's history before. Man, if only he knew! Back in the capital, the king completely loses his cool, roaring at the sky about how pathetic it is that not a single brave hero is stepping up to rescue his daughter. Slumping into his throne with a massive headache, the monarch groans as his staff explains that negotiations with greedy guild leaders are going to take serious time and effort. Checking his glowing system interface, Burze calculates that it'll take weeks for the humans to assemble a proper raiding party and march across the map. However, browsing through the expensive monster shop menu, Burze realizes his current stash of demonic energy still isn't enough to withstand a full-scale assault. A grim vision flashes through his mind of the overwhelming army of high-ranked heroes that crushed him in his past life, a nightmare he is definitely not repeating. Turning to Gordon, Burze drops a bombshell order. Contact the Beast Lord Draxon immediately because they're putting their demonic energy on the market for cold, hard cash. Crack! Gordon's glasses practically shatter off his face as he screams out in pure, unadulterated horror what he just heard. Grabbing his head in sheer agony, Gordon wails about how demonic energy is the sacred currency of the abyss that summons terrifying beasts and upgrades towers, and Burz wants to trade it for mere human coins? Unbothered by his butler's existential crisis, Burz coolly explains that raw energy can't buy what he needs right now, but a massive pile of gold will open doors no monster ever could. Next thing we know, the scene shifts to the bustling fortress city of Horton Walk, nested right at the foot of the dangerous Hersagus Mountains. A mysterious figure draped in a heavy black cloak casually approaches the heavy iron gates of the border city. Halt! The armored guards level their spears, shouting at the intruder and questioning what crazy solo mercenary comes strolling out of monster territory alive. Clink! Without saying a word, Burze flicks a heavy gold coin into the guard's palm, instantly cutting off his aggressive interrogation. Pocketing the shiny bribe, the guard immediately changes his tune, exchanging a sneaky glance with his partner before waving the mysterious stranger straight inside. Money really makes the world go round. Striding through the crowded streets, Burze looks around the lively plaza, noting to himself that he needs local intel if he wants to navigate this hub effectively. Inside a noisy tavern, rowdy sellswords kick back with giant tankards of ale, debating whether it's time to pack up and move to a new territory. The scar-faced mercenary captain bursts out laughing, slamming his feet on the table and declaring Horton Walk a literal gold mine where soldiers do the heavy lifting while they loot the scraps. When Orochi brings up rumors of a new Demon King building a tower nearby, the captain scoffs, claiming real Demon Kings build bases close to human cities for easy terrorizing, not up in frozen mountains. He mocks the idea even further, asking if anyone's ever heard of a Demon King traveling to the edge of the world just to snag a royal hostage? Another veteran mercenary leans in, pointing out that the Hero Guild supposedly turned down a massive royal reward specifically because of the dangerous destination. Leaping onto the table with a theatrical grin, the captain yells that it's all just a negotiation stunt by the guild to squeeze every last drop of gold out of the desperate king. He toasted the tavern, laughing loudly about how every hero in the realm is driven by pure greed. You've gotta love how self-aware these side characters are about their universe's tropes. Ghostly glow. Suddenly, a chilling dark shadow materializes right behind the captain's neck, a sinister voice whispering that his analysis is surprisingly spot on. God! The captain tumbles backward off the table in pure panic, screaming in terror as the surrounding mercenaries immediately reach for their weapons. Tracking his knuckles with a terrifying demonic smirk, Burze announces that since they know so much about local politics, they'll make fine guides. So everyone except one guy better scram before it gets messy. Enraged by the disrespect, the Red Hawk mercenary corps charges forward with drawn blades, roaring that no arrogant kid leaves their hall alive. Bam! Crash! Big mistake. In a blinding flash of raw violence, Burrs ruthlessly pummels the entire squad into bloody pavement, sending teeth and bodies flying across the tavern in seconds.
Talk about starting a bar fight with the absolute wrong guy. Burrs turns the entire tavern into a flying circus, blasting mercenaries across the room like bowling pins before they even realize what hit them.
Swoosh! The muscular mercenary captain leaps in with a furious roar, swinging a massive wooden beam straight at Burrs' skull to put an end to the beatdown. Boom! With zero effort, Burrs deflects the strike in a blinding burst of kinetic energy that completely shatters the heavy weapon into splinters. Grabbing a piece of the broken timber with his bare hands, Burzy flashes a sinister glow-in-the-dark demonic grin that instantly lets the captain know he made a fatal mistake. Gulp! The captain's face instantly turns pale white as pure terror freezes him in his tracks. Honestly, seeing a guy smile like a literal nightmare after tanking your strongest hit is top-tier nightmare fuel. Crossbowmen suddenly leap over the balcony rails, aiming their weapons down at the intruder in a desperate attempt to cover their boss. Crash! Too slow! Burrs unleashes a brutal shockwave that blows apart tables, chairs, and bodies, sending the entire squad tumbling through the air in total ruin. Driving the captain's head into the floorboards, Burrs smiles like a true demon king as the guy whimpers in absolute agony, begging the monster to stop. Bam! Thwack! Outside on the street, violent sound effects echo through the wooden walls as nearby townsfolk pause in utter confusion. A passing witch in a floppy hat sighs to her friend, casually pointing out that the local mercenary corps is getting their butts kicked again. Love how the locals treat high-stakes tavern brawls like a routine weather update. In a matter of seconds, the dust settles to reveal the entire floor covered in unconscious bodies, with Burrs standing tall as the undisputed victor. Shadow looming over the trembling captain, Burrs coolly offers him a deal. Spill everything he knows, and maybe he'll walk out of here breathing. The captain immediately folds, weeping that he'll do literally anything to stay alive. Cut to the outside of a lavish, high-end mansion, boasting marble columns and a grand courtyard fountain. Walking through the paved estate grounds, the defeated captain obediently leads Burrs straight toward his hidden underground operation. Opening the gates to a dark dungeon filled with caged human prisoners, the captain nervously presents his stock, hoping it pleases his terrifying new boss. Unimpressed by basic human captives, Burrs flicks a massive, glittering pouch of gold coins into the captain's hands, demanding to see the rare exotic merchandise. Clink! Flashing a greasy golden tooth, the greedy captain's eyes turn into pure dollar signs. Seriously, this guy forgot he almost got murdered 5 minutes ago the second money entered the chat. Bursey looks at the mercenary's instant attitude flip with pure disgust, noting to himself how funny it is that humans sell out for gold while demons sell out for energy. At the end of the day, both species are completely corrupt. Guiding Bursey down a torchlit stone hallway, the captain points toward a heavily secured iron door housing the high-value stock. Flashback to Bursey's tactical discussion with his butler Gordon back at the tower, where he revealed his plan to use human currency to purchase captured non-human races as strategic assets. He specifically targeted high-ranking elves, knowing their legendary sense of honor and integrity would make them the ultimate double agents to manipulate human hero squads. Meanwhile, shift over to the glittering throne room of Hilderin, where a shining knight in golden armor kneels before the king in a dramatic stance of supreme loyalty. The king gasps with relief as Highland Cargill, the legendary hero of the realm, promises to personally march out, rescue the princess, and bring back the Demon King's head on a silver platter. Check out that heroic hero glare, replete with dramatic anime lighting and intense golden eyes. You just know this guy is primed to get completely humiliated later down the road. Back in the present, the camera focuses on a fierce, green-haired elf locked inside an iron cell, wearing a thick leather muzzle that barely contains his rage. Approaching the slave trader, Bursey flatly announces he'll take the elf and points right at the mercenary captain to cover the bill. The captain's jaw drops into the stratosphere in pure shock. Glow! Before the captain can argue, Burrs radiates a terrifying aura of dark demonic fire, gently asking if he has a problem with paying. Sweating buckets, the captain hastily dumps his coin purse into the trader's hands. Ordering both the traitor and captain to step outside while he inspects the prisoner, Burzay ignores the traitor's panicked warnings about the elf going berserk. Coldly stating that if anything goes wrong, the captain will just pay for the damages, Burz leaves the mercenary grinding his teeth in absolute frustration. Creak! The heavy iron cage door swings open as Burz steps into the dim cell alone with the chained elf. Zap! With a flick of his wrist, dark purple magic shatters the restrictive leather muzzle into pieces, instantly restoring the prisoner's speech. Pant, breathing heavy as steam escapes his lips, the sharp-eyed elf glares up at Burzy, instantly detecting the thick scent of demonic magic rolling off him. Standing tall above the prisoner, Burzy cuts straight to the chase, offering the captured warrior a golden opportunity to exact revenge on the humans who enslaved him. Narrowing his bright green eyes, the elf scoffingly rejects the offer, pointing out that a demon's sweet promises are just as poisonous and worthless as a human's lie. Unfazed by the rejection, Burzay lays out concrete terms. Serve him faithfully for 50 years, and he guarantees total protection and absolute freedom when the term ends. He casually points out that 50 years is just a blip in an elf's massive lifespan, making it a bargain compared to spending eternity as a human noble's plaything. Grip! Clenching his fists, the elf furiously brings up the World Tree, accusing demons of trying to burn down the sacred tree that sustains their entire civilization. He snarls through his teeth, questioning why on earth a high-ranking demon would ever extend a helping hand to a natural enemy unless there was a sinister catch. Flash of a wicked smile. Seeing that the elf is sharp and observant, Burz decides it's time to seal the deal with an unbreakable contract. Shine! Summoning the glowing purple magic circle of the Demon King's cannon, Burz solemnly swears an oath that he will never harm the World Tree and will fulfill every single promise made. The elf gasps in absolute disbelief, realizing that swearing on the cannon is the ultimate demonic oath, equivalent to swearing on the World Tree itself. Seeing such respect, he challenges Burz to swear on the World Tree as well. Grin. Impressed by the demon's unexpected sincerity, a bloody smile breaks across the elf's bruised face as he recognizes he's dealing with an extraordinary entity. Rattle. Standing up straight as his iron chains clatter to the ground, the elf introduces himself as Granada of the Maple Tribe, stating he will swear his oath directly to the Demon King who ordered this mission. With a smooth, casual grin, Burzay drops the ultimate bomb. He doesn't need to take Granada anywhere because he is the Demon King. Granada's eyes widen in utter shock. Breaking into hysterical, teary-eyed laughter, Granada grabs Burz's cloak, mocking him for telling such a ridiculous lie. He explains that everyone knows a Demon King grows weaker the further he wanders from his tower, so no leader would ever personally go grocery shopping for slaves. Laughing hysterically, Granada jokes that if this kid is actually the Demon King, he'll happily double his sentence and serve for 100 years instead of 50. Snap! Cut directly to the grand throne room inside the Demon Tower. Percy sits casually on his dark throne with Gordon at his side, while Granada stands before them draped in a fresh cloak. Puffed! Smirking with maximum satisfaction, Burz holds Granada to his word, reminding him that he personally agreed to a full 100-year contract. Granada's face distorts into the most hilarious chibi scream of pure regret you'll ever see. Scream! Realizing he just locked himself into a century of hard labor with an actual Demon King, Granada yells that this whole recruitment was a total scam. Raging in complete disbelief, Granada waves his hands in horror at the desolate throne room, screaming about how empty the tower is. Honestly, though, you got a feel for the guy. He went from a slave cage straight into an understaffed startup run by a lunatic. Expecting a dark, blood-curdling dungeon, Granada steps into the lower levels only to find totally vacant, sparkling marble hallways. Talk about getting catfished by a Demon King's tower. Panning up to the 4th floor, it's straight up a peaceful botanical paradise with waterfalls and blooming flowers. Granada completely loses his mind, wondering what kind of cheap tower doesn't even bother setting up a single trap monster. Sweating bullets, the elf loses his cool and rants that at this rate, forget taking revenge on humanity, they won't even survive 5 minutes against a low-level hero squad. Whoosh! Before he can walk out, a suffocating surge of dark purple magic erupts behind him. Burz looms over the room with a terrifying smirk, casually reminding the elf that their contract is already locked in. Gulp. The sheer bone-crushing weight of demonic aura fills the air, making Granada instantly swallow his words as he realizes the teenager on that throne is a walking apocalypse. Flashback to their journey through the snowy mountains, even those towering calamity-class monsters lurking in the blizzard wouldn't dare take a single step toward Burzay. It hits Granada like a freight train that those legendary beasts didn't leave them alone out of kindness. They were literally too paralyzed with fear to attack the Demon King. Thud. Dropping down on the plush red carpet, Granada bows his head and swears an oath on the great world tree to serve for a full 100 years, convinced he's serving the ultimate Dark Lord. Glaring with fierce conviction, Granada imagines all the high-level, sinister schemes he'll be spearheading to dismantle human kingdoms. Honestly, the dramatic hype here is off the charts. Burzay gives him a smooth, nonchalant grin and hands down his very first top-secret master mission, head straight to the kitchen and whip up some lunch. Granada's brain completely short-circuits into a blank chibi state as the extreme contrast between his grand evil expectations and reality sets in. Chop chop! Cut to the kitchen where our high and mighty elf warrior is wrapped in a kitchen apron, aggressively dicing vegetables while questioning every choice that brought him here. Suddenly, the cheerful princess pops in alongside her floating elemental spirits, happily offering to help bake vegetable bread like they're hosting a cozy weekend cooking show. Shift over to the 5th floor dining hall, where the world's most chaotic household sits down together around a massive, empty banqueting table. Leaning across the table, Granada nervously asks Gordon if that sweet girl sitting across from them is actually from the royal kingdom of Hilderin. Burzay casually takes a bite of steak and confirms that, yep, that's Princess Hernan Hilderin just casually enjoying her dinner. Granada pops an absolute blood vessel, screaming in total panic about kidnapping the kingdom's crown princess when they don't even have a single defensive monster to stop an enraged hero squad. Completely unfazed, Burzay points his fork at the panicking elf and bluntly reminds him that's exactly why he bought him in the first place. Now shut up and eat your steak. Burzay drops a rare compliment on the meal, while the princess proudly beams that she helped out in the kitchen too. Love how this terrifying Demon King Tower is basically a cozy slice-of-life comedy. Granada's spirit literally leaves his body as he realizes he escaped a slave cage just to become an underpaid house chef for a chaotic royal household. Out on the vibrant green training grounds, Granada asks if his main job is to act as the final dungeon boss when heroes breach the tower, but Burz shuts that down instantly. If a hero gets inside, the run has already failed. Gesturing smoothly, Burz lays out his real tactical blueprint. Granada's going back into human society as a covert double agent to tear their political alliances apart from the inside. Clap! But before sending him out into the wild, Burzay rubs his hands together, announcing it's time for a quick physical evaluation to see what the elf is actually capable of. Swoosh! Burzay sets generous handicap terms. He won't use a single drop of demonic magi and will fight with only one hand. Plus, if Granada lands a hit, his sentence gets cut back down to 50 years. Rumble! Fueled by the ultimate contract discount, Granada flares his green elemental aura and roars that he'll do his absolute best to take the Demon King's head off. Bam! Closing the gap in a fraction of a second, Granada hurls a brutal high kick packed with compressed wind and earth mana. Swish! Burzay casually dodges back, analyzing Granada's technique and complimenting how he smartly absorbed the natural floor mana to boost his physical speed. Smiling with fierce confidence, Granada boasts that a normal elf could never pull off this level of martial art, warning the Demon King that he picked the wrong opponent to hold back against. Snap! Thorny golden vines suddenly erupt from the ground, tightly coiling around Burz's boots to lock him completely dead in place. Talk about an awesome tactical trap. Boom! With Burzay immobilized, Granada puts his whole body into a glowing elemental right hook, screaming to reclaim his lost 50 years. Burzay flashes a sinister, shadowy grin, acknowledging that the elf is definitely strong enough to be useful, but it's time to remind him who he's messing with. Rumble! A giant, demonic shadow avatar manifests behind Burz, looming over the elf with razor-sharp clawed hands ready to strike down. With glowing red eyes piercing through the dark aura, Burz sinisterly reassures him that he's keeping his promise not to use magic. He's just going to use pure, raw physical muscle to beat him senseless. Sweat! Granada's eyes shrink to tiny dots as pure survival instinct takes over, realizing way too late that a Demon King's basic physical hit is still nuclear level. Cut over to the rustic wooden headquarters of the Crimson Falcon Mercenary Corps, sitting near the base of the mountains. Salute! The mercenary captain greets Burz with unbelievable enthusiasm, his eyes literally transforming into shiny golden coin symbols at the sight of his favorite wealthy boss. Berza steps inside and offers to hire the entire mercenary guild for a full year. In the background, the battered thuggery mutters in awe about the guy who beat him up coming back with endless cash. Clink! Burzy drops a massive, bulging sack of solid gold coins right onto the table, instantly blinding every mercenary in the room with pure, unadulterated wealth. Moved to tears by the absolute financial windfall, the bandaged thugs declare eternal loyalty to their captain, though the captain low-key wonders if he should replace these goofballs. Burrs brings forward a cloaked figure, ordering the captain to recruit him as their new order-delivering liaison. The captain instantly agrees, brushing off his squad's hesitant complaints. Pulling off his hood, Granada introduces himself with a face so utterly beaten black and blue that his cheek is swollen like a giant ripe plum. The mercenary thugs stare in dead silence, instantly recognizing those precise, terrifyingly familiar beatdown marks on the elf's face. Tears burst from the rugged mercenary's eyes as an overwhelming wave of deep, emotional brotherhood washes over the room. Hug! The whole squad gathers in a big, tearful group hug around Granada, warmly welcoming their newly beaten brother into the victim support group with open arms. Watching the touching tragedy unfold, Burrs secretly notes that while these mercenaries look like total goofballs, their local street roots and gullibility make them the perfect pawns to manipulate. Narrowing his eyes, Burrs calculates his next move, predicting that the Hildren Kingdom will inevitably send Hillen Cargill, the legendary hero famous for slaying the Lust Demon King. Standing tall together in their matching bandages and dramatic lighting, the newly formed Crimson Falcon squad looks surprisingly unified and ready for action. Burzy shouts out his final direct command, investigate every single detail on the hero Hillen Cargill before he makes his move against the tower. Snapshot. In complete, passionate synchronization, the entire squad roars out their absolute agreement. With an undercover elf leader, a squad of loyal mercenary goofballs, and a legendary hero on the horizon, Burz's grand strategic chess game is officially underway. Imagine sitting on a pitch-black throne as a reborn demon king, realizing you sold off all your demonic power points and now need a quick shortcut to level up before high-level heroes crash your front door. Back at the Tower of Burge, nestled deep within the frozen peaks, Burge decides it's high time to grind his stats while his newly hired elf handles kingdom sabotage. Chillin' on his throne like an overworked CEO, Burries reviews his loyal squad holograms, realizing that if he wants to stay ahead of the game, he needs a massive personal power boost immediately. Now, standard dungeon logic dictates using demonic energy points to buff your tower or your stats, but since our boy Burr spent all his points buying staff and upgrading real estate, he needs a natural cheat code to power up. Enter Spirit Grass, rare hyper-concentrated crystals of pure natural mana sprouting straight out of frozen wilderness that grant insane stat boosts to whoever eats them. Honestly, finding high-grade herb drops in the middle of a blizzard sounds like the ultimate gotcha grind. Deep within the treacherous Urzest mountain range, raging mana storms and monstrous beasts keep filthy humans far away, allowing these magical plants to absorb pure, unrefined energy for centuries. Even though plant mana isn't quite as potent for demons as dark spirit energy, Burst shrugs it off, figuring any stat boost is better than nothing, and prepares to hit the tundra. Standing right behind him, his trusty adjutant Gordon immediately drops a reality check, warning that wandering aimlessly into monster-infested snowstorms is like searching for a needle in an endless desert. Burzy actually agrees for once, admitting that finding hidden magical herbs without a high-tier mana detector is practically impossible, when suddenly, a sharp knock-knock echoes across the silent hall. The heavy doors creak open, revealing Princess Hernan peeking her head through with a tiny, squishy water slime resting right on top of her hair like a living accessory. Looking at the adorable royal captive casually floating into the throne room, a massive light bulb instantly goes off inside Burrs and Gordon's minds simultaneously. That's right, our cute hostage princess happens to be a literal elemental spirit contractor, making her the ultimate living radar for high-density mana fields. Basking in her newly discovered value, Hernan proudly hypes up her spirit squad, ecstatic for a chance to step outside after being cooped up inside the tower. Waving her hands with pure childish excitement, Hernan reminds the Demon King that if she helps him out, he better keep his word and let her redecorate the entire 4th floor however she wants. Burze gives a nonchalant nod, agreeing to her deal, while low-key sweating internally over what kind of chaotic botanical pink paradise she's planning to build next. I mean, seriously, can we take a moment to appreciate the absurd comedy here? A kidnapped princess using home decorating privileges as leverage against the literal Lord of Darkness is peak fiction. Clasping her hands in sheer joy, Hernan beams over finally getting a chance to touch grass outside her gilded cage, completely oblivious to the freezing hellscape awaiting her. Stepping forward with smooth, dark authority, Berets reaches out his gloved hand toward the hyped-up princess. Whoosh! Before she can even react, Burrs scoops her up into a full princess carry, bursting out a pair of massive, shadowy dragon wings that send dust flying across the marble floor. Boom! Launching into the sky like an absolute jet engine, the sheer acceleration sends Hernan screaming at the top of her lungs as the frozen landscape shrinks beneath them. Squeezing her eyes shut against the biting wind, Hernan clings for dear life to her fiery spirit companion as they tear through the clouds at Mach speed. Slowly cracking one eye open, the terrified princess peeks past Burz's dark fur cloak to steal a glance at the world outside. Her eyes widen into massive sparkling gems as the golden rays of sunset hit her face, illuminating the breathtaking expanse of snowy peaks stretching to the horizon. For the very first time in her life, Hernan gazes down at the infinite sky and vast mountain ranges, realizing just how massive and free the world truly is. Flashback to her former royal life, an endless, suffocating cycle of grueling magic training, endless monarchy etiquette, and lonely palace walls where she expected to spend her entire life. Smiling warmly, Hernan boasts to Burrs that she might just be the very first human princess to ever glide across the terrifying Urzez peaks, though Burrs just gives her a deadpan glare, reminding her they're on a strict business trip. Leaning in close, she cheerfully asks him to call her Hernan since they're going to be roommates for a long time anyway. Talk about ultimate main character charisma working on a villain. Unfazed by her charm, Burze dangles her midair like a scruffy kitten, menacingly threatening to relocate her quarters straight to the dark dungeon if she forgets who's boss. Whip! Putting an end to the banter, Hernan summons her chubby water slime spirit and launches it into the freezing sky like a squishy tracking missile. Swoosh! Following right behind, a cute little cloud spirit assumes a hyper-series battle face, zipping through the snowy wind to scout the terrain. Keeping a firm grip on the princess, Burzy calculates that since spirits are literal physical manifestations of ambient mana, their tracking speed puts any standard search party to shame. Right on cue, the floating spirit squad returns glowing with hype as Hernan excitedly cheers that they've locked onto a massive magical signal nearby. Descending down to a glowing snowdrift, a magnificent, radiant flower blooms in full vibrant splendor, radiating pure, crystalline blue energy across the wasteland. Rumble. But of course, high-tier loot never comes without a boss fight. A massive pack of terrifying blue-skinned feral orcs packed with thick fur coats already surrounds the rare treasure. Flaring his dark wings in majestic intimidation, Burzy lands before the beasts, declaring that as descendants of demons, they better show proper respect and hand over the herb quietly. The monstrous orc chieftain snarls with red glowing eyes, bluntly rejecting the demon king's authority and barking orders for his tribe to slaughter the intruders. Urz's lips curl into a terrifyingly wicked smirk, chuckling under his breath as Gordon's warning about mindless beasts rings completely true. Rumble. Infernal purple flames erupt around Burzy's hands, his demonic horns expanding as he admits that expecting intelligence from wild monsters was a total mistake, so burning them to ashes is the only option left. Roar! Fueled by pure bloodlust, the ferocious orc warriors raise giant axes and spike clubs, charging forward in a frantic frenzy to tear the Demon King apart. Coldly locking his gaze onto the incoming horde, Burzy gathers a dense, swirling sphere of dark purple destruction right at his fingertips. Foosh! An apocalyptic beam of concentrated dark plasma blasts forward, instantly incinerating rows of roaring orcs into ash before they can even scream. Crackle. As purple flames devour the front lines, a sneaky squad of surviving orcs maneuvers around the inferno, locking their red eyes directly onto Princess Hernan. Realizing she's being targeted as the weak link, Hernan's heart drops as brute monstrous warriors close in on her at lightning speed. Without even turning his head, Burrs casually raises two fingers, tracking the ambushers with effortlessly terrifying precision. Kaboom! A catastrophic shockwave of dark energy erupts directly behind Hernan, instantly disintegrating the flankers into thin air before a single speck of dirt can touch her coat. Standing in total shock, Hernan's jaw hits the floor as she realizes that feral orcs, monsters notorious for hunting down massive ogres, couldn't even get within 3 feet of this teenage demon king? Crossing his arms like an absolute final boss, Burr's oppressive aura flares up to maximum intensity, turning the entire snowy battlefield into a literal graveyard. Roar! Giant spectral dragon heads woven from pure dark magic roar into existence, sweeping across the tundra to wipe out every remaining beast in one single majestic flex. Talk about a 10 out of 10 visual flex from the art studio here. With the battlefield completely cleared, Hernan kneels before the glowing blue bloom, hyperventilating in awe over the ultra-high mana purity radiating from the legendary Hyacinth spirit grass. Picking the pristine ice flower from the snow, Burrs offers her a smooth deal, promising that if she locates a few more, he'll let her keep one for her own magic power. Instantly transforming into a sparkling, hyperactive chibi, Hernan salutes with total devotion, roaring to search every inch of the mountain range. Burrs just sighs internally, realizing humans will literally do anything for the right carrot reward. After grinding natural mana herbs until Princess Hernan is completely passed out from exhaustion, Burrs carries her through the freezing blizzard like an absolute boss, soaring back toward his domain. Resting deep within the ice-capped mountain peaks, the towering stronghold of the Tower of Burge stands tall, ready for its next big strategic upgrade. Holding the glowing Hyacinth spirit grass in his palm, Burrs inspects the rare bloom, admitting that kidnapping a royal princess wasn't such a terrible strategic play after all. Fast asleep on the grass, surrounded by cute elemental spirits, Hernan looks so peaceful wrapped in Burrs' oversized coat. Honestly, for a captive hostage, she's living her absolute best life right now. Back inside the dark throne room, Gordon rushes in with urgent news, reporting that a fresh message has just arrived from Grana in the human capital. Led by the renowned healer Cargill, an impressive alliance of 32 elite heroes has mobilized from Hildren, marching straight toward the Urzus Mountains. Following the classic hero trope, these idealists plan to level up across various villages and build their forces before attempting a full tower raid. Gordon proudly projects multiple magical holograms outlining carefully calculated strategic countermeasures to intercept the incoming hero army. Without even glancing at the tactical plans, Burrs casually swipes the entire hologram array right into the trash bin. Talk about total disrespect for his adjutant's hard work. Smirking wickedly, the Demon King drops a bomb on his loyal advisor, declaring that he won't send a single monster to stall the heroes nor interfere with their journey. Burrs explains that foolish interference only serves as free experience points for heroes to level up, instructing Gordon to have Grana's mercenary corps join the heroes to gain their total trust. Knowing the tower's current defenses are nowhere near enough to stop 32 heroes, Burrs reveals his insane secret weapon, upgrading the stronghold using dwarves. Poor Gordon instantly loses his mind, screaming at the top of his lungs over the ridiculous idea of inviting short, stubby dwarves into a sacred demon tower. Flaring a terrifying wave of dark purple aura, Burrs instantly shuts down Gordon's frantic protest, turning his dramatic elf assistant into a shivering chibi shadow. Clarifying his scheme, Burrs knows he isn't hiring dwarves for frontline combat. He specifically needs their legendary craftsmanship and high-tech magical artillery. Imagine being a heroic knight opening the door to the first floor, expecting weak tutorial goblins, only to get obliterated by 50 massive dwarven cannons firing at once. Realizing the terrifying genius behind spawn camping the hero party with heavy artillery, Gordon's jaw drops in complete disbelief at his master's dirty tactics. Even though the tactical advantage is undeniable, Gordon still shakes his head, muttering about how unorthodoxy is ruining ancient demon tradition. But before Gordon can finish his lecture, he blinks and looks up, only to find the throne completely empty and his master long gone. Swoosh! Realizing Burrs just flew off to kidnap yet another high-value target, Gordon grabs his long hair and screams in utter agony into the empty hall. Reaching the underground dwarven city of Wolfner, the rhythmic ringing of heavy hammer strikes on metal echoes through the massive cavernous architecture. Deep within the glowing subterranean workshops, dwarf blacksmiths worked endlessly around scorching anvils to forge legendary weapons. Among these legendary craftsmen stands Roger Friedrich, recognized as the undisputed top blacksmith and master craftsman of the entire subterranean city. Standing before the massive gates of Wolfmer, the sheer scale of the underground city built into raw stone and glowing crystal clusters is an absolute visual treat. Wrapped in a dark cloak, Burrzy reflects on how he fought countless dwarven warriors in his past life, yet this marks his very first time stepping into their capital in person. Seeking local intel on the city's top blacksmith, Burrs heads straight for a dusty tavern hanging a carved wooden sign reading The Midnight Inn. Approaching the tavern counter, Berza casually slides a pile of gleaming gold coins across the table, asking the innkeeper where to find the absolute best smith in town. Grinning ear to ear as he scoops up the shiny bribe, the dwarf innkeeper notes that for a human, this mysterious customer certainly knows how to speak their language. Pointing the way toward the inner city crater, the innkeeper reveals that taking the main elevator down to the lowest secure level will lead directly to the mastersmith. Whoosh! Standing over the massive mechanical elevator shaft, the dark iron railing separates the upper city levels from the abyss below. Bypassing the slow security check entirely, Burrs leaps straight down the open shaft, executing a flawless, whisper-quiet superhero landing at the bottom. Walking down the dimly lit metal corridor toward the deepest vault room, heavy hammer strikes echo loudly through the steam-filled hallway. Peeking past the massive iron door frame, Burze spots a lone figure working tirelessly over a blazing furnace filled with magical sparks. Standing at the center of the underground forge, the city's legendary master blacksmith hammers away at glowing enchanted steel. Boom! With a single strike of the heavy hammer, a blinding eruption of flames and mana sparks bursts across the entire chamber. Surrounded by swirling fire and crackling lightning, the dwarf blacksmith manipulates pure mana through metal with mesmerizing precision. Confirmed by his legendary reputation, the master artisan Roger Friedrich wipes away sweat, completely immersed in his craft. Watching the magical metallurgy dance around the forge, Berzet acknowledges that this dwarf truly possesses the skills worthy of upgrading the Demon King's tower. Gliding silently behind the distracted blacksmith, Berzi extends a dark-gloved hand, figuring a quick, stealthy kidnapping will save him weeks of negotiation. Kaboom! Out of nowhere, Roger spins around like a battle-hardened veteran, swinging a fiery warhammer that detonates an explosive burst of flames. Ducking under the roaring inferno, Burrs is genuinely surprised to realize this old dwarven craftsman somehow sensed his suppressed demonic aura. Crash! With incredible speed for his size, Roger leaps high into the air, bringing his giant glowing warhammer down in a brutal overhead strike. Clang! Easily catching the massive hammer midair with a single dark-clad hand, Burzy instantly recognizes the legendary hero aura radiating from the dwarf's weapon. Roaring with righteous fury, Roger proudly reveals himself as the hero blacksmith, vowing that no demon will ever walk out of the dwarf city alive. Smirking with absolute arrogance, Burrs stares straight into the fiery eyes of the dwarf hero, mockingly pointing out that his battle strength is disappointing. Flaring his massive demonic horns and blinding dark power, Burrs lifts the struggling hero off his feet by the collar, making Roger drop his hammer in pure terror. Clatter! The legendary dwarven warhammer falls uselessly to the stone floor, vibrating as its master is completely overwhelmed by the Demon King's aura. Bang! Hearing the sudden commotion, heavy dwarven gate guards burst through the forge doors with axes raised, shouting in alarm. But as the dense smoke clears out of the chamber, the guards gasp in shock, finding the sacred forge completely empty, with no sign of their master. Rumble! Sirens and panic erupt across the entire subterranean city of Wolfner as guards shout that Master Roger has been kidnapped, while high above on a ledge, Burzy carries the dwarf under his arm like a sack of potatoes. Talk about starting off with pure chaotic hostage energy. Pinned firmly to the cavern floor, the dwarf hero Roger panics as Burrs gives him an icy warning that if he utters a single peep, it's instant lights out. Looking completely unbothered beneath his dark hood, the Demon King makes it clear he couldn't care less about royal hostages right now. He just needs the master blacksmith to lead him through the secret underground escape tunnels. Sweating bullets under Burz's grip, Roger's brain works overtime trying to figure out why on earth a Demon King would sneak into their subterranean city if not to kidnap royalty. Man, talk about the system doing you dirty. Poor Roger literally tears up as his official character profile pops up, revealing his main hero trait is literally just weakness. You almost have to feel bad for the guy. Realizing the dwarf isn't going to talk easily, Burrs hits him with a devilish alternative, smirking as he offers to kidnap the dwarven princess instead and let Roger walk away completely scot-free. To push him over the edge, Brzee paints a horrifying mental picture of the rumors that'll spread, how the brave dwarf hero cowardly sold out his own princess just to save his skin. Talk about top-tier psychological warfare. Hearing that reputation-destroying threat, Roger screams out in absolute agony. This Demon King is truly a villain who knows exactly which buttons to press. The internal terror hits an all-time high as Roger envisions the Dwarven High Court throwing him into a dark dungeon forever, especially since everyone back home already knows he's too weak to put up a fight. Leaning in close with a sinister smile, Burrs swears on the sacred standard of the Demon King that he'll guarantee Roger's safety if he cooperates right now. Knowing that an oath made on the Demon King's standard is practically an unbreakable holy vow, Roger's tiny eyes light up with sudden desperate hope. Clenching his eyes shut in a fierce battle of morals versus survival, the dwarf hero prepares himself to make the ultimate shameful trade-off. Next thing you know, Roger turns around with the most ridiculously adorable starry-eyed sparkles, leaving Bereze looking at him like he's an absolute creep. Honestly, the artistic shift to chibi mode here is top-tier comedy. Meanwhile, back at Roger's massive industrial workshop, heavy iron steam pipes loom empty as the entire elite dwarf army stands guard outside in total confusion over their missing master. In comes a bright pink-haired dwarf girl, staring blankly at the forge with glowing, starry eyes as she wonders where her favorite master blacksmith vanished to in the middle of her request. Meet Louise Verft, princess of the Dwarven Kingdom. She might wear a cute pink dress and pigtails, but this girl is built like an absolute tank, standing over an unfinished broadsword in full muscular glory. When the guards try to explain the kidnapping, Princess Louise explodes into an absolute fury, screaming at the top of her lungs that a legendary hero getting snatched makes zero sense. Looming over the workshop balcony like a total tyrant, the pink-haired princess roars at her army to hunt down the kidnapper immediately and drag him back in chains. Crunch! Squeezing her metal gauntlets until they crackle with fiery aura, Louise casually threatens to rip off the heads of her own guards if they fail. Talk about an aggressive management style. Back in the subterranean passages, Roger crawls on all fours through the narrow dirt tunnel, giving Baraz an uncomfortably close front row view of his thick dwarven backside. Flame! With dark magical fire crackling dangerously in his palm, Burrs glares in total disgust, ordering the frantic dwarf to crawl faster before he gets incinerated from behind. Bursting out of the secret crawl space, the two emerge onto a breathtaking subterranean cliff, overlooking a massive bridge illuminated by glowing light pillars. Panting on the stone floor, Roger proudly points out the path, declaring that his job as a guide is officially over, and he's heading straight back home. Shadow crowns. Instantly flaring his massive demon wings and terrifying horns, Burrs darkens the sky, asking what kind of delusional fairy tale the dwarf thinks he's living in. As Roger screams in complete shock that the oath on the standard was supposed to be sacred, Burzy casually admits he couldn't care less about old trash traditions. The sheer disrespect from this guy is unmatched. Towering over the cowering dwarf with giant dark claws, Burrs contemplates his next move, leaving poor Roger regretting every single life choice that led to this moment. Desperate to avoid getting obliterated, Roger hits the deck and grovels like his life depends on it, bragging about his supreme blacksmith skills and offering full cooperation. Throwing away every last ounce of hero dignity, the dwarf offers to become a double agent and leak all of the Dwarven Kingdom's state secrets just to survive another day. Swept up by such impressive shamelessness, Burzy smiles and grants him mercy, while Roger tearfully bows, chanting praises to the great Demon King. But the moment Burrs turns his back, Roger's face transforms into a devious smirk as he schemes to assemble an elite pursuit squad the second he gets set free. Cackling maniacally in his head, the sneaky dwarf hero counts down the seconds until his grand betrayal. Poof! Suddenly, Roger blinks and finds himself surrounded by floating pastel clouds, cute little fire spirits, and fluttering butterflies. Wait, what just happened? Welcome to the 4th floor of Burrs' tower. Instead of being released, Roger is sitting right in the middle of a peaceful fairy tale meadow alongside Burrs, Gordon, and Princess Hernan. Poor Gordon instantly loses his mind, grabbing his long elf hair and screaming about how his master managed to kidnap an actual hero into their sacred tower. Even Grana's magic hologram pops up with a deadpan report, totally bewildered that the Demon King is collecting rival heroes like Pokemon cards at this point. Stepping forward with innocent curiosity, Princess Hernan tilts her head, asking the dazed dwarf if he's the brave hero who finally came to rescue her. Realizing he's completely trapped, Roger stammers in confusion, reminding Burries of his promise, only for the Demon King to cold-heartedly clarify that mercy just meant keeping him alive. Bam! A hilarious flashback reveals Burrs simply knocked the dwarf out cold with one clean punch and carried him all the way back like baggage. Processing the brutal reality that all his secret escape plans were completely crushed before they even started, Roger's brain completely short-circuits. A wild, unhinged laugh bursts from the dwarf's chest as his eyes go totally hollow in complete mental breakdown mode. Standing in the middle of the sunny meadow, Roger laughs hysterically at the top of his lungs while the entire demon squad watches him in utter silence. Seriously, this panel is pure gold. Smirking down at his broken captive, Burzy mockingly asks if he's really that overjoyed to become the Demon King's newest loyal subordinate. Tears streaming down his face with a terrifying forced smile, Roger chokes out that he is absolutely thrilled to serve. Looming over the weeping dwarf like an absolute overlord, Burz gets straight to business, announcing his very first official assignment. Boom! Imagining row upon row of massive dwarven artillery, Burz orders Roger to fortify the tower's entrance floor with heavy magical cannons. Reaching out with a sinister dark hand, Burz declares his ultimate goal, to spawn camp and utterly obliterate every single incoming hero party at the front door. Cut over to the Urzist Hero Expedition base. Under the moonlight, a massive, luxurious estate stands quiet as the Grand Hero Alliance prepares for war. Disguised inside the base, Grana uses a secret communication stone to report that rumors of Burzy's black flames have spread, forcing all 32 heroes to stack up on fire resistance gear. Holding up a hologram of Burz, Grana notes that because no monsters were sent to attack them, the arrogance of the Hero Expedition is currently at an all-time high. Through the magic screen, Burz grins calmly, explaining that by denying them combat and loot, the heroes will eventually lose interest, stagnate, and fail to level up. Closing the glowing orb, Grana acknowledges that this psychological war is a battle against time itself, confirming he'll keep close tabs on the hero army as Burz's grand trap takes shape. Imagine thinking you're about to face a standard evil overlord, only to realize the guy's playing 4D chess with human psychology. Grana can't help but marvel at how Burz is completely breaking the Hero Alliance without firing a single shot, simply by refusing to send out any monsters. Honestly, has there ever been a Demon King who relies on pure psychological stagnation instead of raw violence? It's honestly hilarious how well this strategy is cooking him. Clack! Stepping into the blindingly bright Grand Hall of the Hero Expedition base, Grana blends right in among the bustling crowds of heroes gearing up for a battle that's never gonna come. As he takes in the sight of dozens of oblivious heroes stacking fire resistance gear, Grana lets out a subtle breath of relief, thanking the gods that a mastermind like Burze is on his side. Swish! Back inside the tower, Burze smirks devilishly as he lays down the law for his new dwarf captive. He gives Roger complete freedom to remodel the entire first floor into an absolute nightmare dungeon, on one petty condition: no mana stones allowed. Poor Roger practically cries a river right there, arguing that primitive mechanical traps without magic energy wouldn't even scratch a hero. But Burz just shrugs it off with top-tier middle management energy, telling him making it work is literally his job description. See, heroes in this world are basically teacher's pets to the universe. Their sensory abilities are so busted they can smell mana stones from miles away. If Roger uses magic, they'll bypass every trap effortlessly, leaving the dwarf totally sweating bullets. Flame? Flaunting a ball of ominous dark magic in his palm, Burz cold-heartedly reminds Roger that if he's useless, he can easily be replaced by another blacksmith. Talk about performance reviews from hell. Flustered, Roger frantically screams that he actually has a secret weapon ready back at his shop. Sparkle! With starry-eyed desperation, Roger brags about a masterpiece craft he spent 3 entire years forging, swearing it's sitting safely back in his old workshop. Burzy leans in with a terrifying shadow over his face, mockingly asking if this secret masterpiece is just a cheap stunt to pull a fast one and escape. Classic villain intuition right there. Click! Deciding to grant him a chance anyway, Burzy casually snaps a sleek metallic collar onto the dwarf's neck before he can even blink. With a wicked grin, Burze explains that with a single gesture, the device will neatly decapitate him. Man, Burze really takes employee retention to a whole new level of extreme. The Lich, on top of the deadly threat, the magic tool projects a holographic blur over Roger's face, inducing complete face blindness in anyone who looks at him. Terrified out of his mind, Roger swears he'll wear this thing to his grave. With his new captive secured, Burze embarks on a month-long secret shopping spree across multiple kingdoms to gather high-grade construction materials for his ultimate tower base. Disguised under a dark cloak, the Demon King buys up massive stockpiles of raw metals and dumps them straight into his subspace dimension while Roger quietly tags along like a traumatized sidekick. But after a grueling month of resource gathering, the Dio finally sneaks back into the subterranean tunnels of the dwarven city of Volfner to retrieve Roger's secret project. Crash! Meanwhile, over at Roger's empty workshop, heavy wooden doors shatter into splinters as pure chaos unfolds. Screaming at the top of her lungs, Princess Louise goes into a full-blown meltdown. A whole month and a half has passed without a single trace of Master Roger, and her patience has completely hit rock bottom. Trembling in fear, the dwarven guard stammers that the complex web of underground tunnels dug by blacksmiths makes tracking nearly impossible, suggesting Roger might have already fled the city. Louise roars right back with zero chill, yelling that obviously he escaped because anyone stand behind under these conditions would be out of their mind. Grab! Yanking the helpless guard captain by his armor, the terrifying pink-haired princess gives them a strict 2-week ultimatum: find the kidnapper or face immediate execution. Man, working for royalty in this kingdom should come with danger pay. Rumble. Ordering her army to fill in every single underground tunnel with concrete, Louise sends the guards scattering in utter terror. Once the chaotic dust settles, the mighty princess stands alone in the silent, vacant workshop, her massive shoulders slumping ever so slightly. Staring down at an unfinished heavy broadsword resting on the cold stone floor, Louise mutters quietly to herself, realizing that weapon was supposed to be forged exclusively for her. Crunch! Squeezing her gauntlets until fiery aura explodes from her fists, Louise vows that Roger isn't allowed to die until he finishes her ultimate weapon. You gotta love a tsundere princess whose love language is literal death threats. Creak! Suddenly, a secret floor tile slides open right behind her, and Roger pokes his head out of the crawlspace thinking the coast is clear. Hearing the noise, Louise turns around with a soft, glowing gaze that could almost make you forget she was threatening decapitation 2 seconds ago. Beep! The system confirms that the face disruption mask is active, giving Roger a false sense of security as he steps right into the lion's den. Staring intently with wide, sparkling eyes, the princess tilts her head in absolute silence. Look at that innocent face! Don't let it fool you, folks. In a hilarious standoff, the tiny masked dwarf stands frozen under the towering, muscular shadow of Princess Louise. Sweat pouring down his face, Roger stammers out a nervous greeting, desperately hoping the face disruptor mask is doing its magic. Crackling! Cracking her gauntlets with a menacing chuckle, Louise's friendly expression instantly flips into pure, unhinged insanity. Boom! Erupting with a blood-red aura of pure violence, Louise accuses Roger of faking a kidnapping just to ditch her weapon order. Talk about a terrible time for a misunderstanding. Step! Looming over him like an unstoppable force of nature, the princess cold-heartedly declares that Roger is officially her lifelong weapon-forging slave from this day forward. Flame! Raising a massive gauntlet burning with golden fire, she prepares to deliver a legendary beatdown as Roger grovels on the floor, begging for his life. Explosion! Louise brings her fist down with enough force to level a city block, sending a blinding shockwave tearing through the workshop floor. Tap! But just as the dust settles, a stylish black boot lands effortlessly right in the middle of the devastation. Shine! With his face obscured by the holographic glitch mask, Burzy steps in casually, ordering Roger to hurry up and grab his equipment while he handles the angry princess. Glaring with murderous intensity, Louise demands to know who this masked intruder is, only for Burzy to deadpan that he's simply the master of the poor blacksmith she was harassing. Whoosh! Screaming in rage that the dwarf belongs to her, Louise leaps into the air like an absolute missile, fists glowing with raw destructive power. Bam, bam, bam! She unleashes a rapid-fire storm of golden punches, but Burz deflects every single blow effortlessly using dark energy barriers. The animation in this fight scene is honestly breathtaking. Sharp, dark eyes lock onto his target through his black bangs. Burz isn't even breaking a sweat. Slash! Executing a lightning-fast counterstrike, the Demon King slashes forward with a surge of concentrated purple energy. Clang! Louise blocks the blow with her gauntlets, thrown back slightly as her eyes widen in sheer astonishment at his overwhelming strength. Boom! The resulting clash creates a massive kinetic explosion, blowing away debris across the entire forge. Zip! Moving faster than the eye can see, Burz teleports straight behind the dwarf princess before she can even reset her stance. Grab! With terrifying precision, Burzy pins her head down from behind, completely shutting down her momentum in a single smooth movement. Kaboom! A burst of compressed magical pressure erupts outward, pinning the mighty princess firmly to the ground. Holding her down with absolute dominance, Burzy easily subdues the legendary warrior without taking a single scratch. Talk about an absolute flex. As the dust settles, Burz recalls Louise Verf's incredible background, the second princess of the Dwarven Kingdom who, despite not being an official hero, possessed monster-slaying power renowned even before his regression. Imagine holding your worst enemy right by the neck, knowing you could snap her like a twig, but realizing one wrong move could ruin your entire master plan. Holding down the legendary dwarf princess Louise, Burz contemplates ending her right here and now before she grows any stronger. But there's a huge catch. Since his regression, his current strength is way lower, meaning he'd have to unleash every last drop of his original demonic power to put her down for good. And if he goes all out in the middle of a dwarf fortress, the local guards will swarm the place like angry hornets, completely blowing his cover as the secret Demon King. Burz narrows his eyes in annoyance, realizing this high-stakes gamble just isn't worth the risk. Honestly, the mental math you have to do when you're a regressed overlord must be exhausting. Clang, clang, clang! While Burz keeps the crazy princess busy, Roger the blacksmith is working at literal light speed, wrenches and bolts flying everywhere as he desperately dismantles his giant machine. Look at the sweat pouring off this dwarf. He knows if he doesn't finish in time, he's getting flattened. Swish! Burzy glides back toward the tunnel, urgently asking if the dwarf has secured the goods yet. Panting heavily, Roger stammers that he's still in the middle of taking the massive contraption apart. Talk about working under maximum stress. And feast your eyes on this absolute beauty. The system reveals Roger's masterpiece, the extra-large Mana Ghost, a colossal steampunk sphere designed specifically to erase and conceal all traces of mana. Seriously, the detail on this mechanical globe is insane. Roger might be a neurotic mess, but the guy is a certified engineering genius. Flame! Dark magic flares around Burz's face as he gives Roger a terrifying ultimatum. Dismantle it in under 1 minute or face immediate execution. Horrified out of his mind, Roger practically screeches that he'll work faster than light itself. Standard corporate motivation, right? Boom! Princess Louise comes diving back down like a fiery pink meteor, gauntlets blazing with golden energy. Seeing her incoming strike, Burz coldly warns Roger that if things go south, he's leaving the dwarf behind to get pulverized. Naturally, Roger screams in pure horror that it's almost done. Swish! Burzy gets into a defensive stance, inner thoughts racing as he calculates how long he can hold off a walking calamity like Louise without exposing his true demonic energy. Even a former overlord has to admit when an opponent hits like a freight train. Kaboom! Golden Holy Aura collides head-on with Burz's dark energy shield in a blinding explosion that rocks the entire underground forge. You gotta love how the artist renders kinetic impact here. You gotta practically feel the air pressure through the screen. Crackle! Roaring with unhinged rage, Louise's gauntlets flare with blinding flames as she vows to snap both of Roger's legs so he can never run away from her again. Man, talk about the most terrifyingly aggressive client in fantasy history. Burz just smirks right back through the chaos, casually mocking the second dwarf princess and declaring that he's walking away with both her precious blacksmith and her secret machine. The level of casual disrespect from Burz is honestly peak villain energy. Chee! Steam vents wildly from breaking pipes and gears as Roger frantically unlatches the main power couplings. The clock is ticking and the noise is completely deafening. Snap! Roger screams at the top of his lungs that the dismantling is finally complete. Meanwhile, Burz and Louise's magical shockwaves are literally tearing up the stone floor around them. Talk about a clutch play. Realizing what's happening, Louise's eyes go wide with absolute fury as she screams at Roger for betraying her just to steal back his old project. Her rage level is officially over 9,000 right now. Shine! Spotting a split-second opening in her wildly aggressive stance, Burzy's eyes lock onto his target with cold precision. When a master fighter sees a flaw, it's game over. Bam! Burzy delivers a devastating lightning-fast kick straight into Louise's chest, throwing off her momentum and blasting the mighty princess backwards. Voom! Without missing a single beat, Burza slashes his hand through the air, summoning a glowing red subspace rift and screaming for Roger to jump in immediately. Crash! Louise slams into the far wall, shaking off the blow like it was a minor inconvenience and screaming that such weak attacks won't stop her. Seriously, this woman is built like an absolute brick wall. Thud! But by the time the dust clears, the huge Mana Ghost apparatus and Roger have completely vanished into thin air. Louise lands on the empty floor, staring in absolute jaw-dropping disbelief at the empty room. Bang! A heavy squad of dwarven guards finally burst through the main doors, asking what happened, only for Louise to turn around with bulging veins and scream that they're useless slowpokes who showed up after the fight was already over. Classic military timing in fantasy stories, always arriving 5 minutes late with Starbucks. Explosion! Louise roars at them to give chase through the secret tunnel, but before anyone can even move, a massive explosion caves in the entire passage, sealing it off with tons of solid rock. Staring at the pile of smoldering rubble, the fire in Louise's eyes softens for a second as she mutters to herself, wondering if Roger really hated forging her custom weapon that much. Ouch! That subtle emotional damage hit harder than any magic spell. Grin! But don't let that soft moment fool you. In less than a second, Louise's face twists into a dark, utterly insane smirk, finding this whole betrayal wildly entertaining. Boom! Erupting with blood-red yandere aura, Louise insanely vows to hunt Roger down across the entire continent, promising to make him regret the day he ever tried to run from her. Okay, note to self, never break a commission contract with a dwarf princess. Zoom! With a bloodshot eye wide with pure unhinged obsessive fury, she screams Roger's name into the dark room. The artist definitely cooked with this extreme close-up panel. It's genuine nightmare material. Clang, clang! Back inside the safety of the tower, heavy iron chains rattle loudly as a massive object gets summoned straight out of the subspace portal. Voom! Location tag drops, Burz's tower, first floor. The gigantic mana ghost machine lands smack dab in the middle of the luxurious marble hall, looking like an alien spaceship dropped into a palace. Maid Grana stands there with a mop in hand, looking totally done with life as he complains about just finishing cleaning the floor. Meanwhile, Princess Lelia gasps at its gigantic size while Burz calmly explains it's the ultimate tool to counter the hero expedition. Dusting off his hands with a smug grin, Roger announces that the Mana Ghost installation is officially complete. Burz orders him to fire it up immediately without wasting time. Flame! Dark magic surges around Burz as he ominously reminds the dwarf that this thing better be worth all the trouble they went through to steal it. Sweat pouring down his face, Roger frantically hits the main power switch. Whirr! Deep inside the giant sphere, gears grind and the massive central glass orb ignites with a breathtaking swirling cosmos of blue magic. Flash! A blinding column of radiant light explodes outward, illuminating the entire first floor and forcing Grana and Lelia to shield their eyes. Now that is what I call top-tier visual effects. Suddenly, a bright holographic system prompt pops up right in front of Burz's face, asking if he wants to spend 10,000 points to assimilate the Mana Ghost directly into the tower. Burza stands there completely baffled, staring at the screen and wondering if the tower always had a hidden assimilation function that he never knew about in his past life. Click! Deciding to test it out, Burz hits confirm, instantly spending 10,000 points and dropping his balance down to just over 1,100 points. System beep. The system confirms that the Mana Ghost has recognized Burzi as its true master and instantly converts its power source from standard mana to raw demonic energy. Purple dark aura instantly engulfs the entire machine. Roger goes full fanboy, eyes sparkling like anime stars as he screams that converting the power source to demonic energy is the absolute discovery of the century. Burz just looks on deadpan, thinking to himself that even the item's creator didn't know it could do this. Wanting to test the tower's new anti-hero stealth field, Burz turns to Princess Lelia and casually tells her to cast any high-level magic spell she wants right inside the hall. Poof! Overjoyed, Lelia unleashes a full-blown chaotic storm of elemental magic, firing off fireballs, water blasts, and cute little spirits everywhere. Poor maid Grana literally screeches in agony as his freshly scrubbed floor gets completely annihilated once again. Talk about zero respect for the cleaning staff. Creak! Stepping outside the heavy main entrance doors, Burz looks back inside as Lelia continues her magic fireworks show, knowing that normally such massive mana usage would radiate miles outside the tower. Crunch! His boots crunch into the thick snow outside the tower as he prepares to measure the magic leakage with his own senses. Wide shot! Burzy stands alone beneath the towering obsidian gates of his fortress amidst the quiet snowfall. Gasp! Narrows his eyes in complete shock. Burz realizes he cannot see inside the tower at all from the outside, nor can he feel a single drop of magic or energy radiating out. The Mana Ghost assimilation completely scrubbed all energy signatures. Swish! Intrigued by this incredible stealth power, Burz channels a dark purple aura into his hand to see what happens if he manually manipulates the tower's field. rumble. The space surrounding the gigantic structure begins to warp and distort like a glitching video game render. Flaring dark magic from his fingers, Burrs commands the tower's spatial matrix to respond. Poof! In a breathtaking wide shot of the snowy mountain range, the colossal obsidian tower completely vanishes into thin air, leaving nothing behind but barren snow. That is ridiculously overpowered stealth right there. Swish! Smiling in satisfaction, Burrs waves his hand once again to undo the cloaking spell. Crackle! With a surge of dark purple lightning, the massive tower instantly materializes right back into the snowy valley. Checking his system notification, Burzy notices his demonic energy points drop down to a meager 137 points. He realizes he can now completely hide or reveal his base whenever he wants, though maintaining this god-tier cloaking field drains an insane amount of energy. Talk about an absolute game-changer for the upcoming war. Ever wonder what happens when a former Demon King gets his hands on a god-tier stealth device? Burrs looks at the newly integrated spatial matrix with a sly smirk, knowing that while its energy consumption is currently through the roof, this game-changing tech is going to be his ultimate trump card down the line. Before Burzy can even catch his breath, Roger comes charging in with his eyes practically popping out of his socket, screeching like an absolute maniac for permission to drill directly into the machine and study its inner workings. Clank! Latching onto the piping like a starved lunatic, the rogue dwarf begs for a chance to dissect this historic masterpiece. Burrs just stands there with sweat dropping down his neck, thinking this guy looks less like a blacksmith and more like a bloodthirsty demon ready for battle. Talk about workplace passion bordering on a restraining order. Striking a fast deal, Burza promises Roger full access to the machine on one tiny condition. He has to obliterate every single hero stepping foot on the first floor using his lethal traps. Fueled by raw spite, Roger erupts in flames, screaming that he'll gladly sweep away those treacherous heroes' scum. Yippee! Roger skips off like a toddler in a candy shop, leaving Burrs to turn his attention to Princess Lelia. With a deadly serious expression, he asks the young royal if she's ready to handle the hero wave coming up to the 4th floor, instantly catching her completely off guard. Lelia points a finger at herself in utter confusion, reminding Burzy that she's literally a helpless royal princess. But Burzy just hits her with a dry reality check. She's also a prodigy elementalist who has zero intention of ever returning to her boring palace life anyway. Sigh. A shadow of doubt crosses Burzy's mind as he watches her. He wonders if forcing a naive, innocent princess to turn her back on her own kind might actually be pushing things a little too far, even for a demon lord. But while Burzy is having a deep moral crisis, Lelia is over here casually juggling fire, water, wind, and rock spirits, debating which element will wreck the human heroes fastest. Man, you gotta love how quickly she threw her own species under the bus without a second thought. Realizing she's actually fully on board, Burzy instructs her that all she really needs to do is cause absolute chaos and panic among the invaders. He adds a sweet incentive. If she pulls this off smoothly, he'll grant her whatever wish her heart desires. Lelia's eyes instantly turn into sparkling diamonds as she clasps her hands together. She accepts the mission, but demands one critical condition. When the heroes arrive, she wants to be dramatically introduced not as a princess, but as the official, terrifying subordinate of the Demon King. Yahoo! Burzy just deadpans at her bizarre request, agreeing that giving her a cool villain title is literally the easiest demand he's ever heard. Cue Lelia doing a miniature victory dance in the background like a total dork. Feeling way too confident, Lelia strikes a glamorous pose and winks, asking if she should deploy a lethal honey trap to lure the heroes to their doom. Burzy instantly shuts that down with a flat no, telling her to just stick to the actual plan. You can't blame the guy for keeping her on a tight leash. Fast forward a bit, and we get a majestic wide shot of Burzy sitting on his dark throne inside a massive red-carpeted hall, surrounded by floating holographic tactile screens while issuing commands to his shadow operatives. Swiping through the blue floating interfaces, Burzy lays out his grand offensive scheme. Decimate the primary hero forces on the 1st floor with heavy artillery, and then mop up the survivors on the 4th floor using the princess as prime bait. Thud, thud, thud! A grim vision of the marching hero alliance flashes across the screen. Even with all these preparations, Burzy narrows his eyes in frustration, calculating that his current setup won't even wipe out half of the incoming 200 high-level heroes. Glow! Holding a mystical purple flower shrouded in dark aura, Burzy inspects a corrupted spirit herb named Hyacinth. Knowing that demonic attribute plants grant a massive boost to demonkind, he realizes his main priority right now is grinding begging for more power resources before the invasion hits. Whoa! We cut to the breathtaking, snow-dusted mountains where the dark obsidian tower stands hidden in plain sight. Lelia stares at the towering structure in pure awe as the frigid wind howls across the valley. Trudging through the deep snow, Lelia looks down at her floating elemental spirits with a disappointed pout, reporting to Burrs that they hit another total dead end on their search for spirit herbs. Grumble, with a cute blue spirit sitting right on top of his head, Burzy scowls at their bad luck, muttering that their previous harvest was clearly just a fluke. He dryly blames the incompetent little spirits while Lelia senses something unnatural lurking in the freezing air. Step. Out of nowhere, the peaceful atmospheric tension vanishes as a massive, fur-lined blue arm with deadly claws emerges from behind a snowy tree right behind them. Roar! Emerging from the blizzard is a colossal, white-braided beast with blood-red eyes and imposing horns, an elite Froll orc chieftain. Talk about a terrifying random encounter popping out of the fog. Crackle! Rather than panicking, Burzy simply raises a single hand as dark red energy surges from his palm, annoyed out of his mind that he has to deal with another annoying Froll orc in the freezing cold. Crunch! But before Burzy can blast the beast into outer space, the giant monster suddenly drops his massive body down into the snow with a heavy thud. Boom! Bowing his head in deep reverence, the creature identifies himself as Krutu, chieftain of the Blue Frost tribe, frantically begging the Demon King to spare them and accept his tribe as loyal kin. Burzy pauses his spell mid-cast, completely stunned by this plot twist. Rumble! The camera pans back to reveal the entire Blue Frost orc army drop down on their knees in unison across the vast snowfield, shouting at the top of their lungs for the Demon Lord to accept their allegiance. Burr stands there, blinking in disbelief, questioning if he heard that right. A fierce tribe of wild monsters voluntarily surrendering and asking to be claimed as his demonic kin? Krutu explains that their ancient ancestors were demons who betrayed the underworld, forcing their lineage to carry that original sin for generations. He begs for the ultimate glory of serving the true Demon King once again to redeem their bloodline. Flash, smothering his glowing spell, Burzy cuts right through the dramatic sob story, calling out Krutu's real motivation. They don't care about ancient sin, they just know demonic energy will make their bodies 10 times stronger than eating regular spirit herbs. Krutu gives a fierce grin, admitting that since the Demon King saw right through his tactic, there's no point in playing modest. He gestures to a soldier behind him, demanding that he bring out their offering immediately. Glow, the iron lock snaps open, revealing 3 insanely rare elemental spirit herbs blazing with radiant red, blue, and purple magic inside a pristine treasure chest. Lelia's eyes turn into literal stars at the sight of the glowing loot. Burst takes the box, praising Krutu's impressive intelligence, planning skills, and negotiation tactics, noting it's wildly rare for a brute Froll orc to possess such high-level brain power. Krutu humbly responds that in order to survive in a brutal, frozen wasteland full of apex predators, his tribe was forced to prioritize wisdom and brain over raw muscle. Honestly, you gotta respect a monster tribe that actually invests points into their IQ stats. Inspecting the treasure, Burst hands the chest over to Lelia and asks Krutu if he came seeking his power specifically because his tribe lacked the raw strength to defend themselves. Krutu bows his head in silent, heavy solemnity, silently confirming the harsh reality of their weak existence in this ruthless world. Shine! Touched by their ambition, Burzy lets out a dark smirk and weaves a blinding, complex red magic circle right over his palm, declaring that he gladly accepts the tribe into his army. Roar! But as the crimson aura flares wildly, Burz drops a crucial rule. He will only grant his direct demonic power to Krutu alone. Violent magical surges wrap around the chieftain as his muscles begin to swell unnaturally. Burn! A glowing red dragon crest sears itself directly into Krutu's chest like a molten brand. Burz commands him to roam the frozen northern plains, expand his tribe, and wait for his ultimate call to war. Kaboom! Energy violently erupts as Krutu completes his god-tier transformation into a massive, heavily armored, demonized orc overlord. The detailed character design and terrifying aura here are honestly peak manhwa artwork. Thank you! Krutu roars into the heavens, expressing his overwhelming gratitude for this unimaginable gift of ultimate power. Bow! Dropping back onto one knee before Burzy and Lelia, the newly transformed chieftain pledges his absolute, eternal loyalty to the Demon King. echo. Behind him, the entire horde of blue-skinned warriors roars in unison, their deafening pledges of loyalty echoing across the snowy mountain peaks. Burzee just secured himself a full-blown elite frontline army for zero cost. With the alliance sealed, we get a quick look at the base setup. On the first floor, Roger stands smugly amidst a terrifying fortress crammed wall-to-wall with massive, dark-glowing mana cannons. Meanwhile, on the fourth floor, Princess Lelia strikes an amazingly stylish villain stance in a lush artificial forest domain, wearing a dark cap, mask, and cape while surrounded by high-tier elemental spirits. Back in his throne room, Burzee watches all 3 tactical live feeds on his floating monitors, coldly remarking that every single chess piece on the board is finally locked into position. Gasp! His eyes lock forward with pure vengeance, darkly inviting the hero expedition to step right into his trap so he can thoroughly repay every single humiliation he suffered in his past life. Wind howls. The scene shifts to a quiet, gloomy pine forest buried deep under heavy falling snow as the cold wind blows through the trees. Step, step, heavily armored paladins and elite scouts trek through the thick snowdrifts as 2 high-ranking captains confirm their arrival at the target area. The camera pans up to a breathtaking wide shot of the jagged, frozen Regressed mountain range, painting a bleak picture of the brutal battlefield ahead. Behind the captains marches a massive, intimidating coalition of 200 top-tier heroes, mages, and knights, all fully geared up and ready for total war. Lights up! We end on a spectacular shot of the hero expedition's forward staging base, a colossal, illuminated medieval fortress packed with grand cathedrals, stone walls, and mounted siege ballistas. The stage is officially set for an all-out war, and you definitely don't want to miss what happens next. Imagine sitting at a lavish victory banquet, thinking you're about to conquer the ultimate dungeon, completely unaware that your fearless leader is secretly setting you up as total monster chow. That's right, inside this gleaming grand hall, hundreds of elite heroes are living it up without a single care in the world. Sitting right at the head table, an old castellan couldn't be happier, showering praise on the world's favorite hero, Hillen Cargill, for bringing such an incredible army together. Swept up in the glorious atmosphere, the old man nudges Hillen, telling him he really ought to stand up and deliver a speech to boost morale for the big fight tomorrow. Before Hillen can even decline, the castellan pops up and shouts across the hall to get everyone's attention, announcing that their brave hero is about to say a few words. Gasp! The entire room goes quiet as knights, mages, and mercenaries turn around with starry eyes, totally idolizing the golden boy who promises to save them all. Coughing lightly into his pristine white glove, Hillen puts on his best charming smile, playing the modest leader to absolute perfection. Honestly, you've got to give this guy credit. His fake innocent act deserves an Oscar. Standing up with total authority, Hillen addresses the packed room of heroes, nobles, and mercenaries, declaring that their long, grueling expedition is finally reaching its grand climax. Laughter? He chuckles that the Demon King must be absolutely terrified in his boots, since not a single monster has attacked them yet, but warns his men to stay sharp regardless. Clink! Raising his wineglass high into the air, Hillen passionately vows to rescue Princess Ernon and wipe out the demon forces once and for all. He lets out a heroic roar, demanding they show those foul demons who the true masters of this world really are. Cheers! The entire hall erupts into deafening cheers, raising their drinks and shouting for justice. Talk about peak hype before absolute disaster strikes. Sitting quietly nearby, Granada the elf observes the wild party, silently noting that while their expedition force didn't grow, Hillen somehow managed to keep everyone from abandoning ship. He gives Hillen props for using pure charisma to secure guild funding and drag these greedy mercenaries all the way to the freezing north. But Granada's inner thoughts take a dark turn. Remembering that the tower seemed totally abandoned during his last scout mission, he briefly considers backstabbing the heroes right then and there. Man, trust in this alliance is literally at rock bottom. Panic! He instantly shakes his head to clear the thought, reminding himself that if the hero squad actually succeeds, his own deadly curse gets broken, so he needs them alive. Realizing his mind is spiraling, Granada clutches his head and decides to step out onto the balcony for fresh air while sending a quick magical report. Glow! Under the cold moonlight, Granada activates his magic comms, whispering to his secret master that the army has arrived at Horton Walk and will begin climbing the mountain tomorrow. Flash, on the other end, Burzee's holographic image appears with a chilly sternness, commanding Granada to cut off all communication from this point forward. Burzy issues a final, ominous warning. Watch out for the mountain blizzards, stay alert at night, and most importantly, never stand anywhere near the tower doors when they open. Ding! The signal cuts out abruptly, leaving Granada staring at his glowing crystal in total confusion, wondering what kind of nightmare Burzy's planning at the front gate. Step! Suddenly, a voice interrupts his thoughts. Hillen strolls out onto the balcony holding 2 glasses of wine, catching Granada totally off guard. Handing over a glass, Hillen casually mentions it's a sweet fruit wine specifically imported for elves, acting like the ultimate thoughtful leader. Sipping the wine, Hillen gently asks Granada if he's feeling anxious about the impending raid on the Demon King's lair. Gulp. Looking down into the swirling red wine, Hillen drops his confident persona for a second, quietly confessing that he honestly doesn't know if they'll survive either. Staring out over the freezing moonlit mountains, Hillen admits that conquering a Demon King's tower is always a complete nightmare that never goes smoothly. Granada tries to reassure him, reminding Hillen that he literally killed the Demon King of Lust in his previous campaign, so a newly spawned Demon King should be child's play. Curious, Granada asks Hillen to finally spill the details on how he defeated the Demon King of Lust, as a sudden, heavy shadow falls across Hillen's face. Okay, check out that shift in lighting. The artist is definitely dropping major red flags here.
Flash. Shaken off the dark look, Hillen flashes a blinding fake smile, claiming he only won because he had brave comrades fighting right beside him on the front lines.
Patting Granada's shoulder with fake warmth, Hillen asks the elf to take the lead during tomorrow's battle and cover his flank, promising victory if they team up. Fallen for the flattery hook, line, and sinker, Granada agrees to take the frontline position without realizing he's walking straight into a trap. With their pact sealed, the two turn around and head back inside the warm banquet hall to join the festivities. Glare! But the moment Granada's back is turned, Hillen's friendly expression morphs into a sinister, blood-curdling glare. Gazing down at his dark magic ring, Hillen smugly thinks to himself that he's definitely counting on Comrade Granado to be his ultimate human shield, just like the last guy's. Wow, this guy's an absolute psychopath. Bright and early the next morning, sunrise hits the massive stone walls of Horton Walk, the final staging fortress before the deadly mountain range. Cheers! The fortress gates swing wide open as thousands of citizens cheer on the marching hero army, showering them with blessings for a safe return. Leading the grand procession at the very front are Hillen and Granada, looking like a powerful duo ready to take down the world. Wind howls. Cut to the freezing narrow gorge of the Urgis mountain range canyon, where the 200 heroes begin their perilous trek through the snow. Walking near the middle, a couple of generic mercenary fodder chuckle to themselves, foolishly bragging about how easy the weather is and how victory is already guaranteed. Laughter. Another heavily armored merc jokes that disaster-class monsters must be hiding in fear because they heard the legendary Lord Hillen was coming. Splat! Right in the middle of his arrogant sentence, a thick drop of gooey purple slime plops directly onto the mercenary scout's forehead. Drip! The scout wipes the sticky slime off his face, completely bewildered by what just dropped from the sky. Classic rookie mistake. Never talk big in a narrow canyon. Scream! Looking up, everyone freezes in sheer horror as dozens of massive skeletal ghouls swarm down the sheer cliff walls like terrifying undead spiders. Swing! Drawing his broadsword, Hillen shouts orders for all forces to form a defensive line and shield the squishy mages at all costs. Crash! The canyon turns into pure chaos as giant skeletal abominations unleash hell from above, crushing fodder left and right. Gasp! Just when they think they can fight through the horde, a soldier screams in absolute panic as a titanic dark silhouette looms at the canyon's end. Roar! Emerging from the blizzard is a colossal, multi-horned frost giant colossus made of solid ice and bone, utterly sealing off the canyon exit. Seeing the giant beast, Hillen dramatically yells for the main army to retreat and escape while he steps up to fight the Colossus all by himself. Boom! Bursting with radiant blue aura, Hillen launches himself high into the freezing air like a rocket, putting on a heroic show for his impressionable troops. Swoosh! Mid-air, Hillen draws his glowing blade, charging head-on toward the massive skeleton giant with unbelievable flair. As the frost giant roars with demonic red eyes, Hillen flashes a cold, arrogant smirk, completely unbothered because to him, this giant beast is nothing more than a minor warm-up exercise. Ever wonder how far a fake hero will go just to put on a show? Watch Hillen leap straight into the air like a superhero, aiming his blade right at the giant skeleton's skull. Boom! Hillen lands directly onto the frost giant's massive bony neck, using his full momentum to drive his weight down like an absolute force of nature. Crash! The colossal skeleton stumbles violently into the mountain cliff, shattering massive boulders into dust as Hillen holds on for dear life. Zap! Crackling with vibrant blue lightning aura, Hillen dashes along the beast's spine, charging up every ounce of his magic for a final, decisive blow. Talk about high-budget anime animation in a webtoon panel. Swing! With intense focus in his eyes, Hillen channels a ridiculous amount of energy into his sword blade, preparing to put on the performance of a lifetime. Locking onto his target, Hillen's eye flashes with terrifying precision as he screams out his internal timing cue to execute the strike. Slash! A blinding arc of radiant blue energy cuts right through the frost giant, slicing the massive undead colossus clean in half. But instead of finishing the fight quietly, Hillen dramatically screams at the top of his lungs, telling all the fodder soldiers to run for their lives right now. Explosion! Hillen triggers a massive blast that blocks off the gorge with snow and debris, loudly pretending he's sacrificing himself to cover everyone's retreat. Honestly, give this man an Oscar for dramatic acting. Crackle! The frost giant's bony head burns into black smoke, completely disintegrating under the sheer power of Hillen's aura attack. Kaboom! A gigantic cloud of snow and smoke fills the entire canyon, locking off the pass and making Hillen look like the ultimate self-sacrificing messiah. Pant. Down in the valley, the surviving mercenaries collapse into the snowdrifts, gasping for air after barely escaping with their lives. Catching their breath, the fodder knights chatter among themselves about how insane those cliff ghouls were, agreeing that without Lord Hillen, they all would have ended up as monster chow. The gossip gets even wilder as soldiers talk about how Hillen absorbed the Demon King of Lust's powers, making him stronger than a Demon King himself, while Hillen plays the sweet caretaker checking in on injured troops. Listening nearby, Granada the Elf Scout wipes sweat from his forehead, actually starting to believe that Hillen's raw strength might genuinely be enough to conquer the tower. Flash! Hillen turns around with the pristine, blinding hero smile, completely fooling his clueless allies into thinking he's their savior. Seriously, his poker face needs to be studied in textbooks. Horn! Suddenly, a booming war horn echoes across the snowy peaks as massive, beastly silhouettes appear on the ridge above the valley. Gasp! Granada and the knights instantly freeze in horror, while Hillen narrows his eyes after picking up a heavy wave of pure demonic energy. Staring down from the ridge is a terrifying, blue-skinned Froll orc general with a blazing horn, sinisterly welcoming the clueless heroes to the mountain of death. Granada tries to warn everyone about the ominous echoes, but arrogant Hillen casually steps forward, claiming he'll clean up this local trash in 2 seconds flat. Flashback! Right then, Burz's ghostly warning flashes inside Granada's mind, reminding him of his master's first vital rule: beware of the falling snow. Panic! Granada's eyes widen in sheer terror as the puzzle pieces connect in his brain, realizing why Burz warned him about the mountain weather. Glaring down at the army, the demonic Froll orc leader sneers, declaring that not a single one of these foolish heroes will live to see the tower. Smirk! Back in his dark throne room, Burz watches the entire scene unfold through floating magical screens, flashing a villainous grin that spells total doom. Rumble! The entire mountain range begins to shake violently as a deafening roar echoes from the highest peaks down to the canyon. Sweat! Granada's face goes completely pale with utter dread as he hears a mountain literally splitting apart above him. Roar! Granada screams in pure rage at the Demon King as a colossal wall of white avalanche thunders down the slope, swallowing hundreds of helpless heroes whole. Scream! The Elf Scout can only stare in horror as the endless wave of snow flattens their formation, realizing they fell straight into a massive tactical trap. Snap! Relaxing in his grand throne, Burzy casually enjoys the live broadcast of screaming knights being crushed by snowdrifts like a guy watching a movie with popcorn. Grin? Looking straight at the floating monitors, Burzy chuckles mockingly, giving the heroes a warm welcome to his custom-made horror movie. With a bloodthirsty glare, Burzy vows that this time around, he's gonna hunt down every single one of them until nobody is left standing. Sitting back in his high-tech magic office, Burz smugly recalls how he gave Granada 3 precise warnings before sending them into this hellhole. Flash. The first rule was simple: always watch out for the snow, because nature is the deadliest weapon on a mountain battlefield. Swoosh! As the blizzard clears, the snowy landscape is littered with buried equipment and battered survivors desperately trying to dig their comrades out. Hillen barks out loud orders to set up camp immediately and start search and rescue ops, maintaining his righteous hero persona while secretly watching the body count drop. Flash! Then comes Burz's second warning. Never, under any circumstances, lower your guard when night falls. Roar! The moment darkness hits, giant skeletal frost giants and feral ghouls attack the weary camp, driven directly into their tents by relentless Frawl orcs. Clash! Granada frantically slashes through incoming monsters with his green wind magic, screaming curses at the Demon King for orchestrating this endless nightmare. Chuckle! Burze watches the chaos with absolute glee, musing on how non-stop daytime avalanches combined with nighttime ambushes will completely break the hero's spirits. Grimace. Meanwhile, Hillen grits his teeth in hidden frustration, realizing his smooth-sailing plan is rapidly turning into an unmitigated disaster. Ding! In just 3 days, the hero force is slashed from over 500 men down to a miserable 256 as they finally reach the summit, only to find absolutely nothing. Rage. Hillen loses his cool completely, screaming in desperation about how it's standard logic for a Demon King's tower to be standing proudly at the highest peak. Shout. Chaos erupts among the surviving troops as soldiers begin shouting that the ranks are completely breaking apart. Exhausted and covered in bruises, Captain Wharton steps forward and bluntly tells Hillen that his elite night squad is officially calling it quits. Gasp! Hillen turns around with a stunned look, barely able to process that his loyal meat shields are abandoning him right before the finish line. Wharton turns his back on the mission, stating that the expedition is a complete failure and that surviving to see tomorrow matters way more than glory. Shadow falling over his face, Hillen bites his lip so hard it bleeds, secretly fuming with pure hatred toward these useless, deserting mercenaries. Shout! Just as mutiny is about to break out, a lookout suddenly screams across the ridge that they've spotted the Demon King's tower. Whoa! The remaining troops look down into a massive hidden basin below, where the gigantic black tower was hidden all along. But look at those stats. Their army shrank down from 256 to just 52 survivors. Creak! The massive front doors of the tower slide open automatically, and the clueless, desperate mercs immediately charge inside thinking the first floor is free loot. Oh boy, they are walking straight into Burz's death trap. Burzy drops his third and most crucial rule of survival. Whenever a massive, ominous dungeon door swings open, you better make sure you aren't standing anywhere near the front. Right on cue. As the heavy front gates slide open, the fodder heroes find themselves staring directly into the glowing blue barrels of a dozen dwarven mana cannons, ready to wipe them out. Hillen and his remaining knights freeze in sheer terror, realizing too late that rushing into the Demon King's front yard was a massive mistake. Boom! A blinding torrent of high-density blue mana blasts right through the doorway, proving that dwarf technology hits like a freight train when built for defense. Kaboom! The mana cannons unleash a devastating salvo, attempting to incinerate every single intruder in a single brutal instant. Back in his high-tech control room, Burze watches the live feed with a smirk, fully aware that a simple automated trap wouldn't be enough to take down an opportunist like Hillen. Pant, pant. Standing inside the scorched entrance hall among wrecked cannon barrels, Hillen gasps for breath, barely surviving the barrage. Rage! Veins popping on his forehead, Hillen completely loses his composure, screaming in rage about how nothing on this tower run is going according to his perfect plan. Swoosh! Granada staggers into the hall after narrowly dodging the beam, while Hillen instantly switches back to his fake, caring hero facade. Hillen urges Granada to hurry to the next floor, leaving the exhausted elf scout totally baffled as to why they're pushing forward with just the two of them. Flash, flaunting his crackling aura blade, Hillen arrogantly boasts that since he absorbed the power of the Demon King of Lust, a newly appointed Demon King doesn't stand a chance against him. Hillen flashes a heroic smile, telling Granada that having an elite scout like him around is more than enough backup to finish the job. Climbing up to the third floor, the pair steps into a vast, empty marble hall without a single monster or trap in sight. Hillen narrows his eyes in deep paranoia, suspecting that 2 empty floors back-to-back can only mean a massive ambush is waiting for them. Whoa! Stepping onto the 4th floor, they are suddenly greeted by a sunny, picturesque meadow filled with vibrant flowers, lush trees, and fluttering butterflies. Sweat! Hillen stands there with a completely bewildered look on his face, trying to process why a Demon King's tower contains a literal fairy tale wonderland. Granada and Helen share a moment of complete bafflement, genuinely questioning if they took a wrong turn inside the dungeon. Tap, tap. A stylish high-heeled boot steps onto the grass as a dramatic female voice commends them for surviving all the way to her domain. Ta-da! Striking an over-the-top villain pose surrounded by cute elemental spirits, Princess Ernan dramatically reveals herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings protecting the Demon King. Strike a fierce pose through her masquerade specs. She boasts that she will personally be their ultimate opponent today. Crickets. Awkward silence washes over the meadow as Hillen and Granada just stare at her like she's completely lost her mind. Recognizing the lost royal immediately, Hillen yells out her name in shock, while Granada frantically whispers that they should quietly back away from this crazy situation. Blush. Getting super flustered, Princess Ernan screams that she isn't a princess anymore, but a full-fledged dark elementalist. Boom! Channeling a huge elemental storm of fire, water, and earth magic, Ernan dramatically orders them to taste the terrifying power of darkness. Gasp! Seeing the sheer output of the spell, Hillen realizes this is high-level royal spirit magic, meaning she isn't mind-controlled at all. She's actually doing this on purpose. Flashback! A rapid montage flashes through the endless nightmare they've endured. Frolorc ambushes, lethal avalanches, brutal night raids, hidden basin towers, and first-floor mana cannons. Followed by ghost town empty floors, and now a Chunibyo princess trying to blast them into oblivion. Honestly, this dungeon run is top-tier comedy. Completely defeated by the sheer absurdity of the situation, Granada lets out a bitter laugh at how insane their lives have become. Snap! Hillen's last brain cell snaps into pieces as he screams in raw fury, deciding to throw his fake hero act out the window and destroy everything. Whoosh! Descending from the sky wrapped in dark purple magic, Burr swoops down with a dark energy sphere, mocking Hillen for thinking he could handle this alone. Kaboom! A massive purple explosion tears through the meadow, blasting away the peaceful scenery in an instant. Stepping out from the clearing smoke with demonic horns and wings, Burzet calmly addresses Hillen by his full name. Clash. Hillen barely recovers from the blast, cursing Burrs for attacking from behind while desperately searching for more mana to drain. Locking his eyes on Granada standing nearby, Hillen's expression turns terrifyingly sinister as he spots his next battery. Grab. Blindingly speeding behind the elf scout, Hillen places a heavy hand on Granada's shoulder with a fake reassuring gaze. Gasp! Hillen yells out that they need to combine their strength, leaving Granada confused right before the trap springs. Crackle. Red veins flare across Granada's face as his entire life force gets forcibly ripped out of his body, making his eyes bulge in pure horror. Thud. As Granada drops to the ground as a drained husk, Hillen glows with intense green aura, smugly thanking the elf for his mandatory contribution. Watching the cruel betrayal unfold, Burzy narrows his eyes, instantly recognizing the dark artifact glowing on Hillen's finger. Grin. Cackling like an unhinged psycho, Hillen reveals the forbidden artifact, the Elf Eater, which forcibly converts an elf's infinite life force into massive combat energy. Crush! Stomping his boot right onto Granada's limp back, Hillen casually admits the target dies shortly after, but brushes it off as a necessary sacrifice for the greater good. Gasp! With his final fading breath, Granada glares up at the fake savior, wheezing out that Hillen is nothing but a scammer and a hypocrite. Grin. Watching Hillen crush his own ally without a single shed of remorse, Burrs chuckles mockingly, admitting he loves how utterly trashy Hillen is. Burrs casually points out if he simply removes that magic ring, Hillen will instantly turn back into a weak little bug. Laughed. Drunk on stolen power, Hillen hysterically dares Burrs to try, boasting that not even the Demon King of Lust could take the ring off his hand. Unbothered by the screaming maniac, Burrs calmly utters a single name into the air. Gordon. Huh? Hillen's arrogant laughter freezes in his throat as a silent presence slips up behind his back faster than a shadow. Slash! In a terrifying split second, blood sputters everywhere as Hillen's sword hand gets clean severed at the wrist, sending him screaming in absolute agony. Girl! Standing calmly behind him with his rapiers drawn, Gordon, the shadow elf butler, coldly remarks that the human is way too loud and rude. Swoosh! Wind sweeps through the tall grass as Gordon gracefully holds up Hillen's severed hand with the forbidden ring still on its finger, completely stripping the fake hero of his stolen power. Slide! Hillen skids across the blood-soaked grass in utter panic, clutching his freshly severed wrist while trying to process how his entire plan fell apart in seconds. Sweating bullets, the fake hero looks up in sheer disbelief, realizing that not only can this demon fly, but his stolen elf artifact was completely useless. Tap! Just as Hillen tries to crawl away, a heavy, black-gloved hand lands softly on his shoulder from behind. Talk about the ultimate jump scare. Burzy leans right over his shoulder with a terrifying red-eyed smirk, asking Hillen where he thinks he's sneaking off to in the middle of their fight. Gasp! Hillen's face drains of all color as every survival instinct in his body screams that he needs to dodge right now. The demonic pressure spikes as a colossal shadow dragon silhouette towers over tiny little Hillen. Honestly, the artist went absolute god mode with this panel. Hillen looks like a literal ant next to a cosmic raid boss. Whoosh! Darkness instantly consumes the sky as the surrounding atmosphere drops to sub-zero levels. Burzy swoops down like an apex predator, gathering a terrifying sphere of compressed dark antimatter right above Hillen's head. Look at that villainous grin! Burzy is enjoying every single second of breaking this arrogant hypocrite spirit. Getting right in his face, Burzy casually tells Hillen to take a direct hit like a good little hero. Kaboom! A massive purple beam tears through the meadow, turning the picturesque landscape into a giant smoking crater. Crackle! Shockwaves of raw, dark aura ripple across the floor, completely vaporizing everything in its path. Imagine taking a nice, peaceful stroll in a flower field only for a demon king to drop a tactical nuke on you. As the smoke clears, Hillen is lying face down like extra crispy toast, while Burzy stands over his broken body without a single scratch on his uniform. Pant. Burzy lets out a deep breath, standing tall like he didn't just unleash apocalyptic magic on a guy who was already down. Looking down at the groaning hero, Burzy actually gives him a sarcastic bit of praise, impressed that Hillen didn't turn into literal ash. Staring at the charred dirt, Burzy quietly marvels at the fact that this guy is somehow still breathing after taking that point-blank blast. Burzy casually commands his officers to reattach Hillen's severed hand and lock all the surviving humans in the dungeon. See? Burzy is a great boss. He gives you free medical care before tossing you into a cell. Meanwhile, poor Granada the Elf Scout is lying on the grass looking like a 900-year-old raisin, suddenly feeling a faint pulse of life returning. Burzy kneels down next to the withered elf, offering a radiant red spirit herb while stating that hard work always deserves a proper reward. Granada blinks in complete shock, looking at the Demon King like he just saw a pig fly across the sky. Flash! A divine wave of green elemental magic surges through Granada, instantly restoring his youth and maxing out his stamina. Granada can't even comprehend why an enemy demon would waste a priceless treasure on him, while Burzy casually hands another rare herb to Princess Ernin. Burzy then turns to his hologram screen, granting full security clearance to the dwarven tech leader, who literally explodes with unhinged joy. Waving his hand nonchalantly, Burzy orders the entire squad to dismiss and return to their assigned defensive stations. As Burzy coolly walks away, Granada and Hernan stare in awe at his untouchable godlike presence. Granada's out here treating Burzy like a saint, but little does he know what's about to happen behind closed doors. Princess Ernin tilts her head thoughtfully, noticing something slightly off about the way Burzy is stepping. Cut to inside Burzy's private room. Slam! His black-gloved hand hits the carpeted floor as his legs completely give out. Flop! Burzy collapses flat on his back, gasping frantically like a man who just ran 3 marathons back-to-back. Pant, sweating bullets, Burzy wipes his face, admitting that Hillen's title as a 10-star hero was definitely not just empty hype. A constellation diagram appears in his mind, explaining that the 10-star heroes are the 10 strongest warriors on the continent, and Hillen is literally the absolute weakest among them. Burzy catches his breath, realizing that because he barely invested any stat points into his physical body in this life, a top-condition Hillen would have completely wiped the floor with him. This is why you never skip vigor stats in RPGs, folks. Flashback time, Burzy breaks down his big brain strategy. First, he used brutal mountain marches and fake traps to drain every drop of Hillen's stamina. Then he pushed Hillen completely over the edge, driving him totally insane with taunts and petty mind games. Followed by ghost town empty floors to throw off his guard, which finally caused Hillen to lose his composure and expose a massive, fatal opening in his defense. Seizing that exact millisecond, Burzy dumped every last bit of his remaining mana into one all-out surprise strike. Flash! The margin for error was so razor thin that if a single part of his psychological trap had failed, Burrs would be 6 feet under right now. Lying on the floor with a massive grin, Burrs celebrates his first major victory without relying on standard Demon King cheat systems. Pushing himself up, Burrs feels the ultimate rush of knowing he officially altered the pre-written script of fate. Determination burning in his eyes, he vows that he has what it takes to rewrite the future and survive this story.
Dark memories of smug, corrupt heroes from his previous life surface, reminding him of the sheer hypocrisy of the hero world.
With the sinister smirk, Burrs promises to get absolute glorious revenge on every single one of them. Gotta love a protagonist who skips the cheesy forgiveness speech and goes straight for petty vengeance. Cutaway. Meanwhile, deep inside an overgrown tropical jungle, an ancient stone tower stands completely hidden in the fog. Roar! A giant werewolf demon boss explodes in pure rage, screaming about how those pathetic hero expedition people couldn't even find the actual tower. A shivering wolf scout kneels down, reporting that Hero Warden officially announced to the world that the summit was empty. The werewolf boss loses his mind, utterly baffled as to why this crazy new Demon King is completely breaking standard dungeon building rules. Meanwhile, over at the Horton Walk press conference, an afro-haired hero representative tries to maintain composure in front of a horde of hostile reporters. Flash! Flash! Camera bulbs explode as journalists scream questions demanding to know where all the massive public funding went. Angry reporters swarm the podium, shouting that investors are demanding total accountability for this epic failure of an expedition. Holding a glowing crystal mic, the spokesman nervously reassures the chaotic crowd that Lord Hillen is still hunting and victory is right around the corner. Ah yes, classic politician moves, lying through your teeth while the guy you're hyping up is currently rotting in a demon basement. Imagine pulling off the ultimate dungeon defense, only for news of your victory to spread like wildfire across the entire continent at a terrifying speed. Birds soar across the sky as chaotic panic instantly engulfs the human kingdoms. Over at the royal palace, the king's literally losing his mind, screaming that if the failed expedition doesn't bring his princess back safely, someone's head is rolling. Meanwhile, Princess Ernan's staff is desperately trying to manage the fallout. Down in the town square, rumors are mutating into pure madness as panicked commoners whisper that the famous hero, Hillen Cargill, has already been wiped off the face of the earth. Seriously, gotta love how fast medieval gossip turns a missing hero into a full-blown obituary. Ding! All this widespread panic and global despair pays off big time for our boy Burzy, sending his demonic energy points skyrocketing past a staggering 290,000 points. Meanwhile, over at the High Hero Council, Wharton Kolos stands in the center of a glowing celestial chamber, interrogated by floating hologram projections, demanding to know if he's telling the absolute truth. Wharton places his hand over his chest with deadpan seriousness, swearing on his entire reputation that every single word he uttered about the failed summit is pure facts. Hearing his vow, the council realizes the situation is way grimmer than they thought, especially since nobody has a single clue about the true power of this mysterious new Demon King. Talk about total organizational incompetence. A shadowy council member speaks up, reminding everyone that Hillen Cargill is a legendary 10-star hero who wouldn't just bite the dust without putting up an epic fight. Swoosh! The council issues a terrifying ultimatum. If no news comes in 10 days, they're mobilizing a colossal army of all 4,728 heroes across the continent for an apocalyptic raid. Cut back to Burz's dark underground dungeon, where torchlight flickers against cold stone walls and heavy iron bars keep the captured invaders locked up tight. Burzy casually strolls down the dungeon hall, looking down at a beaten, chained-up Hillen and dryly complimenting him on his surprisingly fast recovery speed. Battered and bruised, Hillen glares up through his tangled hair, telling the Demon King to skip the small talk and cut straight to whatever evil deal he wants to make. Burzy flashes a razor-sharp villainous grin and drops a total bombshell right on Hillen's head, ordering him to bow down and become his loyal vassal. Hillen's jaw practically hits the floor in utter shock because that was definitely not on his post-defeat bingo card. Honestly, the look of pure, unadulterated confusion on his face is comedy gold. Clink, Burzy tosses a heavy bag of gold coins onto the floor and breaks down the harsh economic reality of being a hero, pointing out how insanely expensive running an expedition actually is. Burzy lays out the brutal truth. Nobles and merchant guilds sponsor heroes expecting massive returns, so if a hero wins, they live like royalty. But if they fail, they're crushed under mountains of unpayable debt. Flashing a wicked smirk, Burzy points out that for this entire grand invasion, every single investor dumped their capital into just one main guy. Hillen's eyes go wide with cold sweat, as Burzy explicitly names him, the glorious captain who took all the money and blew it on a total failure. Realizing he's completely trapped, Hillen breaks down in panic, realizing that even if he somehow escapes, he'll be branded a fraud and hunted by aggressive loan sharks for the rest of his life. Before Hillen can even ask how Burzy figured out his financial mess, Granada steps out from the shadows with a smug grin, proudly revealing that he leaked all the juicy details. Rage! Hillen slams against his prison bars, screaming at Granada for being a backstabbing snake, only for Granada to yell back that he was working for the Demon King from day one. You've got to respect Granada's complete lack of loyalty to a scammer like Hillen. Walking right into the cell, Burzy calmly explains that humanity lost because they've never encountered a modern strategist like him, but warns that heroes will eventually adapt to his tactics unless he takes drastic measures. Glow! A sinister purple sphere erupts with dark aura in Burz's hand, the infamous Armin's Orb, leaving Hillen staring in absolute horror at the glowing artifact. Burzy breaks down the orb's terrifying mechanics. Once ingested, it attaches straight to the host's brain, letting Burzy instantly sense any treason and detonate their skull with a simple flex of his fingers. He cold-heartedly warns Hillen that if his body rejects the parasite, he'll just execute him on the spot, since there are plenty of other captured heroes lined up to take his place. Hillen panics like a madman, desperately babbling that high-ranking heroes have automatic mind control immunity, so the orb will just dissolve inside him through no fault of his own. Granada chuckles darkly, pointing out that heroes can easily deactivate their mental shields voluntarily. Hillen screams of pure agony at the elf, but Granada just tells him to shut his hypocritical mouth. Grab. Tired of listening to the fake hero's pathetic excuses, Burz lunges forward and forcefully grabs Hillen by the jaw. Crash! With brutal authority, Burzy slams the purple orb straight down Hillen's throat, shouting at him to force it down whether he likes it or not. Gulp! Hillen's eye bulges in sheer panic as the parasitic orb slides down his esophagus directly into his system. Watching the dark aura swirl around the kneeling hero, Granada nervously asks if Hillen might still try to resist even if it cost him his life, but Burzy just chuckles with total confidence. Crackle. Dark energy engulfs Hillen's body as the system officially updates his status, equipping him with Armin's Orb while he groans on the floor. Burzy mockingly explains that a selfish rat who uses his own teammates as disposable shields will never choose death over survival, officially cementing Hillen as the Demon King's brainwashed vassal. Later in the throne room, Burz's Dark Elf manager nervously points out that while having a high-ranking hero minion is great, Hillen's massive debt of 100,000 gold will severely limit his mobility in human territory. Clink! Looking at a small chest of gold, the manager stresses that their current funds only equal about 2,000 gold, asking how on earth Burzy plans to raise a small kingdom's entire annual budget. Burzy just smirks effortlessly and mutters that it's right about time for a specific invitation to arrive, leaving his Dark Elf advisor totally bewildered. A memory panel shows a grand round table of shrouded figures representing the annual meeting known as the Harmony of the Tower, an event Burz previously ignored because he thought demon coalitions were pathetic. Flashing a greedy villain smile, Burz realizes that since these veteran demon kings have been hoarding loot for centuries, they must be sitting on mountains of pure gold waiting to be stolen. Scream! The Dark Elf loses his mind, horrified at the thought of his boss converting more precious demonic energy points into pocket cash, before a system console suddenly blinks with a loud ding. Checking the glowing screen, the Dark Elf stares in shock as the official Harmony of the Tower invitation pops up, forced to admit that Burz's unconventional big-brain strategies actually work. Step? Burzo confidently struts forward, declaring it's time to go scam the senior Demon Kings, while his Dark Elf manager looks at him with absolute fanboy admiration. A dark, eerie title card appears on screen, reading The Tower of Lies, signaling the start of a whole new arc. Whoosh! The camera sweeps over a stunning vista, revealing a majestic pitch-black needle-like tower anchored right in the center of a crystal blue lake. Honestly, the environmental design in this manhwa is top-tier fantasy art. A sleek system window displays our destination, Tower 13th floor, Demon King's room. Thud! Thud! Heavy footsteps echo across a massive marble floor decorated with plush carpet as a dramatic figure enters the upper sanctuary where huge demon lords sit atop elevated thrones. Burzy casually walks through the grand entrance hall, smirking as he remarks that despite arriving on time, the old heads seem to have gathered suspiciously early. Rocking a wicked pair of black horns and a majestic fur cape, Burzy gets right to the point, mockingly asking if they were holding a secret meeting behind his back. A glowing character status screen pops up, introducing our protagonist's true identity, Burz Deos, the Demon King of Hellfire, race, Demon Dragon. Grrr. Over at the high table, a monstrous white-furred werewolf demon glares down at Brezed, growling his name with pure murderous hostility. The system drops a profile window for the angry beast, Draxen Doldorf, the Demon King of Beasts, race werewolf. Looks like Burz is about to turn this formal meeting into an absolute bloodbath. Ever walked into a high-stakes meeting full of powerful villains who already despise you before you even take a seat? That's the ice-cold reception Burz gets as the stunning Frost Demon King, Rhaenys Ordain, fixes him with a chilling stare and notes his infamous reputation. Right beside her, a massive one-eyed titan named Ugar Belbeck grunts in sheer annoyance, branding our protagonist an absolute lunatic for insulting traditional demon standards right out of the gate. Just as the tension threatens to blow the roof off, in steps Jason Coquemundo, the Demon King of Lies, flashing a picture-perfect salesman smile and welcoming Burze with wide-open arms. Honestly, if a guy named the Demon King of Lies smiles at you like that, you should probably check your pockets immediately. Completely unfazed by their hostile glares, Burze internally scoffs at their bogus harmony slogan, wondering how these supposedly terrifying demon lords can be so totally shameless. You gotta love how Burze refuses to give these ancient geezers an ounce of unearned respect. Boom! Enraged by Burz's total lack of deference, Titan Ugar erupts with explosive fury, roaring at the arrogant rookie for daring to lecture seasoned veterans who have ruled for centuries. But Burz just stands his ground as dark fur flutters around his shoulders, secretly smirking because a little deliberate provocation was all it took to figure out what every lord in this room is thinking. With a razor-sharp, smug smirk, Burzy dryly retorts that as far as intelligence goes, he's the only actual genius in the building, triggering a wave of murderous outrage from the giant titan. Crackle, purple dark energy flares up aggressively around Burz as the giant titan looms over him with a demonic grin, but our guy just smirks right back, daring the beast to take a swing. Man, the art quality during these face-offs is insanely hype. Clap! Suddenly a pair of pristine white gloves comes together in a clean, sharp gesture that instantly cuts through the deadly bloodlust hanging in the air. The heavy aura vanishes in a split second, leaving Burze and the titan locked in a tense stance as silence falls over the grand hall. Jason Coquemundo steps into the middle with a polite praying hands gesture, softly urging both warlords to keep their tempers in check and refrain from ruining the peaceful summit. Burzy narrows his eyes in genuine intrigue, realizing Jason dispersed the killing intent of two high-ranking demon kings without spending a single drop of mana. Seriously, what kind of broken anti-violence cheat code is this guy packing? Thud! As the titan reluctantly backs down, Burz struts toward his designated throne, wondering if Jason is leveraging some hidden defensive authority inherent to the tower itself. Looking down at the intricate floor design, Jason smoothly thanks everyone for their cooperation, while Burz cautions himself against making wild assumptions about the tower's secret mechanics. Shiver. Recognizing that he's surrounded by unpredictable powerhouses, Burz resolves to keep his guard fully raised throughout this entire high-stakes negotiation. Clapping his hands once more, Jason officially inaugurates the harmony of the tower, granting everyone open floor to chat, which Burzy dismisses as totally standard procedure. It's hilarious how even demon overlords have to endure awkward corporate icebreakers. Point! Without missing a beat, the terrifying werewolf demon king Draxen points a sharp claw right across the table and zeroes in on Burzy for the very first interrogation. Dramatic pause. Draxen drops a bombshell question that instantly freezes the entire room, demanding to know the exact whereabouts of humanity's missing star hero, Hillen Cargill. Towering over the round table with glowing crimson eyes and exposed fangs, the monstrous Wolf Lord radiates intense pressure while waiting for an answer. Burzy maintains a stony silence, keeping his face entirely unreadable while letting the silence stretch into an agonizing mental game. With a faint, sinister twitch at the corner of his lips, Burze prepares to lay down his carefully crafted cover story. The atmosphere gets super heavy as every demon lord leans in, desperate to learn what really happened to the continent's top hero champion. Flash! The fiery title card pops up on screen, building massive anticipation for the sheer chaos brewing behind the scenes of this high-level demon alliance. Meanwhile, down in the adjutant reception hall, the exact same high-stakes question pops up among the Demon King lieutenants. Did Hillen Cargill actually kick the bucket? The Beast Demon King's fiery red-haired adjutant and the Lie Demon King's cat-eared assistant turn their sharp eyes toward Burzey's Dark Elf manager. Sweating bullet after bullet, the Dark Elf manager frantically throws his hands up in panic, insisting he has zero clue and guessing the hero is probably just wandering aimlessly around some mountain range. The adjutants crowd around him like sharks, arguing that a massive dungeon tower isn't exactly easy to miss, making them suspect the crazy rumors about Burz might actually be true. Gulp, trapped under 4 pair of suspicious eyes, the Dark Elf manager internally weeps, realizing everything is unfolding precisely as his crazy boss predicted. A quick flashback reveals Burzey giving strict orders to his manager, demanding absolute secrecy and instructing him to play totally dumb so they can run Hillen as a covert undercover operative. Back in the present, the manager adjusts his glowing glasses, struggling to digest how his master's absurdly bold predictions keep coming true with scary precision. He takes a dramatic pause, mentally reviewing the utter madness of serving such an unhinged mastermind. Pulse, a surge of pure, unadulterated workplace stress boils over from the deepest depths of the Dark Elf's soul. Explosion! Unable to bottle it up for another microsecond, the Dark Elf internally screams that his Demon King is a stubborn, uncompromising lunatic who completely ignores every rational piece of advice. Totally breaking down under pressure, he loses his cool and yells at the top of his lungs about how his boss pulls reckless stunt after reckless stunt the moment he turns his back. Seriously, somebody get this poor overworked manager a vacation package ASAP. Flush. His face flushes red as he unleashes a torrent of pent-up workplace trauma right in front of the rival adjutants, unexpectedly discovering just how therapeutic full-blown venting can be. Sweat. The surrounding adjutants stare in sheer shock, with the red-haired demon lady patting his shoulder in heartfelt solidarity, agreeing that all Demon Kings are absolute nightmares to work for. Crickets. Realizing he just totally shattered his professional composure and vented his entire trauma journal out loud, the Dark Elf freezes in dead silence. Cut back to the main council chamber, where Draxen glares at Burz in utter disbelief, asking if he genuinely expects them to swallow such a ridiculous story, to which Burz nonchalantly responds with a simple yes. Veins popping. The giant titan and the werewolf stare with bloodshot eyes, screaming that Hillen never arrived, and Burzey failed to construct his tower at the mountain peak like traditional protocol dictates. They yell at the top of their lungs, demanding who he thinks he's trying to fool, but Burz just gives him a hilarious deadpan chibi face, stating that where he builds his own structure is strictly his own private business. Talk about unbothered landlord energy. Intervening, with a silky smooth tone, Jason, the Demon King of Lies, points out that leaving a tower mispositioned makes it an easy target for heroes. So why on earth did Burzey leave his domain unattended just to attend this summit? Leaning forward with a shady grin, Jason tauntingly asks if Burzey somehow forgot the golden rule taught at the Demon King Academy regarding the tragic fate of lords who abandon their towers. He mockingly highlights Burz's high-status title as the legendary valedictorian of the Academy, clearly trying to push his buttons in front of the council. Reclining back arrogantly on his throne, Burz casually shuts him down, declaring he is more than capable of protecting his own turf without taking notes from anyone else. Tick mark. Internally, an annoyance mark pops up on Burz's head as he glares at Jason, thinking to himself how incredibly grating this self-proclaimed demon of lies has been since step 1. Sensing the lethal hostility, Jason holds his hands up playfully and laughs it off, promising to drop the sensitive topic before things get out of hand. Roar. Draxen suddenly loses his cool again, barking about whether Archduke Alkine will tolerate such blatant disrespect, but Burz casually dismisses the high-ranking figure as just an irrelevant old geezer. Stunned into silence by Burz's unbelievable audacity, Draxen grunts in frustration and backs off, deciding it's wiser not to waste energy arguing with a guy who fears literally nobody. As quiet falls back over the grand hall beneath the gleaming chandeliers, Burzy reflects on the situation, aware that playing dumb won't completely erase their suspicions, but it definitely buys him crucial maneuvering time. Looking out at the 4 powerhouse demon lords seated around the grand table, Burz locks on to his ultimate target, reminding himself that his true goal isn't making friends in this council, but swindling these hoarders out of a staggering 100,000 gold coins. Ever wondered what happens when a room full of ancient demon overlords try to run a corporate summit? After the initial screaming match dies down, the big bosses get back to business, with Burrs sitting quietly in the back as he sizes up the room, realizing that the Demon King of Lies sits comfortably at the top of this twisted food chain. Meanwhile, the other powerhouse lords are busy murmuring among themselves, completely unaware that our protagonist is secretly taking mental notes on every single one of their threat levels. But just as Burzay thinks he can blend into the wallpaper, the Ice Elf Demon King Reyna Sordenay turns her icy gaze right in his direction with a terrifyingly calm look. Gulp! Burzay raises an eyebrow in genuine surprise, wondering on Earth why the Frost Queen herself is suddenly singling him out from across the room. Cut to the 13th floor balcony of the Tower of Lies, suspended high above the clouds where the wind whips through the open sky like a sharp blade. Stepping out into the crisp air, Berets asks what this private meeting is all about, only for Reyna to coolly reveal that she's been itching to get a piece of his mind ever since the crazy rumors about him started spreading. Dun dun dun! She drops a total bombshell, admitting that despite his reckless stunt, she actually agrees with his outrageous take on traditional demon standards, leaving Berets utterly stunned. Burrs' jaw practically hits the floor as he desperately racks his brain, trying to remember if this Ice Queen ever said anything remotely like this in his previous timeline. Chills. Reyna clarifies that while she doesn't outright hate traditional demon protocol like he does, she still believes in keeping standards intact, making Burzay wonder what her real game is. From a bird's-eye view of the balcony, she explains that true power requires flexibility, and frankly, talking to Burrs is a million times more productive than arguing with the brainless Hulk sitting inside. Honestly, you gotta love how effortlessly she roasts her fellow demon lords without blinking. She even casts a smooth backward glance, nonchalantly admitting that his sharp looks and rebellious vibe exceeded her expectations. Chibi shock. Burzay's brain momentarily short-circuits as he tries to process a compliment from the Ice Queen herself, completely thrown off his game. Glow. Before he can even formulate a clever comeback, Reyna manifests a floating blue magical orb into his hand, a private communication device, promising to back him up as long as he doesn't trash demon standards in front of her face. Talk about getting a hot girl's number in the most high-stakes way possible. With her dramatic point made, her dark dress swishes softly against the stone floor as she turns to take her leave. Stare. Glancing over her shoulder, Reyna internally admits that Burzay remains a complete enigma to her, though he's certainly a massive step up from the rest of the council. Tap, tap, tap. Her high heels echo softly against the marble entrance as she vanishes back into the grand hall, leaving Burzay standing alone under the open sky. Looking down at the pulsing magical orb resting in his palm, Burzay keeps his guard up, knowing better than to trust an ancient demon king outright, even if her name is Reyna Sordenay. Jackpot! A dramatic realization hits him. Scoring a direct line of contact with one of the strongest lords in the realm is an absolute game-changer for his hidden agenda. Meanwhile, far across the continent, snow glints off the rugged mountain peaks surrounding Burz's towering dark fortress, completely isolated from the outside world. We cut straight down to the first floor of Burz's tower, where the daily grind is in full swing. Tinkle! Princess Ophelia waddles over with the sweetest, most innocent expression, offering a tray of freshly baked, warm chocolate chip cookies to Roger, the grizzled dwarf engineer. With her adorable chef hat tilting to the side, Ophelia proudly boasts that she used spirit fire magic to bake them, while Roger internally sweats bullets at how ridiculously cute and potentially dangerous royal baking can be. Man, seeing a legendary elementalist use god-tier spirit magic just to bake cookies is peak comedy. Roger nervously chuckles, taking a cookie while internally praying to the dwarven gods that he doesn't break a tooth, resolving to praise her baking skills even if it tastes like literal dirt. Crunch! He takes a bold bite, bracing his taste buds for total disaster. Boom! His eyes pop out of his skull as an absolute explosion of flavor violently detonates inside his mouth. Heavenly light! Roger is instantly transported to an ethereal spiritual realm, floating naked across a golden sky with only a single leaf saving his modesty as pure bliss washes over his soul. Seriously, this art team went all out for a cookie reaction panel. Tears of joy! Coming back to reality with tear-streaked cheeks, Roger clutches his face in pure ecstasy, desperately begging to know what kind of divine alchemy she put in these baked goods. Ophelia beams with pride while Roger suddenly feels a massive surge of high-density mana rushing through his veins, realizing these aren't ordinary snacks, they're high-tier mana-restoring edibles. Blushing warmly, the princess giggles that it's just a friendly gift to ensure they get along smoothly as long-term teammates. Ophelia innocently asks if Granada will like them too, and Roger enthusiastically guarantees that the guy will literally lose his mind after one bite.
Sparkle! Ophelia flashes a dazzling angelic smile that brightens up the entire dark dungeon floor.
Step, step. Meanwhile, back in the Grand Summit Chamber, Burrs walks back inside to find the massive room completely deserted. From high above, we see Jason Cockmundo sitting alone at the giant round table, smoothly confirming that the official summit has officially concluded. Smiling like a sophisticated predator, Jason invites Burr-Eyes to stay for a cozy cup of tea, which Burr-Eyes immediately eyes with heavy suspicion. Snap! Jason interlocks his pristine white-gloved fingers, assuming the classic mastermind pose right across the table. Sync! The atmosphere heavy drops to sub-zero as a pitch-black speech bubble emerges from Jason's shadowy frame. Bombshell. With a sinister, knowing grin, Jason leans forward and drops two words that instantly freeze the room. Human money. Shock! Burrs' slit pupil instantly dilates as pure, unadulterated shock pierces right through his cool facade. Crackle! Violent dark purple aura bursts from Burrs' body as his eyes ignite with crimson killing intent, instantly dropping into a combat-ready stance. Panic! Internal alarm bells scream inside Burrs' head? How on earth could the Demon King of Lies possibly know about his ultra-secret underground financial scheme? Jason just sits there with that infuriatingly smooth salesman smile, letting the silence hang heavy between them. Jason flicks a dark magical spark off his fingertips, nonchalantly claiming that Draxon already blabbed the entire secret to him, leaving Burrs totally bewildered. Leaning across the table with a devilish smirk, Jason urges Burrs to drop the tedious mind games so they can cut straight to doing real business. Glitter, glowing visual projections of overflowing treasure chests and massive bags of gold coins appear around Jason as he pitches the ultimate deal, trading raw demonic energy points directly for cold, hard human gold currency. Look at this guy acting like a shady crypto broker in a fantasy webtoon. Burrs narrows his eyes, realizing that as sketchy as Jason is, this deal hits the exact bullseye of what he desperately needs right now. Flashing a picture-perfect customer service grin, Jason vows that he has zero ulterior motives and is totally on Braze's side.
He wraps up his pitch with a booming, overly friendly declaration, proposing a long and fruitful partnership.
Cut straight back to the first floor of Burrs' tower, where the payoff finally lands. Bud! A literal mountain of heavy burlap sacks filled to the brim with glittering gold coins gets dumped directly onto the stone floor right in front of Hero Hillencargill and the crew. Standing tall with supreme confidence, Burrs casually tells Hillen to take his 100,000 gold pieces and scram before anyone traces the funds, leaving the hero completely shell-shocked that the crazy Demon King actually pulled off the impossible. Ever wondered what happens when you try to outsmart a master scammer only to realize he's 3 steps ahead of your entire life savings? Burrs quickly snaps back to reality, realizing that if Jason traces the money trail back to him, his whole undercover scheme goes straight down the drain. In his mind, Burrs visualizes Jason as this shadowy puppeteer pulling all the strings behind the curtain, waiting for the exact moment to trap him in a financial stranglehold. Honestly, you gotta love how this webtoon turns economic drama into a full-on psychological thriller. If he makes even one tiny miscalculation here, he's gonna end up as nothing more than a mindless puppet dancing to Jason's dark symphony. Talk about high-stakes corporate espionage in a fantasy world. Narrowing his eyes with lethal focus, Burrs resolves to tread lightly, knowing that until he completely uncovers Jason's ultimate game plan, extra caution is his only real shield. Boom! Meanwhile, down in the dungeon depths, Burrs reveals his newest military upgrade, having converted the captured human strike team into dark knights and dark mages bound by absolute blood magic. Stepping into the dimly lit corridor, Burrs introduces Hillencargill to his new crew, pointing out that the guy leading them is none other than Amon from the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. Hillen's face instantly drops in total disbelief. Burrs nonchalantly hands over the entire brainwashed unit, telling Hillen to use these corrupt merchants to manage all their prospective loot and carry out orders without question. Sweat. Amon and his fellow merchant-turned-knights are sweating bullets, clutching their glowing dark marks in sheer humiliation while internally begging Lord Hillen to rescue them from demon servitude. But instead of feeling guilty, Hillen's brain starts spinning at top speed, realizing that getting his squad back and wiping out his massive debt actually saves his entire hero career. Grin. Throwing all moral principles right out the window, Hillen reaches out a gloved hand with a greedy smirk, eagerly declaring that they're going to make fantastic business partners. Man, seeing the so-called holy hero sell out his own men in under 5 seconds is peak comedy. Gasp! Amon and the Dark Knights scream in utter agony and emotional betrayal, realizing their fearless leader just traded their freedom for cold, hard cash. Flame. The temperature in the room plummets to sub-zero as a dark crimson aura flares up around Burrs, echoing Hillen's words with chilling venom.
Crush. Burrs tightens his grip on the purple contract seal resting in his palm, igniting a wave of violent mind control shockwaves directly into the hero's nervous system.
Zap! An X-ray perspective shows Hillen's brain getting completely zapped by dark magical torture as pure torment detonates inside his skull. Looming over the agonizing hero with ice-cold eyes, Burzy sternly orders Hillen to watch his mouth and know his place. Agony, Hillen rides on the stone floor in sheer anguish as Burz reminds him they aren't business partners but master and slave, leaving the Dark Knights chuckling in sweet revenge from the sideline. Gasp! Panting on all fours, Hillen tries to brush off the intense torture with a witty joke about weird master-slave dynamics, but Berzez gives him the cold shoulder and bluntly tells him to get lost. As Hillen hobbles out of the grand hall nursing his broken ego, Princess Ophelia quietly steps out from behind a pillar, calling out to the battered hero. Holding out a neatly sealed purple envelope with a royal gold wax stamp, Ophelia gently asks if he can deliver this secret letter directly to her younger sister, Princess Elena. Hillen recognizes the name of Hildurin's 13th princess, staring in complete disbelief while asking why on earth a royal princess like her chose to align herself with a terrifying demon king. Bowing her head in solemn apology, Ophelia admits she has no intention of returning home anytime soon, hinting that a hero of his status should already know about the dark secrets haunting the royal family. Close up on Hillen's intense gaze, he narrows his eyes, realizing that those dark, unthinkable rumors about Hildurin's royal lineage might actually be true. Talk about adding another layer of mystery to the plot. Wind swoosh. Cut to a breathtaking landscape shot of Burz's imposing dark tower, standing tall against the icy snow peaks under a crisp winter sky. Seriously, the background artists on this webtoon deserve a massive raise. High above in the throne room, Berzes sits comfortably on his grand seat while his dark elf advisor nervously questions whether trusting a human hero with important field operations is really a wise move. Burzy casually leans back, explaining that while Hillen Cargill is undeniably obsessed with gold, he isn't just some shallow, low-class snob. He breaks down the psychology of human nature, noting that the disgusting, pathetic vulgarity typical of money-obsessed mortals doesn't define Hillen's true character. A hilarious contrast panel shows a cartoonishly greedy villain showing off a shiny gold tooth versus Hillen's gritty, battle-worn face in the heat of combat. However, Burzy chuckles internally, admitting that Hillen certainly isn't some saintly paragon of virtue either. Flash! Clack! We see a flashback projection of Hillen standing proudly at a holy cathedral podium, surrounded by dozens of flashing press cameras as he addresses the public. Hillen shouts into the broadcast crystal with dramatic theatrical passion, soaking up every single drop of media attention like a true narcissistic hero. Glow! Toying with the dark purple orb of Armin in his hand, Burr smirks, knowing that Hillen's desperate need for fame and clout makes him the easiest puppet to manipulate. With the spell firmly anchored to his soul, there won't be a single double agent in the entire mortal realm as effective as him. Hearing this brilliant strategic breakdown, the Dark Elf advisor stares in pure awe, completely amazed by how thoroughly his master has analyzed human psychological weaknesses. Devilish grin, Burz's smile turns utterly sinister as dark magic swirls around his fingertips, musing on how poetic it will be when a revered human hero destroys human civilization from the inside out. The Dark Elf advisor transforms into a star-eyed chibi version, fanboying hard over how terrifyingly brilliant his lord's grand scheme is. Slam! But just as the evil atmosphere reaches its absolute peak, the massive double doors of the throne room are violently slammed wide open. Sparkle! Princess Ophelia pokes her adorable head through the doorway, surrounded by floating cute elemental spirits, offering a warm tray of freshly baked chocolate chip cookies. Talk about completely destroying the villainous mood in one frame. Burza deadpans, dryly pointing out that she's been waltzing into his top-secret throne room way too comfortably as of late. Threat, he sternly warns her that if these cookies taste terrible, he's throwing her straight into the dungeon for an entire month, while Ophelia just giggles and tells him to take a bite first. Crunch? Burzet takes a small, skeptical bite, muttering under his breath that human baked goods are usually nothing special. Zoom! Suddenly, Burz's pupil violently dilates in total shock as a blinding pink explosion of heavenly flavor detonates across his taste buds. Pump! Ophelia pumps her tiny fist in pure victory, recalling how this exact same magical recipe set Roger the dwarf engineer floating into spiritual paradise earlier. Crack! Burz's gloved hand grips the solid wooden armrest of his throne so intensely that the ancient wood literally shatters into splinters under his raw power. Stern! Trying with all his might to maintain his stoic villain persona, Burzy grunts out a forced, begrudging compliment that it's not bad for a human. Sweat. Behind his strained, twitching smile, Burzy is sweating profusely, using 100% of his demonic willpower just to stop himself from devouring the entire tray. Honestly, watching a god-tier demon lord struggle against chocolate chip cookies is peak fiction. Beam! Burzet asks if she infused spirit herbs into the dough, and Ophelia beams with pure joy, thrilled that he instantly recognized her high-tier magical baking skills. Narrowing his eyes, Burz points out that since she's returning his favor so generously, she must have an ulterior motive for coming here. Wink! Princess Ophelia puts a delicate finger to her lips, flashing an insanely cute, mischievous wink that keeps her true request a total surprise for now. Snowstorm! Cut to the snowy mountain pass, where Hillen Cargill and his squad are safely guided down the treacherous frozen peaks under the heavy guard of Krutu the demon giant. Teleport! Upon arriving at the bustling hub of Horton Walk, Hillen steps onto a radiant blue magic circle, instantly teleporting away toward the kingdom of Hilderin to begin his next high-stakes mission. Imagine thinking you finally got away with abandoning your boss in an avalanche, only to walk right into a room where he's waiting with magic fists powered up. We open up in Granada, where the local tavern is about to witness some old-school guild discipline. Bam! Down inside the Red Hawk Mercenary headquarters, Captain Granada is handing out standard corporate re-education with a massive glowing green spirit fist floating above his groveling squad. Granada's dark voice echoes through the room, grilling his men on how they could shamelessly sprint away the second a tiny snowslide hit, leaving their own captain stranded on a frozen mountaintop. Narrowing his eyes in sheer annoyance, the green-haired elf captain glares down at his battered second-in-command, who looks like he just survived 3 rounds in a blender. The beat-up mercenary bursts into tears, crying out that they were just humble sellswords who didn't sign up to fight natural disasters or god-tier monsters. Honestly, you can't even blame the guy for choosing survival over loyalty. Clench. Granada raises his magic-infused fist again, asking if cowardice gives them a free pass to leave him behind, when suddenly a firm voice cuts through the tension from the doorway. Grenada pauses mid-swing, turning his head with a bewildered look to see who had the nerve to interrupt his private beatdown session. Standing right at the entrance in pristine silver armor is a sharp-eyed blonde warrior named Kaide, who proudly introduces herself as a genuine hero. Tap, tap. Her heavy steel boots click against the wooden floorboards as she steps forward, explaining that while circumstances delayed her from joining the original Demon King expedition, she rode all night just to catch up. Man, look at that absolute main character energy radiating off her. She's got that pure, unbothered idealism written all over her face. Cheers! Seeing an opportunity to escape their captain's wrath, the bruised mercenaries raise their mugs, happily announcing that this rich hero lady just covered their entire bar tab and asking Granada to join the party. Whack! Granada slaps his brainless subordinates across the room, telling them to shut their trap while he deals with actual important business. Turning back to Kaede, Granada appreciates the free booze, but bluntly informs her that the Grand Hero raid is already dead in the water, and Hillen Cargill has already packed his bags and left town. Shock! Kaeda's mouth hangs open in utter disbelief as the devastating reality hits her like a freight train. Grab. Leaning in super close with frantic eyes, Kaede aggressively begs Granada to tell her every single detail about how the mission failed, while Granada sweats bullets, reminding himself to only share the exact lies the Demon King authorized. Sunset. Cut to an overhead shot of the bustling city of Granada as the golden hour light washes over the medieval rooftops. Sitting down at a corner table, Granada spends a carefully tailored version of the mountain battle, leaving Kaede totally shell-shocked that the Demon King's fortress wasn't even at the frozen summit to begin with. Realizing there's no grand battle left for her to fight here, Kaede knows her reason for hanging around Horton Walk has completely vanished. Plink! Slapping a stack of heavy gold coins onto the table as a generous tip, Kaye politely thanks Granada for his time and turns toward the exit. Granada silently watches her heavy plate armor clank away, slightly impressed by her classy demeanor compared to the greedy bums he usually deals with. Snatch! Naturally, his beat-up lackey dives for the gold coins like a vulture, laughing about how she's clearly a naive rookie hero who's going to get scammed out of her armor before the week ends. Talk about no gratitude whatsoever. But as Granada glances out the tavern doorway, his sharp elf eyes spot 3 ominous figures clad in full dark plate armor gliding past the street without making a single sound. Suspicion. His brow furrows. Stealthing in heavy steel plate isn't normal warrior stuff. That's top-tier royal guard training. Stalking! High above the alleyways, Granada quietly tails the mysterious armored squad as they corner Kaide in a deserted courtyard. Surrounding the girl, the head knight sternly demands that she return home immediately because her wealthy fiancé is waiting. But Kaide draws her blade, shouting that she'd rather die than give up her dream of being an independent hero. Hiding behind a stone pillar, Granada activates his face-disrupting magical disguise granted by Burzy, suddenly putting the pieces together. This rookie hero is actually a runaway royal princess. Shaking his head, Granada turns to leave, muttering that royal family drama isn't his circus and definitely not his monkeys. Shing! Before he can even take a single step, the razor-sharp edge of a broadsword stops right against his throat with chilling precision. A towering guard looming from the shadows growls out, accusing Granada of using forbidden magic to spy on royal business. Talk about being in the wrong place at the absolute worst time. Sweat. Granada's heart plunges into his stomach. If these guys break his magical disguise tool, his secret identity as a Demon King's covert operative will be blown wide open. Glare. Seeing the magical distortion glinting on Granada's face, the guard's eyes burn with murderous intent, assuming he's an elite foreign assassin sent to target the princess. Threat! The crimson aura around the guard explodes with lethal pressure, coldly declaring that a loose mouth like his cannot be allowed to leave this alley alive. Panic! Granada internally screams for his dark master, realizing he just accidentally walked into a full-blown royal execution unit. With his back pressed against the cold alley brick, his brain races at 1,000,000 miles an hour trying to figure out a way out of this death trap. Boom! Suddenly, a fixture explosion rocks the entire courtyard as combat violently erupts between the guards and incoming attackers. The Royal Knights instantly shift into a defensive ring formation, locking their heavy shields around Princess Kaide to protect her from the chaos. Swoosh! The guard captain ignites his greatsword with roaring flames, leaping forward to cleave through the dark smoke. Dodge! Granada sprints through the falling debris, gritting his teeth while crossfire spells blow up the stone walls all around him. Protecting the young royal with his body, the lead knight yells at the princess to stay behind his shield while he clears a path out of the ambush zone. Granada grits his teeth in a dilemma. He's the only elf in the city, so unleashing his true elemental magic will instantly give away his identity. But holding back means getting turned into collateral damage. Refusing to be a helpless damsel in distress, Princess Kaide draws her arming sword, fiercely roaring that she's a trained warrior who will fight beside her men. You gotta respect her spirit, even if she's completely outmatched here. Crash! A massive shockwave of compressed wind and flame detonates in the center of the street, shattering the stone pavement into 1,000 flying shards. Glow! Forced into a corner, Granada channels bright green nature mana into his fingertips, lifting boulder-sized rocks into the air to launch a desperate counterattack. Smirk, but right before the spell launches, a dark, velvet-smooth voice echoes through the sky, casually mocking Granada for being late on his reporting duties. Kaboom! Out of nowhere, a column of apocalyptic purple hellfire tears through the cloud layer, crushing the ambient mana of the entire district in a single second. Slice! A massive ethereal dark sword slices down from the sky, instantly neutralizing the guard's fiery aura like a candle being blown out by a hurricane. Descending from the purple storm clouds, Demon King Burzy hovers in the air with massive pitch-black dragon wings, floating horns, and dark magic burning in his palm. Good! Burzy touches down with ultimate aura, looking down at the frozen knights like an absolute final boss interrupting a side quest. Man, the artist went completely crazy with the lighting on this entrance. Grumble, Granada clutches his bleeding arm, yelling that he was getting jumped by royal guards, while Burz just scoffs, telling him not to whine over tiny scratches that a little spit could heal. Standing side by side with his battered vassal, Burz fixes his ice-cold glare on the royal knights, ready to show these arrogant mortals what true fear really feels like. Talk about bad timing. The royal guards instantly freak out, shouting that the Demon King himself has descended from the sky to kidnap Princess Kaede. Honestly, these nameless fodder knights really think they're built for this, yelling at each other that this is their golden chance to capture the final boss. Meanwhile, Demon King Burzee hovers calmly above a fresh crater, casually remarking that he had no idea there was even a princess here. The guard captain isn't buying it for a second, though. Surrounding the area with weapons drawn, the knights keep screaming in panic, trying to figure out why the literal Demon King is crashing their private royal arrest party. Even Granada in his chibi form is sweating bullets, silently asking the exact same question because this definitely wasn't part of the original script. Putting his gloved hands together with the most unbothered face ever, Burzee calmly explains that he's literally just out here running a quick errand. Classic final boss behavior right there. Naturally, the guards lose their minds, screaming at him to stop lying because who on earth buys the "I'm just running errands" excuse from a guy with demon wings? Flashback. Cut back to earlier in the Demon King's castle, where Burzee is chilling on his throne while his butler serves up a plate of fresh cookies, asking what kind of favor Ernan requested. Turns out Ernan cute-talked him into finding Senile powder, which is like a super rare magical item used specifically to forge high-tier spirit contracts. Cue the lore drop. Hundreds of years ago, an elf named Senile betrayed her kind and defected to a human kingdom. Kneeling at the feet of the human ruler, Senile pledged her loyalty and her legendary alchemy skills to the crown. To boost the kingdom's military power, the king ordered her to create a special supplement that would let regular humans form smooth contracts with elemental spirits. Glow! And that's how the legendary green Senile powder was born, becoming the ultimate shortcut for spirit summoners. Back in the throne room, Burz points out that a prodigy like Ernan shouldn't even need a cheat code item like Senile powder to summon spirits. Sweat. Ernan hangs her head in embarrassment as her tiny fire and water spirits hover around her looking completely drained, explaining that the tower's low mana environment is severely nerfing her powers. Smirk? Calling out her bluff, Burz calls her out for playing dumb, knowing she's actually secretly trying to contract a brand new high-ranking elemental spirit. Boom! In his previous life, Burz remembers how Ernan shocked the entire continent by bonding with a colossal god-tier water spirit at age 27. Look at the art style on that blue giant. Absolute perfection. In this world, you can count the number of humans capable of wielding high-ranking spirits on just one hand, making it a world-shifting accomplishment. So Burzee's genuinely intrigued. Why is she pushing to pull off this insane feat 7 whole years earlier than in the original timeline? Blush! Ernan turns bright red, fidgeting nervously while admitting she wanted to surprise him. Man, living in that tower for a few months really gave her a massive confidence boost. Crunch! Grabbing a chocolate chip cookie off the tray, Burzee shrugs it off, deciding that as long as it boosts his faction's combat stats, he's totally fine with helping her out. With a quick thanks for the snacks, Burz set out to fetch the powder, which brings us right back to the present mess in Granada. Flame! Dark purple anti-magic flares around Burzee's fingertips as he cold-eyed tells the guards that he's got his own schedule to keep and plans to wrap this beatdown up in 5 seconds flat. Shock! Princess Kaede clutches her sword, her eyes widening in sheer terror as the heavy air pressure drops like a ton of bricks. Kaboom! A violent shockwave of dark energy erupts across the street, blowing away stone tiles and kicking up massive dust clouds. Floating down through the smoke, Burz glances over with a cold, analytical look, locking eyes with the blonde princess. Seeing her still standing, Burz internally notes that a designated hero really is built different from standard royal guards. Glow! Channeling every ounce of her willpower, Kaede bursts with brilliant sea green spirit aura, stepping to the front of her squad with incredible main character energy. She reminds herself that a hero's divine aura is engineered specifically to purge demon mana, making her the natural counter to guys like Burzee. Grit! Raising her blade with fierce determination, Kaede roars that her destiny was never meant to be trapped inside a stuffy golden palace cage. Swoosh! She slashes her sword through the air, shouting that a true warrior belongs on the blood-soaked battlefield. Flash! Activating her family's secret martial technique, Jespine's supreme swordsmanship, Crescent Moon Slash. Slice. This highest-tier swordsmanship compresses pure aura into an instant projectile blade capable of cleaving through solid steel. Talk about high-budget animation in comic form. This legendary technique is an honorable art passed down strictly to the top swordmasters in the entire empire. Flashback. As she swings, Cade remembers her miserable past as a low-tier princess. Her corrupt royal family treated her like trade goods to be sold off to an ugly old king. Bro, look at that creepy king giving a thumbs up. Gross. Cry! Tears stream down her eyes as she recalls the horror of being forced to marry an old pervert just for political clout. Refusing to accept that terrible fate, she fell to her knees and begged the Imperial Swordmaster, training until her hands bled and her muscles tore every single night. She pushed herself past human limits for one reason only, to earn the title of a legendary hero so no one could ever order her around again. Leap! Launching her ultimate crescent moon slash straight toward the floating Demon King, she knows this is her ultimate test. If she can somehow strike down the final boss right here, the Empire will have no choice but to acknowledge her as a true hero. Burzay watches the massive green energy arc fly toward him without even flinching an inch as Cade pours her whole soul into the attack. She screams in her heart that she's breaking free from her father's political chains and refusing to let anyone pick her husband. Roar! With a terrifying glare, Kaede shouts that from this day forward, she chooses her own destiny. Snap! But reality comes crashing down hard. Burrs casually raises two black-gloved fingers and catches the entire country-cleaving energy slash like it's a twig. Crack! With a slight smirk, Burzy shatters her ultimate technique into glowing green glass shards, casually complimenting her decent sword skills. Talk about an absolute aura flex. Stunned, Kade's jaw completely drops, her soul practically leaving her body as she stares at the guy who just caught her strongest attack with two fingers. Burzy's eyes glow with lethal purple magic as he sinisterly asks if a real hero can survive what he's about to drop next. Apocalypse! Unfolding giant bat wings, Burzy summons massive crimson magic circles that cover the entire sky, spawning dozens of fiery hell spheres ready to obliterate the city. Now that is final boss framing. Look up! The camera angle pulls back behind Cade's trembling armor, showing her standing microscopic against the terrifying crimson sky of absolute destruction. Tremble. Sweat drips down her terrified face as Kaede stammers out in total hopelessness. Realizing she isn't fighting a monster, she's standing before the undisputed Demon King. Imagine Flex dropping straight into a royal city, shattering the enemy hero's ultimate attack with just two fingers, and smirking like a total menace because your new captive is going to be useful in ways she can't even fathom. Kade's whole life flashes before her eyes as sweat drips down her face, trembling in utter disbelief while desperately gasping for breath as reality comes crashing down hard. Clang! Through the thick, swirling smoke, the remaining royal guards scream in sheer panic, begging the princess to retreat before it's too late. Kaboom! Black flames sweep across Horton Walk, leaving unconscious armored knights littered across the shattered cobblestone street like discarded toys. Talk about an absolute one-sided slaughter. From a bird's-eye view, the entire market square looks like a bomb went off, with smoke rising through shattered rooftops and bystanders scrambling in total chaos. Panicked shouts ring out across the district as civilians scream for healers, completely baffled at how the Imperial Guards got utterly annihilated in broad daylight. A badly battered knight clutches his broken chest, gasping out the terrifying news to a local. The Demon King himself just casually dropped from the sky and abducted the 9th Imperial Princess. Cough! The civilian shakes the unconscious guard, screaming at him to keep his eyes open, but the heavy dark magic in the air is already suffocating the remaining survivors. Black smoke and dark residual flames blanket the horizon, leaving the entire city in total shock as word spreads that the legendary Demon King of Regressed has officially returned. Scene shift. Down in the dark, cold depths of the dungeon, Princess Kaede is laid out on a bed of straw, still unconscious from the overwhelming pressure of Burzay's aura. Ernan leans over the sleeping princess in total confusion, asking if this is supposed to be the legendary Senial, only for Burz to calmly inform her that no, this is actually Princess Kaede Jespine. Honestly, the cute little blue slime resting on Kaide's head is completely stealing the spotlight here. Burz casually drops that he just happened to spot her on his way back and picked her up like a stray cat, instructing Ernan to patch up her wounds since she'll be living on the 4th floor now. Standing outside the iron cell bars, Burr straight up explains his whole game system, revealing that he periodically needs to kidnap royal family members to farm high-value demonic energy points. Sweat. Suddenly, Burz's eye twitches as his brain finally catches up, realizing he just casually blabbed top-secret Demon King system info to his prisoner. Ernan loses her absolute mind internally, screaming at her boss for having zero filter and spilling classified evil plot points like a leaky faucet. Trying to salvage whatever dignity he has left, Burzy clears his throat and hits her with a quick never mind before hastily changing the topic back to fetching the senile powder. Bro really tried to pull the pretend you didn't hear that card. Sighing heavily as he walks away, Burrs mentally slaps himself, warning his own brain to get a grip because hanging around Ernan is making him way too relaxed. Meanwhile, shockwaves ripple through high society as official reports confirm that the 9th Imperial Princess was abducted right under the guards' noses. The news spreads like wildfire across the entire continent, plunging royal courts and military high commands into absolute pandemonium. Look at the architectural detail on that royal bridge. The art team definitely cooked on this background. Cut to the Hero Guild headquarters. Inside a breathtaking cathedral-like assembly hall, Hero Hillen Cargill stands on a central podium before the floating silhouettes of the continent's top leaders, undergoing intense interrogation. With a heavy heart and sweat dripping down his cheek, Hillen bows his head in shame, taking full responsibility for failing to locate the Demon King's hidden tower during his last expedition. One of the council members chimes in, arguing that if they punish heroes every time an expedition fails, no brave warrior will ever step up to fight the dark forces again. The council leader addresses the room, declaring that the Jespin Empire has officially requested a full-scale hero expedition to rescue their kidnapped princess. Since Hillen is the only living hero who has directly faced Urzest's forces, the Supreme Council asks for his professional opinion on how to respond. Hillen sincerely apologizes to the royal family, but firmly states that even with all his power, finding that hidden demonic tower is practically impossible right now. He strongly advises against launching a massive army right away, insisting that sending a small, stealthy scout team to locate the tower first is the smartest move. Hillen delivers his killer argument. If this Demon King was actually as godlike and confident as the rumors say, he wouldn't bother hiding his tower behind a massive concealment barrier. Nodding in agreement, the council members fall for the bait hook, line, and sinker, concluding that hiding a base is classic weakling behavior. The High Lords scoff in agreement, fully convinced that this new Demon King is just a fraud playing mind games because he's too scared for an open war. Silence. The Grand Leader ponders the situation in dead silence, letting the tension build in the massive chamber. Glow. With a single eye flashing dark red through the shadows, the leader officially approves Hillen's recommendation until proper intel is gathered. And just like that, the High Council officially postpones the all-out hero war against the Demon King. Chibi Hillen quickly accepts the order with a polite bow, looking totally innocent on the outside. Tap, tap. Walking out of the hall into the shadow, Hillen's face turns deadly serious as he inner monologues, asking if this political scheme satisfies his master's expectations. Hillen smirks internally, satisfied that he successfully used his hero authority to shut down the invasion at the root and buy his true boss crucial prep time. Back at the tower, Burzy receives the magic transmission report, calmly instructing his undercover spy to maintain surveillance and keep the human forces in the dark. Phew! Burzy exhales a sigh of relief, reflecting on how ridiculously clutch it was to turn Hillen Cargill into his secret vassal. If the Hero Guild had launched an all-out assault right now, things would have gotten pretty messy. With Granada stirring up chaos in the field and Hillen manipulating the High Council from inside the Hero Guild, Burz has the entire human kingdom dancing right on his fingertips. Thanks to snatching Princess Kaide, his system points are racking up fast, giving him the precise currency needed to unlock high-tier upgrades. Looking at Kaide's profile and her massive 17,000-point valuation, Burz realizes that if he equips her with Ahriman's orb, he can brainwash her into an elite heavy hitter for his own army. Meanwhile, internal tower construction is in full swing. The Master Dwarf is reinforcing the first floor's mechanical defenses, while Kruptu is rallying massive frost giants up in the snowy peaks. And once Ernan finishes contracting her high-ranking elemental spirit, the tower will evolve into an impenetrable, multi-layered fortress of pure nightmare fuel. A dungeon so terrifying and heavily fortified that standard hero parties won't even dare to set foot near the front gate. Glow. Dark purple energy flares in Burzy's cold eyes as he vows that once his base defense is maxed out, he can finally launch his true crusade of vengeance. A brutal flashback reveals the source of his hatred, recalling the exact moment those self-righteous hero hypocrites stabbed him in the back and ended his previous life. Look at that insane villain smile on the hero. Talk about major plot twist rolls. Standing on a cliffside, Burrs gazes down at a massive, shining metropolis surrounded by floating magic rings and towering clockwork spires, the ultimate target of his next mission. The city of magic engineering, a legendary stronghold overflowing with S-rank mages, high-tech magical weapons, and elite heroes. Welcome to Amor, the most technologically advanced and heavily guarded magic city on the entire continent. Well, that's assuming he can actually sneak in and steal the target item without getting instantly jumped by 1,000 archmages. Look at Burrs' deadpan expression as he admits the quest difficulty is literally set to nightmare mode. Even final bosses get performance anxiety. Imagine trying to pull off the ultimate covert heist in the most heavily defended, high-tech magic metropolis on the planet. Welcome to Amur, the central hub of magic engineering in the Kingdom of Aachen. Standing tall at the heart of the city is the Grand Mage Tower, an absolute titan of magic and power, radiating an aura that warns anyone against causing trouble. But our guy Burrs isn't about to go strutting through the front gates. Instead, he sneaks off to the outskirts of the world's largest magic market to a shady, rundown little store called Jetson's Paradise. Inside, the local merchant is casually flipping through the daily news, chuckling over the scandalous kidnapping of the 9th Imperial Princess and how the Hero Guild is completely losing its mind trying to hunt down a rogue dwarf named Roger. Honestly, bad news for the kingdom is always free entertainment for the locals. Ring! The shop door swings open, shattering the quiet atmosphere as a new customer steps into the dim establishment. Burzy steps up to the counter, casually asking for senile powder without a hint of emotion. The greedy shopkeeper instantly lights up like a Christmas tree, aggressively welcoming his new target while Burzy silently judges the place for looking like a total dump. Now, you might wonder why the Demon King himself is slumming it in a back alley dive shop. Well, Akan is crammed with S-rank mages and elite heroes, meaning even with hidden demonic energy, the risk of getting spotted in high-end stores is insanely high. Talk about playing on hard mode. So Burzy made a calculated play. Stick to the dead-end, low-traffic shops where no high-level mages would ever bother setting foot. Out of sight, out of mind. Classic criminal mastermind tactics 101. Seeing a potential mark, the merchant goes full sleazy salesman, shouting about how ridiculously lucky Barris is and offering a special discount of 1 gold coin per bottle. Talk about a scammer's classic line. This guy probably sells oceanfront property in the desert, too. Unbothered by the dramatic pitch, Burrs tells him to lower his volume, flat out calling the price a complete ripoff. Inspecting the glowing purple liquid, Burrs questions why it looks so weird. The merchant doesn't skip a beat, claiming it's a revolutionary newly developed strain of senile powder. Leaning in with a theatrical whisper, the guy insists it was brewed in total secrecy at the High Mage Tower itself and hasn't even hit the open market yet, a super rare, legendary item. You gotta hand it to this guy's acting skills. He deserves an Oscar for snake oil salesmanship. He pushes harder, telling Burrs that if he misses this chance, he'll regret it forever, stroking his ego by claiming he looks like a rich noble who clearly came out here for something special. Internally, the scammer is practically rubbing his hands together, planning to bleed this mysterious customer completely dry. Seeing through the guy's blatant extortion attempt, Burrs' vein pops as dark magic swirls around his hand. Honestly, can you blame him? He's literally considering turning the scammer into dust right then and there, and I don't think any court in the realm would convict him. Ding-a-ling! Just before Burrs can slice the guy's head off, the shop door rattles open once again, interrupting the murderous tension. Burzy turns around and is greeted by the most ridiculous sight, a heavily armored girl wearing a literal bucket helmet with huge red pigtails popping out the sides, complaining about having to step into such a dump. Burrs' eyes widen in shock as he instantly recognizes the loudmouth warrior who just walked through the door. The girl and her dwarf companion stomp inside, grumbling that if this Roger guy had any common sense, he wouldn't be hiding anywhere that draws attention. Look at the artist's armor design here. A bucket helmet with giant twin tails is top-tier comedic character design. Burzy pulls his hood down lower, sweating buckets as he realizes these high-ranking troublemakers are hunting the exact same dwarf he's looking for. Marching straight up to the counter, the noisy knight interrupts everything, demanding to know if the shopkeeper has seen a specific individual recently. Burza takes a quick inventory of her obnoxious attitude, raspy voice, and unmistakable bright red pigtails. There's zero doubt about it. This is Louise Verft, the notorious Mad Dog Princess. Burze prays his disguise holds, remembering he was wearing a full magic mask the last time they went toe-to-toe. Man is sweating bullets right now. Meanwhile, the sleazy merchant tries his standard scam on the new arrivals, pulling out the classic line that his memory mysteriously fails unless someone buys something first. But Louise is not the kind of person you want to try playing games with. She instantly snaps, warning him that he clearly doesn't realize who he's messing with.
Swing! In a flash of lethal speed, she pulls out a sharp blade and presses it straight against the merchant's throat. Talk about zero chill. She skipped the customer service manager entirely and went straight to mortal threats. Even with a dagger millimeters from his jugular, this absolute menace of a shopkeeper stammers out that if she's going to threaten him, she should at least purchase an item first. Now that is dedication to the hustle. Sweating bullets, he desperately offers to sell her a product so he can legally answer her question without violating his policy.
Louise holds the knife steady, her helmet completely masking her expression as the poor dwarf behind her looks like he's about to have a heart attack from the sheer chaos. Suddenly, Louise cracks up, roaring with laughter inside her metal helmet at the sheer absurdity and shamelessness of this greedy merchant. You can't even be mad at a salesman that committed to the grind. Seizing the opportunity, the shopkeeper pulls out the exact same purple bottle he tried selling to Burrs, rebranded on the spot as Arca Powder, specially crafted for dwarven masters. Burza stands in the background completely speechless, mentally cursing out the merchant for literally renaming the same fake potion right in front of his face. Without even blinking, Louise tosses 3 gold coins onto the wooden table, prompting the overjoyed scammer to shower her with fake blessings and praise. Pocketing the cash, the shopkeeper admits he hasn't personally seen Roger, but directs them toward the most famous blacksmith hub in the city, where every dwarven craftsman goes. Look at that background lighting. The artist really nailed the cozy shop vibe. Satisfied with the lead, Louise nods in agreement and orders her dwarven companion to move out immediately. As she turns to leave, she casts a disdainful glance at Burze standing silently in the corner, scoffing at him for looking so weak and passive. The two storm out of the shop, their heavy footsteps echoing down the quiet street as they head toward the blacksmith district. Once the coast is clear, Burze smirks, admitting the guy actually has crazy guts for fending off a dagger-wielding psychopath and still walking away with 3 gold coins. Truly a legend among scammers. Flushed with confidence from his successful scam, the greedy merchant turns right back to Burze, slyly suggesting that for 10 gold coins, he might spill an even bigger secret. Watching the guy toss his coins into the air with a smug grin, Burze internally marvels at the pure, unadulterated villainy of this humble shopkeeper. Man missed his calling as an evil overlord. Instead of blasting him into oblivion, Burze gets an evil idea. With a dark smirk, he praises the guy's ruthless hustle and tells him to head straight over to the Golden Moon Merchant Guild. He gives him a secret password sent by the mountain, promising that using those words will open every high-tier door in the guild. The merchant looks totally confused, pointing out that the Golden Moon Guild is a washed-up, practically bankrupt organization that no self-respecting businessman would ever touch. Burze's smirk widens into a terrifyingly cold expression as he sets his trap. Dropping the ultimate bomb that the hot-headed girl he just shamelessly swindled was none other than Louise Verft. Talk about instant karma dropping like a grand piano. The realization hits the shopkeeper like a freight train, echoing the terrifying title of the Mad Dog Princess through his brain. His skin turns pale as paper and his knees start knocking violently in absolute bone-chilling terror. Stepping into the light like a savior from hell, Burze offers him a single gold coin as a monthly salary, giving him a choice: work for his guild or get hunted down by the Mad Dog Princess. Realizing he's been completely cornered by a true evil genius, the scammer begs on his knees, desperately agreeing to whatever terms Burze lays down. What an absolute boss move by Burze, scamming the scammer and recruiting him into his syndicate in one smooth maneuver. Just when you think an evil mastermind is about to play nice, he drops the ultimate plot twist with a deadpan stare. Look at this shady merchant's face. He literally thinks he just hit the jackpot, rubbing his hands together like a cartoon villain who just found a cheat code for infinite cash. But before he can even count his fake profits, the entire shop explodes in chaos as he gets blasted back by sheer fury. Talk about customer service with a lethal vengeance. Panting and terrified, the pathetic scammer tries to act big and bad, screaming for everyone to get out while swearing no royal princess would ever step foot in his dirty dive shop. Burrs casually turns on his heel and struts out into the sunlight with a smooth line, leaving the greedy salesman to stew in his own miserable choices. Boom! Out of nowhere, the entire doorway erupts in a terrifying inferno of crimson magic, revealing the ominous silhouette of the Mad Dog Princess standing right outside. Gulp! Look at the artist's dramatic shading on the shopkeeper's face. His soul literally leaves his body as he realizes he just swindled the most unhinged killer in the kingdom. Aye! A blood-curdling shriek echoes into the open sky as sweet, sweet karmic justice finally catches up to our favorite back alley scammer. Meanwhile, out on the street, the battered shopkeeper stammers out a forced courtesy goodbye to Burrs, just happy to still have his head attached to his shoulders. Inspecting the bottle of green liquid in his hand, Burrs shakes his head in utter disbelief, realizing even the bottom-tier slum shops carry legit senile powder. Man really almost paid full price for snake oil. Tap, tap. Suddenly, a heavy armored presence looms up right behind him. It's Louise in her iconic pigtail bucket helmet, surprised to see him lingering around. She trots up alongside her dwarf companion, thanking Burzy for helping her get her hard-earned coins back from that sleazy merchant. Honestly, seeing a knight in a pink frilly dress thank a demon king is peak comedy. Louise admits that since they're currently in a foreign realm, she couldn't completely obliterate the guy and had to settle for giving him a mild beatdown instead. She grips her gauntlets until they crack, grinding her teeth in raw frustration as she vents that she really wanted to rip his actual heart out. Burr's sweat drops, silently judging her wild lack of anger management. Burzy takes a subtle step back, mentally noting that despite her heroic status, this girl is absolute top-tier eccentric madness. But wait, her offhand comment about ripping out a heart suddenly sets off alarm bells inside Burzy's brilliant tactical brain. Pivoting the conversation, Burrs asks if the rogue dwarf named Roger they're hunting happens to be a master blacksmith. Louise's eyes light up inside her helmet as she practically pounces for info. Burzy pulls out a sleek golden pendant emblem from beneath his cloak. The moment the dwarf knight catches a glimpse, he nearly chokes, recognizing it instantly as one of Roger's legendary early masterpieces. Burzy spins a quick cover story, recalling how 2 months ago in the dense jungles of Ormus, he randomly stumbled across a starving dwarf and shared some of his rations. He explains that the grateful blacksmith gave him the necklace in return. Seriously, Burz's ability to pull believable lies out of thin air is an S-rank skill on its own. Louise begins trembling with overwhelming gratitude, practically vibrating in her heavy armor as she promises to shower him with royal hospitality back at the palace. Burrs just prays she calms down before she breaks something. To settle the favor, Louise hands him a glowing golden crest, a rare national emblem that grants unlimited access to the absolute best equipment in the Dwarven Kingdom. Talk about a massive upgrade. As Berze pockets the reward, the dwarf knight turns to Louise, asking what their next move is now that they have a solid lead. Behind her visor, Louise flashes a terrifying, predatory grin, declaring that this time there is zero chance that sneaky dwarf Roger is escaping her clutches. Her chilling battle cry echoes down the avenue, striking fear into anyone unlucky enough to be within earshot. As the noisy duo stomps off toward the blacksmith district, Burzy watches them go while deep in thought about the word heart. Looking back over his shoulder, Burzy realizes that after regressing, he was so hyper-focused on avoiding the tragic downfall of a typical demon king that he overlooked a major historical event. Before his regression, around this exact timeline, the demon king of beasts, Draxon, stumbled upon and consumed the legendary Heart of the Mystic Beast, unlocking godlike power. Roar! Check out this insanely detailed artwork of Draxon. A massive white wolf beast with a burning core pulsates in his chest, radiating sheer primal destruction. Burrs calculates the math. Right now, the dimensional interference heavily weakens his power. If he fought a fully geared Louise in a fair one-on-one duel, he would barely scrape by with a Pyrrhic victory, leaving him totally vulnerable to other heroes. To ensure his survival and guarantee ultimate vengeance against the hero forces, he knows he can't settle for mediocre strength. He needs an absolute quantum leap in personal power. A devious plan forms in his mind. Manipulate events to send the hot-headed Louise straight to the jungle region of Ormus, right where the ancient Tower of Beasts stands. Deep within the overgrown tropical wilderness, the towering stone monolith rises into the mist, holding ancient secrets and deadly monsters by pitting the Mad Dog Princess directly against her ultimate rival as she charges into battle alongside her dwarven allies in a storm of axes and fire. She will clash head-on with Draxen Duldoff, the monstrous demon king of beasts himself. Crash! While those two absolute powerhouses tear each other to shreds in an apocalyptic brawl, Berza will quietly slip through the shadows and snatch the burning heart of the mystic beast right out from under their noses. Now that is a 200 IQ galaxy brain strategy. The legendary core flares with raw elemental energy, ready to be claimed by the true mastermind of this timeline. Shifting gears, Burz checks his system interface. After fusing the tower with the Mana Ghost, two game-changing new utilities have officially unlocked. First up, remote use of tower functions, allowing him to command his headquarters from anywhere in the world. And second, item transfer, opening up a magical instant delivery mailbox system. Talk about top-tier quality of life upgrades for an evil lord. Standing tall on the rooftops overlooking the city, Burz sends a remote message to his loyal steward, Gordon, placing him in full charge of the tower's daily operations while he's away. Navigating the glowing blue menu, he selects 10 bottles of supreme-grade senile powder and hits transfer, spending 1,000 points to send them directly to his spirit contractor princess. Miles away, the magical parcel materializes out of thin air, prompting gasps of shock at the absurdly high purity of the materials. The cute blonde elf contractor beams with joy, marveling at the gift while her elf attendant reminds her that the Demon King personally procured this rare treasure just for her growth. Down on the secure 4th floor of the tower, the kidnapped 9th Imperial Princess sits perched peacefully in cross-legged meditation inside her spacious cell. Burzy leaves strict instructions for his subordinates to begin training her in advanced swordplay so she can protect herself, promising to personally test her skills the moment he returns. Imagine thinking you can take on your master after one training session. Inside the tower's training facility, the kidnapped Imperial Princess lunges forward with everything she's got, screaming that she's going to make her elf instructor regret ever training her. Meanwhile, Burz is out here playing real-life Sim City with his dungeon base. With a quick tap on his system interface, he spends a casual 10,000 points to construct the legendary Hellforge right on the first floor to upgrade his dwarven smithing capabilities. Wham! The moment the magical forge materializes, Roger, the master dwarf blacksmith, practically loses his mind, stumbling around in sheer awe at the god-tier crafting setup. Look at this guy's face. His eyes literally turn into twinkling stars as he pledges his absolute loyalty, swearing he'll forge any god-slaying weapon the Demon King desires. Honestly, give a dwarf an upgraded anvil and you've made a friend for life. Switching over to high-level strategic planning, Burz checks in on his monster forces, casually inquiring about how the Frawl Orc tribe is faring. And talk about an ROI. His commanders report back that they've successfully unified 3 massive tribes, doubling their army size so they can hunt down virtually any high-tier monster in the realm. Satisfied with the progress, Burze nods approvingly through the hologram and instructs his steward to keep managing the tower smoothly while he handles business on the outside. Swoosh! With his cape fluttering in the wind, Burz drops smoothly onto the city streets like a silent shadow in the night. He can't help but chuckle to himself, reflecting on how ridiculously convenient it is to run an entire evil empire remotely without having to set foot inside. Now that his base operations are running like clockwork, it's time for the next phase of his scheme as he prepares to dial up Hillen Cargill. Beep! The glowing projection opens up, and Hillen pops up asking if he can talk, to which Burze nonchalantly responds, wondering what kind of wild coincidence brought this call together. Ping! A massive system notification pops up confirming that the strategic takeover of the legendary Golden Moon Merchant Group is officially complete. But wait, it gets crazier. The whole merchant empire is now secretly controlled from the shadows by dark knights and mages under the alias Amon Katrash. Hillen flexes his political clout, explaining how his status as a legendary 10-star hero convinced the old merchant leader to step down and pass the reins to his son. He smugly notes that, even after a minor setback, the raw prestige of a 10-star hero is more than enough to manipulate whole economic cartels. Clink! A bell chimes softly overhead as Burze enters a dim room, issuing direct orders to contact Renata for their next major operation. He lays out the plan. The newly acquired Golden Moon Group will provide infinite financial backing to buy up and liberate every single elf slave across the entire continent. Gone! Hillen almost chokes on screen when he hears elf slaves, but Burrs just coolly informs him that he's already dispatching a specialized handler to guide the guild. That secret agent? None other than Jetson, the shameless street scammer he just force recruited. Gulp! The poor scammer is sitting right behind Burrs, trembling like a leaf with his mouth bound, realizing he just got drafted into the most dangerous dark syndicate in history. Talk about the worst career pivot ever. Burzy drops a cold, terrifying threat through the link, mentioning that he's already scraped all of Jetson's personal records and family history. With a blood-curdling evil smirk that could freeze hell over, Burrs warns that if Jetson doesn't report for duty within a month, he'll personally send high-rank assassins to erase him from existence. Sob. Tears roll down Jetson's battered face as he squeezes his eyes shut, realizing his choices are work for a demon king or end up in a ditch. Step, step. Burrs turns on his heel and exits the trashed shop, leaving the room quiet and littered with broken furniture. Poof! The second the coast is clear, a puff of smoke erupts behind the counter as Jetson scrambles out like his life depends on it. Because it literally does! Way out in the elf encampment, the green-haired elf captain stares at his communicator in utter shock, yelling out in disbelief at the crazy news. Looking out over the Grand City skyline, he can hardly wrap his brain around the fact that someone wants to purchase every captive elf in the realm. Down in the training courtyard below, rough human mercenaries are swinging their swords around while the elf captain stands above, holding his holographic link. The elf captain confirms the orders into his device, promising to gather all the liberated elves as fast as humanly possible. Deep down, his mind is racing. Sure, rescuing his kin from slavery is amazing news, but delivering them straight into the Demon King's hands feels like stepping out of the frying pan into the fire. Gritting his teeth, he convinces himself that Burze is definitely planning to train his people into an elite network of shadow spies, just like he did with him. He curses the Demon King under his breath, realizing Burze intentionally gave him this emotionally heavy mission to force his complete obedience. Down on the field, the human vice captain wipes sweat off his face while his recruit whines about why a bunch of cutthroat mercenaries are being forced to learn elegant elven swordsmanship. Seeing the elf captain staring blankly into space, the sneaky recruits whisper among themselves, suggesting now is the perfect time to make a break for it and desert. Sweat. The vice captain hesitates as his crew eggs him on, swearing they'll follow his lead since he was their original leader before the demon takeover. Tiptoe! The whole squad tries to stealthily tiptoe away on quiet boots while the elf captain is lost in his existential crisis. Man, loyalty in mercenary bands really lasts about 5 seconds. The elf captain closes his eyes, weighing the tragic reality of his people's situation against their newfound fate. Living as mistreated human slaves or perishing alone in cold dungeons is a fate far worse than anything the Demon King could ever subject them to. Whoosh! Snapping back to reality, his hand glows with violent green mana as he declares that being under the Demon King's banner is infinitely better than human cruelty. What? The fleeing vice captain turns around just in time to see glowing magic erupt right beneath his feet. Snap! Thorny green magic vines shoot out of the cobblestones, instantly wrapping around the vice captain and slamming him to the dirt like a holiday roast. The rest of the deserting mercenaries scream in sheer panic as nature magic comes alive to drag him right back to boot camp. Sweat dropping through the comms, Hillen asks what that loud commotion was, but the elf captain casually brushes it off as nothing before asking what Burze is up to next. The scene transitions as a mysterious voice ponders a single word. Treasure? Queda de Re Daemonio! The epic title card drops with glowing green demonic energy, signaling the start of a brand new high-stakes arc. Deep in the heart of the tropical forest kingdom of Ormus, ancient stone pyramids rise up out of the dense, mist-shrouded jungle canopy. Pushing through the thick jungle vines, Louise Verft is sweating bullets, her red pigtails bouncing as she fumes with absolute rage. Her Dwarven Knight companion trots behind her, reporting that Ormus authorities gave them a strict ultimatum to pull their troops out immediately, and that all permitted search zones have been cleared. Louise stops in her tracks, her eyes narrowing as she glares up at a massive, dark volcanic peak towering over the jungle, declaring that there's still one place left to hunt, the Mountain of Beasts. Imagine marching straight into a cursed demon territory because you're convinced your royal title makes you completely immortal. While her dwarf guard is practically having a heart attack warning her about the Beast Demon King, Princess Louise just waves it off like it's a minor inconvenience. Look at that smug smirk. Louise is dead convinced that nobody in their right mind would dare lay a finger on dwarf royalty. She's over here flexing her kingdom's global economic leverage, reminding everyone that her family literally keeps the world running. Boom! To prove her point, she brings up history, recalling how a demon king who messed with a dwarf prince 2 centuries ago got completely wiped out by an allied crusade. Honestly, her ego is playing with fire here. Her poor knight tries to drop a reality check, guessing that their master blacksmith, Roger, might not even be in these mountains, and that they're walking into a giant trap. Clanch, bending down with absolute rage, Louise snaps back, ordering him to keep moving unless he wants his head ripped off. Man, talk about zero chill from a royal. Echo, cut over to the ancient vine-covered tower deep in the mist, where a panicked scout screams top of his lungs that they've got a massive emergency on their hands. The frantic messenger gasps for air as he blurts out that the hot-headed dwarf princess herself is closing in fast. What? Hearing that Princess Louise is at his front door, the gigantic Beast Demon King practically leaps out of his fur in utter shock and confusion. Sweat drops down his massive snout as his red eyes narrow, instantly suspecting she's here to steal his most prized secret treasure. Gulp! The atmosphere gets tense as he realizes his current defenses might not be enough to hide what's hidden deep in the mountain. We're talking about a legendary core of pure mana submerged in boiling volcanic magma, a power so absurd he wouldn't trade it for 10,000 rare herbs. Glow! Deep inside the subterranean fiery abyss, the flaming orb pulses with terrifying magic. Man, the artist went absolutely insane with the magma lighting effect here. The Beast Demon King knows that if he can just fully absorb this flaming heart, he'll become the single most powerful entity in the entire realm. Swoosh! Panic sets in because his excavation crew is so close to finishing, making her sudden arrival the absolute worst timing possible. He flexes his lethal claws and barks a strict order to his scout. Stop her at all costs, but do not dare kill or heavily injure her. Sweat! His cat-eared subordinate lowers her head, awkwardly stammering that keeping a fiery dwarf princess unharmed is going to be almost impossible. Roar! The Beast King's roar shakes the whole room, demanding to know what could possibly make a simple blockade so difficult. Chill! The room temperature drops to sub-zero as his dark red aura flares up, asking if she's actively looking to get executed. Meanwhile, back on the forest path, a pair of giant armored boots steps into frame right in front of Louise, addressing her with cold condescension. Standing tall with a golden spear, a cocky warrior blocks her path, declaring that this jungle belongs strictly to the Beast Demon King. He smirks down at her, pointing out that her palace should have received the memo about forbidden borders long ago. He casually adds that wandering around here carries a pretty high risk of getting brutally slaughtered by demon tribes. Enter Max Ormus, the second prince of the Ormus Kingdom, wearing the most punchable, scheming villain grain you'll ever see in a fantasy manhwa. Clang! Louise raises her voice, demanding he clear out immediately because she isn't leaving until she finds her master blacksmith, Roger. Smile. Max's eyes go dark and twisted as he chuckles to himself, mocking how hilariously naive dwarves really are. In his head, he starts plotting a dark historical callback, remembering the Great War 200 years ago. Back then, the kingdom bordering the demon territory made absolute bank by selling war supplies to heroes pushing the front line. Business was booming. Glow! That massive war profit was the exact fuel that turned a tiny border state into a grand empire. Evil smirk, Max's dark plot becomes clear. If Louise dies right here and he blames it on the Demon King, a brand new world war will explode. And of course, his kingdom of Ormus gets to play arms dealer and profit off the total destruction of both sides. Talk about a pure snake move. Grit! Spotting his fake smile, Louise's eye zooms in with pure rage as she curses him under her breath. Slash! Max drops the act and lunges forward with his spear, screaming for his men to strike down the dwarfs. Shield wall! Dozens of Ormus soldiers charge down, surrounding Louise's squad while screaming orders to leave no survivors. They chant their kingdom's glory, trying to wipe out the dwarf royal party in a hidden ambush. Flame! Louise ignites her massive battle axe with roaring flames, shouting for any coward brave enough to face her chop. Honestly, her pigtails and giant axe combo is low-key iconic. She screams at the top of her lungs, calling the ambushing Ormus troops a bunch of spineless monkeys.
Echo! High above in the canopy, the cat-eared scout gasps in shock as she witnesses the setup unfold below.
Leap! Flying back to the Beast King, she reports that Ormus forces are actively slaughtering the Dwarf Princess's guards. Panic, the Beast King instantly catches onto the trap. Those snakes from Ormus are trying to murder royalty on his land to frame him for a war. Sweat rolls off his snout as he visualizes the catastrophic global crusade that'll crush his domain if she dies here. Roar! He commands every single wolf, beast, and demon in his army to sprint into the fray and protect the Dwarf Princess at all costs. Clash! Back in the jungle, weapons collide with deafening metal thuds as the ambush turns into a total bloodbath. Stab! Ormus spearmen drop from the trees, plunging their blades directly through the armor of the Dwarven guards. Blood splatters across the green foliage as the dwarf squad gets overwhelmed by sheer numbers and high ground advantage. Swoosh! An Ormus elite warrior executes a violent airborne slash, cutting down another guard before he can even react. Slice! The surprise attack breaks their ranks completely, leaving dwarf soldiers falling left and right. The Ormus commander smirks sadistically, dripping with blood as his men press the violent slaughter. Clang! The remaining dwarf guards quickly interlock their heavy iron shields, forming an emergency turtle dome around Louise to deflect the incoming spears. Inside the shield wall, Louise bites her lip in frustration while her veteran knight desperately warns her that they're completely trapped in bad terrain and can't hold a frontal attack much longer. What would you do if a treacherous human prince tried to start a world war by slaughtering dwarf royalty right in front of you? Well, Princess Louise's loyal guards are screaming at her to make a break for it while they carve out a path, but retreating was never in her dictionary. Pure berserker energy. Biting her lip with veins popping on her forehead, Princess Louise screams that she's going to wipe out every single ambusher herself, leaving her poor dwarf knights frantically begging her to take a chill pill. Peeking out from behind a heavy wall of iron shields, her red eyes are literally burning with pure wrath. Honestly, if lethal looks could kill, these ambushing Ormus soldiers would already be reduced to ash. Prince Max of Ormus charges his spear with glowing green mana, mockingly scoffing at the dwarf shield dome and calling them defenseless little turtles. Man, this guy has classic cocky villain syndrome that's begging for an immediate reality check. Whoosh, swirling a sinister purple magic aura around his polearm, Max vows to obliterate their entire defense line with a single apocalyptic blow. Slash! Leaping into the air with an unhinged, crazy grin, he swings his spear downward with full lethal force, aiming to end the royal bloodline right then and there. Boom! Right before his weapon connects, the sky turns dark as a suffocating wave of pure demonic energy crushes the entire clearing. Max's smug smile instantly vanishes into sheer panic. Talk about getting your thunder stolen in record time. Glancing around in total disbelief, Max realizes the demon scouts watching from the tree line have completely vanished into thin air. A sinister, shadowy voice echoes through the dark atmosphere, calmly noting that this sneaky Ormus betrayal wasn't originally part of the plan. High up in the jungle branches, our hooded MC looks down at the chaotic battlefield, observing how messy human politics really are. I gotta give massive props to the artist here. The contrast between the lush green jungle and that glowing purple magic aura is straight up gorgeous. Both Max and Louise freeze in their tracks, staring upward as their jaws hit the floor, wondering if a high-ranking beast demon just crashed their fight. Chill! Surrounding the tree canopy with suffocating dark flames, the mysterious intruder coldly declares that Prince Mac's dirty scheming ends right here. Glow! Drop in the hood, our main character flashes a dangerous smirk while equipping his magic face-scrambling mask. Honestly, popping an anti-recognition cheat item right before flex dropping on a villain is the ultimate power move. Completely losing his cool, Max screams at his grunts to murder the dwarf princess immediately while he tries to stall this shadowy nightmare. Shout! The ambushing Ormus troops roar in unison, redirecting their violent intent straight toward the dwarf turtle formation. Thud, thud, thud. Debris and dust explode across the jungle floor as speed lines zip across the frame. You know stuff is getting intense when the manhwa skips dialogue and just drops raw impact sound effects. Crack! A blood-curdling shriek echoes through the rainforest as Max gets blasted out of nowhere before he can even land a single blow. Explosion! Bursting out of the shield wall, Princess Louise erupts in roaring yellow flames, swinging her giant battle axe like a fiery tornado. With her red pigtails floating in the thermal draft, she glares at Max with terrifying fury, warning him to turn his eyes away if he values his life. Flame! She screams at the top of her lungs, absolutely furious that anyone dared to act condescending right in front of her. Man, trying to ignore a short-tempered dwarf princess wielding an explosive axe is officially the worst survival strategy ever. Swoosh! She plunges straight into the enemy ranks with blank, glowing white eyes raining down volcanic hellfire on anyone within arm's reach. The Ormus spearmen panic in absolute terror, unable to comprehend how a heavily armored dwarf princess can move with such terrifying speed. Grit, sweating bullets, Max tries to refocus on taking out the crazy princess first, completely unaware that dark magic tendrils are already creeping up his legs. Bro is literally playing checkers while our MC is out here playing 4D chess. Whoosh! From the center of a swirling dark vortex, shadowy purple tendrils explode outward like demonic leviathan tentacles. Snap! Before Max can even lift his golden spear, the dark purple magic wraps tightly around his torso and arms, completely immobilizing him in midair. Gritting his teeth, the Ormus prince gasps in utter horror as he realizes he's been completely snared by top-tier demonic magic. Zooming in on Max's trembling eye, he can't believe a single spell effortlessly shut down a royal prince. The sheer panic painted on his face is pure art. There is nothing more satisfying than watching an arrogant schemer get instantly humbled. Slam! Meanwhile, Louise brings her flame-infused axe crashing down, shattering enemy armor and blasting Ormus troops into the sky. Seeing their commander pinned down, the remaining Ormus soldiers scream in desperation as Louise leaps high into the jungle canopy to hunt him down. Mid-fight, Louise pauses briefly on a bloody branch, wondering where the demon scouts went since their magic signature abruptly vanished. Clash! The Ormus elites charge at her from every direction, screeching about protecting their prince. Honestly, the nerve of these guys blaming her after setting up a dirty ambush in the first place is hilarious. Roar! Fueled by righteous anger, Louise shouts back at the top of her lungs that they were the scumbags who drew blood first. Igniting her battle axe to maximum heat, she vows to send every single one of them straight to the grave to keep their precious prince company. Click-clack! Behind her, the dwarf shield wall shifts open, revealing an armada of heavily armored dwarf gunners locking onto the enemy with multi-shot crossbows. Bang, bang, bang! Volleys of bolts and steel ring out as the jungle canopy erupts in loud crossfire. The panel cuts to a wide atmospheric shot of the mist-shrouded rainforest, showing the quiet serenity of nature ruined by total warfare. Perched high above on a giant mossy branch, our MC watches the distant fiery explosions with a relaxed smirk, satisfied that Princess Louise can handle her own business. Turning his head toward the deep forest, his eyes glint with a dark tactical master plan as he whispers for his true big target to bite the hook. Bold text pulses across the screen, revealing the main objective of this entire operation, the legendary Demon King of Beasts. Looking out across the vast green sea of trees, the MC sets his gaze on an ancient, crumbling stone spire towering over the landscape. You just know whatever boss fight is waiting inside that tower is going to be absolute cinema. Boom! Suddenly, a massive pillar of purple demonic energy shoots directly out of the Tower of Beasts into the sky, shaking the entire tropical realm. Inside the spire, the gigantic white-furred beast Demon King snaps his head up, his glowing red eyes widening in shock at the sudden energy spike. Sweat dripping down her cheek, his cat-eared aide stammers in fear, sensing the overwhelming demonic power radiating nearby. Grrr. Flares of red rage erupt around the giant wolf lord as he growls that this energy doesn't belong to his pack. He realizes another rival Demon King has dared to send an elite invasion force right onto his turf. The territorial disrespect is insane. Digging his lethal black claws into the stone floor, he calculates the sheer magnitude of the aura, realizing it belongs to an elite demon general or higher. He pieces the puzzle together in his head. Right as the Dwarf Princess and Prince Ormus engage in battle, rogue demons magically appear out of nowhere. Narrowing his glowing red pupil, his sharp instincts tell him this whole chaotic scenario is far too convenient to be a simple coincidence. Thud! Realizing his entire domain and secret magma core could be compromised, the Beast King decides he can't trust reports anymore and has to inspect the site himself. You gotta love a leader who actually gets off his throne to handle business personally. Leap! Charging through the jungle foliage alongside a pack of fierce wolves, the Beast King roars, demands to know the status of Princess Louise. Sprinting past the gruesome battlefield strewn with Ormus soldiers, he frantically asks what happened to the invading demon forces. Land! A wolf scout lands beside him, bowing nervously to report that when they arrived, the princess was already completely surrounded by Ormus forces, leaving the Beast Demon King frozen in total, utter shock. Ever wonder what happens when an ancient calamity threatens to repeat itself after 2 whole centuries? The tension is so thick you could cut it with a knife as dark premonitions begin to flood the battlefield. Trembling with absolute dread, the giant wolf lord gazes into the void with glowing red pupils, coming to the terrifying realization that he has 0 countermeasures against an apocalyptic strike of this caliber. Sweating bullets, the wolf scout stammers out his report, explaining how Princess Louise ended up completely surrounded by Ormus troops while his team helplessly watched. Slash! Cut to the actual fight, and Louise isn't trapped at all. She's literally spinning through enemy lines like a fiery lawnmower of death, while her own dwarf guards scream at her to stop the absolute massacre. Talk about a complete miscommunication. Sweat? The wolf scout drops to his knees crying, admitting that Louise cleared the entire army all by herself before they could even attempt a heroic rescue. Bonk! Indignant and furious, the Wolf King slams his scouts into the dirt for being completely useless, leaving them whining with comical giant bumps on their heads, wondering why they got pulverized twice today. Shifting back to serious business, the surviving Ormus ambushers are forced onto their knees at spear point, completely broken after witnessing their prince get brutally deleted by the short-statured powerhouse. Raising a claw, the wolf lieutenant nervously asks his master what they should actually do with these leftover human soldiers. Grit! The Wolf King grinds his teeth in frustration, realizing that if he slaughters these POWs, the human kingdom will instantly frame him for Prince Max's murder. Honestly, dealing with human politics is a total headache. He weighs his tactical options carefully. While killing them would net him sweet demonic energy points, kidnapping a royal and outright murdering him carried drastically different political consequences. Even though Ormus is just a minor kingdom, having an entire nation launch a suicidal revenge war over a dead prince is definitely not on his weekend schedule. Exercising rare villain brainpower, he commands his pack to send the captives back alive so they can tell the truth, ensuring he doesn't take the fall for a crime he didn't commit. Glancing around the leafy canopy, the Wolf King demands to know if anyone spotted the mysterious high-ranking demon who intruded on his domain, only to get another disappointing nope. Slap! Face-palming in pure outrage, he roars at his pack for having shit for brains and terrible wolf snouts that can't track a single magic signature. Calming down for a second, he gives them a pass since a high-tier stealth specialist would obviously bypass basic senses, prompting him to activate an old skill he hasn't used in ages. Glow! System notifications pulse across the screen as he prepares to unleash a legendary sensory technique. The system breakdown reveals that super sensory maximization forces pure demonic energy into the user's sensory organs, boosting their perception to ridiculous levels. Rumble, flares of intense red aura erupt around his furry frame, completely illuminating the dark forest as his hyper-boosted senses tune into the environment. Swoosh! Leaping through the treetops like a shadowy predator, he locks onto a faint, lingering magic trail, smirking as he confirms the target's trajectory. Glaring into the misty woods, the Wolf Lord realizes with growing alarm that this mysterious demon intruder is heading straight toward the dwarf princess. Zooming out, his eyes lock onto a massive active volcano towering over the distant jungle horizon. Stop! Skidding to a halt near his forward scouts, he demands to know which direction Princess Louise fled toward. Boom! Realization hits him like a freight train as he smashes a nearby boulder in absolute fury. Roar! Baring his massive fangs, the Wolf King lets out a blood-curdling shriek of utter realization and despair. Claws digging into the soil, the sheer panic in his glowing red eyes tells us he just uncovered a massive conspiracy. Flash! It was all a grand diversion. The fake clash between Prince Max and Princess Louise was engineered from the very start. Sweating profusely, he realizes the enemy demon intentionally leaked high-level aura just to draw him away from his domain's most critical location, the volcano core. Looking toward the distant peak, he pieces together that another rival demon king sent a top-tier assassin to hijack the subterranean magma power. Meanwhile, deep in the dense jungle, heavyset bear beastmen are secretly pushing wooden ore carts toward a hidden subterranean stone entrance. Heat! Inside the dark cavern, the bear workers toil away beside an underground river of bubbling incandescent lava. System text pulses ominously across the burning screen, revealing the true treasure hidden deep below, the heart of the mystic beast. Whoosh! Descending directly into the fiery pit of molten magma, our shadowy main character spreads giant black dragon wings like an absolute boss. Feeling the intense thermal pressure, the MC notes that this isn't standard liquid rock. The ancient beast's primordial energy is actively radiating through the liquid magma. Floating effortlessly over the fiery pool, he chuckles softly, knowing that even a powerhouse like Draxon would instantly vaporize if he tried to jump into this heat without proper prep. Looking down at the bear miners working tirelessly, he realizes Draxon was forced to set up a massive covert engineering operation just to drain the lava bit by bit. Smirk, flashing a dangerous, confident grin as black dragon scales form across his cheek, our MC boasts that extreme heat means nothing when you wear the scales of the black flame dragon. Glide! Sweeping his massive dark wings downward, he dives right into the heart of the bubbling magma pool without hesitating for a single microsecond. Roar! Suddenly out of the blinding fiery depths, a gigantic three-eyed tiger beast wrapped in fierce golden flames pounces forward to defend the core. Slash! The flaming tiger lunges with lethal force, slashing its massive claws to shred the brazen intruder to pieces. Boom! Massive shockwaves tear through the volcanic cavern as the tiger strike explodes against the surrounding bedrock. Grab! With zero effort, the MC catches the gigantic beast's lethal attack barehanded, casually mocking the tiger for actually detecting his presence from such a distance. Panic! The three-eyed beast demon instantly recognizes the overwhelming dark aura and panics. But before it can retreat, the MC grabs it by the neck with a villainous smirk, inviting it along for a nice swim. Splash! The tiger screams in terror as the MC ruthlessly drags the massive beast down into the ocean of liquid fire. Surrounded by radiant golden magma, the tiger dissolves into pure energy as our MC floats peacefully through the fiery abyss like it's a luxury spa. As the beast's essence dissolves, the MC reflects back on his previous life, remembering how Draxon gained insane regenerative abilities after consuming this exact mystic heart. The sheer absurdity of Draxon's unkillable body in the original timeline finally makes complete sense now. Grin! With dark satisfaction painted across his face, he smiles as he prepares to snatch Draxon's greatest cheat code right out from under his nose. Glowing energy swirls around the core as the true form of the ancient entity finally begins to manifest in the blinding light. Whoosh! Erupting from the depths of the magma core, a majestic, brilliant phoenix constructed of pure golden fire spreads its legendary wings. Bold letters pulse across the screen, confirming that the immortal power buried inside this volcano belongs to none other than a mythical phoenix. Talk about an epic jackpot. Ever wonder what happens when an ancient myth turns out to be the ultimate cheat code? Flashback to his Academy cadet days, RMC remembers digging through secret archives and uncovering hidden records of mythical phoenixes spanning across multiple dimensions. These weren't your average bedtime story birds either. We're talking dimensional crossing entities that wielded power beyond human comprehension. Soaring through cosmic dimensions like an absolute deity, this golden phoenix was documented as a literal world-ending finalizer in every realm it visited. But despite their vastly different power levels, the ancient texts highlighted one terrifying common thread that changed everything. Pages flipping. Any demon king capable of fully absorbing a phoenix's essence instantly became an unstoppable calamity, carving their name into blood-soaked history. Foosh! Plunging deep into the fiery abyss of the magma core, our MC mentally thanks his arch-rival Draxon for inadvertently handing him this legendary power. Floating through liquid fire, he chuckles at how Draxon absorbed this exact phoenix in their past life, unknowingly setting up the MC's ultimate revenge plot today. Grin, claws extending with dark demonic energy, he boasts that this god-tier power boost is finally going to be his alone. Boom! Intense shockwaves ripple through the molten subterranean chamber as the absorption process kicks into maximum overdrive. Meanwhile, back on the surface, an enraged voice echoes through the canopy, screaming to know what wretched thief dared to touch his phoenix. Dash! Tearing through the jungle at breakneck speed, the furious Beast King frantically tries to guess which rival Demon King orchestrated this robbery. Think! He instantly rules out Burns Deos, knowing that pathetic wretch wouldn't have gained any intel or benefits from this territory. Sprinting through the trees, he realizes no rookie Demon King could ever bypass his ironclad security unless someone managed to leak the exact location. Crash! Slamming his lethal metal claws into the bedrock, the Beast King roars in pure panic, realizing his entire kingdom's power source is slipping away. Reaching the cavern entrance, two clueless bear guards blink in confusion, asking their master what on earth he's doing charging into their mining site. Slam! Without skipping a single beat, the furious wolf lord pulverizes both guards into the cave walls before they can even finish their sentence. Talk about zero workplace safety. Thud! The bear guards crash to the dirt, groaning in agony as their angry boss storms right past them into the dark tunnel. Boom! Annihilating every worker in his path, the Beast King continues ruling out rivals, knowing Ugar lacks the brain cells for this, and Rena's frost magic would melt near a fire core. Grit! He grinds his teeth, realizing that a fire phoenix would be literal poison to a frost-type demon king, leaving only one sneaky bastard who could pull this off. Land. Stomping into the main volcanic chamber, he demands to know if his secret mystic beast is still safe inside the burning pit. Text pulses dramatically across the screen as the Wolf King desperately prays that his supreme energy reserve hasn't been touched yet. Roar! Spotting his bear workers shaken in fear, the Wolf King demands an immediate status report on the magma pool. Hot liquid rock bubbles violently in the subterranean trench as thermal energy pulses out of control. Trembling uncontrollably, a bear scout stammers out that their tiger commander randomly dived straight into the lava pool just a few moments ago, causing the Wolf King to freeze in utter disbelief. Panic. Completely losing his mind, the Wolf King grabs his scouts and screams at the top of his lungs to drag the tiger out immediately before it's too late. Glare. Staring into the blinding golden light, he realizes that audacious intruder is actively attempting to steal the phoenix right in front of his eyes. Boom! Suddenly, a catastrophic explosion of divine fire erupts from the center of the magma lake, blinding everyone in the room. Wide-eyed, the Beast King's crimson pupil shrinks into a tiny dot as the overwhelming divine aura completely shatters his composure. Cut to the distant capital city where unsuspecting travelers glance up at the massive dark tower under the amber glow of sunset. Back on the gruesome battlefield, Dwarf Princess Louise stands victorious with her blood-drenched battle axe, surrounded by slain enemy troops while her guards stand amazed. Elven and human scouts watch in stunned silence, totally flabbergasted by the Dwarf Royal's absolute carnage. Meanwhile, the handsome blonde prince stares ahead with a blank, confused look, clearly reevaluating his entire life after watching the massacre. Leaning over a stone balcony, a gorgeous blonde girl with big purple eyes gasps in utter shock at the sudden magical disturbance. Roar! A world-ending scream of pure rage echoes across the entire domain, cursing someone named Jason with every fiber of its being. Shriek! Bearing his razor-sharp fangs, the Wolf King lets out a blood-curdling roar of pure agony and betrayal. Explosion! An apocalyptic pillar of golden fire and volcanic debris blasts straight through the mountain peak into the clouds. Birds chirping. Cut to a peaceful, idyllic jungle paradise where bright green leaves sway softly under warm morning sunlight. Talk about an absolute mood shift. Sitting in a sunny clearing, the silhouette of a completely naked man rests on the grass while forest animals calmly gather around him like he's a Disney princess. Flashback thoughts pulse in his head as MC remembers his original plan was to seal the Phoenix corpse in his subspace and retreat to the tower. Glow. But the moment he touched the entity, the Phoenix's divine mana automatically fused into his body before he could even activate his subspace magic. A hilarious system diagram reveals that the volcanic shockwave sent our MC flying miles across the continent like a human missile. Looking down at his hands in utter bewilderment, RMC can't comprehend how a supreme demon king like him ended up in this bizarre situation. Sweat! Opening his eyes, MC realizes he's completely stark naked, while deer, bunnies, foxes, and birds cuddle up to him, prompting him to yell at them to get away. A cute bird flutters off his head as a strange, overwhelming sensation begins pulsing through his soul and body. Looking over at a nearby crystal-clear stream, MC notes that his magic flow feels completely alien, like he's inhabiting a totally different body. Splash! Bending down over the water's surface, he gazes into the reflection to see what actually happened to his physical form. Gasp! Reaching into the water, he stares in absolute shock as the reflection reveals a handsome young guy with light purple hair and piercing blue eyes instead of his original dragon scales. Panic! Text pulses across the screen as MC screams in inner turmoil, realizing he's somehow shape-shifted or swapped into a completely different body. Meanwhile, deep inside the tropical jungle, the grand stone ziggurat of Ormus Palace stands tall under the bright sun. Inside the royal hall, Princess Louise and her dwarf commander kneel before the throne, lying through their teeth as they report how Prince Jetson bravely saved them from the Beast King's surprise attack. What's crazier than dying and coming back? How about watching a grieving king preach about noble sacrifice while his court bows in solemn respect? Bang! The king slams his fist onto his throne, completely throwing out the whole honorable death narrative because losing his heir is an absolute disgrace. Furious beyond belief, his roar echoes across the entire throne room as he demands an emergency message sent straight to the Heroes Guild. Baring his teeth in pure rage, the king orders the guild to assemble an elite hero expedition to wipe the Demon King of Beasts right off the map. Meanwhile, back on the communicator, a bewildered officer named Hillen stares at the screen, totally unable to comprehend who he's even talking to right now. Unbobbered by his new red-haired look, our MC calmly pets forest animals while listening to Hillen explain that the King of Ormus is officially mobilizing a full-scale raid force. Reading through the intelligence file, the expedition is set to be led by none other than Roselle Chart, a legendary 10-star mage. And let's be real, looking at her glowing staff and terrifying fire magic, this battle mage looks like she'd incinerate an entire army just to warm up. If a 10-star archmage wasn't bad enough, the vice commander is Balrof Disroad, a physical monster who reached peak 10-star status through pure, unadulterated muscle power. Out of 500 troops being deployed to attack the Tower of Beasts, a staggering 200 are certified high-ranking heroes ready for blood. An endless army of armored veterans stands in formation, itching for the signal to march straight into enemy territory. Standing in the tranquil forest, our MC analyzes the numbers and finds it suspicious that only 2 out of 200 heroes are 10 stars. A shady truth dawns on him. There's definitely a powerful shadow faction operating behind the scenes that actually wants the Beast King to stay alive. Narrowing his eyes, the MC realizes human politics are always corrupt when money and power are on the line. To wealthy merchants and corrupt nobles, a Demon King's tower isn't a threat. It's an infinite gold mine overflowing with priceless treasures. From rare monster cores to demonic materials used for high-end gear, keeping the war going guarantees a permanent stream of dirty profits. Absolute stroke of genius right here. Our MC strokes his chin, utterly fascinated by how ridiculously greedy and complex human nature really is. Turning back to the screen, our MC orders Hillen to join the hero expedition himself, demanding that Hillen must land the final blow on the Beast King alone. He explains that absorbing the Beast King's core while claiming the kill will make Hillen an instant human messiah, earning the absolute trust of the entire kingdom. Hillen lets out a nervous chuckle, cheekily asking if the MC is really confident he can still control him once he absorbs 2 whole Demon King cores. Silence! The MC's eyes turn pitch black with a terrifying, soulless glare that instantly sucks all the oxygen right out of the room. Dropping his temperature to absolute 0, MC asks Hillen if 2 tiny cores are honestly supposed to scare him, making Hillen immediately sweat bullets and pledge total obedience. Talk about a quick reality check. Cutting off the transmission, MC prepares to head back when his secondary communicator suddenly starts ringing uncontrollably. Snapping onto the screen, his loyal elf subordinate Gordon screams in total confusion at MC's new face, only to get instantly shut down when MC demands a quick report. Gordon nervously salutes, reporting that the Beast King has just issued an emergency summons for all Demon Kings to gather at the Tower of Beasts immediately. MC's jaw drops in utter shock as he hears that his ancient arch-nemesis Draxon has actually shown up in person. High above the jungle, the ominous stone gates of the ancient Tower of Beasts creak open under a sinister green haze. Inside the Grand Hall, the Wolf King stands guarded by his elite lichen beasts and feline secretary, radiating intense pressure. Swoosh! A massive portal rips open as the gigantic one-eyed titan Draxon steps through, accompanied by a breathtaking, ice-chilling Frost Queen. Towering over the room, Draxon casually instructs the Wolf King to head upstairs while he waits to greet the very last guest himself. Baring his razor-sharp fangs, the Wolf King grows increasingly furious, noticing that both Burz Diaz and Jason Cokemundo are missing. He grinds his teeth in suspicion, wondering if those 2 missing Demon Kings are plotting a betrayal behind his back. Staring into the shadows, the Wolf King vows that if Burz shows up late, he's immediately labeling him as the traitor who stole his phoenix. Crash. Meanwhile, our MC gets knocked flat onto the dirt after making a clumsy landing, cursing his lack of balance in this new human body. Dust clouds billow around him as he scrambles to his feet, realizing time is rapidly running out if he wants to avoid suspicion. Gordon pops back on the screen, reminding him that since MC is currently in human territory, he needs a proper teleportation portal to reach the tower safely. Whoosh! Completely ignoring the advice, MC blasts off through the trees like a human jet, leaving Gordon screaming in sheer panic on the screen. Showing up at the tower gate completely barefoot and on foot, MC casually waves hello to the stunned Wolf King like he just finished a casual morning jog. Flashback to his inner panic, MC realized that arriving late without a portal would make him look guilty as sin to the other Demon Kings. He originally planned to sprint all the way back to his own realm first to take Gordon's portal, whoosh, intending to jump through the official warp gate like a civilized Demon King to keep his cover pristine. But realizing his physical running speed was way too slow, he pushed his body to maximum gear, screaming in his head to go faster. Straining every muscle while speeding through the air, he knew being a few minutes late could cost him everything. Burst! Suddenly, a massive explosion of radiant golden fire erupts out from his back, manifesting legendary feathered wings. Soaring through the sky like a celestial god, the blinding flames propel him forward at hypersonic speeds. Looking back at the wings in pure shock, MC panics, trying to suppress the power because using his own mana here would instantly expose his true identity. Thump, thump. Deep inside his chest, an intense golden thermal shockwave begins throbbing violently against his ribcage. The sheer absurdity of the situation hits him as he realizes the energy isn't even coming from his own mana pool. Gripping his shirt in utter disbelief, he feels an ancient, pulsing life force burning directly inside his heart. Glowing bright golden through his clothes, the absorbed phoenix heart flutters its many wings, revealing that the divine beast is still alive inside his chest. No wonder those forest animals were worshipping him like a deity. Suddenly, a desperate cry echoes through the sky as our hero realizes his hypersonic trajectory is completely out of control. With the air screeching against his face, he screams in inner panic because he's descending way faster than any normal living creature should. Clenching his teeth and pulling his hair back, our red-haired MC prays his newly transformed body doesn't instantly turn into a splash of red paint upon impact. Boom! Like a tactical firing meteor, he violently slams headfirst right into the defensive magic barrier protecting the massive Demon King's tower. Sizzle! Black smoke plumes out from the impact site as the magical shield sizzles under the residual heat, showing off just how ridiculously overkill his landing was. Zooming out, the colossal dark tower stands isolated in a snowy wasteland as smoke billows into the sky. Honestly, talk about making a dramatic entrance. Rubbing his forehead in agony, our MC groans in frustration, realizing he barely made it on time and desperately needs to tame the chaotic phoenix energy burning inside him. Striding up to the massive tower gates with flaming dark wings sprouting from his back, MC contacts Gordon through his system comms, learning the sleeping bird drained all its power for that insane wild rocket ride. Switching back to his sleek, black-haired human disguise, our MC maintains a deadly serious expression, declaring that it's time to head straight inside the Tower of Beasts. Meanwhile, back in human territory, a massive crowd of heroes is practically hyperventilating over the legendary 10-star battle mage, Rosal Chard, fanboying like she's a pop star. Eager heroes crowd around her to offer cheesy greetings, treating this terrifying raid prep like a glorified celebrity meet and greet. Slouching arrogantly on a mossy rock, Commander Rosal Chard doesn't even bother looking at him, casually telling the fanboys to beat it because they're total eyesores. Man, her absolute zero attitude is unmatched. Her vice commander instantly loses his mind, screaming at her to watch her mouth before she completely ruins their squad's public relations. But Rosal couldn't care less, scoffing that clearing a Demon King's tower with a bunch of useless simps sounds like an absolute nightmare. Meanwhile, the insulted heroes are literally blushing, promising never to wash their ears again. Bro, human hero culture is cooked. Glancing back at the motley crew of armored fighters, Rosal shakes her head in sheer disgust at the state of this expedition force. Suddenly, whispers ripple through the crowd as a super famous figure approaches the scene. Stepping through the crowd in gleaming white armor and holding a legendary blade, enter Hillen Cargill, the famous 10-star hero who supposedly slayed the Demon King of Lust. Striding forward with a smooth smile, Hillen greets Rosal, offering to lend his powerful blade to this joint Demon King raid. Smirking with pure malice, Rosal instantly calls him out on his fake persona, asking why he's no longer wearing that shady, dirty ring of his.
She casually tosses out a snide remark, asking if he hid it away because there aren't any pretty elf maidens around to mind control this time around.
Sweat? Hillen's confident smile instantly freezes into a panic-stricken grimace as he mentally curses her for knowing his dark, dirty secret. Veins popping on his forehead, Hillen realizes that if Rosal spills the tea on how he actually slayed the Demon King of Lust, his saintly hero status is going straight down the drain. Pushing off her rock and gripping her magical staff, Rosal bluntly tells him to stay out of her way because she's taken the Beast King's head herself. Putting back on his fake golden boy smile, Hillen cheers aloud while secretly grinding his teeth, vowing in his head that the Beast King's core belongs to him alone. Meanwhile, deep in the tropical jungle, a swirling purple void tears open the air as two high-ranking Demon Kings step out of the warp gate. Walking out alongside his sub-bosses, our MC looks dripped out in a sharp dark suit, maintaining total composure despite walking directly into a snake pit. Baring his sharp fangs, the Wolf King Draxen greets Jason Kokmundo and MC's alias Berza Deas, noting that they arrived right on time for the emergency council. Turning his massive beastly body around, the Wolf King commands everyone to follow him inside the inner sanctum to discuss the critical situation. MC gives a subtle nod, keeping his face completely emotionless so nobody detects a single hint of his secret human operation. In his head, though, MC lets out a soft sigh of relief, thanking his lucky stars that his hypersonic Phoenix sprint paid off and kept his cover intact. Inside the shadowy subterranean hall, the 5 Supreme Demon Kings gather in a tense circle around the furious Wolf King. Looming like a mountain of solid rock, Ugard, the Demon King of Adamant, rumbles out, asking Draxen why he called such an abrupt emergency summit. Adjusting his suit with a slick smile, Jason, the Demon King of Lies, asks if this urgent meeting has anything to do with the human army massing in Ormus. Snarling in bitter anger, the Wolf King decides to cut the small talk and get straight to the betrayal happening inside their own ranks. He drops a massive bomb on the room, announcing that one of the Demon Kings standing right here in this room sent an assassin into his territory. Clenching his claws, Draxen reveals that the traitor stole the sacred Phoenix corpse he had been preparing to absorb for centuries. He adds that the culprit went as far as killing the human prince to intentionally trigger this massive hero expedition, prompting MC to narrow his eyes as he realizes Draxen had been hoarding a mythical beast all along. Staring coldly at the floor, the Frost Queen Rhaenosaur Dane mentally calculates the political fallout, realizing someone in this room is playing a super twisted game of 4D chess to start an all-out war. As heavy, dark mana fills the hall, Draxen growls that someone in this council is actively trying to set him up for execution. Bearing a horrifying set of razor-sharp teeth, the Wolf King vows that if he's going down, he's dragging the traitor straight to hell with him. Roaring in pure psychotic rage, his demonic aura flares violently as he prepares to drop his ultimate trump card against the spy. He shocks everyone in the room by declaring that he's buying the legendary key to the Black Box. A quick system diagram pops up, showing the high-tech sci-fi vault known as the Black Box, an ancient administrative tool designed to log every single byte of data inside a Demon King's tower. Usually, nobody touches this device because it drains millions of demonic energy points and disintegrates when a tower falls, making it completely useless for standard invasions. Cold sweat drops down MC's neck as he realizes the horrifying implications. If Draxen uses that key, the Black Box will instantly play back the security footage of MC stealing the Phoenix. MC's heart drops into his stomach as he realizes his entire undercover scheme is seconds away from getting completely exposed. Turning his terrifying blood-red eyes toward the council, Draxen reminds them that unlocking a tower's black box requires majority consent from all attending Demon Kings. Glaring directly around the circle, Draxen sneers that only the filthy traitor among them would ever refuse to grant permission. Talk about a masterclass in psychological cornering. Clenching his jaw, our MC sweats profusely under the intense pressure, realizing Draxen just checkmated him into a lose-lose situation. Without missing a beat, Frost Queen Rhaena and Jason immediately raise their hands to grant official approval, leaving all eyes locking straight onto our MC for the final vote. Talk about being caught between a rock and a hard place. Ugard, the Demon King of Adamant, casually raises his massive stone fist, officially granting his permission to unlock the tower's secret black box. Knowing that objecting right now would instantly mark him as the traitor, our MC plays it cooler than a cucumber, raising his hand with a stone-cold face to cast his vote as Burze Deus. Flashing a terrifying razor-sharp smile, the Wolf King cackles in pure satisfaction, announcing that with unanimous approval locked in, he'll personally contact everyone once the system digs up the rat. With a wave of thick, suffocating dark mana, Draxen officially adjourns the Emergency Council, leaving an incredible amount of paranoia hanging over every Demon King present. Now, a quick system check reveals the main catch. The key to the black box is a single-use item that costs a staggering 10 million demonic energy points. Honestly, talk about pay-to-win inflation. With a massive human hero expedition charging toward his doorstep, Draxen can't afford to burn 10 million points on a security key right before an invasion. But MC's relief is strictly temporary, because the second the Wolf King wipes out the human hero raid, he's gonna have points to spare and nothing holding him back. The moment the raid ends, Draxen will buy that key, unlock the security logs, and watch MC's Phoenix heist in crisp, high-definition quality. Stepping out of the warp gate into the freezing mountain air alongside Gordon, our MC realizes his clock is officially ticking down to 0. Clenching his jaw with deadly intent flaring in his eyes, MC reaches a brutal conclusion. He doesn't need to destroy the security tapes if he simply deletes the Wolf King from existence first. Before launching his secret counterattack, MC decides to do a quick inspection of his own tower's defenses, starting straight from the first floor. Entering the first floor of Burze's tower, you'd expect dark dungeons or terrifying beasts, but MC walks straight into pure, unadulterated engineering madness. A manic roar echoes through the cavernous hall, welcoming the Demon King to the ultimate mechanical showcase. Behold the Inferno Catapult Mark I! Standing atop an absurdly massive, multi-barrel sci-fi tank, the dwarf boss flexes a weapon straight out of a mecha anime. Meet Roger Friedrich, the first-floor boss, who looks way more like a mad scientist who consumed 5 gallons of energy drinks than a proper dungeon guardian. Roger screams at the top of his lungs, obsessing over his giant metal child like it's the single greatest masterpiece in human history. Look at those wide, unhinged eyes! Honestly, if this guy directed his wild enthusiasm into normal therapy instead of heavy artillery, he'd be cured in a day. He goes on a non-stop rant listing every feature: elemental mana shells, auto-targeting, multi-angle rapid fire. Man literally built a sci-fi super tank in a fantasy world. Sweating profusely, MC stares at Roger in deadpan silence, asking Gordon if giving this lunatic total creative freedom was low-key a terrible decision. Gordon calmly reassures him that while Roger's sanity is completely gone, the super tank's destructive output is 100% certified absurd. Chuckling softly, MC decides to let the crazy dwarf cook, while Roger screams in the background that he's going to build an entire fleet of even bigger tanks. Moving up to the second floor, MC expects a slightly more balanced defensive setup, but of course peace was never an option here. Boom! Screaming with absolute rage, second-floor boss Kaide Jespine comes diving down from the ceiling like a golden missile. Gathering a radiant wave of green wind mana, Kaide swings her blade downward with enough force to split a mountain completely in half. The crescent arc of wind energy zooms across the room, speeding straight for MC's neck with lethal velocity. Crack! Without even taking his hands out of his suit, MC casually raises his gloved fingertips and shatters the massive wind slash into glowing glass shards. Looking down at her with a deadpan expression, MC remarks that her hot-headed attitude hasn't changed one single bit. Refusing to accept defeat, Cade grits her teeth and re-engages her aura, shouting that the real fight starts right now. Flipping upside down in midair, she unleashes her ultimate technique, Crescent Moon / variant Waning Moon Break, summoning dozens of phantom blades. A massive pillar of turquoise energy obliterates the ground, completely engulfing MC in a catastrophic explosion. But as the smoke clears, MC is seen standing inside the blast completely unharmed, casually admitting her technique has gotten slightly sharper. Flaring his pitch-black demon mana, MC smirks darkly, telling her that her current strength is still light years away from threatening him. Sizzle! With a wave of overwhelming dark pressure, MC completely crushes her wind technique into absolute nothingness. Kaide's eyes shrink in sheer terror as she realizes her absolute strongest attack was tossed aside like literal trash. Kaboom! The massive shockwave of MC's aura detonates outward, shaking the entire colossal tower and blasting through the snowy peaks outside. Cut to a few seconds later, and Kate is lying face down in a crater with her clothes shredded. Talk about getting an absolute 0 on your performance review. Dusting off his shoulders, MC asks Gordon why Kaede was on the second floor, to which Gordon explains he temporarily moved her while Ernan prepares a massive summoning on floor 4. Mac perks up with genuine curiosity. A high-level spirit summoning right before the raid? Now that's definitely worth checking out. Gordon reveals that Ernan used the ultra-rare Senio powder item to summon a divine elemental spirit to guard the floor. Reaching the 4th floor, the dungeon transforms into a peaceful, starry realm belonging to floor boss Ernan Hilderin. Floating gracefully in midair, surrounded by celestial blue light, Princess Ernan looks like a divine priestess preparing a world-class spell. Closing her eyes, Ernan chants an ancient prayer, beseeching the supreme guardian of the waters to hear her call. Slicing her fingertip, 3 glowing drops of royal blood float upward, serving as the ultimate catalyst for the spirit contract. The blood drops into the intricate magic circle below, sending vibrant blue ripples cascading across the chamber floor. Staring into the glowing magic circle with intense focus, Ernan commands the legendary entity to wake up and grant her request. Flash! A massive pillar of blinding aquatic magic erupts from the circle, tearing through space itself. Emerging from the swirling waters, Niruniel, the high spirit of water, manifests in all her breathtaking ethereal glory. With long, flowing blue hair and a majestic aura, this spirit radiates enough pure magical force to wipe out an entire army single-handedly. Zooming in on her glowing celestial eyes, it's clear that any hero dumb enough to step onto the 4th floor is in for an absolute nightmare. With his tower's bosses fully powered up and ready for war, RMC smirks. The stage is officially set for the ultimate invasion showdown. Ever wonder what happens when a legendary spirit contract turns into a full-blown romantic comedy? As glowing water droplets dance across the screen, ancient words begin to echo through the watery void, signaling that a massive power-up is underway. With soft rays of light piercing through the deep blue ocean, the high spirit of water slowly descends like a goddess, fulfilling the terms of a primordial covenant. Sweeping her arms wide open, Princess Ernan welcomes the ethereal entity as Narudiel officially introduces herself, ready to bind her soul to the mortal world. As a shimmering blue glow concentrates at the tip of her delicate hand, the High Spirit agrees to accept Ernan as her true soul companion. Honestly, the magical visual effects here are straight out of a AAA anime. Reaching out toward the celestial beam, Ernan completes the ritual, cementing a bond that guarantees pure, high-tier elemental firepower for her floor defenses. Flash! A blinding surge of holy aquatic energy detonates across the room, wrapping both Ernan and Niruniel in a human embrace as their souls merge together. Exhausted from channeling such high-level spirit magic, Ernan slowly drifts downward through the tranquil waters, looking like a sleeping beauty. Floating effortlessly in midair as the water dissipates, her body collapses from total mana drain, man. Casting top-tier magic really takes a heavy toll on your stamina. Swoosh! Her long golden hair fans out beautifully as she falls straight down, completely out of energy after bringing forth a supreme spirit entity. Catch! Swooping in right on cue, our MC catches her smoothly in a bridal carry, looking like an absolute Chad amidst the gentle rain falling on the green lush field. Fluttering her eyes open, a dizzy Ernan blushes profusely as she realizes she's currently being cradled in the Demon King's arms, stuttering out his name in sheer disbelief. Flashing a ridiculously charming smirk, MC praises her outstanding performance, admitting he would have hated to miss such a spectacular summoning ritual. Clasping her hands over a racing heart, Ernan bashfully stammers that her success was all thanks to the rare Senio powder he personally provided for her. Staring up at him with sparkling purple eyes and blushing cheeks, she looks so utterly smitten that you'd think she's the female lead of a high-budget Otome game. But out of nowhere, a high-pitched voice throws a total monkey wrench into the romance, leaving Ernan wide-eyed with question marks floating above her head. Gasp! Screaming in absolute panic, Ernan waves her arms wildly, frantically shouting that she definitely didn't say whatever crazy secret was just blurted out. MC gives her the most deadpan side-eye in webtoon history, completely unamused while she begs him with tears in her eyes to believe her innocence. Turning completely red from embarrassment, Ernan stammers that while it sounded exactly like her voice, those embarrassing thoughts never actually left her mouth. It turns out the mischievous water spirit Niruniel is telepathically voicing Ernan's deepest feelings, playfully cackling while MC sighs that she's summoned a total troublemaker. Check out this hilarious system profile. Niruniel's main hobby is literally reading forbidden romance novels, making her the ultimate certified matchmaker spirit. Boom! Bold letters slam onto the screen as Ernan's brain completely short-circuits over the spirit's bold romantic commentary. Squirming frantically in MC's arms with a tomato-red face, Ernan stutters in total panic, completely unable to process the chaos happening right now. Screaming internally at the top of her lungs, she can't believe her brand new spirit guardian is throwing her under the romantic bus within 5 seconds of being summoned. Grabbing her glowing red cheeks, Ernan yells in utter mortification, demanding to know what kind of absurd romance theories this spirit is spouting off. Wearing a smug, cat-like grin, Niruniel claims that the passionate love story between the Demon King and the princess is already legendary back in the spirit realm. Floating right next to Ernan's burning face, Niruniel teases them about when they're making things official, prompting Ernan to beg her to disappear, while MC suddenly cuts in with a serious question. Looking at the spirit with an intense gaze, MC asks Niruniel how his true form appears to her spiritual vision right at this moment. Whoosh! Successfully, brilliant golden and crimson flames erupt around MC, shedding his dark disguise as his true elemental mana ignites the entire atmosphere. As glowing, fiery feathers drift gently through the air, MC intently asks the spirit what her eyes see beneath his surface aura. Shock! Both Niruniel and Ernan stare in total awe as they sense the breathtaking purity of the primordial fire energy radiating from his body. Marveling at his flame form, MC chuckles with satisfaction, realizing that if a high spirit can't penetrate his disguise, then no demon king or hero stands a chance either. Flashing a dark, confident grin, MC reaches a bold conclusion. With his stealth camouflage perfected, he can personally sneak in and assassinate the Wolf King Draxen. Erin's jaw literally hits the floor as she gasps in pure terror, realizing her lord is planning an unthinkable solo hit on another Demon King. Swoosh! Transitioning up to the cloudy blue sky, the scene shifts as the real madness of MC's insane plot begins to unfold. Shout! A massive sound effect bubble shatters the air with a bewildered scream echoing across the communication network. Panic! On the hologram screen, Gordon clutches his head in absolute agony, screaming at the top of his lungs over MC's suicidal battle plan. Gliding through the air with effortless grace, MC casually tells his administrator to chill out, while Gordon shrieks that no sane Demon King hunts other Demon Kings. Striding forward with dark wings, MC nonchalantly announces he's taken a quick trip to murder Draxen, leaving Gordon screaming in sheer existential dread. Roar! Tearing his hair out in pure frustration, Gordon screams that this entire situation makes zero logical sense. Honestly, managing this MC must be worth $1 million salary. MC calmly reminds Gordon that he promised to stop questioning his genius moves, but Gordon yells back that invading another Demon King's turf is a whole different level of crazy. Swoosh! Flying high above the clouds, MC listens as Gordon warns him about the terrifying global political nightmare if the other lords discover his scheme. Clenching his jaw with absolute resolve, MC explains that if he doesn't kill Draxen before the black box gets opened, his undercover identity will be exposed anyway. Waving his arms wildly on the comms, Gordon frantically reminds him of the biggest obstacle he still hasn't overcome, the brutal dimensional energy penalty of the realm. A sleek system diagram pops up explaining dimensional energy, revealing that every reality actively repels foreign entities, like a giant planetary immune system. Visualizing a terrifying cosmic deity, the lore details how a dimension unleashes massive energy pressure to crush any unauthorized cross-dimensional invaders. Crush! A helpless traveler gets completely flattened by the overwhelming cosmic forces of a hostile world. Talk about a harsh welcome party. A hilarious system chart illustrates the debuff. A terrifying level 666 high-rank demon in the demon realm gets instantly nerfed into a level 1 pathetic gorilla upon stepping into Eren. Because of this massive stat penalty, human heroes can easily slay these weakened demon invaders in open combat. It's basic dimensional biology. Slash! A human hero gleefully stabs a nerfed demon beast, proving that fighting outside your home dimension is basically suicide for high-level monsters. To overcome this brutal dimensional resistance and allow full power deployment, the ancient Demon Kings created the massive administrative hubs known as Demon King Towers. Ever wondered what happens when an undercover Demon King decides to game the entire dimensional system? Well, strap in, because a Demon King's tower isn't just a flexing building, it's a giant mystical Wi-Fi router broadcasting pure demonic energy across dimensions. Basically, the more energy you feed your tower, the stronger your personal signal gets back home in the demon realm. Talk about a pay-to-win mechanics update straight from hell. This whole setup is literally how a Demon King reclaims their original world-ending power step by step after getting nerfed by foreign dimension rules. So if you do the math, it's pretty simple. The taller and beefier your tower is, the absolute more terrifying you are in combat. Honestly, having building height directly equal your power level is such a classic villain trope. But hey, it works. Gordon pops up on the screen sweating bullet after bullet, pointing out that Draxon's Tower of Beast boasts a massive 13 floors, while our MC's sitting on a meager 5. Shaking in his boots, Gordon bluntly tells MC that no matter how cracked his stats are on paper, charging into another lord's domain is straight up suicidal. Because deep inside the twisted corridors of the Tower of Beasts, victory is anything but guaranteed, especially when Draxon turns into a giant shadowy kaiju monster ready to crush unauthorized visitors. Seriously, Gordon's over-the-top panic reactions every single chapter are pure gold. Flying high above the clouds, MC feels the intense heat surging through his veins, admitting that while he absorbed the Phoenix's heart, his body hasn't fully digested that insane power upgrade yet. Swooping through the azure sky, he admits that taking on a full-strength Demon King right now would be an absolute nightmare of a boss fight. But then, a dark, wicked smirk spreads across his face as he adds that it would only be tough if he fought them solo. Hearing that, Gordon instantly loses his mind on comms, realizing MC has another unhinged scheme brewing. Swooping down like a crimson meteor under his human hero disguised pale, MC boasts that he's not fighting as a Demon King today, he's joining the hero squad. Man, this dude's ability to play both sides like a master chess player is top-tier entertainment. Kaboom! A massive shockwave shatters the silence of the heavens as MC accelerates straight toward his target destination. Next stop, the lawless, beast-infested realm of Ormus. Glowing, fiery feathers rain down over the dense green canopy of the forest, signaling that the ultimate undercover agent has officially touched down near the Tower of Beasts. Schleck! Blood sputters through the air as a helpless monster gets sliced wide open in a brutal display of martial prowess. Roar! Screams echo through the woods as exhausted human heroes watch the horde of feral beastmen fall back, realizing only the low-ranked trash monsters are left standing. Clanking their armor in a desperate defense line, the frontline knights yell for everyone to cover the retreat while the beast horde retreats back into the tree line. Kneeling beside a heavily bleeding comrade, a high-ranking knight leader quickly hands over a healing potion, struggling to keep his unit from falling apart. Suddenly, quiet footsteps crunch on the grass as MC, completely hidden under his dark cloak and crimson hair, casually strolls in and asks why everyone looks like they just barely survived a meat grinder. Looking up in awe, the battered knight gasps at the legendary hero Lord Pale making an appearance right when hope was completely lost. Wiping sweat from his brow, the knight leader explains that as soon as enough elite heroes assembled, they launched a full-scale raid against the Tower of Beasts. Slash! He reveals that following Pale's precise intel, they hyper-focused all their attacks straight on the Beast Demon King's primary weakness, his tail. You gotta love how MC hands out boss strategy guides like he built the game himself. Crackling with glowing blue lightning aura, the Knight Leader recalls how cutting into that tail severely nerfed Draxon's stats, but things immediately went off the rails anyway. Screaming at the top of his lungs, the leader had yelled for their star archmage Lady Roselle to unleash her ultimate finishing spell. But surrounded by piles of slaughtered beasts and fallen allies, Lady Roselle was already on her knees, completely drained and unable to cast a single spell. Gritting her teeth with blood streaming down her face, Roselle clutched her staff in sheer agony after taking a horrific blow straight to her left eye. Seeing their supreme magic caster down for the count sent shockwaves through the entire squad's morale. Roar! Capitalizing on the chaos, the colossal White Wolf Demon King unleashed a deafening battle cry that practically rattled the very foundation of the forest. With Lady Roselle critically injured and bleeding out, the raid group completely lost their offensive firepower. Looming over the battlefield like an unstoppable apex predator, the furious beast boss started slaughtering anyone foolish enough to stick around. Desperate to save her life, the Knight Leader scooped up the wounded mage and beat a hasty retreat through the fog of war. Holding on to her battered body while dodging wild attacks, they had zero choice but to call off the raid and run for their lives. Standing under the dim forest canopy, the Knight Leader sighs heavily, admitting that the long-awaited hero expedition ended in absolute humiliating failure. Hearing the full recap, MC's lips curl into a sinister, knowing grin as every single piece of the puzzle locks into place. A dramatic silence falls over the woods. As MC processes the situation, he deadpans with a hilariously stressed face that this entire situation is completely cooked. Classic MC moment, looking cool on the outside while internally losing his mind. The Knight Leader quickly adds a silver lining, noting that despite the retreat, they dealt permanent structural damage to the tower and wiped out half of Draxon's beast army. MC's eyes light up with instant realization. If the enemy boss is currently crippled and resting, the clock is actively ticking in their favor. He internally calculates that they need to rally the troops and strike back immediately before Draxon can use his tower's energy to regenerate his wounds. Turning to the Knight, MC sharply inquires why the mage was exposed in the first place, asking where her designated bodyguard Balrof Disrode was during the ambush. The Knight bitterly scoffs, revealing that the coward Disrode completely bailed on the squad right before the final boss room attack. Tap! Heavy footsteps echo as a towering figure with fiery red braids steps into the light, catching everyone off guard. Clenching her fist around her staff with an eye patch covering her ruined eye, Roselle spits with pure venom that Disrod's rich sponsors actively profit off the tower's existence. Formally introducing the fiery archmage Roselle Charnt, she curses those corrupt noble bastards who prioritize war profits over human lives. Talk about an absolute badass character design. Looking over at her battered state, MC acknowledges her late arrival to the camp, bluntly stating that the current expedition forces are a total disaster zone. He directly poses the million-dollar question, is she actually brave enough to go back in there for round 2? Fire erupts in Roselle's remaining eye as she screams in pure vengeance, swearing to rip the Beast Demon King apart with her own hands. Pointing to her scarred eye with a ruthless grin, she roars that after what that beast did to her face, there's no way in hell she's leaving without his head on a spike. Looking over at his battered, bleeding soldiers, the Knight Leader lets out a heavy sigh, admitting they have way too many casualties and ran completely out of healing potions. But our boy just casually smiles under his hood, pulling open a dimensional rift packed to the brim with top-shelf health potions like he's running a cheat code store. He reassures the exhausted knights that while these potions can't regrow lost limbs, they'll easily patch everyone up to get right back into the fight. Staring at him in utter disbelief, Roselle narrows her remaining eye, questioning who this guy really is and why he's going through so much trouble for a random raid squad. Honestly, if a stranger showed up in the woods with infinite health potions, I'd be suspicious too. As she steps closer, she suddenly feels an intense, scorching heat radiating from MC's chest, realizing she's never felt such pure magical warmth in her entire life. Feeling his own heart thumping with fiery energy, MC clutches his chest, realizing the Phoenix's heart is starting to wake up inside him. A heavy, swirling aura of raw power begins to fill the surrounding air, making the quiet forest feel like a pressure cooker ready to blow. MC glances over at the surviving soldiers sitting slumped against the trees, their eyes completely hollow from trauma and defeat. Even the veteran knights are staring at the ground, completely broken after getting humiliated by Draxon's beast horde. MC narrows his eyes, internally calculating that physical healing alone won't fix a team whose spirits are completely shattered. Talk about bad team morale. These guys look like they just lost 10 ranked games in a row. Tucking his cute little fiery phoenix pet inside his cloak, MC tells it to chill out for a second before he pulls off his next insane flexing move. Flash! A blinding golden light erupts around MC, illuminating the dark forest canopy and forcing all the depressed soldiers to snap out of their trance. The knights instantly freeze in shock, staring up as the overwhelming divine pressure knocks the breath clean out of their lungs. Stumbling backward, Rosal grips her staff tightly, completely stunned by the sheer magnitude of power suddenly flooding the clearing. Her mouth hangs open in pure horror as she looks at the hooded hero, unable to comprehend the sheer force standing right in front of her. A sharp, confident smirk forms on MC's lips as he prepares to drop the ultimate announcement. With a voice that echoes like thunder across the heavens, he declares his true authority over the legendary Phoenix. Kaboom! A massive, majestic bird of pure divine fire spreads its colossal wings behind MC, lighting up the sky like a second sun. Man, the artist absolutely cooked with this panel. It's pure wallpaper material. Bathed in the blinding golden flames, the Knight Leader and Rosal can only look up in absolute reverent silence. Stepping forward like an invincible god of war, MC firmly vows that he didn't come here to play around. He came to put the Demon King of Beasts in the dirt. Rosal's mind completely short-circuits as she stammers to herself, unable to believe she's standing next to the actual master of a mythical divine beast. The golden heat wave ripples outward, washing over the entire camp and blowing away all the lingering gloom in an instant. Rosal gulps down her panic, internally realizing that MC's raw mana capacity alone easily rivals the mythical 10-star heroes at the very top of the continent. A spark of wild ambition begins to ignite within the heart of every single soldier in the camp. Looking at MC's back glowing with fiery power, the knight's pale, hopeless expressions turn into fierce, hungry grins. The Knight Leader's eyes burn with newfound determination, realizing their hopeless raid just got the ultimate cheat code carry. Standing together under the warm glow of the divine fire, the entire squad feels their fear completely melt away into bloodlust. Wrapped in swirling fiery ribbons, MC looks like a walking calamity, convincing everyone that taking down Draxon's tower is actually doable. Meanwhile, deep inside the dark throne room of the Tower of Beasts, the formidable Demon King Draxon Doldolf sits on his throne grumbling about how much demonic energy he wasted during the last battle. Clenching his massive armored claws, he pulls out a glowing silver key, cursing that he could only afford a single key to unlock MC's secret black box. With a sharp click, Draxon shoves the key into the floating, glowing blue black box, eager to uncover every hidden secret MC has been keeping. Swoosh! Glowing purple film reels burst out of the box, expanding into floating magical holographic memories across the throne room. The swirling memory reels wrap around the room, replaying MC's past actions in vivid detail right before the Beast Demon King's eyes. Staring at the memories, Draxon's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated terror as the horrifying reality of MC's true identity hits him like a freight train. You know you've messed up when a giant werewolf Demon King starts sweating bullets just from watching your replay. Trembling in utter panic, Draxon realizes this isn't just a minor issue, it's a world-ending threat, and he has to alert the other Demon Kings before it's too late. But right as he tries to send out a message, a wolf guard bursts into the chamber screaming that the human hero army is broken through the perimeter. Bang! The massive front gates of the tower get blown wide open, casting long shadows across the floor as the hero vanguard marches inside. Stepping through the dust cloud is a massive, heavily armored warrior carrying two giant golden tower shields that look heavy enough to crush a mountain. With a fierce, unwavering glare, the legendary guildmaster and 10-star hero Ralph Schmitz officially steps onto the battlefield. Back outside, MC stands at the head of the raid army, his fiery aura fanning out to cover every single warrior behind him. Completely hyped up by the Phoenix's divine blessing, the knights cheer at the top of their lungs, ready to tear through any beast in their way. Swing! Dozens of steel blades shoot into the air as the soldiers roar in unity, demanding blood and vengeance against the demonic horde. Floating high above them, the glorious silhouette of the Phoenix spreads its wings, boosting everyone's morale to absolute maximum levels. MC watches the hype train in action, internally noting that while their spirits are restored, relying purely on raw morale won't be enough against a high-tier boss. Seriously, MC is always the pragmatic fun police, but hey, that's why he stays alive. Walking alongside Rosal and the Knight Leader, MC asks if they can bring in any high-level reinforcements to solidify their frontline defense. Rosal flashes a wicked grin, mentioning that a ridiculously powerful top-tier hero actually just volunteered to join their raid. MC turns his head in surprise, wondering what big-name power player could have possibly shown up on such short notice. It's none other than Ralph Schmitz, the absolute top-ranked shield master on the continent, wielding his iconic unbreakable twin shields. Roar! A pack of feral beast wolves lunges through the air, fangs bared and claws outstretched to shred the incoming invader. Clang! Sparks fly in every direction as Ralph easily blocks the entire beast pack with his colossal shields, standing like an immovable mountain that no demon can break. Talk about an explosive entry! Just when you think the squad is out of options, the legendary shield bearer Ralph Schmitz crashes onto the scene, throwing his colossal golden shields down like an absolute force of nature. With a deafening crack, the golden face on his shield begins to glow with blinding power, cracking right down the middle as raw kinetic energy starts charging up inside. Roar! A pack of vicious demonic wolves lunges forward with fangs bared, but Ralph's shield blasts open with a wave of compressed force, instantly blowing the beasts backward into dust. Kaboom! The sheer counter-impact flings the entire wolf wave through the air like ragdolls. Honestly, watching a tank class deal this much damage makes you wonder if the artist forgot how balance patches work. With the front gates utterly blown off their hinges, Ralph leads the hero vanguard straight into the eerie, cavernous throne room of the Beast Tower. Stepping into the light is Ralph Schmitz himself, famously known across the entire continent as the second strongest tank among the legendary 10-star heroes. Standing in the back, our MC narrows his eyes at Ralph's giant golden shields. He knows better than anyone just how annoying this guy is to fight, since his shield can literally reflect any attack thrown at it. Suddenly, a dark memory flashes through MC's mind. Back in his previous life, this exact group of arrogant hero bastards stood over his beaten body, laughing and mocking him after tearing him down. Staring directly at Ralph's back, MC's blood boils with rage as he remembers every single insult those hypocritical heroes threw at him before his regression. MC tightly clenches his jaw, internally swearing that he wants nothing more than to rip Ralph to shreds right here, but he forces himself to stay calm because defeating the Demon King takes priority for now. Talk about elite-level self-control. Walking beside him, Roselle sighs deeply, pointing out that Ralph showed up late right after the initial raid failed, just like MC did. Gritting her teeth in frustration, Roselle vents that if MC and Ralph had been here from the very start, they could have cleared this entire tower without losing a single soldier. As they easily march past the cleared first floor, MC warns her to keep her guard up, telling her that being confident is fine, but underestimating a Demon King is a quick ticket to a grave. Roselle blinks in surprise, turning her head toward him as if she can't believe this random hooded guy is giving tactical advice to a top-tier archmage. MC strictly explains that every Demon King always hides an ultimate trump card, holding back their most terrifying power until their back is completely against the wall. Deep in thought, MC calculates that if Draxon reclaims his tower and uses the key, there won't be enough demonic energy left to stop the expedition, which means MC might finally get to witness Draxon's true hidden power in this life. An ominous tension fills the air as the ominous realization sets in. They are about to come face to face with Draxon's final secret weapon. The raid army finally reaches the 13th floor, the Demon King's throne room, where Draxon Daldorf sits alone on his massive stone throne under a dim spotlight. The veteran knights glance around nervously, whispering to each other in confusion because the top floor was crawling with hundreds of high-ranked demons last time, but now it's completely empty. Sitting on his throne, Draxon chuckles darkly as a dense ball of black flame ignites in his claw, sneering that he didn't expect these foolish human bugs to come back for round 2 so quickly. Roselle's eye widens in pure horror as she senses the atmosphere, suddenly realizing that the entire floor is packed with an insane density of condensed demonic energy. Draxon's deep voice echoes through the cavern, confirming her worst fear. He purposefully cleared out the room so he could wipe them all out at once. Opening his massive wolf jaws wide, Draxon opens his throat and literally begins swallowing the dense sphere of red demonic power whole. Swoosh! Glowing red veins surge across Draxon's throat as he absorbs every single one of his demonic vassals into his own body to fuel his transformation. MC calmly analyzes the situation, pointing out that standard tower design forces the boss to put the strongest minions on the top floor, but Draxon found a dirty loophole by absorbing their raw power directly into himself. With his eyes blazing like twin red stars, Draxon roars with pure malice, swearing to disintegrate every single hero so thoroughly that no one will ever dare challenge his tower again. The hero vanguard stands frozen in absolute awe, their faces turning pale as the air around them grows heavy enough to crush rock. MC's eyes snap wide open as he senses the massive aura spike, shouting at the top of his lungs for everyone to prepare for impact. Roar! Draxon lets out a primal, blood-curdling howl that reverberates through the deep stone walls and shakes the very foundation of the tower. Kaboom! A colossal shockwave of red demonic energy erupts from Draxon's body, expanding outward like a nuclear blast wave. Flash! The Crimson Inferno slams across the room, vaporizing the stone floor and blasting dust everywhere. Two overconfident melee hunters recklessly charge forward anyway, yelling that this is their only chance to strike while the Demon King is powering up. But the moment they step into the red aura, their expressions turn to sheer horror as they realize they just sprinted directly into a death trap. Crash! The sheer pressure of the shockwave hits the room like a freight train, instantly throwing off everyone's balance. Bang! The explosive red wave sends dozens of low-rank soldiers flying through the air, breaking their weapons and scattering them like dry leaves. In the middle of the carnage, Ralph Schmidt steps up like an absolute brick wall, slamming his massive golden shields deep into the ground to absorb the brunt of the blast. Clang! Sparks fly in every direction as the red energy violently collides with Ralph's shield, triggering its magical reflection property in a flash of brilliant golden light. Bzzz! The golden shields absorb the full impact, converting the Demon King's kinetic force into raw counterattack energy. Swoosh! A blinding beam of golden force deflects right back across the battlefield, cutting straight through the crimson smoke toward Draxon. As the smoke slowly clears, a terrifying silhouette emerges from the embers, untouched by the reflected counterattack. A wicked, terrifying grin spreads across Draxon's monstrous wolf face, his sharp white fangs glistening red in the dark light. Stepping forward, through the burning flames, Draxon's hulking werewolf body oozes with swirling ribbons of high-density demonic aura. Roselle and the Knight Leader gasp in utter shock, unable to comprehend how Draxon brushed off a full-power reflection attack from a 10-star hero without even a scratch. Draxon flexes his razor-sharp claws, his massive muscular frame overflowing with pure, unadulterated killing intent. Zooming in on his monstrous face, his glowing red eyes radiate cold, predatory instinct. Man, the artist went all out making this boss look like an absolute nightmare. The overwhelming presence of the Beast Demon King crushes the room, asserting his dominance as a true Calamity-class monster. Dark red aura tentacles spread out behind Draxon like demonic wings, filling every corner of the massive throne room with lethal pressure. Looking up from the floor, the hero squad feels like tiny ants standing before an angry god of death. Two veteran knights collapse to their knees, clutching their throats in agony as the toxic demonic mana chokes the life right out of them. Gasping for air, the soldiers writhe on the ground, desperately crying out for help, as Draxon's mere presence paralyzes the entire army before the real fight even begins. Talk about taking dramatic entrances to a whole new level. High above the battlefield, flaming crimson feathers rain down as a giant mythical phoenix unleashes a blinding blaze of fiery magic across the cavern. Shoo! With a deafening hum, the protagonist casts a top-tier defensive spell, forming a massive glowing golden barrier that wraps around the remaining raid soldiers to keep them safe from the Demon King's lethal pressure. The rescued soldiers burst into tears of sheer relief, shouting at the top of their lungs and praising their savior like an absolute hero. Honestly, watching these side characters go from dying of toxic aura to hyperventilating with joy in 2 seconds is top-tier comedy. Standing outside the glowing dome, our MC turns his head back, coolly explaining that from this point forward, anyone without top-tier stats is just going to be dead weight in the fight against Draxon. With a solemn look, MC warns everyone inside not to dare step a single foot out of that shield barrier, and the soldiers eagerly agree, knowing they'd get vaporized instantly. Crash! The dark crimson clouds of demonic aura slam against the outer shell of the Golden Dome, completely sealing off the main army inside the protective pocket. Standing tall against the roaring shadow, only 4 elite fighters remain standing on the front lines. Our mastermind MC, the fierce archmage Roselle, the lightning knight, and the immovable shield master Ralph. Talk about an absolute dream team lineup. Sensing the danger, Draxon narrows his bloody eyes as he studies the squad, internally noting that one particular guy in the back possesses an extremely annoying and unnatural mana signature. RMC locks eyes directly with the monstrous Beast Demon King, maintaining absolute composure as the surrounding air sizzles with extreme heat. Roar! Bearing his razor-sharp fangs, Draxon roars with absolute fury, demanding to know who this mystery red-haired caster standing before him actually is. Instead of cowering in fear like standard mob characters, MC pulls off the ultimate disrespect move by giving the Demon King a wicked, chilling smirk that says, "You're already dead." Seriously, the MC's trash talk face alone deserves a 10 out of 10. Draxon's eyes flare red with furious outrage as he screams his question again, thoroughly triggered that a human bug dares to look down on him with such supreme smugness. Grr! The Beast Demon King slams his massive claws together, roaring out ancient demonic incantations that shake the stone pillars of the throne room. Swoosh! Enraged beyond belief, Draxon leaps off his throne like a bloodthirsty wolf, shouting that stealing his phoenix wasn't enough, so now he's gonna tear this bold intruder limb from limb. Bzzzt! A shimmering blue magic barrier immediately snaps up around the 4 Vanguard heroes as they brace themselves for impact against the oncoming Beast King. Pressing a gloved finger to his lips, MC smoothly casts a high-tier sound cancellation spell called Silence, casually announcing that every sound inside this domain is now under his absolute command. Kaboom! Draxon slams his massive beast body directly onto the top of the blue energy dome, but thanks to MC's silence spell, the entire bone-crushing impact happens in creepy, complete quietness. Spotting the genius setup, Rosal flashes an impressed smile, praising MC for instantly neutralizing the Demon King's paralyzing roar attack with a single wave of his hand. She quickly realizes the secondary benefit too. By muting all sound in the area, MC made it completely impossible for Draxon to hear the squad chanting their high-level spell incantations. Shoo! Golden magic circles burst into light in midair as heavy binding chains materialize, wrapping tightly around Draxon's massive arms and dragging him toward the ground. Bound by the glowing sage's chains, Draxon violently thrashes in rage, snarling that pathetic human tricks like this will never hold down a true lord of beasts. Crack! With a terrifying burst of raw muscular force, the werewolf boss snaps the golden chains into a million floating magical shards like they were made of cheap glass. Man, watching a boss shatter high-rank crowd control magic through pure physical strength is terrifying. Kaboom! Draxon dives headfirst off the ceiling like a meteor, aiming his massive razor claws right at MC's skull with world-ending momentum. Massive boulders shatter and fly across the chamber as the counter impact creates a blinding dust cloud right where our protagonist was standing. The surrounding squad members gasp in complete horror, fearing that their tactical leader just got turned into fine pink powder. Emerging from the burning dust, Draxon sneers maniacally, declaring that this raid isn't a battle anymore. It's an absolute one-sided hunt, and he's gonna devour MC first. But as the dust settles, MC stands there completely unbothered, calmly staring right into the eyes of the towering beast without a single scratch on his cloak. MC places a hand over his ear, giving Draxon the ultimate savage response. Sorry, I can't hear a word you're saying over all that loud barking. Okay, this line was so ridiculously disrespectful, I almost feel bad for the Demon King. A system notification pops up in midair, confirming that the permanent silent status effect is locked on the Beast King, completely shutting down his vocal ability to use Dragon Tier battle cries. Chapter 23 title screen drops right here, perfectly setting up the next phase of this intense raid action. Rosal and the Night Leader watch in sheer disbelief, shouting out MC's title as they realize how insane his battle reflexes truly are. Flash! Fueled by demonic rage, Draxon transforms into a red blur of raw speed, charging forward to shred MC into pieces. Bang! A brutal shockwave rips across the room as Draxon's claws slam into the stone floor, barely missing MC, who dodges backward on fiery wings. Kaboom! Green sparks and magical residual energy explode across the battlefield as the Beast King continues his relentless sonic speed onslaught. Giant stone slabs crash from the ceiling as red energy slashes tear through the environment, turning the entire throne room into an absolute war zone. Panicking from the side, the Night Leader and Rosal shout that the boss is moving way too fast for them to land a lock-on spell, but the Knight quickly reminds everyone to blindly trust Lord Pale's strategy. Draxon's enraged thoughts echo through the silence as he curses MC for pulling these ridiculous tactical stunts in his own home. Leaping into the air, the massive wolf boss prepares a flurry of giant red claw slashes, screaming that anyone who dares show their fangs to him will never leave this tower alive. Swoosh! 5 massive waves of condensed crimson aura slice down toward MC like giant razor blades, carving massive trenches into the stone walls. Draxon roars out his legendary battle name with pure venom, fully expecting this aerial barrage to completely obliterate his opponent. Flashback. A quick flashback shows MC calmly instructing his raid party before entering the room, pointing out that the absolute key to killing the Beast Demon King is raw speed. MC explains that despite his giant hulking frame, Draxon possesses top-tier animalistic reflexes, meaning their only win condition is binding his movement and striking his hidden weak spot. The Knight Leader nervously asks if he can even keep up with the boss using his lightning dash skill, but MC reassures him with a confident smile, promising to give him the perfect signal at the exact right second. Back in the present, Draxon closes the distance in a fraction of a second, shouting in triumph as he thinks he's finally trapped MC in a dead-end corner. With a terrifying roar, the Wolf King brings down his colossal red claws in a downward execution strike aimed straight at MC's chest. Swoosh! Using his glorious phoenix wings, MC executes a slick upside-down mid-air backflip, dodging the lethal strike by literally a single millimeter. Crash! Draxon's claws slam harmlessly into the empty stone floor below, kicking up a shower of glowing red feathers as MC effortlessly hovers right above his head. Flying overhead, MC calmly extends his gloved hand, summoning an eerie, swirling purple sphere known as Ahriman's Orb directly above the boss. Draxon's eyes widen in pure shock as he recognizes the legendary dark artifact materializing right above his head. Realizing he's stepped right into a calculated trap, Draxon charges upward anyway with fangs bared, while MC cold-bloodedly prepares to blast him into oblivion with high-density dark magic. Talk about an epic cliffhanger. Ever wondered what happens when a mastermind protagonist decides to completely play mind games with a raid boss? Raising a sinister purple artifact, our MC casually reveals that while this relic might not affect the Demon King directly, it acts as a direct beacon to signal his exact location to his designated vassal. Draxon narrows his glowing red eyes in pure confusion, snarling back that sharing a location is completely useless when there aren't even any vassals around in this throne room to save him. But before the beast can even finish his sentence, blue lightning splits the air as the Lightning Knight comes hurtling down from above like a human meteor. Shoo! The mental shockwave from the psychic link hits the knight so hard he clutches his head in agony, screaming at MC to never use that excruciating mental pinging orb ever again. Draxon's jaw literally drops in sheer disbelief as he realizes the horrifying truth. This madman actually turned an S-rank human hero into his personal magical vassal. MC just flashes a nonchalant, devilish grin, casually suggesting that the Beast King should try enslaving a hero sometime, because it's honestly super convenient. That is, if you even survive the next 5 seconds, MC adds with cold arrogance as electric arcs detonate around the chamber. Crackle! The Lightning Knight's electrifying blade slices clean across Draxon's chest, leaving a sizzling trail of sparks across his fur. Unbothered by the sudden ambush, Draxon lets out a raspy, arrogant laugh, mocking the heroes for getting cocky over a petty papercut-level attack. But the joke is completely on him. Suddenly, hundreds of intricate golden magic circles ignite midair, encircling the towering beast from every single angle. Spotting the massive glowing formation above his head, Draxon's smug grin instantly vanishes as cold sweat drips down his snout. Flashback. A quick flashback reveals MC going over the tactical blueprint with Roselle before the raid, explaining that the moment the Lightning Knight creates a split-second opening, she needs to strike without hesitation. MC gives her an encouraging, ruthless smirk, reminding the Archmage to pour every single drop of her lingering hatred and vengeance for her lost eye into this one attack. Back in real time, Roselle raises her glowing staff toward the trapped beast, her eyes burning with pure rage as she prepares to settle the score once and for all. Channeling her absolute maximum mana capacity, she screams at the top of her lungs, unleashing a catastrophic wave of magic that turns the entire room golden. Kaboom! An absolute obliteration spell known as Satellite Cannon rains down from the ceiling like a holy orbital strike, completely devouring Draxon in a pillar of sheer energy. The entire throne room violently shakes as the apocalyptic laser strike detonates, sending giant stone debris flying into the stratosphere. Trapped right in the center of the orbital laser, Draxon unleashes a horrifying screech of pain as the raw heat burns his demonic hide to a crisp. Swoosh! MC and the Lightning Knights stand their ground behind the shockwave, coolly watching the golden firestorm consume the boss. Meanwhile, Ralph the Shield Master stands tall in front of Rosal, using his massive golden shields to block the devastating thermal backlash from hitting her. As the blinding light slowly fades, thick gray smoke pours out of a massive crater carved deep into the stone floor. Panting heavily inside the steaming pit, a battered and scorched Draxon slowly pushes himself up, growling in pure venom about these relentless bug-like humans. MC narrows his eyes in sharp appreciation, realizing that surviving an orbital laser at point-blank range proves this Demon King is a total tank. Roar! Enraged beyond human comprehension, Draxon's face twists into a terrifying demonic nightmare as he screams out his legendary title. Swoosh! With a single swipe of his claws, a massive wave of crimson energy tears across the floor, targeting the squad with supersonic speed. Slice! Ralph braces behind his giant shield, but the sheer force of the red arc slices right past his guard, splattering blood across his armor. The bloody wave rips through the backline, striking both Roselle and the Lightning Knight, sending them crashing down into the dirt, severely wounded. Surrounded by an aura of pure bloody destruction, Draxon screams that no mere human will ever force him to his knees. Kaboom! Transforming into a terrifying crimson streak, the Wild Wolf King leaps across the room to tear MC into bloody ribbons. With effortless grace, MC ignites his fiery phoenix wings, gliding backward through the air just out of reach of the beast's razor claws. Smirking down at the thrashing boss, MC casually mocks Draxon, noting that his grand, regal aura is completely gone, and he's reduced to nothing more than a rabid, drooling dog. Draxon snaps his blood-stained fangs, roaring that he's gonna rip MC's head off right here and now. Shut that noisy snout of yours already, MC cuts him off with an icy glare. I haven't even shown you the main course yet. Draxon's eyes bulge in sudden alarm as a horrifying realization dawns on him. Flash! MC raises his hands as blinding crimson fire erupts around him, summoning the ancient power of the mythical phoenix that Draxon had stolen and hidden away. The Demon King stammers in absolute panic, recognizing his own prize, Sacred Flame, now obeying the command of a human intruder. Kaboom! MC blasts a catastrophic inferno of phoenix flames directly into Draxon's face, turning the aerial battlefield into an absolute oven. A breathtaking sea of red and orange fire sweeps across the cavern, completely engulfing the entire throne room in divine holy flames. Even while burning alive in the sea of fire, Draxon desperately roars through the pain, stubbornly yelling that a few flames will never be enough to end his life. Crash! Pushing through the blazing wall of fire, the charred Wolf King dives straight down, aiming a desperate kill strike directly at Rolf's head. As Draxon leaps into the air to crush the Shield Master, his jump causes his body to arch forward, completely exposing his lower back and tail region. Bzzz, a tactical system lock-on highlights the boss's single hidden weakness, his vulnerable tail. Wounded and bleeding on the floor, Roselle forces herself up, pointing her staff toward the exposed boss with deadly precision, shouting that she won't miss this open window. Shoo! Glowing golden sage's chains instantly burst from the ground, tightly wrapping around Draxon's limbs and locking him frozen in midair. Bzzz! Harnessing every remaining volt of electric mana, the Lightning Knight crouches low, glowing like a hypercharged storm god. Realizing he's completely helpless and locked in a mid-air execution frame, Draxon screams out in sheer pathetic terror. Flash! In a fraction of a millisecond, the Lightning Knight transforms into a cyan flash of light, zipping straight past the immobilized beast. Watching the final blow execute flawlessly, MC gives a cold, satisfaction-filled smirk, thanking the Demon King for delivering the Phoenix power right into his hands. Slice! A fountain of dark demonic blood erupts into the sky as the lightning blade cleanly severs Draxon's massive head from his body. Tud! The severed wolf head of the Beast Demon King tumbles across the blood-soaked stone floor, bringing an absolute cinematic end to the terrifying raid boss fight. Talk about a legendary team combo victory! Imagine pulling off the most legendary raid boss kill in history, only for your fake team leader to immediately step up and try to steal all the glory. The battlefield erupts in cheers as the foot soldiers foolishly believe Hillen was the one who pulled off the impossible. Posing dramatically under a beam of divine light, Hillen holds his blood-stained blade high in the air, basking in the loud praise as everyone hails him as their grand savior. But under that heroic smile lies pure ego. Hillen's mind is racing with unhinged greed, reveling in the adoration and declaring to himself that he'll go down as the absolute strongest hero in history. Crash! The hype moment gets instantly cut short as the entire dungeon starts violently collapsing around them, sending soldiers screaming and scrambling for loot while trying to save their own skins. Meanwhile, far away from the chaos, our dark cloak-wearing MC steps over Draxon's severed head, staring down with cold eyes and wondering if a second chance at life could ever redeem a brute like him. Giant stone boulders rain down from the ceiling, but MC doesn't even flinch as he walks away, knowing that giving extra chances to ruthless tyrants is completely meaningless anyway. He takes one last look back at the crumbling ruin, reflecting on how Draxon's obsession with his pride as a Demon King ultimately sealed his tragic fate. The dust settles as a dramatic, glowing title card flashes across the screen, officially setting the stage for the next crazy chapter. Up in the lush green forest canopy, someone is already connecting the dots, realizing that every single move in this battle was meticulously planned from the very start. Covered head to toe in bandages, Rosal sits against a rock and dryly calls out Hillen's shameless credit stealing, though Hillen just stammers back that it was all just a big misunderstanding. Looking at her wrapped arms, Rosal reflects on that chaotic battle, admitting that while Hillen's sudden appearance was super suspicious, surviving the clash thanks to MC's hidden interference was all that really mattered. Swapping to an adorable chibi art style, Rosal casually informs the group that she's claiming Draxon's entire corpse as her personal trophy. No questions asked. Poor Hillen can only nod frantically with a sweat bead on his head, completely terrified to cross the scary archmage. Talk about knowing your place. Shout! A knight's voice echoes from across the clearing, calling Rosal over to check out a shocking discovery hidden deep within the rubble of the Beast Tower. Pushing past the debris, the scouting party reveals a group of unconscious royals, finally locating the missing princes and princesses scattered across the grass. Rosal kneels down next to a purple-haired girl curled up on the ground, her eyes widening in sheer shock as she recognizes the sleeping figure. A glowing system window pops up, identifying the mysterious girl as Lavinia Akan, the third princess of the Akan kingdom. Rosal completely loses her cool, screaming in comedic disbelief over why on earth a high-ranking royal princess was snoozing in the middle of a raid zone. Turning into full lecture mode, Rosal angrily chews out Lavinia for sneaking into a lethal demon tower just to harvest raw monster flesh for Chimera research. Honestly, who risks their life for monster meat? Talk about zero survival instincts. In the background, the Grunt Knights stand totally paralyzed in confusion, completely baffled by how these two eccentric women are even having a coherent conversation. Rosal demands to know if the Demon King did anything to her, only for Lavinia to deadpan that she was literally trading rare monsters with Draxon in exchange for massive stacks of cash. Watching from afar, MC facepalms as the pieces finally fit together, realizing Draxon's secret fortune was coming straight from this reckless princess, while Rosal drags her away. Recalling his past life, MC gives a weary look, mentally reaffirming that this crazy princess has always been an absolute nightmare to deal with. Swoosh! The scene shifts dramatically to a dark, high-tech sanctuary where glowing blue holographic projections of secret power brokers float in midair. The shadowy cabal expresses deep annoyance over their ruined political plans, noting that a rogue figure calling themselves the owner of the Phoenix completely flipped the script and led the raid to victory. Whispering amongst each other, the council realizes with growing alarm that this overpowered Firemaster isn't affiliated with any official hero guild. A towering silhouette steps forward, his voice dripping with authority, as he declares that with a Demon King down, the time has come to put a tight leash back on the heroes. His piercing white eyes glow in the dark room, radiating pure menace as he prepares to initiate a full-scale covert operation. With an icy command, he orders his shadow agents to track down and expose the true identity of the Phoenix owner at all costs. Meanwhile, the venue shifts to the grand Ormus Royal Banquet Hall, filled with dazzling chandeliers, fine wine, and high society nobles enjoying the post-raid celebrations. The old king cries tears of joy, sobbing uncontrollably as he thanks the heroes for rescuing his children, while his aides gently try to drag him off to rest. Looking absolutely stunning in a high-class red and gold dress, Rosal sits alone with an eye patch, sipping a bright blue cocktail and dryly complaining about how gloomy the party feels. Hillen walks up looking sharp in a white tuxedo, trying to drop a slick compliment, but Rosal instantly shuts him down with top-tier attitude. Gotta love her no-nonsense energy. Glancing around the packed room, Rosal swirls her glass, privately wondering where MC disappeared to since she has endless questions about his legendary Phoenix Flames. Suddenly, a group of rescued heroes pops up, loudly demanding to see Lord Pale so they can shower their true savior with gratitude. Even the usually silent Shieldmaster Ralph speaks up in smooth, articulate sentences, sending the surrounding Grunt Knights into absolute shock. Hillen frantically waves his hands in panic, sheepishly announcing that Lord Pale has already ghosted the entire event, leaving everyone's jaws on the floor. Cut to the snow-covered peak of the Urzist mountain range, where MC's Dark Tower stands tall into the freezing night sky. Step, step, MC casually strolls into his throne room, coolly telling his dark elf butler that he easily slaughtered the Demon King of Beasts and made it back in time for tea. The butler's face contorts into pure comedic horror, trembling in fear as he screams about the apocalyptic political fallout MC just unleashed on the world. Taking a seat on his dark throne, MC calmly explains that with Draxon dead, the other Demon Kings will call an emergency meeting, so he needed to be present to avoid suspicion. The butler's eyes go wide in realization, instantly calming down once he sees his master's big brain cover-up strategy at work. But MC's expression darkens as he stares ahead, dropping a serious truth bomb, admitting to himself that despite his flex, he's still far too weak. Flashback. MC recalls Draxon's terrifying final transformation, analyzing how the Beast King was already heavily worn down from prior battles. Recalling the searing heat of Draxon's ultimate attack, MC realizes that against a full-powered Demon King, his current defensive abilities wouldn't be enough. Looking down at his hand, MC summons a cute, glowing orange phoenix hatchling, realizing he needs to drastically train both himself and his sacred familiar. Beep! A holographic communication window suddenly pops up next to the throne as a silver-haired Demon King appears on screen. The silver-haired ruler urgently requests an immediate summon among all Demon Kings, completely unaware that the killer is sitting right in front of him. Closing his eyes with a somber tone, the silver-haired Demon King officially announces the tragic news that Draxon Doldov has been slain. Top panel, MC flashes the most sinister, villainous smirk in existence, gloating internally that he was the executioner. Bottom panel, instantly switching to an Oscar-worthy fake shock, MC gasps out in pretend horror, asking how such a tragedy could ever happen. Talk about the ultimate double agent. Talk about dropping a bombshell in the middle of a peaceful morning. The white-haired demon envoy casually clears his throat, announcing to the entire council that a brand new Demon King is officially descended into the realm. Wait, hold up, half a day? Our guy's eyes practically pop out of his head in sheer disbelief because replacing a fallen Demon King usually takes centuries, not a quick lunch break. Staring into the void, MC's mind races as he tries to figure out if Archduke Alkine foresaw Draxon's defeat and rigged the system in advance, though thankfully the evidence vanished with the tower, leaving him completely off the hook. Striding right into the high-ceiling summit chamber with pure Dark Lord aura, MC prepares to face the terrifying Council of Demon Kings, knowing one wrong slip of the tongue could mean instant execution. But instead of terrifying monsters, he's immediately greeted by a drop-dead gorgeous succubus perched on her desk, giving him a sultry smirk that screams major trouble. Flashing an enticing smile, she introduces herself as Vivian Blunt, the Grand Queen of the Blood Moon clan. And honestly, with horns like that, you know she's used to getting whatever she wants. Cool as a cucumber, MC slides into his grandiose high-back chair, dryly stating his alias as Burzy Deos without giving her an ounce of free attention. Talk about an unshakable poker face. Narrowing her glowing red eye, Vivian's curiosity spikes instantly, because usually guys are practically drooling at her feet, yet this dark horse didn't even blink. Slamming his massive furry fist on the table, the Beast Demon King roars in fury, refusing to believe Draxon went down so easily and suspecting an insider played dirty. He barks out orders for a full investigation while pointing a giant claw directly at MC, telling Vivian to keep a hawk-like eye on their suspicious new colleague. Putting on her best serious face, Vivian notes that if anyone broke the Sacred Demon Realm regulations, this mysterious new guy who insulted their standards is prime suspect number 1. She slyly licks her lip with a villainous chuckle, plotting to manipulate this prickly newcomer by teasing him until his secret cracks wide open. Sensing the rising hostility, the white-haired mediator steps up to officially kick off the high-stakes Demon King Conference before fists start flying. Striding across the marble floor in killer high heels, Vivian loudly mocks the whole situation, finding it hilarious that these legendary monsters are panicking just over one dead king. She casually saunters past the massive stone Demon King, bringing an absurd amount of dramatic main character energy to what was supposed to be a gloomy funeral meeting. Landing in her seat with maximum dramatic flair, Vivian crosses her long legs and flashes a provocative grin, proving she's easily the most chaotic element in this whole room. Leaning so close, MC can practically smell her perfume, she playfully asks him what kind of insane monster could possibly flip the demon realm upside down like this. Stretching out a delicate finger to stroke his chin, she purrs that she loves a handsome face. Seriously, girl, this isn't a speed dating event, it's a villain summit. Without missing a beat, MC brutally swats her hand away with cold eyes, calling her completely unsightly and telling her to back off. Vivian's brain completely short-circuits into an adorable chibi breakdown, utterly traumatized that a mortal man just rejected a succubus queen. Replaying that legendary disrespect in full detail, MC doesn't even care about her royal title, keeping his boundaries firmer than a brick wall. The sheer comedic disrespect here is unmatched. She's literally a legendary succubus queen, yet MC treats her like a mildly annoying housefly. Breaking up the flirting session, an icy, elegant voice cuts through the room, ordering Vivian to get her dramatic self back into her assigned seat immediately. Radiating absolute sub-zero authority, Ice Queen Reina reminds everyone that while this is a welcome party, they're primarily here to solve Draxon's embarrassing defeat, so maintain some dignity. The white-haired mediator blinks in surprise, completely shocked that the famously cold Lady Reina is personally presiding over today's chaotic meeting. Instead of backing down, Vivian just giggles mischievously, teasing the Ice Queen about whether she wants a piece of the handsome new guy too. Clearing his throat to prevent an all-out catfight, the mediator rapidly redirects everyone's focus back to the primary threat, the overpowered 10-star heroes currently advancing on their lands. The atmosphere turns dead serious as a burning holographic image of a fiery phoenix fills the room, marking the mysterious owner of the phoenix as public enemy number 1. Towering over the serene waters, the Dark Demon Citadel stands quiet as the council comes to a unanimous agreement. Investigate this legendary fire master with extreme caution. Narrowing his eyes in deep thought, MC realizes that since he was acting under his hero persona Pale, the demons have zero clue he's the actual Phoenix owner, though he needs to stay low-key from now on. Glancing across the table at Vivian, MC remembers she's actually an inquisitor sent directly by Archduke Alkine to spy on his every move. Noticing his stare, Vivian playfully winks and blows a heart-filled kiss right at him like a total menace. Looking at her childish antics, MC gives the most deadpan face in history, realizing this dangerous spy might actually just be a giant airhead he doesn't need to worry about. Meanwhile, back inside MC's dark tower, a blonde captive sneaks along the metallic walls, hyperventilating as she realizes the guards have left their posts completely unguarded. Glancing past a giant mech cannon, she notices Princess Ernan is missing too, deciding this is her one golden chance to pull off an epic prison break. Staring at the massive, reinforced exit doors at the end of the grand hallway, her heart pounds wildly as freedom sits just a few feet away. Suddenly, a high heel stomps onto the stone floor as a chilling voice calls out, asking where on earth she thinks she's sneaking off to. Spiraling water magic erupts around a cute blue-haired spirit girl who dramatically declares she will defend the tower and stop this escape attempt at all costs. Unleashing a blazing aura of cyan mana around her sword, the blonde girl grits her teeth, vowing to fight her way through if they won't let her leave peacefully. The dramatic tension reaches a boiling point as the water spirit girl stares back with determined eyes, setting the stage for an intense high magic showdown. Holding her blade with a deadly glare, the blonde runaway readies her posture, fully prepared to slice through anyone standing in her way. Right before the battle explodes, Gordon the Dark Elf butler casually strolls between them with a feather duster, calmly telling her she can leave whenever she wants. Gordon dryly shakes his head while dusting the floor, sighing that he couldn't care less about her fate because human antics are just plain tedious. Blonde girl's jaw drops in complete confusion. Like, you guys literally kidnapped me, and now you're just waving me goodbye with zero hesitation? Suspecting a trap, she narrows her eyes, deciding that regardless of his secret scheme, a distracted guard is an opportunity she can't afford to waste. Sprinting towards the giant doors, she resolves to make it into the freezing Urzest mountain range and reach Horton Walk for reinforcements. The moment her bare palm touches the heavy iron doors, dark purple runes flare up with terrifying magic across the surface. Her eyes widen in sheer horror as violent purple flames wrap around her arms, realizing a second too late that the door was heavily booby-trapped. A blinding, colossal explosion of dark lightning and demonic magic completely engulfs the entire doorway in a catastrophic blast. Watching the fiery clouds settle with total deadpan expressions, Gordon and the water girl just stand there, dryly noting that this exact tragic scenario happens every single time. Talk about a brutal security system. Talk about a total backfire. Instead of a smooth escape into freedom, the poor blonde runaway ends up getting hit with a high-voltage magical trap, leaving her completely fried on the marble floor. Standing over her smoking body, Gordon calmly reminds everyone that trying to bust out without the Demon King's permission is practically a quick ticket to the afterlife. Honestly, this tower's security system does not play around. Determined to see if the rumors are real, Princess Ernin cautiously reaches her hand out toward the massive steel gates, her fingers glowing with faint blue mana. Creak! To everyone's absolute shock, the gigantic reinforced doors begin to slide open all by themselves with a heavy groan, letting in the freezing mountain wind. Gordon's eyes literally pop out behind his glasses because wait a minute, how on earth did a prisoner just unlock the master gates? Even Ernin herself freezes in total confusion, realizing her simple touch just bypassed the most secure lock in the entire demon realm. Panicking that she's about to get blamed for a jailbreak, Ernin desperately tries to push the heavy door shut before anyone notices. Tap! A heavy, black-gloved hand slams against the edge of the door, completely stopping it in its tracks. Stepping through the snow, our boy Burzadea sports a smug smile, asking if she was seriously planning an escape right as he walked up. Talk about top-tier worst timing ever. Bowing respectfully, Gordon greets his master while ignoring the charred bodies still twitching on the floor behind them. Classic butler professionalism right there. Looking at the chaotic mess in front of him, MC's brain completely short-circuits. Seriously, he leaves for one summit meeting and comes back to total Comedy Central. Back upstairs in the grand throne room, MC immediately orders Gordon to lock up the blonde runaway in the underground dungeon. Simple? Clean? Problem solved. But Gordon hesitates, asking what they should do about Princess Ernin after what just went down at the front gates. Drop the mic moment, Gordon drops a massive bombshell, revealing that the tower only opens for members recognized by the Demon King, meaning the system literally considers Ernin part of his inner circle. Tapping his magical interface to monitor the dungeon, MC realizes that with her powerful spirit contract, Ernin could easily walk out of this place whenever she wants. Staring at the screen, a massive question mark forms over MC's head. If she has the power to leave, why is she willingly staying in the Demon King's lair? MC narrows his eyes, determined to figure out what game Princess Ernin Hildebrand is actually playing. Down in the gloomy underground cells, Ernin casually pays a visit to Princess Kaide, who is currently locked behind heavy iron bars. Grasping the bars, Cade warns Ernin that Demon Kings never offer free meals, insisting this whole situation is definitely a trap. Ernin pauses for a split second, taking in her warning with a mysteriously calm expression. Turning around with a bright smile, Ernin casually drops that she didn't get captured, she literally ran away from home on purpose. Watching through his orb, MC's heart skips a beat as Ernin glances directly toward his hidden scrying camera. Is this girl actually a master mind reader or what? Erin boldly admits she absolutely despised the royal court and her own father, so being kidnapped was actually her dream ticket out of that golden cage. Watching her spill her guts, MC can't help but wonder if she's secretly delivering this entire speech specifically for his ears. Cade's jaw hits the floor as she screams through the bars, reminding Ernin that she's the most talented prodigy in the Empire and the rightful heir to the crown. She begs Ernin to explain why in their right mind someone would throw away a glorious empire just to become a villain sidekick. Ernin's eyes go cold as she reveals a chilling truth. While the empire boasts 62 royal children, not a single one besides her has ever been named publicly. Cade stammers in confusion, pointing out that official empire records state there are only 28 princes and princesses. A dark shadow falls across Ernin's face, hinting at a terrifying royal cover-up that would make your skin crawl. Talk about major lore drop and a casual conversation. Instantly shifting back to a cheerful grin, Ernin tells Kaide to go ask Emperor himself if she ever makes it back home alive. Clinging to the bars in sheer horror, Cade realizes the sheer scale of the corruption lurking behind the imperial throne. Ernin flashes a delightfully mischievous smirk, completely unbothered by the heavy political bomb she just dropped. Kata's face turns bright red as she fumes in pure comedic anime rage behind her cell door. Tap, tap. Waving goodbye with a playful chuckle, Ernin strolls away down the dark hallway, promising to bring her breakfast tomorrow. Up in the throne room, MC twirls a glowing magical crystal in his hand, piecing together the dark history of the Hildren dynasty. Realizing Ernin's motivation runs far deeper than simple rebellion, MC decides it's time to test her true loyalty once and for all. The scene shifts to the freezing peaks of the Regressed mountain range, where howling snowstorms cover the landscape in sub-zero ice. Floating in the icy wind, the cute blue water spirit grabs the tiny fire spirit and slime, giggling that they should leave the Demon King and Princess alone for some quality time. Bundled up in a thick winter coat, Ernan chuckles happily next to MC, enjoying the fresh air after being stuck indoors for so long. Stopping dead in his tracks, MC turns toward her, uttering her full royal name with zero warmth in his voice. The playful mood vanishes in an instant as MC coldly admits he doesn't buy a single word of her runaway story. Summoning terrifying purple demonic flames into his palm, dark horns sprout from MC's head as his menacing Demon King aura explodes. Ernan's breath catches in her throat, the sheer pressure of his magical aura making the icy wind freeze in place around them. With glowing eyes filled with deadly intent, MC demands she reveal every single secret she's hiding right now. High up on the snowy cliff, the dramatic standoff reaches peak tension. Two powerhouses playing a dangerous game of poker where one lie means instant death. Meanwhile, hidden high above on a snowy ridge, a mysterious figure in a white camouflage mantle lies completely flat against the ice. Adjusting his high-tech binoculars through a heavy gas mask, the Imperial Scout locks his scope directly onto MC, whispering that he's finally located the Demon King of Regressed. Completely unaware of the sniper watching from afar, MC raises his burning dark fire even closer to Ernan, delivering a final ultimatum. Sweat trickles down Ernan's pale cheek as she stammers, backed into a corner with no room left to dodge. Cracking a cold, ruthless glare, MC readies his black magic, warning her that if she refuses to talk, he'll force the truth out of her the hard way. With a dramatic flare of dark energy, our Demon King MC doesn't waste a single microsecond when an uninvited guest tries to spy on his secret conversation. Raising his hand like an absolute boss, a massive surge of violet mana crackles into existence, setting up a high-stakes confrontation right off the bat. Boom! MC casually snipes the distant spy across the snowy peaks with a devastating blast, barely even turning his head as the mountain turns into a pyrotechnic show. Standing beside the stunned Princess Ernan, he dryly announces that he's going to clean up the intruder before they get back to business. Talk about top-tier multitasking. Miles away on the icy ridge, the Imperial Scout gets the shock of his life as purple flames erupt all around his binoculars. He can barely process how on earth the Demon King detected his stealth skill from such a ridiculous distance before the magical blast completely engulfs him. Crash! The spy shatters into glowing fragments like a broken puppet, revealing it was actually just a high-tech mana clone all along. Honestly, props to this sneaky mercenary for using dummy bodies, but trying to spy on a max-level raid boss is just asking to get turned into digital dust. MC narrows his eyes with a cold, annoyed glare, thoroughly unimpressed by the spy's cheap trick. When you're the ruler of the demon realm, dealing with level 1 stealth gimmicks is basically just an annoying pop-up ad you gotta close. Princess Ernan's eyes go wide in total disbelief as she looks at MC, suddenly piecing together who was actually stalking them through the blizzard. MC casually confirms that, yeah, this annoying hero bug has been tailing them for way too long. Connecting the dots in record time, Ernan realizes this undercover scout must be none other than the legendary 10-star hero and master spy Daphne Filii. Gotta give Ernan credit, her political database is stacked, instantly identifying top-ranked Imperial operatives on site. A ghostly silhouette of Daphne appears, a rogue mercenary who built his entire reputation on stealth reconnaissance and gathering forbidden intelligence. Basically, he's the ultimate fantasy ninja, minus the flashy speed and plus a high-tech gas mask. MC rubs his chin as memories from his previous life rush back. He remembers Daphne as the master informant who leaked almost all of his secret tower data in the past timeline. Now that he's face-to-face with his former nemesis, MC is definitely not going to let history repeat itself. Noticeably anxious, Ernan turns to check if the main tower is still safe from Imperial eyes, but MC stays completely cool, assuring her with ultimate confidence that everything is under complete control. You love to see a protagonist who never loses his composure. The camera pans out to a majestic, breathtaking view of the Regressed mountain range, where Burz's imposing red and black monolith stands tall amidst howling sub-zero snowstorms. The art style here is honestly peak webtoon aesthetic, pure dark fantasy majesty. Back on the snowy slopes, Daphne's real body wanders around in total confusion. Staring through his gas mask, he rubs his eyes because the colossal tower he was tracking literally vanished into thin air. Imagine hiking through a blizzard only for your target destination to get deleted from the map. Ping! A glowing system window pops up on MC's screen, confirming the activation of Mana Ghost Remote Control. With a single command, the entire multi-story fortress goes completely invisible to the physical world. Of course, God-tier stealth tech doesn't come cheap. A flashing system alert warns that maintaining this massive cloaking field drains a continuous 10 mana points every single second. Man, running a demon lair is literally like paying a subscription fee to keep out unwanted guests. Tapping away at his blue holographic dashboard, MC shows Ernan the real-time radar map of the mountain. He explains that active cloaking will easily hide the base not just from lone scouts, but from entire high-level hero expeditions. Talk about an overpowered defensive upgrade. Watching his demonic energy reserve slowly count down from 65,000 points, MC calculates his runtime. As long as his mana pool stays loaded, no human army will ever stumble upon his doorstep again, budgeting mana like a pro gamer. Turning his dark glare back on to Ernan, MC cuts right back to the interrogation. He warns her that the playtime is over. She better spill every dark secret she's holding on to, or she'll be locked out of the safe house permanently. Gasp! The ultimatum hits Ernan like a ton of bricks. Dropping her head as a heavy shadow falls over her face, she realizes MC isn't playing around. If she loses his trust now, she loses her only sanctuary in the entire realm. Taking a deep breath to compose herself, Ernan looks up with solemn, trembling eyes. She surrenders to his demand, promising to lay out the full, unfiltered truth about her origin and the Imperial Court. Dun dun dun! Ernan leans in and drops a massive bomb, asking MC if he's ever heard of the forbidden ancient magic known as Child of the World Tree. The sudden term sends a shockwave through MC's brain. You can tell this lore drop is about to change everything. Meanwhile, high above on the frozen cliffs, 3 ominous blue demon officers stand like silent gargoyles, keeping their glowing eyes locked onto Daphne's retreating silhouette. Seriously, the villain hierarchy in this show is so top tier. MC's surveillance network spans the entire continent. Looking down from the snowy peak, the massive demon commanders watch the Imperial spy hustle toward a fortified fortress wall in the distance. The contrast between the towering demons and the tiny human scout highlights just how outmatched the Empire really is. We get a close-up of the lead demon commander, a monstrous blue beast with braided hair, jagged tusks, and dark fur armor. The character design here is absolutely wild, giving off pure primal warlord energy. Ding! A magic communication hologram flickers into life next to MC as the commander reports that the hero clone has left the mountain range without using stealth. MC praises a scout, ordering them to track every remaining clone back to their main hideout. Another system notification confirms that the Mana Ghost cloaking protocol remained active over the tower, keeping the base hidden in total stealth mode. The energy counter ticks down to 65,200 points in real time. Honestly, seeing status screens in a dark fantasy manhwa always gives that sweet RPG nostalgia. It's like watching a high-level player manage his base resources in an RTS game. MC pauses to calculate the strategic stakes in his head. The tower might be stronger than ever, but throwing down against a full-scale hero expedition right now? Still too risky. First priority? He needs to eliminate Daphne Filii once and for all. Hernan breaks the silence with a quiet whisper, admitting that Daphne was sent directly by her father, the Emperor. MC turns in surprise as she drops another piece of the puzzle. Her twisted family dynamic runs way deeper than standard royal drama. Ernan bitterly notes that her father just can't bear to lose his precious first princess. Or maybe he's just desperate to retrieve his prized biological weapon tied to that Child of the World Tree magic. Looking out over the endless snow-capped peaks, Ernan sighs that it's a long, dark story. But MC stands his ground, coldly replying that he's got all the time in the world to hear her out. Time for the ultimate tragic backstory reveal. Flashback. The scene shifts to a golden, glorious age when the Hildren Kingdom was once a dominant empire, soaring high under radiant magic circles. The glowing architecture gives off total ancient high elf capital vibes. Shatter. The golden vision cracks into pieces like broken glass, showing ruined walls and collapsing kingdoms. Ernan explains how endless bloody wars crippled their national strength, dragging them down from an almighty empire to a struggling kingdom. Among the scattered shards of the past, Ernan reveals her father's obsessive mad ambition. He became utterly obsessed with reclaiming the Empire's former glory at any cost. To win a war without an army, the Emperor didn't build thousands of soldiers. He sought a single godlike archmage capable of wiping out entire battlefields single-handedly. The visual of a legendary mage standing over a mountain of defeated knights is pure epic fantasy brilliance. Back in the present, Ernan solemnly explains that true magical prodigies can't just be trained through regular schooling, nor are naturally born geniuses easy to find in a single generation. MC's eyes widen in real-time realization as the horrific puzzle pieces start clicking together in his mind. He can already sense where this dark tale is headed. Ernan touches her chest with a haunted look in her eyes, confessing that the royal family turned to taboo dark magic to manually engineer augmented superhumans, just like her. Yikes! We see a horrifying flashback panel of a secret royal laboratory where pregnant mothers are hooked up to glowing blue magic vats, forcibly pumping massive amounts of raw mana directly into unborn fetuses. Talk about dark fantasy horror. The human empire is literally doing mad science experiments on babies. AMC asks the obvious, heavy question. With that much raw magical pressure forced into the womb, how could any mother possibly survive the birth? Eranon coldly confirms the tragic reality. Countless mothers died agonizing deaths. Ernan drops her head as dark memories consume her. Even the infants who survived were born with horrifying deformities or perished shortly after. MC stands in total silence, stunned by the sheer cruelty of the human kingdom. Rumble, right as the heavy atmosphere settles, a terrifying cosmic horror monster with a giant green eye and writhing tentacles manifests directly out of the sky clouds above them. Talk about bad timing for an eldritch creature pop-up. Whoosh! Dark purple flames explode around MC's hand as his horns emerge. Sensing the top-tier boss monster summoned by his previous mana burst, MC commands Ernan to step back while he handles business. Swoosh! Before MC can throw a single punch, Ernan dramatically steps right in front of him, raising her arm to take center stage. Talk about a boss move. She's not letting anyone steal her shine today. Splash! A gigantic, ethereal water spirit goddess erupts behind Ernan in a cascade of glowing cyan mana. Ernan reveals that among all the lab experiments, she was the single successful masterpiece, created as an overwhelming, unmatchable genius. Zzz, the horrifying floating eye monster charges a massive blood-red magic crest in front of its pupil, prepping a catastrophic obliteration laser. Boom! A colossal, apocalyptic beam of crimson destruction blasts down from the heavens, threatening to vaporize the entire mountain peak in a split second. Without shrinking back even an inch, Eranon thrusts her hand forward, snapping a brilliant multi-layered blue magic circle into existence right in the path of the death ray. Kabrash! Ernan's magic circle summons a colossal, jagged glacier of ice that completely blocks and deflects the red beam into harmless sparks. The sheer scale of this ice shield makes you realize she wasn't flexing her genius title for nothing. Glowing scion energy ripples through Ernan's hair and eyes as she glares upwards with total, absolute command over water and ice magic. She looks like a full-blown frost goddess unleashed. Boom! Ernan unleashes her full power, sending a towering avalanche of razor-sharp ice spires sweeping across the frozen landscape, completely annihilating the monster in a glorious display of ultimate magic power. What an absolute cinematic masterpiece of a climax! Imagine flexing your ultimate ice magic just to prove to the Demon King that you're not a liar. With a single brutal blow, sharp ice spires shatter the floating eldritch monster into pieces. MC can barely process what just happened. A top-tier cosmic beast deleted in one shot. He remarks that with power like that, it's no wonder her royal father is so obsessed with getting her back. But Ernan doesn't look proud at all. She stares down at her hands, whispering bitterly about how this terrifying strength is nothing more than a blood-stained curse born from dark human experimentation. MC narrows his eyes, still skeptical. He points out that someone with god-tier magic and a direct line to the imperial throne shouldn't be running away to hide in a demon lair. Seriously? You can't even blame MC for being paranoid. In a world where everyone has 3 secret motives, trusting a princess who can nuke a mountain range is a massive gamble. He coldly asks if she really expects him to buy her story. Frustrated, Ernan fumes and shouts that she's telling the absolute truth. She even begs him to use his lie-detecting magic tool on her, though she admits her spirit mana would accidentally shatter the orb instantly. Flaunting dark purple energy around his fingertips, MC drops the temperature of the room. He warns her that if she tries to play mind games with him, he'll remind her what a real Demon King is truly capable of. Look at her flustered, cute face. It's hilarious how she goes from frost goddess to an angry pufferfish in 5 seconds flat. Manhwa artist contrast is unmatched. Without hesitating for even a second, Ernan reaches out and grabs MC's hand barehanded right as his dark mana sizzles. MC's jaw drops. Nobody has ever dared touch him like this. In an absolute wildcard move, she pulls his hand straight onto her chest. Multicolored elemental light erupts around them as MC freezes in total shock. Talk about taking a leap of faith. Sweat dripping down his face, MC panics like a high school protagonist. He stammers, completely thrown off his game by her aggressive stunt. Staring right into his eyes, Ernan yells for him to listen to her heartbeat. She insists that through direct touch, he can feel every drop of sincerity pulsing in her chest. A glowing magical phoenix manifests within her soul vision, radiating raw emotional vibrations straight through MC's palm. The visual art team absolutely cooked here. The X-ray energy link showing their heartbeats synchronizing looks like something straight out of a high-budget anime climax. MC senses her pulse aligning with his own dark mana. Passing through the spirit link, MC isn't reading lies. She's feeling overwhelming waves of raw anger, deep sorrow, and burning shame over her dark past. Blushing bright red, Ernan softly explains that elementalists communicate heart to heart through mana vibrations. It's an intimate, unfakeable channel of raw truth that no lie can bypass. The heavy silence settles over the freezing mountainside as MC lowers his head. For the first time, he fully accepts that every word out of her mouth was 100% real. Lowering her eyes, Ernan's voice softens into a solemn whisper as she recalls the very first moment she laid eyes on the Demon King. We see a gorgeous flashback of her trapped in her room, looking up at MC's imposing demonic form. Even back then, she sensed he wasn't just another mindless monster, but the only person who could save her. Mac blinks in utter confusion. A Demon King being called a savior? He asks what kind of crazy help a human princess could possibly want from a Dark Lord. With a burning passion in her eyes, Ernan drops the ultimate plot twist. She wants the Demon King to help her burn her own kingdom to the ground. Talk about the ultimate villain team-up. You know you've written a top-tier anti-hero when even the main character is stunned by how chaotic the heroine is. MC's brain completely short-circuits. The Spirit Link confirms Either's terrifying desire to wipe out her own nation isn't a bluff. It's her genuine, deepest wish. The freezing wind howls across the deserted tundra as the gravity of her confession hangs heavily in the sub-zero air. Pulling his hand back, MC gives a faint smirk and agrees to trust her. A huge wave of relief washes over Ernan as she softly thanks her new ally. But wait, the water spirit goddess pops her head into frame with hilarious, wide-eyed suspicion, practically melting in comedy shock. The comedic timing of spirits teasing their summoners is peak webtoon entertainment. The water spirit pokes fun at Ernan, accusing her of flirting under the cover of spiritual communication. Cutting through the awkwardness, MC decides it's time to head back to the fortress to plan their next moves. But before they leave, he's got one urgent side quest to finish. With a dangerous smirk, MC orders her to use her spirits to pinpoint the main body of Daphne Filii. It's time to go hunting. Meanwhile, deep in the mountain pass, the hero Daphne is sprinting at full speed through the snowstorm. We see how his sneaky goggle tech works. His advanced cloning magic lets him split his soul and share power across multiple copies simultaneously. Dividing your attack power to max out your map reveal strategy is classic high-level RPG tactics, but doing it in enemy territory is basically asking for trouble. His holographic radar map flashes bright yellow pins as his clones spread out to search every nook and cranny of the region. Kneeling in a hidden shelter, Daphne stares at his map displays in pure frustration. A massive 50-meter demon tower can't just evaporate without a trace. He recalls how top Imperial commanders counted on his reconnaissance data to coordinate the main army's invasion route. Without accurate coordinates from Daphne, the entire Imperial hero expedition will be marching completely blind into demon territory. Staring at the target coordinates, Daphne knows for a fact that the Demon King was just here a moment ago. High above him, the giant monolith stands silently concealed behind the cloaking field, completely invisible to human eyes. Standing right beneath the Titan-sized structure, Daphne rubs his head in disbelief. He's literally standing next to a skyscraper that isn't there. Suddenly, alarm sirens blare as red skull markers explode across his radar screen. Cold sweat runs down his neck. His stealth clones were programmed to avoid every high-level monster in the zone, so why are they dropping like flies? Watching an entire army of stealth scouts get wiped out in seconds is the ultimate horror movie trope for a scout. Out of nowhere, Hunter becomes the hunted. One of MC's towering demon commanders casually holds up a frozen hero clone, mocking the so-called 10-star hero for being surprisingly weak. Checking in via comms, MC gives the cold command to wipe out every single clone on the map. He's got plenty of resource points to burn. As Ernan casts her tracking spell, MC plans his ultimate power move. Once he neutralizes Daphne, he'll turn the hero into his personal minion. Cracking his knuckles with a wicked smirk, MC dreams big. With the hero under his thumb and a princess by his side, the entire continent is his for the taking. Suddenly, a frantic call cuts through his gloating. His chief technician screams that a critical error just erupted inside the tower. Inside the engine room, the Mana Ghost core is turning blood red and overheating at dangerous speeds. System screens flash in panic. Maintaining base stealth has spiked tenfold to 100 mana points per second. MC has less than 10 minutes before his pool runs completely dry.
Talk about a high-stakes race against time. The stealth field is flickering, revealing the massive tower right in front of a horde of Imperial scouts. Can MC hunt down the main Daphne before the whole world sees his fortress? Stick around for the next chapter to find out.
Talk about high-stakes pressure. Daphne is sweating profusely inside his tactical gas mask as his locator radar starts violently flashing red skulls, warning him that he stepped right into the spider's web. Meanwhile, our Demon King isn't taking any chances. He immediately orders his demon squad to lock down the entire perimeter and destroy every single clone trying to locate his hidden fortress. Barking commands through his holographic comms, MC orders his chief technician Gordon to send him the exact locations of all the destroyed hero clones right away. Analyzing the tactical map, MC connects the dots and realizes these magic clones have a strict range limit and can't move too far from the caster's actual body. Triangulating the cluster of dead clones, MC pinpoints Daphne's real body hiding right in the center of the search area. Seriously, using the enemy's own scout deaths as a precise radar system is pure 200 IQ tactical genius. Down in the icy valley, Daphne panics as his sensors confirm the worst. The Demon King himself has personally arrived on the scene. Just as Daphne turns to make a break for it, the water spirit goddess Niruniel pops out of a cavern entrance like an absolute jump scare. The intense standoff is real. Daphne and the spirit lock eyes in a second of pure awkward silence before all chaos breaks loose. Summons floating ice magic circles, Niruniel screams at the top of her lungs that she's found the hero's main toddy. Daphne dives into the shadows at breakneck speed, but the water spirit immediately alerts everyone that the target is trying to bolt. Hearing the call, MC roars across the battlefield for Princess Ernan to mark the exact location instantly. Thrusting her hands forward, Ernan unleashes a brilliant beam of elemental mana straight into the heavens to signal the target's position. Talk about elite team synergy. A princess, a spirit goddess, and a demon lord hunting down a hero like a coordinated raid guild. A colossal pillar of blue magic pierces the storm clouds as MC spreads his massive demon wings and dives straight toward the signal mark. Down below, Daphne scrambles as fiery meteors start pounding the ground around him out of nowhere. He barely dodges the incoming strike, throwing his arms up in total panic as the snowfield explodes into flames. Infernal heat consumes the entire area, completely trapping Daphne inside a ring of raging fire. Descending like an absolute final boss, MC hovers above the flames, coldly calling out the 10-star hero by his full name. Looking down with terrifying authority, MC gives Daphne a simple choice. Submit and obey him or perish right here. The sheer aura on MC right now is unreal. He's not even negotiating, just handing out ultimatum terms like a god. A giant fiery phoenix erupts behind MC in a blinding flash of golden light, leaving Daphne completely speechless. Daphne's brain starts rapidly connecting the dots. If Feyre owns the phoenix and works for Hill Cargill, then that means this Demon King is actually sweating buckets under his mask. Daphne realizes the mind-blowing truth. Feyre and the Demon King are the exact same person. His eye widens in sheer horror as he realizes Hill Cargill and the entire northern faction are actually lackeys working under the Demon King. Seeing Princess Ernan and her spirit standing alongside MC, Daphne realizes the Imperial Princess herself has turned traitor and joined the enemy. Refusing to submit, Daphne breaks into a desperate sprint, telling himself that selling a massive scandal like this will make him filthy rich for life. Classic scout mindset. Instead of fighting for his life, he's already planning how to monetize the hot gossip. But after taking just 3 steps, Daphne freezes in his tracks as glowing phantom figures suddenly step out of the shadows all around him. Surrounded by identical masked clones, Daphne gasps in total confusion as his escape route evaporates. A chilling voice echoes through the dark as MC mockingly calls him an idiot for rejecting his generous offer. MC's glowing demon eye glares down as he utters a single cold command: vanish. Blinding purple mana erupts around Daphne as he screams in shock at the unreal strength of a Demon King who hasn't even been active for a year. His gas mask cracks under the crushing magic pressure as he bitterly curses the higher-ups for sending him on a total suicide mission. Cragged ice spires seal off the entire cavern entrance as the trap completely closes in on him. Dark spectral energy sweeps across the frozen canyon, consuming everything in its path. As purple fire swallows him whole, Daphne's final regret is ever taking on a job against a monster this overpowered. Talk about famous last words. Never accept a scouting contract without checking the raid boss's level first. Kaboom! A massive infernal explosion pulverizes the surrounding peaks, but out of the smoke flies a single glowing mana bird carrying Daphne's scroll. The magical messenger bird streaks across the night sky, heading straight toward the glorious capital of the Hilderan Kingdom. Deep inside the royal palace, an intelligence officer drops to his knees before the king, announcing that Daphne's final report has arrived. The king grins maniacally with excitement, praising Daphne for finding the hidden fortress, until the official hesitates with grave news. The official reveals that right after delivering the scroll, the mana bird burst into black flames and vanished into thin air. The king's face turns ghostly pale as he begins to process the horrifying implication behind the bird's sudden destruction. The officer confirms the bitter truth. Daphne Feli was executed by the Demon King at the exact instant his magic bird died. Trembling with pure fury, the king grips his throne so hard it groans, admitting he completely underestimated this new Demon King's power. Look at the king's face. He went from arrogant tyrant to having a full existential crisis in under 2 minutes. Slamming his arm down in a roaring rage, the king orders an immediate emergency summons of every single 10-star hero in the kingdom. With bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, the bitter king vows to slaughter the Demon King and force his runaway princess back home no matter what it takes. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, a massive smoking crater smolders with residual fire and dark mana after MC's nuclear attack. MC drops to one knee on the scorched earth, panting heavily as his demon wings droop from extreme exhaustion. MC admits to himself that combining the Phoenix's fire with his own dark magic yields unimaginable destructive power. I mean, duh, but still. But the sheer toll it takes on his body and mana reserves is equally insane. Sweat pouring down his face, MC feels his vision fading as total physical fatigue hits him like a freight train. With a heavy crash, the Demon King passes out completely, collapsing face first onto the icy ground. As total silence falls over the freezing tundra, MC lies unconscious in the snow, leaving his fate hanging in the balance right as the entire kingdom mobilizes for war. What an absolute insane cliffhanger! MC won the battle, but collapsing in open territory with 10-star heroes on the way is peak tension. Imagine passing out cold on a scorching battlefield only to wake up wrapped in the arms of an imperial princess. Right as the Demon King collapses from sheer exhaustion, Princess Ernan rushes in, pulling his heavy, unconscious body close to check if he's still alive. Sizzle sound, but as she holds him tight, her knees rest directly on the red-hot, scorched earth, smoke rising from her burning dress. Opening his eyes, MC spots the smoke instantly and warns her that the ground is literally cooking her skin, but Ernan barely even flinches. Smiling softly, she reminds him that sacred healing magic is her ultimate specialty, so a few surface burns aren't going to stop her from caring for her lord. She then hits him with a playful smirk, teasing that he only hates showing weakness because he's afraid some random low-level troll orcs might be peeking from the bushes. Seriously, teasing the literal Demon King while your own knees are sizzled medium well is next-level dedication. MC just gives her a deadpan glare, too drained to even argue back as the cold wind whistles across the scorched landscape. The scene shifts dramatically as a heavy snowstorm sweeps over the realm, marking the start of a whole new chapter in this chaotic war. Whoosh! Freezing gales howl through the night sky, carrying tidings of a massive political disaster unfolding in the human capital. Front-page headlines shatter the peace across the kingdom, screaming that dozens of rogue succubi have brazenly raided the royal palace. Black-winged demons swarm above the capital's grand spires, throwing the entire nobility into complete pandemonium. Panic flares instantly among the masses, with terrified citizens demanding a total crusade to hunt down every single Demon King in existence. Crunch! A gloved hand violently crushes the newspaper, trembling with pure exasperation at the colossal mess that's just been dropped in his lap. Meet Berze Deyast, the brilliant, white-haired strategist who looks like he's 2 seconds away from an aneurysm. He slams the table, screaming at his ally for sending her demonic lackeys out into the open when he explicitly told her to lie low. Enter Vivian, the luscious succubus queen. She casually swirls her glass of red wine, haughtily informing Deus that as a proud queen, she takes orders from nobody, especially over a tiny palace raid. Deus points out that her reckless stunt just put the entire human military on high alert, but Vivian just scoffs, claiming heroes are nothing more than easy EXP and free snacks for demons. Taking another slow sip, she dismisses the royal palace incident as a total fluke, casually brushing off the rising human threat like it's, minor inconvenience. Deus closes his eyes, taking a deep, long breath to keep himself from blasting her into dust on the spot. Talk about the ultimate migraine, trying to play high-stakes chess when your partner is playing checkers. Throwing his hand over his face, Deus mutters why he was cursed with such a brainless seductress, sending Vivian into an absolute fit of rage. She shrieks at the top of her lungs, demanding he put some respect on her title because she isn't just any regular demon. Puffing out her chest with fiery indignance, she stands tall, radiating pure demonic majesty and overflowing confidence. Showcasing her sleek, stocking-clad legs with a dramatic pose, she proudly declares that she is the ultimate succubus queen, and an insult to her intellect is a crime against her pride. You gotta love the artist giving us top-tier character designs, even while arguing over basic strategy. Taza simply stares back with a stone-cold expression, completely unbothered by her dramatic performance. He breaks out into a dry, mocking laugh, his eyes glinting behind his monocle with sinister amusement. Calming down, Deus softly asks her how many heroes she thinks actually exist in this realm. Vivian smugly replies that in the last world she conquered, there were barely 10 total heroes to worry about. Twirling a strand of her pink hair, she guesses there might be around 50 in this continent, scoffing that throwing a tantrum over 50 weaklings is totally pathetic. Deus grins slyly, asking if the Archduke ever bothered to tell her the true reality of this world before shipping her off on this mission. With a terrifyingly calm smile, Deus drops the ultimate reality check. 50 isn't the total population, that's just the number of heroes registered today in a single guild. Vivian's smile instantly freezes as cold sweat pours down her face. She stammers in total shock, refusing to believe a single realm could spawn an endless horde of high-level heroes. Deus chuckles coldly, pointing out that if this world had a realistic hero limit, the previous Demon Kings would have conquered it decades ago. He emphasizes that bumping into a legendary hero here isn't bad luck, it's just a regular Tuesday afternoon. Trembling in sheer horror, Vivian's mind spins out of control as she remembers the lofty promises made to her by the Demon Archduke himself. A dark memory flashes back where the Archduke smoothly hyped her up as a top-tier world conqueror who would easily crush Arain. Standing tall in the dark throne room, the Archduke assured her that taking down this dimension would be a breeze for someone of her stature. He promised that once she completed the conquest, the coveted seat of Archduke would be hers, while secretly instructing her to keep tabs on Deus. Back in the present, Deus' face twists into a villainous smirk as he reveals he already knows about her secret assignment to spy on him. Vivian gasps in total disbelief, but Deus casually explains that he recognizes the move because he uses the exact same trick all the time. Snap! Dark purple flame ignites on Deus' fingertip as he coldly reveals his personal tactic for handling disposable pawns. Vivian's eyes widen in absolute terror as she hears the word disposable escape his lips, realization crashing over her like a tidal wave. Whoosh! A sudden burst of sinister mana pressure surges through the chamber, locking Vivian in place before she can even think about casting a spell. Glaring with pitch-black, glowing eyes, Deus delivers the brutal truth. The Archduke never intended to reward her. She was dumped here to die as cannon fodder. Towering over her like a dark god, he sneers, calling her out for being a gullible, foolish demon queen who bought into cheap lies. His terrifying aura crushes the room, ordering her to throw away every single thought inside her tiny brain from this second forward. With a chilling, soul-crushing glare, Deus commands her to become a mindless puppet who obeys his every command without a single question. His voice echoes into the void like a binding curse, demanding her absolute, unconditional surrender. Completely broken under his overwhelming aura, Vivian collapses to the floor, her heart-shaped pupils glowing with submissive fear and strange devotion. Trembling on the cold marble, she quietly whispers her complete submission to her new master. Talk about a total mental rewrite. In under 2 minutes, Deus turned a proud queen into his personal loyal minion. Silence descends back over the Grand Council chamber as the terrifying display of dominance comes to an end. Sitting alone at the head of the colossal round table, Deus casually picks up the crumpled newspaper once again with a smug, satisfied grin. He glares at the front-page breaking news, confirming that 10-star hero Daphne Filii has officially been marked as deceased after MC's atomic strike. But as the old hero falls, the paper reveals his immediate replacement, a hardened, armored warrior named Wharton Colo, officially crowned as the new 10-star hero. With a new titan joining the battlefield and Deus controlling the shadows, the storm brewing over this kingdom is about to turn into a full-blown war. Imagine waking up after nearly dying in an atomic firestorm, only to find out the entire human kingdom just put a massive target on your back. Front-page headlines blast across the realm announcing that the location of the Demon King's legendary tower in Erstis has finally been leaked to the public. To make matters worse, the Hero Guild is offering unlimited backing for a full-scale invasion, while panic grips every kingdom over the death of 10-star hero Daphne. A chilling silence falls over the land as humanity quakes in pure terror, realizing the ultimate war is right on their doorstep. Meanwhile, back in his grand estate, Burzy Deus slumps over his desk, staring at the newspaper with sheer disappointment. Man looks like he spent weeks setting up a master plan only for his allies to ruin it in 5 minutes. Deus mutters to himself that controlling a reckless succubus like Vivian is child's play. But the real thorn in his side is someone far more dangerous. The camera pans up to reveal the Demon King himself, sitting shrouded in darkness upon his grand throne. Talk about an iconic dark fantasy silhouette. The artist really cooked with this villain entry. Darius fumes inwardly at that arrogant black flame dragon, realizing his rival is becoming way too unpredictable to leave unchecked. Sinister purple mana shatters the glowing mirror as Deus decides he can no longer afford to sit back and watch from the sidelines. Glaring with a cracked monocle and glowing eyes, Deus vows to personally eliminate the Demon King before his plans fall apart completely. The heavy, ominous atmosphere abruptly shifts to the mouth-watering sound of a warm pot of soup bubbling over a crackling fire. Bleary-eyed and confused, our Demon King slowly opens his eyes on a soft bed, groaning as he tries to figure out where on earth he ended up after passing out cold. Standing over the hearth with a ladle in hand, Princess Ernin greets him with a sweet smile, cheerfully asking if her exhausted lord wants a bowl of fresh soup. Honestly, waking up from near death to a princess serving hot meals is top-tier protagonist privileges. Sweating bullets, the Demon King looks around in disbelief, questioning if they're actually chilling inside his supposedly top-secret fortress. Welcome to the 4th floor of Burz's tower, which Ernin casually transformed into a cozy wooden cabin tucked away in a sunny forest glade. Ernin chibis out with pride, bragging about her interior design skills. Bolt upright, MC scrambles up and asks how long he was out and how she even snuck past his perimeter defense without getting spotted. With total nonchalance, Ernin casually reveals she just climbed right through the 5th floor window while his elite warden Gordon was away taking a nap. A magical water bubble visual pops up, showing Ernon literally carrying his heavy body through the air like a prize trophy. MC can only sigh in defeated praise while she beams with joy. Looking down at his hands, MC is stunned to feel bright blue mana surging through his veins, completely replacing the crippling exhaustion from earlier. That's when the high-rank water spirit Nirunial materializes out of thin air, smugly revealing she personally transferred her sacred mana directly into his body to heal him. MC stands frozen in complete shock. A divine spirit willing to pour clean magic into a demonic overlord should be strictly impossible, according to world lore. Nirunial explains that thanks to her magic, MC's unique physique adapted instantly, allowing his body to absorb raw elemental mana like a sponge. Suddenly, the glorious water spirit shrinks into a tiny chibi mess, freaking out that she touched his bare chest and gave him a full-body hug. The sudden shift from regal goddess to total anime dork is peak comedy. Straightening up, MC turns to Ernin and the spirit with a dead serious expression, declaring that whatever just happened in this room stays strictly between them. He sternly reminds them that if word gets out that a Demon King showed weakness, it would completely shatter his authority and ruin military command. Pouting with puffed-out cheeks, Ernin crosses her arms and boldly declares she'll keep her mouth shut on one small condition. Striking a super cute pose with a finger on her lips, she playfully demands that MC grant her a single free wish whenever she decides to ask for it.
Shrugging it off, MC agrees to the deal, figuring as long as her request doesn't cause any major disasters, a simple favor is a fair price to pay.
Ernan cheers in total victory, practically floating with happiness at securing a blank check from the realm's strongest demon. The wholesome mood shatters as a glowing blue hologram pops into the room with MC's subordinate screaming that an absolute emergency has struck the kingdom. A panicked advisor reports that dark news has just broken across the human capital of Hilderin. The worst-case scenario has officially come true. The human alliance has successfully uncovered the exact coordinates of their secret tower. MC's long-haired elf advisor screams through the magic screen, revealing the royal military is already mobilizing for a massive second crusade. Projecting a holographic newspaper sent by their intelligence network, the advisor shows MC the horrifying front-page report. Reading the text, MC learns that before dying, hero Daphne managed to leave behind a secret clue revealing the tower's location in Regressed. Deep in thought, MC analyzes the situation, knowing standard long-range communication magic doesn't exist among humans. They rely entirely on carrier pigeons. Sweat drops down MC's face as he remembers specifically targeting Daphne's pigeon flock during their battle, realizing the hero must have dispatched the location beforehand. But MC catches a silver lining. If Daphne sent the message early, he never got the chance to report that MC is secretly the owner of the legendary phoenix Pale. While studying the holographic paper, Ernan suddenly freezes, her eyes widening in pure shock as she spots a specific name printed in the news. The article drops a massive bomb. This upcoming crusade isn't just a regular attack. All 10 10-star heroes are assembling for an all-out assault that takes 6 months to prepare. 6 months! That tiny number bounces around MC's head like a ticking time bomb. Shadowing his face in deep thought, MC realizes that with their base compromised, sitting around defensively is a total death sentence. Flashbacks of massive armies marching through snowstorms fill his mind as MC realizes simple guerrilla tactics like triggering avalanches won't cut it against 10 max-level heroes. Luring wild monsters into their path will barely register as a speed bump for a squad stacked with literal living legends. The screen flashes red as MC pictures an overwhelming tide of armored knights surrounding his tower in half a year. Dark memories of his previous demise surface, warning him that if he gets trapped inside, history will repeat itself and he'll be slaughtered like a boss mob. Gritting his teeth with sheer determination, MC vows that he has to find a game-changing breakthrough before the timer runs out. Desperation surges through his mind as he frantically searches for any hidden strategic advantage. Just when panic starts to take over, Ernan gently reaches out and grabs MC's hand, offering a sweet smile and reassuring him that she has a plan. She leans in, revealing that her secret strategy relies entirely on the Demon King's most capable and elite subordinate, the legendary Dark Elementalist. Hearing that ridiculously edgy title instantly breaks MC's serious facade as a genuine smile cracks across his face while his hair shifts back to black. Nothing cures apocalyptic stress quite like your princess calling you by your old cringe Chunibyo alter ego. Clearing his throat, MC puts on his best serious face and admits he might have caused a bit too much worry during all the chaos. Without missing a single beat, he declares they need to get right down to business and start their emergency strategy meeting immediately. Deep down, his mind is racing as he vows never to let those revenge-obsessed hero bastards take him down after everything he suffered in his past life. Right on cue, Ernan leans in with absolute enthusiasm and drops a massive brain rot strategy on him, claiming the best way to stop the upcoming hero crusade is to literally kidnap her younger sister, Princess Elena. Talk about an out-of-the-box solution. MC stands there completely frozen in place, a single bead of sweat rolling down his face as he tries to process if she's actually serious right now. Clasping her hands together like a mastermind presenting a flawless plan, Ernan looks like she's utterly convinced this is pure strategic genius. Double-checking her words, MC repeats the name of the 13th Princess of Hilderin, realizing this was actually the exact royal target he was originally planning to snatch up anyway. Ernan drops her enthusiastic tone for a brief second, softly explaining that while they have different mothers, she and Elena are as close as true-blood sisters. She reveals she saw the latest headlines showing her adorable little sister had already been abducted by the Adamant Demon King, leaving her worried absolutely sick. Mency casually reminds her that standard demon overlords aren't known for throwing 5-star luxury hotel service to their royal prisoners like he does, but Ernan quickly cuts him off to set the record straight. Honestly, MC flexed his hotel management skills way too naturally there. Ernan explains the dark reality behind her sister's condition, showing how forbidden magic can forcibly surge mana sensitivity inside anyone carrying the bloodline of the World Tree. Because Elena was born with an absurd mana sensitivity that completely shattered her body's physical limits, she was locked away inside the palace, forbidden from stepping outside or learning a single spell. But if they bring her directly into MC's tower, where environmental mana is kept super low, she can finally learn to control her power without blowing up. With complete confidence radiating from her eyes, Ernan guarantees that once trained properly, her little sister will become an absolute powerhouse force on the battlefield. MC strokes his chin, realizing that adding another top-tier unit like Ernan to his lineup would give his forces an insane advantage. But there's still one tiny issue. He points out the obvious flaw. He's the literal Demon King. Rescuing a damsel in distress is literally written in the job description for heroes, not demonic overlords. But Ernan casually hits back with, why not just hire a hero to do the dirty work for him? Wiping sweat off his forehead, MC chuckles at how effortlessly she bossed him around, while Ernan just winks and boasts that being a royal princess means commanding people is second nature. Realizing time is ticking, MC contacts his holographic screen and orders Gordon to get in touch with Hill and Cargill immediately to arrange a custom hero's journey expedition to rescue Princess Elena. Over on the magic screen, long-haired elf advisor Gordon looks like his entire soul just left his body, screaming in pure comedic horror at the thought of setting up another princess rescue mission. Every middle manager in the audience is feeling this guy's pain right now. Cut to a dramatic wide shot of the Tower of Adamant, piercing straight into the stormy gray sky atop a jagged mountain peak. Talk about the ultimate villain stronghold aesthetic. Deep inside the Grand Throne Room, the massive Cyclops Demon King, Ugar, looms over Bur's dais, noting that rumors are spreading about another hero army coming to demolish his base. Grinning with sharp, terrifying fangs, the giant Cyclops roars down, asking if Deus came all this way to beg on his knees for help like an absolute amateur? Instead of flinching, Deus doesn't even blink as a burst of menacing purple aura erupts around him, casually calling the giant brute a total moron. Sprouting giant black dragon wings and gleaming horns, Deus steps up directly into Ugar's face, announcing he isn't begging for favors, he's here to do the giant a favor because the hero squad is actually heading for this tower. Deus lays out his scheme with smooth authority, telling Ugar to simply order the kidnapped 13th princess down to the floor so the heroes can grab her and leave without destroying the place. Ugar slams his fist down in disbelief, yelling that he hasn't heard a single word about a new hero expedition. But Deus just smirks, firing back that this exact lack of foresight is why the Titan's brainpower has its natural limits. Ouch, calling a giant Cyclops dumb right to his face takes serious nerve. Veins popping on his monster face, Ugar snarls in red-hot fury as he realizes this dark dragon isn't showing him an ounce of respect. Activating his Titan magic, Gigantification Level 3, Ugar swells into a massive mountain of muscular power, threatening to flatten Deus into fine paste from mocking the Demon King standard. Unfazed by the terrifying size difference, Diaz calmly begins rattling off a list of royal names like 3rd Prince Gianna, 7th Princess Duke Velos, 4th Prince Machiel, and 6th Princess Candaria. Just as Ugar's massive fist comes soaring down to crush him, Deus stands tall with arms crossed, not moving a single inch as the giant's attack freezes dead in midair. Deus coolly explains that all those royals Ugar abducted were stripped of their succession rights long ago and lacked the influence to trigger a hero's journey, meaning no rescue army was ever gonna come for them. Sweating buckets, the giant Cyclops looks totally thrown off guard, stammering in shock as he wonders on Earth Deus knew about his secret royal hostages. With a sinister smirk, Deus reminds him that it doesn't matter how he knows, because these are the exact same useless captives Ugar hoarded in his previous life, and right now, tower survival is the only thing that matters. Deus turns his back on the giant Titan, pointing out that even if the intel turned out to be wrong, placing a single hostage on the bottom floor cost him absolutely nothing. Leaning down with suspicion, Ugar narrows his single massive eye, demanding to know why Deus is offering free tactical advice and what his hidden price is. A chilling, villainous grin spreads across Deus's face as he internally chuckles, hook, line, and sinker. Flashbacks swirl in his mind, showing a lineup of max-level heroes in shiny armor, as Deus knows firsthand that no single Demon King can survive a full-scale hero raid alone in this realm. He knows deep down inside that Ugar is secretly terrified because the giant lacks the strategic intellect to halt the oncoming hero tide on his own. That hidden terror is precisely why Ugar keeps kidnapping irrelevant low-tier royals, trying to feel secure without accidentally drawing the main hero force to his doorstep. Deus's dark smirk deepens as he recalls his timeline memories from before he regressed into the past. A golden light vision appears, depicting a desperate Ugar bowing down on his knees to cling to a mysterious figure atop a cliff just to survive the timeline massacre. That glowing savior figure was none other than Jason Kokmuna, a smug, white-haired mastermind with a monocle who used Ugar as a total disposable pawn. Man, the character designer really went all out, making Jason look like the ultimate shady puppet master. Walking forward with absolute poise, Deus speaks aloud to the giant titan, claiming he doesn't want anything in return. Giant Ugar listens in complete silence as Deus smoothly drops a quote about how a great demon king deserves to live just a little bit longer. Striding out of the Grand Chamber, Deus finishes his internal plan. He will steal Jason's role as Ugar's savior, drag the Titan to his side, and completely dismantle one of Jason's biggest chess pieces. The scene shifts outside to a bright, sunny day over the grand, pristine architecture of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild headquarters. Down at the teleportation circle station, bright blue magical light flashes as figures materialize on the stone courtyard surrounded by fully geared warriors. Disguised with fiery red hair and a dark traveling cloak, Deus steps out in his pale persona, checking in with his squad to see if everything is set for the fake hero's journey. Smiling brightly in gleaming knight armor, Hero Hillen gives a quick thumbs up, confirming that the expedition team is fully organized and ready to roll out on command. Standing right behind him, the badass Archmage Rosal adjusts her eye patch, revealing she personally took charge of the tower raid map since she's already conquered the Tower of Adamant multiple times before. Talk about bringing an absolute veteran cheat code to the raid. Talk about starting a mission with pure chaotic energy. The Scarlet Hawk Mercenary Guild hype man steps up screaming at the top of his lungs, ready to flex their absolute best strength like they're about to claim a grand prize. Meanwhile, our red-haired mastermind, Deus, stays as cool as cucumber ice, figuring a quick stroll to the first floor is barely gonna warm him up before turning to ask Renata and Amon about those elf slaves. Right on cue, Merchant Jettison pops into the frame with the biggest opportunist grin you've ever seen, bragging about how all 33 rescued elves swore an oath of loyalty, and immediately sliding in a cheekily asked request for a fat bonus. You gotta respect the hustle. Without blinking, Deus casually tosses a heavy pouch of shiny coin right into Jettison's greedy little hands, bidding him farewell so they can get down to the real secret business. Striking a bold pose against the bright sky, Deus announces with top-tier drama that their legendary hero's journey is officially kicking off, and their main quest is rescuing the 13th Princess of Hilderin. Down in the gloomy depths of the Golden Moon Merchant Guild's underground warehouse, all 33 rescued elves stand in neat, orderly ranks like an elite stealth squad awaiting orders. Deus leans in close to Granada, double-checking if every single one of those elves actually swore their sacred oath under the name of the World Tree. A feisty red-haired elf steps up with shining gratitude, declaring that after being saved from total disgrace, following the Great Granada is an absolute honor for all of them. A slow, dangerous smirk spreads across Deus's face because everything is falling into place even better than he originally plotted. Seriously, that villain grin should be illegal. Boom! A massive wave of dark purple aura erupts out of nowhere as massive dragon wings unleash, with Deus dropping the ultimate plot twist, welcoming them all as new minions of the Demon King of Blazing Fire. Talk about total psychological damage. Watching the elves completely freeze in blind horror, Deus casually scratches his head wondering why elves always freak out, while Granada right next to him is practically sweating through his armor. Granada steps forward with a sheepish look, coming clean to his fellow elves that he already swore his ultimate loyalty to the Demon King in the name of the World Tree. Granada tries to explain that they all need to serve his new master now, triggering an instant explosion of fury from a purple-haired elf who screams about absolute treason against the World Tree. Clenching his teeth with pure passion, Granada fires right back that this is the only path to exact ruthless vengeance on the human scum for all the humiliation they suffered. The mood instantly plunges into pure, dark, tragic tragedy as memories of human cruelty swirl through the minds of the scarred, broken elves. Painful memories flash back, showing vile, greedy humans wrapping heavy iron chains around begging elves without an ounce of mercy. Another heartbreaking memory shows a helpless elf shivering inside a freezing dungeon cage while cruel guards stand outside laughing at her misery. Veins bulge across trembling fists as every single elf remembers the exact same horrors inflicted upon them by human captors. Honestly, you can't even blame them for wanting to burn everything down. Slam. The sheer weight of their collective rage condenses into a terrifying, silent promise of brutal payback. Blood-red eyes flare up in unison as every elf slave roars back with absolute zeal, declaring they stand with Granada to wipe out humanity once and for all. Watching their transformation, Deus mentally notes how even the purest, peaceful elves can turn into bloodthirsty vengeance demons once humanity pushes them over the edge. Tapping into his holographic screen, Deus orders his long-suffering elf manager Gordon to build a covert infiltration route so these newly motivated girls can slide directly into human society. Looking ahead into the future, shadowy visions of super buff, armor-clad warriors emerge as Deus reveals that in just 6 short months, the 10-star heroes will team up to execute him. Knowing what's coming, he realizes he needs to hoard top-tier talent like a dragon hoarding gold and expand his tower's defensive force before the hero invasion strikes. Sowing utter chaos through human society using secret agent elves is his main strategy to buy time and delay the inevitable hero raid. Now that's what I call Grandmaster tactics. With dragon horns gleaming, Deus vows to survive no matter what dirty tricks or underhanded moves it takes. Talk about an absolute boss ending to a chapter. Cut 2, a dramatic panoramic view of the ominous Tower of Adamant, piercing straight into stormy clouds like a giant spike of dark metal. Down on the shattered stone floor of the first level, giant monster corpses lie completely wrecked in bloody piles after an absolute slaughter. Hero Hillen strolls right through the carnage with his sword unclasped, smugly joking about switching careers to a full-time tower climber, while Archmage Rosal sternly warns him not to get cocky. Suddenly, a mercenary calls out from a dark side chamber, announcing at the top of his lungs that they actually spotted the royal target. Right inside a rusty iron cage lies Princess Elena of Hilderin, curled up on the cold stone floor in her pristine white dress, like a sleeping angel. Granada scoops up the unconscious princess into a dark cloak, while Hero Hillen casually assigns him to rear guard duty without suspecting a single thing. Walking out the high archway toward the sunlight, Roselle narrows her eye, muttering that leaving a high-value hostage on the literal front porch feels like a total trap set by the Demon King. Hillen just laughs it off with a giant sweat drop on his face, trying to play it cool by claiming the Demon King was probably just terrified of their overwhelming power. Roselle stops dead in her tracks, staring straight into Hillen's soul and calling out his totally suspicious behavior. Uh-oh, bro is sweating bullet holes right now. She reminds him of the good old days when he was an aggressive clout chaser who would have demanded to storm the Demon King's throne room no matter how dangerous it got. Adjusting her massive magic staff, Roselle points out how unnaturally chill and composed he's acting during an actual Demon King raid. Hillen stands completely paralyzed, his eyes wide with classic caught red-handed panic. Chibi Hillen nervously chuckles aloud that she's totally imagining things, while internally panicking because he only knows the plan because the Demon King literally gave him the script. Roselle gives an unexpectedly soft, radiant smile under the sunlight, admitting that whatever caused the change, she actually likes this mature version of him way better. Man, the artist cooked so hard with her lighting here. The scene shifts to a serene nighttime view over the majestic spires and fortified walls of the Grand Hilderin Kingdom. Inside the palace, a lavish victory banquet is in full swing, dripping in gold chandeliers, flowing wine, and dressed-up nobles mingling around. Close-up shot of absolute food porn tables, loaded with multi-tiered cakes, glistening fruit tarts, baked pies, and fresh red roses. I dare you not to get hungry looking at this table. Nobles near the grand staircase whisper amongst themselves that if royal dignity took a hit, future hero recruitment across the realm would suffer a massive hit. Sitting atop his high golden throne, the King of Hilderin, sporting a massive wild beard and crazy wide eyes, officially crowns Hillen as the true savior of the kingdom. Dressed in a sleek noble suit, Hillen humbly passes all the credit right over to Roselle, who sits beside him looking shockingly glamorous in a dark lace gown. The king laughs heartily, praising Hillen's total modesty as a shining example for all the commoners to look up to. Leaning in, Hillen politely asks why Princess Elena isn't at the party, and the king dismissively replies that she's resting under heavy guard in her locked room. Zoom in on the king's unhinged, wide-eyed face as dark, slimy thoughts start brewing behind his fake smile about Hillen's weird interest in the 13th princess. A sinister, villainous grin spreads across the king's face as he plots to force a political marriage, realizing he can chain the legendary hero to the royal throne using a princess he used to treat like trash. Talk about human royals being the real monsters here. Raise those golden goblets high, folks, because the pompous king of Hildren is kicking off tonight's grand feast with a loud toast, demanding every noble in the room remember this so-called historic day. He goes on boasting to his rich buddies about how their legendary hero Hillen Cargill supposedly destroyed the terrifying Tower of Adamant and saved his precious daughter, Princess Elena. The entire banquet hall erupts into loud cheers, dumping down expensive wine like water while celebrating the heroes who saved the day. Bam! Look at the king's unhinged face right here. He literally screams at the top of his lungs that nobody should ever dare look down on Hildren because his kingdom stands above the literal heavens. Talk about having zero chill. Roar! The crowd goes absolutely wild, chanting "Long live the kingdom" and "Long live the king," completely oblivious to the utter chaos brewing right outside their castle walls. Swoosh! Away from the noisy party, a mystical green streak glides through the peaceful night sky, shooting straight toward a lonely, isolated tower standing in the distance. That creepy structure is the Annex Tower, totally separated from the main palace where the guarded princess is locked away for safekeeping. And guess what's riding that magical trail? A super cute floating little cloud spirit puffing along with a cheeky grin like it's on a secret Black Ops mission. Ta-da! Out steps Ernon, completely rocking a sleek suit and a face-disguising cat-eye mask while holding a cute water slime. She smugly notes that every hero who can sense demonic energy is currently wasted at the banquet, making this the ultimate window for a heist. Thwack! Before the guards even know what hit him, Deus glides in like a shadow, knocking guards out left and right while telling Ernan to keep her magic output low so distant heroes don't catch on. Ring! Way down the massive spiral staircase, an alert guard finally spots them and starts screaming at the top of his lungs for an intruder alert. Pat, pat, pat! Another guard bolts toward the giant alarm bell, but our little water slime buddy casually swoops in from above to block the striker right in the nick of time. Ernan strikes an absolute top-tier anime superhero pose, pointing her finger gun and smugly telling the guard force not to underestimate her. Splash! A massive wall of water erupts across the stairwell, trapping the guards and the giant heavy bell inside a giant floating water bubble. Honestly, the artist's liquid effects here are top-notch. Blub, blub, as the helpless guards float around gasping for air inside the sphere. The bald guard commander below draws his heavy broadsword, roaring in pure desperation to know who they are. Sparkle! Ernan flashes a hilarious, overly dramatic magical girl pose, proudly declaring herself as one of the 4 heavenly kings serving the Demon King, the legendary Dark Spiritist. Meanwhile, Chibi Deus in the corner is practically cringing at her theatrical energy. She then dramatically points to Deus to introduce him, but instantly freezes with a panicked gasp when she realizes she almost blurted out his secret identity right in front of the enemy. Whoosh! Deus drops down gracefully in his dark cloak, muttering about how annoying it is to be underestimated and deciding it's time to end this warm-up quickly. Poor Chibi Ernan is sweating bullets in her mind, screaming internally because she almost ruined her king's big dramatic reveal. The bald commander sneers back, asking if they really think they can just waltz through the front gates and kidnap the royal princess a second time in broad daylight. Swish! Deus leaps straight through the spiral stairway, catching the guards completely off guard as they realize he already laid defensive magic over the windows. The commander yells that trying to pull off a sneaky kidnapping without triggering the hero's sensors means Deus is heavily restricted. Clang! He commands his squad to charge down the stairs, believing that since Deus can't unleash his demonic aura, the royal guards can actually take him down. Rush! A swarm of armed guards lunges from all directions while Deus calmly lowers his head, admitting that while high magic output would be a hassle, they're seriously mistaken about one thing. Flash! His blood-red eye flares with terrifying malice from beneath his hair, delivering a cold, spine-chilling glare that makes the guards freeze in absolute horror. Clash! Boom! Heavy physical blows echo right through the stone walls, shaking the peaceful chandelier hanging inside the princess's dark bedroom. Inside the bed, little Princess Elena blinks her sleepy eyes open, waking up with a confused little question mark over her head from all the ruckus outside. Step, step. Outside, Deus stands amidst a pile of unconscious, crumpled guards, casually noting he suppressed his punch so he wouldn't accidentally collapse the entire tower. The bald commander trembles uncontrollably, realizing with sheer horror that their elite royal defense squad was wiped out without Deus even using a single spell. Slash! In a blind panic, the commander swings his blade wildly, unleashing sharp energy slashes to wreck the stone stairs and create a wall of debris. Crash! He dives backward through the falling rocks, desperately planning to retreat and call for backup from the party hall. Rumble! But before he can take 2 steps, the shattered stone blocks pause in midair and magically reverse direction, snapping back together like a puzzle. Thud! The Earth Spirit instantly fuses the commander directly into the solid stone wall. Ernan casually walks up, adjusting her glasses, giving a cute little apology for trapping him. Chuckle. Ernan plays with her cute water slime, giggling about how hilarious it's going to be when the kingdom realizes their precious princess got stolen back less than 12 hours after being saved. Talk about ultimate emotional damage. Creak. Deus slowly pushes open the grand wooden door to the princess's bedchamber, smirking that he's genuinely looking forward to seeing the king's reaction. Stepping inside with a villainous smirk, Deus dramatically announces that he's here to kidnap the 13th princess once again. Gasp! But his cool villain entrance gets instantly shattered when his eyes go wide with total shock. Whoosh! Out of nowhere, Princess Elena comes flying through the air with an absolute battle cry, completely bypassing Deus. Tack! She hurls herself right past the Demon King and locks Ernan in a ruthless vice grip hug like a flying missile. Tearing up with pure joy, little Elena squeezes Ernan for dear life, screaming her sister's name while Ernan happily wraps her arms around her back. Flabbergasted, Deus stands there looking completely done with life, while Ernan wonders aloud how Elena instantly recognized her through a high-tech facial jamming mask. Little Elena tearfully nuzzles against Ernan, explaining she read the secret letter Ernan sent and knew deep down that only her amazing sister would come pull her out of this dump. Deus's chibi head floats in confusion, genuinely questioning if every single member of the Hilderan royal family is this wildly unpredictable. Deus asks if she's talking about the letter handed to Hero Hillen, and Ernan casually nods, explaining nothing happens in her tower without her knowing. Flame. Deus ignites a dark purple flame in his palm, asking if she wasn't worried about the hero reading it, but her calmly replies Helen was specifically instructed by her to open it first. Boom! Unleashing massive, majestic dragon wings enveloped in dark purple fire, Deus grins softly, deciding it's finally time to make their grand exit. Swoosh! The scene cuts black as speed lines signal their instant teleportation out of the kingdom's territory. Outside, under the quiet moonlight, the grand castle of Hilderan stands blissfully unaware that its biggest nightmare just took place. Back at the lavish banquet table, a panicked royal advisor frantically leans down, whispering the horrifying news into the king's ear that black flames were spotted at the Annex Tower. Slam! The king's golden goblet crashes onto the table, spilling red wine everywhere as he explodes in apocalyptic rage, screaming that the banquet is canceled because the princess got kidnapped again. Talk about an absolute legendary comedy ending. Imagine pulling off the heist of the century and stealing back your little sister right under the kingdom's nose. While the royal palace sits blissfully clueless in the quiet night air, our rogue crew is already setting their next big move into motion. Welcome back to the Tower of the Blazing Fire, where things are about to get 10 times crazier as brand new secrets unfold. Stepping foot onto the very first floor, the Grand Hall is packed with heavy industrial machinery and giant mechanical artillery that look ready to pulverize an entire army in seconds. Anyone laying eyes on these massive mana cannons for the first time would be completely blown away by their sheer size and intricate magical design. Little Princess Elena's eyes light up with pure wonder and excitement, utterly amazed that someone actually built all these incredible war machines with their own hands. Out steps the master dwarf blacksmith himself, Lodger Friedrich, proudly resting that giant wrench on his shoulder and boasting that this internal armory is his personal masterpiece. Instead of being scared, Elena practically begs to build one herself. Surprised by her fearless audacity, Lodger erupts into hearty laughter and hires the little princess on the spot as his newest apprentice. Ta-da! Little Elena celebrates her brand new job with the cutest victory cheer you'll ever see. Suddenly, a sleek, stunning female knight strolls in carrying a massive shattered wooden training dummy under her arm, politely asking the blacksmith for a quick repair. Elena's jaw instantly hits the floor as she gushes over how insanely gorgeous and ridiculously fit the knight looks even beneath heavy steel armor. Talk about having zero filter when meeting new people. Ernan steps right in to introduce her adorable little sister, completely flabbergasting the proud knight, who can't believe this lively kid is actually related to their terrifying master spiritist. Ernan softly explains that Elena isn't just flirting around, she spent her entire life locked away sick in a dark bedroom, only experiencing the outside world through dusty old storybooks. For the first time ever, she's actually experiencing real life in person, meaning every genuine compliment she blings out comes straight from her pure, honest heart. But not everyone is throwing a party. The tall, dark elf advisor completely loses his cool, screaming at the Demon King that keeping a literal human child inside the terrifying demon tower is taking things way too far. Completely unbothered by his intense, dark aura, little Elena casually wanders up to him, tilting her head and asking if he's the famous managerial assistant her sister always talked about. The dark elf scowls with terrifying intensity, threatening her that the Demon King needs to remain an absolute symbol of fear, and there's zero room for a useless human burden in this fortress. But instead of cowering, Elena flashes a dazzling beam, telling him her sister always praised him for being the single hardest-working mastermind, keeping the entire tower running smoothly behind the scenes. She bows down with pure, heartfelt respect, thanking him from the bottom of her heart for always taking such good care of her big sister. Whoosh! Just like that, the advisor's heart completely melts. Elena happily skips around, gushing about how clean, safe, and surprisingly wholesome the Demon King's tower really is compared to her old royal prison. The Demon King steps forward with a smug, mischievous smirk, leaning down to ask little Elena what secret sweet talk Ernan wrote about him in those confidential letters. Uh-oh, little Elena freezes up on the spot, breaking into a nervous sweat as she glances back toward her big sister for help. She nervously stammers out that her sister wrote plenty while staring directly at Ernan's panic-stricken face in the distance. Nope. Ernan's head shakes so fast it's practically a blur, blushing bright red as she desperately signals her sister not to leak her embarrassing secret thoughts. Panicking completely, Ernan swoops in and grabs Elena, frantically claiming she didn't write a single word while sweating bullets under the Demon King's curious stare. Honestly, seeing the stoic dark spiritist lose her cool like this is pure comedy gold. Getting back to business, the Demon King asks why Elena is suddenly walking around healthy when everyone claims she was too sickly to even stand up on her own 2 feet. Ernan hugs her tight, revealing that Elena suffers from a rare condition called mana overload. She was born with an enormous ocean of magical energy, but her fragile body couldn't handle the pressure. Here's the wild twist. High-density demonic energy actually drains excess mana. Just like spiritual herbs lose their magic when exposed to demonic aura, the tower's atmosphere constantly bleeds off Elena's dangerous mana overflow. So back at the royal palace, her body was literally tearing itself apart from mana buildup, whereas staying inside the Demon King's territory acts as the ultimate natural cure. Sparkle! With the excess mana safely drained, little Elena is finally free to jump, twirl, and live like a normal, healthy child for the very first time. Looking ahead, the Demon King points out that the hero's party will arrive in 6 months, asking if they can train Elena to defend herself. Ernan confidently promises to turn her into an elite, high-level mage before the deadline hits. Satisfied with the answer, the Demon King assigns Elena to reside safely on the 3rd floor, officially ordering Ernan to supervise her training and well-being. But before he leaves, Ernan lowers her head, nervously raising her voice to make one crucial personal request to her lord. With dead serious eyes, she begs him never to drag Elena onto the actual battlefield, stressing that her innocent little sister is still far too young to witness real bloodshed and violence. The Demon King's sharp eyes narrow as the puzzle pieces instantly lock into place, realizing the true reason Ernan wanted to destroy the kingdom of Hilderin was purely to save her precious little sister. Moving up to the 5th floor strategy room, a massive glowing holographic map table illuminates the grand chamber, setting the stage for their next phase of world domination. The Demon King casually drops a bomb, revealing he expanded this entire command center using the massive reward points he earned just by snatching the 13th princess. Talk about turning a rescue mission into free fortress upgrades. He projects a massive 3D globe over the table, explaining that taking down the legendary 10-star heroes requires a cold, calculated, and systematic strategy rather than brute force. Recognizing his assistant's genius, the Demon King officially hands over total managerial rights to the Dark Elf advisor, telling him to expand the fortress however he sees fit. His master strategy comes down to two key objectives: fortify the Demon Tower into an impenetrable nightmare and stall the gathering of the 10-star heroes so they can never unite their full strength. He inquires about the plan to scatter the elf population across the continent using the Golden Moon Merchant Guild, and his advisor confirms everything is going smoothly without a single hitch. Beep, beep! Suddenly, an urgent holographic transmission cuts in. A frantic beast captain screams that a massive unexpected emergency has just broken out. Meanwhile, over at the prestigious Akan Kingdom, panic erupts through the streets as news spreads that their beloved royal princess has vanished into thin air once again. Look at this magnificent white magical tower castle towering into the heavens. You'd think a place with defense barriers this insane would be unbreachable. Inside the grand throne room, a sweating courtier kneels on the carpet, presenting a mysterious letter left behind right in the missing princess's private bedchamber. The king unfolds the note, only to find a hilariously crude crayon drawing of Princess Lavinia holding hands with a scary monster. Turns out, the runaway princess snuck out again to hunt for chimera ingredients. Realizing her drawing points toward a lethal frozen mountain range she's never explored before, the king breaks into a violent cold sweat. Boom! The king screams at the top of his lungs, ordering an elite rescue squad to sprint straight to the icy hellscape of Regressed and bring Princess Lavinia back before she gets devoured.
Slash! Cut to the frozen wastes, where violent battle cries and blood-curdling screeches tear through the howling blizzard. Savage werewolf beasts get savagely torn to shreds and devoured whole by a giant, terrifying bone monster stomping through the snow. Talk about absolute nightmare fuel.
Welcome to Regressed, brutal frozen wasteland infested with giant reptilian apex predators tearing each other apart for survival. And guess who just walked right into this literal monster-infested death trap? Stay tuned because things are about to get wild. Just when you thought the Demon Tower couldn't get any weirder, imagine a literal toddler riding atop a giant bone-munching nightmare beast like it's a fluffy pony. On the icy waste of Regressed, this terrifying creature is tearing through wolf monsters like chew toys, completely unaware that its rider is on a crazy mission of her own. Meet Lavinia Akan, the third princess of the Akan Kingdom, looking like she hasn't slept in 3 weeks and casually murmuring about needing more monster parts for her mad scientist experiments. Talk about having zero survival instincts. High above the frozen battleground, hidden beastmen watch in absolute horror as this terrifying kid leads her personal squad of twisted chimera abominations across the snow.
Looking up at the icy cliffs lined with armed orc soldiers, Lavinia doesn't even flinch. Instead, her eyes light up like a kid in a candy store. Except the candy store is full of living monster meat.
Beep! Back at the Demon King's fortress, an urgent holographic report cuts into the command room as an orc chief frantically warns that a human mage leading an army of chimeras is invading their sacred territory. Examining the live tactical feed, the Dark Elf advisor pushes up his glasses in panic, admitting that their surrounding forces can barely slow this crazy intruder down. The Demon King's jaw instantly drops the second he sees who's riding that giant bone monster. Dun dun dun. The Demon King almost chokes on his own spit as he recognizes the dark violet hair and unhinged stare. It's none other than Lavinia Akan. The Dark Elf advisor quickly pulls up her file, explaining that Lavinia is the sole chimera creator in the entire human realm, a talent so extraordinarily rare that even the demon realm barely sees one in a century. But the Demon King breaks into a cold sweat, grimly admitting she's way beyond any standard creator. Having lived through the timeline before his regression, he remembers the utter nightmare she brought upon his kingdom. Flashback time! Before the time reset, Lavinia invaded the demon realm completely solo, commanding a hulking legion of flesh-stitching horrors that steamrolled right through the fortress defenses. Scream! Devils were screaming and getting dragged away in sacks like holiday presents as she literally kidnapped almost all of the Demon King's elite vassals. Seriously, this girl isn't a hero, she's an absolute menace to society. Eerie silence. Back in the old timeline, the demon lords gave her a legendary title that struck absolute terror into their hearts: the one-woman hero's journey. Staring blankly into space, the Demon Queen realizes her full-scale raid wasn't supposed to happen for another 3 whole years. Did slaying Draxon Butterfly affect the timeline so hard that this unhinged princess got unleashed early? Slam! The Demon King slams his hands onto the strategy table in frustration, knowing Lavinia won't stop until she gets her hands on high-tier biological material, and if she can't find monsters, she'll come straight for his Demon King flesh. Pushing his glasses up, the Dark Elf advisor points out the massive political landmine. As the third princess of a Khan, harming or capturing her will instantly trigger a full-scale world war with the entire Akan kingdom. Clench. The Demon King tightly squeezes his gloved fist, knowing that fighting the Hilderan Kingdom's heroes while getting invaded by the Akan Empire is a guaranteed instant game over screen. Taking charge, the Demon King orders his chief Krutu to lure her away without engaging in a full-blown battle, while assigning Gordon to hold down support from the rear. Tap, tap, tap. Striding down the Darkstone hallway, the Demon King ponders the terrifying coincidence. This exact scenario played out right before Draxon was killed in his past life. Suddenly, his boots grind to a halt on the crimson carpet as a sickening thought flashes through his brain. His eyes widen in absolute horror as the puzzle pieces lock together. The timing, the direction, the sudden erratic behavior. It's way too identical to be a random event. Gasp! Someone intentionally leaked information and guided Lavinia straight toward his territory just to ruin his grand plans. Talk about a galaxy brain setup by an enemy behind the scenes. Whoosh! Transforming into his winged form, the Demon King rockets into the howling snowstorm, shouting through the comms for Krutu to pull back his troops to the east immediately. Slicing through the freezing gale, he calculates that Lavinia couldn't have navigated straight to their hidden outpost without top-secret insider intel. A sinister memory flashes in his mind, the smug, mocking smile of Jason Cockman. That treacherous snake is the only mastermind capable of pulling off a multi-realm string pull like this. Gritting his teeth under his dark hood, the Demon King swears that if Jason is truly the puppet master behind this invasion, he's gonna pay tenfold. Swoosh! Accelerating into a downward dive, the Demon King refuses to play into his enemy's trap and let his loyal vassals get slaughtered. Down on the snow-covered battlefield, the giant skull-headed beast looms over Orc Chief Krutu, who stands battered, bloody, and completely exhausted in the freezing powder. Heave! Heave! Gasping for breath with his heavy battle axe planted in the snow, Krutu takes solace in knowing his subordinate soldiers managed to escape the carnage safely. Flashbacks of his smiling, joyful tribe members warm his dying heart, knowing that as long as his people survive, the Orc bloodline will never fade away. Honest question, why do side characters always get the most tragic hero speeches right before getting pulverized? Clang! Hoisting his giant battle axe back onto his shoulder, Krutu lets out a fierce warrior roar, ready to sacrifice his life to buy every single second he can. Crash! Giant, bloody phantom claws rip through the air as the Chimera Beast lunges to tear Krutu into piece. Krutu closes his eyes, offering a silent final apology to his lord. Rawr! Expecting the cold touch of death, Krutu prepares for the impact as the shadow of the monster falls over him. Boom! Suddenly, an explosion of demonic purple and black fire erupts from the sky, instantly incinerating the beast's attack into ash. Staring in absolute disbelief through the blinding smoke, Krutu recognizes those iconic dark flames consuming the surrounding battlefield. Flap! Descending from the sky like a majestic dark god, the Demon King hovers above, asking his chief who gave him permission to throw his life away so cheaply. Land! Hitting the snow with heavy footfalls, the Demon King scolds his chief for acting so carelessly, making Krutu's jaw drop in complete awe. Bowing his head in deep shame, Krutu begs for forgiveness and offers to accept any punishment, but the Demon King sternly tells him to keep his head held high. Looking down with genuine pride, the Demon King reminds Krutu that he fulfilled his duty as a chief, adding that loyal, noble subordinates like him are far too precious to lose. Tears! Giant, salty crocodile tears spring from Krutu's eyes as he's overcome by his master's overwhelming mercy and leadership. You gotta admit, our Demon King's charisma stat is totally maxed out. Perched high above on her monster, little Lavinia squints down through the blizzard, tilting her head in confusion as she realizes the Demon King himself just walked onto the field. Crackle! Watching the massive chimera creatures surrounding them, the Demon King realizes this is the perfect opportunity to wipe out her formidable monster army before it reaches his fortress. Gather! Swirling intense purple hellfire in his palm, he prepares to wipe out the Chimera Legion in one decisive strike while he has the element of surprise. Shout! Just as he's about to unleash ultimate destruction, frantic screams cut through the roaring blizzard, causing Lavinia and the Demon King to freeze in their tracks. Glow! In the distance, a massive green magical barrier cuts through the snowstorm as an entire royal army comes charging down the mountain, screaming for their princess. Leading the charge is Cain Aachen, the energetic fifth prince of the Aachen kingdom, pointing frantically toward the Chimera horde and yelling that his missing sister is right there. Sigh. Realizing that getting spotted here will immediately trigger an all-out war with Aachen, the Demon King retracts his magical aura and decides to pull back into the shadows. Whoosh! Enveloping himself in swirling purple dark flames, the Demon King teleports away, leaving behind a chilling promise that she won't be so lucky next time. Lavinia blinks in blank silence as the black flames vanish into thin air, leaving behind only the howling wind and drifting snow. Snowfall. Staring up at the empty sky where the Dark Lord just vanished, the unhinged princess tilts her head, thoroughly fascinated by her new target. Rumble. Within seconds, Prince Cain and his Royal Knight detachment break through the blizzard under their protective magic shield, yelling in relief as they finally reunite with the runaway princess. What an absolute wild ride of a rescue mission. Just when the royal search party thinks they've tracked down the missing princess, they're greeted by a tiny, goofy-looking chimera standing in the snow, holding up a blank sign with the most clueless look on its face. Flipping the sign over, it reads a straight-to-the-point message, "Don't look for me." Talk about the ultimate passive-aggressive runaway note. Oh! Prince Cain literally grabs his head and screams in total agony, raging over how his crazy sister pulls this exact vanishing act every single time, while his guard frantically warns him that wandering deeper into monster territory is suicide. Shaken off his anger, Cain sighs in relief, knowing his unhinged sister is way too dangerous to get killed by random wild beasts, especially now that they've confirmed she wasn't captured by the Demon King. Honestly, having Lavinia as a sister must add 10 years to your aging process. Swoosh! The freezing blizzard howls across the desolate mountain range as our story transitions back to that ominous dark tower rising out of the snow. High above the icy cliffs, hidden scouts keep a watchful eye on the foreboding fortress, completely unaware of the political storm brewing inside. Inside the command room, the Demon King Burrs paces back and forth, knowing Lavinia won't stop her wild rampage until she gets her hands on high-tier Demon King flesh for her crazy experiments. Beep! The Dark Elf advisor chimes in over the live tactical feed, reporting that the Aachen Kingdom search party has officially withdrawn from the frozen waste of Regressed. Narrowing his eyes, Burzy instantly sees through her game. Lavinia deliberately ditched her brother's search party so she could raid the tower alone without her royal family interfering. Pushing up his glasses, the advisor calculates the brutal political math. If this insane princess conveniently disappears in the harsh wilderness, the Aachen Kingdom won't have any proof or reason to blame the demon realm. A devious, sharp-toothed smirk spreads across Bury's face as he realizes this gives him total political immunity to wipe her out without triggering a full-scale world war. Now that's what I call a total win-win situation. Sweating with pure ambition, the Dark Elf advisor grins like a mad villain, eagerly urging his lord to launch an all-out strike and crush her right here on the spot. Side-eye, Burzy gives his advisor the deadpan look of absolute judgment. Seriously, somebody put a leash on this dark elf before his bloodlust gets them all killed. Staring out into the gloomy frost, Burz admits to himself that taking out Lavinia now would eliminate a massive threat to his future plans. Thump! But right as the thought crosses his mind, a heavy shadow falls over his heart. An intense, nagging sense of unease creeps up his spine, warning him that this convenient situation feels a little too perfectly staged. Whoosh! Soaring down on massive shadow wings, Burze hovers above the snowy plain, locking eyes with Lavinia perched high atop her giant nightmare beast right outside his tower. The massive skeletal beast snarls, its bone mass glistening in the Arctic air as it prepares to defend its tiny master. Inspecting the monster up close, Burr's eyes widen as he notices several eerie, glowing eyeballs embedded along the creature's thick, dark fur. Click! Zooming in through a magical scope, someone is actively spying on him. Burrs realizes he was forced to step outside the tower specifically so the enemy couldn't peek inside his base. Talk about top-tier paranoid security measures. Far away in his hidden sanctum, the white-haired snake Jason Cockman wears a sinister smirk, whispering Burr's true name through the dark connection. Gasps. Bursey's eyes snap wide open as he senses the dark energy, directly addressing Jason through the magical feed with absolute venom in his voice. Glaring at the Chimera army, Burrs pieced together the horrifying reality. Jason actually sliced off parts of his own body and infused them with demonic energy just to supply Lavinia with ultimate crafting materials. Lounging like a king on his ornate throne, Jason softly chuckles, thoroughly impressed that Brazine figured out his puppet master scheme so quickly. Leaning forward with a wicked, shadowy grin, Jason mockingly asks Burrs what he can possibly do now that the trap is sprung. Man, this guy's smug face is practically begging for a high-speed knuckle sandwich. Rumble! A terrifying purple dimensional tear opens up, exposing an entire legion of twisted flesh abominations, each carrying power equivalent to an entire hero party. Crackle. Swirling intense purple hellfire in his palm, Burzy readies himself for battle, calculating that each beast is a high-ranking calamity on its own. But as he focuses his aura, Burrs suddenly stops dead in his tracks. There's a second, terrifyingly familiar demonic aura surging from the lead chimera. Beep! The Dark Elf advisor screams through the comms with brand new, terrifying intel fresh from the front lines. Flashback, the recovered corpse of Draxon, the former demon king of beasts who fell to the 10-star hero, was secretly delivered directly into Lavinia's mad scientist hands. Glow. The monster's eyes flare with psychotic red and green veins as the dormant power of a dead demon king wakes up inside its stitched body. Cold sweat drips down Burzy's face as he realizes in sheer horror that even his rival's corpse was chopped up and recycled into a bioweapon. Grinning through the link, Jason smugly boasts that this stitched nightmare can temporarily replicate Draxon's legendary godlike speed in battle. To make matters worse, Jason taunts Burries with a hilarious yet painful truth. While other Demon Kings invested their points into raw combat stats, Burries cashed out almost all his points into literal gold and treasure. Seriously, our boy picked financial freedom over battle stats. Looking at the unbuffed Demon King facing a Draxon-powered Nightmare Beast, Jason points out that winning this fight is mathematically impossible. Ghostly visions, Jason reveals his ultimate hidden play. While Burzy's stuck fighting Lavinia, the spy eyes attached to the other chimeras will sneak inside the tower, map out every single room, and craft a flawless invasion strategy. Clenching his fist, Jason boasts that he's using the exact same systematic raid tactics heroes use to conquer Demon Kings. Shadows drape over Burzay's face as the overwhelming pressure of Jason's trap settles over the freezing battlefield. Dramatic pause. The heavy atmosphere hangs in silence as the legend of the Demon King of Blazing Fire, Burz Deas, reaches a critical turning point. Instead of panicking, Burz breaks into a dark, unhinged chuckle, realizing Jason played him like a fiddle and put him in the exact same corner Draxon died in. Sizzle, dark purple energy steams from his hands as Burzy slowly pulls off his leather combat gloves, throwing away all hesitation. Clank! Unfastening his heavy dark mantle, he prepares to make a move so reckless it completely defies all common sense. Whoosh! Throwing his cloak into the howling blizzard, Burzay decides to gamble everything on one single crazy play. Raising his open hands high in the air, Burz stands completely disarmed in front of the monster horde, calling out directly to Princess Lavinia. Panic! Back in the command room, the Dark Elf advisor practically pops an eyeball out of his socket, screaming at the top of his lungs that disarming himself in front of man-eating chimeras is absolute suicide. Even Jason's smug mastermind expression completely shatters as he stares through his monocle in utter shock and confusion. Walking right up to the towering bone beast without a single weapon or barrier, Burzay calmly looks up at the little princess and proposes a deal. Pointing directly to his own head, Burz smiles slyly and offers to trade one of his actual Demon King horns if she cancels her contract with Jason. Flash! His eye gleams with terrifying, unbreakable resolve as he swears the pledge upon the highest standards of a Demon King. Standing tall amidst the swirling snowstorm, Burz throws down the ultimate bargaining chip, proving once again why you can never predict a regressed Demon King. What an absolute boss move to turn the tables. With an icy glint in his eye, Burz looks right at her and swears on the holy honor of a Demon King, making a promise that seems almost too good to be true. Cut to Lavinia, who looks like a total goofball as she drools over the official contract paper, completely sold on getting her hands on prime demon flesh. Sweating bullets, Burz takes back the slobber-covered contract, wondering if he just struck a deal with a literal lunatic or a tactical genius. Talk about a questionable business partner. Whoosh! Swirling dark purple flames burst across the snowy ground as the chaotic swarm of chimeras begins to settle down under the contract's binding magic. Demanding her prize immediately, Lavinia demands the horn, but Burries calmly walks toward his fortress, casually telling her they need to step inside first since standing outside in a blizzard is completely beneath his dignity. Flashing a sharp, devious smirk over his shoulder, Burrs reassures her that a Demon King never breaks a sworn oath, though you can practically see the hidden scheme brewing in his head. Creak! The grand steel gates of the Dark Tower swing open wide, allowing the giant skeletal beast and its tiny psychotic master to step right into the heart of Berzine's stronghold. Swoosh! Heavy silence falls over the desolate mountain range as speed lines slice through the dark backdrop, shifting the scene far across the realm. Meanwhile, far away in his hidden laboratory, Jason Cockman fixes his monocle, letting out a sinister, villainous chuckle as he watches the live feed. Clutching his face in absolute hysterics, Jason cackles over how Burzy actually swore on the Demon King's standard, a concept Burzy usually treats like dirty toilet paper. Honestly, watching two master manipulators try to outscam each other is peak entertainment. Standing before a massive holographic war map of the Jespine region, Jason smugly boasts that even if his puppet contract got canceled, his grand invasion scheme is already 5 steps ahead. His eerie green eye flares with toxic magic as he whispers into the dark, mockingly asking how long Burrs thinks he can survive the oncoming storm. Thud! The heavy name of Burzadeus echoes through the dimensional void like a death sentence. Back inside the tower's command deck, the Dwarven Master Mechanic inspects his colossal siege cannons, while the heavy-armored female knight almost drops her weapons in pure shock. Nearby, the white-haired spirit girls sit peacefully on the polished floor braiding hair, completely oblivious to the terrifying intruder entering their home. Step, step? Question marks literally float above Lavinia's head as she rides her giant bone monster through the grand hallway, looking around like a lost tourist on a budget vacation. Wrinkling her nose in total disappointment, Lavinia complains about where all the high-tier monster parts are, while Chibi Burzy deadpans that he only promised her a horn, not an all-you-can-eat buffet. The entire tower crew goes bug-eyed in sheer terror, screaming in disbelief as they realize their boss just casually brought the enemy kingdom's most insane princess right into their living room. Bam! Arriving at the 5th floor, the grand doors bang open to reveal the Demon King's throne room, where Burrs sits lazily on his pristine silver throne like an absolute boss. Blop! With a nonchalant toss, Burzy throws a massive, curved beast horn straight into Lavinia's arms, claiming it's the promised prize. Rage! Lavinia's face explodes into anime anger veins as she throws a legendary temper tantrum, screaming at the top of her lungs that this isn't his actual Demon King horn. Smirking like a total con artist, Burrs arrogantly rubs his own horns, admitting he doesn't give a damn about Demon King standards and would never surrender the sacred pride of the Black Flame Dragon to a mere human. Man's got zero shame, and honestly, you gotta respect the hustle. Snap! Lavinia's expression instantly goes dead cold, her veins popping as pure, violent bloodlust fills her eyes. Roar! Screaming, liar, die! Lavinia unleashes her entire army of nightmare chimeras, sending a massive wall of muscle, teeth, and claws charging straight at the throne. Swing! Gordon, the Dark Elf advisor, instantly draws his rapier to defend his lord, but Brzee lazily kicks back on his chair, telling his loyal guard to chill out because everything is under control. Raising one finger right in front of the giant monster's snapping jaws, Burrs calmly explains that while it's not his horn, he infused the item with magic that's just as absurdly powerful. Flare! Golden phoenix flames erupt from the horn, illuminating Lavinia's face in awe as she feels the divine energy comparable to a top-tier Demon King. Instant mood swing. Lavinia goes full Hyper Chibi mode, bouncing up and down, screaming more, more, as dimensional portals burst open behind her, while Burzy sits on his throne chuckling at how easy she is to manipulate. Glow! Conjuring a swirling purple Armani sphere in his palm, Burrs smirks and warns her that future power comes with a price, only for Lavinia to snatch the mind control marble and swallow it whole without a second thought. Bro didn't even get to finish his dramatic villain speech. Ding! A system notification pops up confirming her status as a Demon King subordinate, while Lavinia continues begging for more fire like a hyperactive kid demanding candy, leaving Burzy totally sweat-dropped. Sweat-dropping in complete defeat, Chibi Burzy agrees to feed her more magic as Chibi Lavinia cheers at the top of her lungs. Looking out over his bizarre new crew, an insane princess, a shocked knight, a grumpy dwarf, and cute spirit girls, Burzy smiles in satisfaction as he officially recruits the kingdom's ultimate wild card into his squad. Flashback. Visions of the legendary heroes party flash across his mind as Burzy realizes he finally has enough firepower to match the absurd army of the hero's journey. Standing proud before his newly acquired horde of mutated chimera calamity beasts, Burrs prepares his forces to take down the 10-star heroes once and for all. Beep! A holographic transmission pops up from the Org General Crew 2, reporting that all physical evidence and tracks of the Chimera army have been completely erased from the wilderness. Stroking his chin, Burrs notes that the Akan Kingdom won't suspect a thing, but decides to take one final security measure just to make sure they don't send search parties. Turning toward the unhinged princess, who is happily hugging her giant burning horn, Burzy calls out Lavinia's full name to get her attention. Cut to the pristine white capital of the Akan Kingdom, where a royal messenger bursts into the palace screaming that an official letter from Princess Lavinia has just arrived. Unfold, the Grand Court opens the letter, only to find a hilarious crayon drawing of stick figures surrounded by monsters, with the message, "Lots of ingredients, don't look for me. You can't make this stuff up." Kneeling before the high throne, a worried minister asks the old king if they should mobilize another royal army to rescue the runaway princess. Trembling with relief while holding his daughter's ridiculous crayon drawing, the king sighs that even their best prince couldn't bring her back, so if she's happy playing with monsters, they should just leave her alone. Looking out over the grand city, the king mutters that if Lavinia ends up destroying the entire Urgus region, he'll just take full responsibility, officially calling off the search party. Transition. The narrative shifts to the desolate northern peaks, where a shimmering, frozen spire known as the Tower of Intense Cold reaches into the icy sky. Snow swoops across the frozen glaciers as the narrator sets up the next major faction in this game of high-stakes fantasy politics. Clink! A delicate hand reaches into a glass jar filled with colorful magical candies, plucking one out as a mysterious voice asks if Burze Deus actually helped them. A holographic projection of a Cyclops general confirms that Burrs warned them about an incoming hero invasion and even provided valuable military intel. Reveal of Queen Reyna, the stunning demon queen of Intense Cold. Wearing a majestic white fur robe and ice crown, she pops the candy into her mouth, questioning if Burrs can really be trusted over Jason. Swirling the sweet treat on her tongue, Reyna points out that Jason Cockman has been feeding them useful intelligence for a much longer time. The Cyclops general admits Jason helped them survive an errand, but confesses there's an unsettling, untrustworthy vibe about that snake guy that he just can't shake off. Lounging elegantly on her plush white sofa, Queen Reyna smirks at her general's hologram, offering to spill the real reason why Jason feels so shady. Talk about a cliffhanger. What if every move you made was already predicted by a mastermind sitting miles away on a throne? As the mysterious voice reveals how Jason kept them alive for decades, you can practically smell the web of lies being spun across the realms. We flash back to the gruesome aftermath of past battles, where rookie Demon Kings got absolutely dismantled by the hero's journey in record time. Seriously, talk about a brutal learning curve. If you don't adapt in this world, you end up as yesterday's news real fast. Queen Reyna zeroes in with an icy gaze, realizing that Jason could have easily stepped in to save those fallen rookies if he actually wanted to. That sharp look says everything. She's officially smelling a rat in the ranks. Her Cyclops general pops up on the magical feed, totally stunned as the terrifying reality drops that Jason might have literally orchestrated Draxon's demise. The panic in his eye is real. Reyna tells her general to step up and make his own call like a true demon king, making it crystal clear that she doesn't trust Burza Deos for a single second either. You gotta love how literally no one in this villain alliance actually trusts each other. Clenching her teeth in pure frustration, Queen Reyna decides the only way to get the cold, hard truth is to reach out to a certain vulgar woman for a favor. Pride is a painful thing to swallow, but desperate times call for desperate measures. Boom! The scene cuts to the towering fortress of the Kingdom of Burpupt, nestled right under an active volcano surrounded by massive dwarven battle gates. High above the grand architecture of Burpupt Palace, a tiny winged shadow silently hovers in the gloom, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Enter Vivian, the demon queen of lust, floating completely invisible while double-checking her crazy mission details. Wait, asking the literal demon queen of lust to pull off a covert kidnapping? That's like sending a glitter bomb on a stealth mission. Reyna's hologram reminds Vivian that Draxon's downfall all kicked off with the dwarf princess's invasion, suspecting another demon king pulled the strings behind the scenes. Since Vivian rolled into the realm after Draxon was already out of the picture, she's the only one with a clean slate to investigate without taking sides. Reversion to Hyper Chibi mode. Vivian smugly puffs out her chest, gloating that obviously no one on the planet could execute a heist like this better than her. But hold on, the succubus queen flashes a wicked smirk, refusing to take a single step until she hears those sweet, magic words of begging from the high and mighty Queen Reina. Gritting her teeth so hard they might shatter, Reina swallows every ounce of her royal pride and whimpers out a desperate plea through the holographic feed. But Vivian instantly explodes into pure manic joy with hard eyes, cackling wildly over forcing the Ice Queen to beg while Reina screams in absolute rage. Honestly, the dynamic between these two is pure comedic gold. Swoosh! Activating her full stealth aura, Vivian strikes a dramatic magical pose, ready to show off why she's a high-tier demon. Sneaking right past the Dwarven frontline guards, Vivian reminds herself that Archduke Alkine personally dispatched her to untangle this entire assassination web. Hovering through the giant stone pillars of the Dwarf Royal Palace, she counts down the seconds until she can complete the job and finally head back home. Tiptoeing casually right behind a Dwarven sentry, Vivian giggles to herself, confident that doing the dirty work personally guarantees total stealth compared to her useless minions. Smirking over her foolproof plan, she peeks around the marble corner expecting a helpless target's bedroom, only to hit a total brick wall of reality. Dun dun dun! Standing right in the hallway looking down at her with deadpan intensity is the legendary hero knight Cargill himself. Gasp! Vivian's eyes dilate in pure, unadulterated horror as the horrifying truth settles into her brain. Sweating bucket loads, she squeaks out a pathetic question, praying to the demon gods that he's just staring blindly into empty space. Crackle? Drawing his longsword coated in blinding blue divine electricity, Hyland smirks coldly and addresses the demon queen of lust directly. Man's got zero chill and isn't wasting a single breath on small talk. Kaboom! Lightning tears through the corridor as Hyland unleashes a devastating divine strike, sending Vivian flying back with a terrified scream. Skidding across the polished marble floor under heavy lightning pressure, Vivian panics, trying to comprehend why on earth a top-tier hero would be assigned to guard duty in a random castle. Veins popping and tears streaming down her face, Vivian throws her hands in the air, cursing this entire bizarre dimension for making zero sense. Clash! Brilliant pink succubus magic collides against roaring blue holy lightning in a dazzling display of raw atmospheric power. Gret! Vivian desperately tries to hold her ground, internally screaming in frustration at the sheer absurdity of encountering an endgame boss in a side quest hall. Charging forward with lethal speed, Heelan recalls his exact orders, noting that Berze's prediction was dead on the money about a demon trying to snatch the princess. We flash back to a secret transmission where Berze calmly warned Island to stand guard at the Dwarven Palace because the Demon Queen would fall right into their trap. Talk about playing 4D chess while everyone else plays checkers. Full confidence unlocked, Heelan realizes that following the Demon King's tactical foresight is literally padding his own combat record and boosting his strength. Hiya! Leaping into the air with his blade fully charged, Hyland prepares to deliver a decisive finishing blow right onto the Succubus Queen. Sensing the lethal aura locked onto her back, Vivian twists in midair, desperately trying to open up space before getting sliced into pieces. Flare! Swirling into a surge of dark pink smoke, she dodges the strike by the skin of her teeth, snarling that she's not going that way without a fight. Bam! Bursting through the heavy inner sanctum doors, Vivian screams out for the dwarf princess, hoping to grab a hostage to turn the tables. Thud! Shadows loom over her as a terrifying, muscular figure holding a massive dual battle axe appears right behind her with glowing red eyes. Wham! The tiny dwarf princess swings her flaming battle axe with psychotic ferocity, forcing Vivian to cast a desperate defensive barrier while hyperventilating in sheer horror. Seriously, what are they feeding the princesses in this kingdom? Bam! Heelan crashes through the doors right behind her, declaring the chamber to be her personal graveyard as the combined pressure closes in from both sides. Clutching her head in complete mental defeat, Vivian loses her mind over a hero guarding a princess and a princess swinging a giant axe like a raging berserker. This dimension is officially broken. Flash! Triggering a high-speed spatial escape spell, Vivian detonates a pink smokescreen, screaming in pure annoyance as she scrambles for the exit. Shoo! Heelan's eyes widen in surprise as the pink magic disperses into thin air in a fraction of a second. The lingering trail of dark crimson smoke slips right through the grand doorways before anyone can react. Swish! Ilan lunges forward with a quick sword thrust, attempting to slice through the fleeing aura before it completely vanishes into the night. Fade. The purple mist completely evaporates outside the palace gates, leaving behind total silence in the hallway. Standing side by side in the middle of the ruined room, the hero lowers his blade while the axe-wielding princess catches her breath. Rage? The dwarf princess instantly turns on Hyland, blowing a fuse and screaming at the top of her lungs for standing around stating the obvious after letting the intruder slip away. Stomping her feet in a full temper tantrum, she demands the royal guards go on a full manhunt immediately, leaving Hyland sweat-dropping in absolute awkward silence. Cut to a magical hologram line where Chibi Hyland connects back to headquarters, reporting that the Demon Queen of Lust took the bait exactly as planned. Sitting lazily on his silver throne, Burzy smirks in dark satisfaction, revealing he knew Vivian's exact personality would make her walk right into the trap. Even in failure, every piece on his board moves according to his master plan. What's better than surviving a covert high-stakes mission? Walking away with literal boss loot, of course. Hyland checks in with headquarters, proudly reporting that while the target managed to slip away, he didn't come back empty-handed. Hold on to your hats because the trophy turns out to be the glowing pink tail severed right off the Demon Queen of Lust. Talk about a bizarrely specific piece of loot. Though in a fantasy world full of weird crafting recipes, this trophy's basically an S-rank drop. Rumble! Lightning cracks across the dark sky as Chapter 34 kicks off, setting the stage for total chaos across the open seas. We cut to the treacherous waters of the Eastern Triangle Strait, deep in the territory of the Sea King, where massive waves and roaring thunder threaten to swallow anything in sight. Boom! Looming out of the oceanic depth is Crudo Lord, a calamity-grade sea monster looking like Cthulhu's buff older brother with 4 arms and a giant trident. Man, if I saw this thing on a beach day, I'm booking the first flight out of the realm. Standing on a tiny rock right in front of this Leviathan is Palov Disrod, a 10-star hero rocking a pink wrestling mask, purple trunks, and enough raw muscle to lift a mountain. He's literally trash-talking a sea monster for lacking backbone. Talk about peak Giga Chad behavior. But right as Palov gets ready to swing his massive blade, a sudden blinding light washes over the sky, leaving our masked meathead totally confused mid-sentence. Kaboom! A massive, fiery meteor drops straight from the heavens like a cosmic orbital strike, roaring through the clouds directly toward the sea beast. Poor Crudalord's multiple yellow eyes widen in pure terror as he realizes a giant flaming rock is about to flatten him into seafood soup. Crash! The meteor impact triggers a monstrous explosion that vaporizes the ocean, totally stealing Palov's kill in the most absurd way possible. Stepping out of the summoning circle with total nonchalance is Roselle Chart, another 10-star hero rocking an eye patch, braided red hair, and a staff capable of dropping tactical nukes on demand. Palov blows a fuse, screaming at Roselle for dropping a meteor right in his blast zone and ruining his fight. But Roselle doesn't give a single care, casually announcing that all 10-star heroes are being summoned for an emergency hero's journey into Regressed. Palov's face instantly lights up with a mischievous smirk. Sure, Regressed is a nightmare wasteland crawling with calamity-grade monsters, but to a total battle addict like him, that's just an all-you-can-eat buffet of epic fights. Roselle just sighs in disgust, calling Palov a complete masochist for swinging a regular sword without using a single drop of mana. Seriously, the bantering dynamic between these two top-tier heroes is absolute comedic gold. Creeping up behind her with a wide grin, Palov notices her magic power has grown insane and begs for a quick warm-up duel. Roselle just glares at him with dead eyes, telling him to back off before she fries him. Floating across the sky together on a glowing magic circle, Palov wonders out loud how she even managed to track him down out in the middle of nowhere. Roselle gives a sharp look, hinting that someone very specific dropped a tip about his secret grinding spot. A grand holographic display reveals the silhouette of Hyland Cargill, the rising Star Knight who's been making massive waves in the guild. Flashback to the guild's majestic central hall, where the floating silhouettes of the High Elders praise Hyland for his legendary recent accomplishments. Shine? A sacred holy sword materializes in mid-air, officially appointing Hyland to the supreme rank of an Argon. Now, being an Argon isn't just a fancy title. These elites dictate the entire guild's strategic moves alongside the elders, holding enough political clout to make actual kings bow down before them. Hyland's heart races with emotion as he recalls his humble roots as an ordinary boy from a backwater village who managed to climb all the way to the top of the world. Reaching out to grip the sacred hilt, he can practically taste the ultimate fame and glory waiting just within his grasp. Deep down, his ambition burns brighter than ever, because obtaining this title is merely a stepping stone toward his ultimate objective. Squeezing the hilt tight, Hyland vows aloud to fulfill his duties, internally screaming that this promotion finally opens the door for him to become the greatest hero in history. Look at that dramatic pose. Man's main character energy is through the roof. Watching from the balcony above, a figure smirks at how quickly this rookie managed to transform into such a big shot in a guild. Pallav and Roselle stroll right into the grand hall, their overwhelming presence instantly shifting the entire room's atmosphere. Clap! Pallav slaps a heavy hand onto Heelan's shoulder, congratulating him for taking down 2 Demon Kings and casually inviting him to a friendly brawl. Poor Heelan's sweat drops hard, looking like he's about to pass out from sheer pressure. Turning toward the front of the balcony, the 3 elite heroes face the ominous shadow of the guild master himself to receive their official orders. Pallav immediately points a finger at the guildmaster, shouting that this mission better be exciting or heads will roll. Heelan panics, begging the masked brute to show some basic respect to their supreme leader. Glowing with a single sharp eye in the darkness, the guildmaster calmly reassures Pallav that this assignment will more than satisfy his thirst for blood. The screen shifts to a map of the Jespain Empire as the Guildmaster orders them to forcibly recall 7 of the 10-star heroes who are currently fighting in an Imperial succession war. With a cold gaze, the Guildmaster authorizes them to use whatever brute force necessary, leaving the remaining details to the Guild's forces. Hearing that he gets official permission to beat up his fellow 10-star heroes, Pallav goes into full manic mode, huffing with pure excitement. Roselle looks at him with complete disgust, but hey, you can't deny his passion for violence. Meanwhile, Heelan's face turns pale as he realizes the Guild is drastically rushing the timeline for the main Demon King campaign. Clenching his teeth, Hyland panics internally because if the Demon King gets killed before he can farm enough prestige, his whole dream of becoming the world's greatest hero crumbles to dust. Cut back to our Demon King MC, Burs, sitting on his throne as he receives the urgent report from Heelan, completely shocked by the Guild's sudden timetable shift. Burze rubs his chin thoughtfully. The Hero Guild hasn't provided a single official explanation for assembling all 10 stars so abruptly. Narrowing his eyes, Burrs smells a massive trap, suspecting that Snake Jason might be pulling the strings behind the scenes to force an early war. Leaning forward on his chair, Burrs asks Heelan for the exact blueprint behind how the Guild plans to extract those 7 heroes from Jespain so fast. A narrative panel explains that Jespain's War of Succession is a bloody imperial tradition where royal heirs butcher each other for the throne. A blood-stained crown glimmers ominously, driving home the point that only the last royal standing over a mountain of corpses gets to wear the crown. Whenever the emperor hands down a grueling trial, the ambitious princes and princesses hire elite mercenaries to handle the dirty work on the front lines. Spanning 5 intense stages over 6 long months, it's normally a drawn-out political meat grinder where high-level fighters stay bogged down for ages. Burrs realizes 7 of the 10-star heroes were hired by opposing royal factions, keeping the entire war locked in a bloody stalemate. Brutal! A dark visual shows Pallav standing atop a mountain of slaughtered soldiers, proving that if this muscle monster crashes the battlefield, he'll annihilate every royal candidate in a week and force all 7 heroes out of their contracts. Talk about an unstoppable wrecking ball! Realizing time is running out fast, Burze snaps out of his deep thought and resolves to accelerate his own domain's preparations right now. Contacting his dwarven chief engineer Lodger via magic screen, Burrs commands him to start phase 2 immediately, constructing an ancient Magitech golem. Lodger's jaw hits the floor at the mention of legendary war tech. Burrs points out that magic tech expertise is mandatory for golem crafting, assigning the brilliant mage girl Lavinia to collaborate with Lodger on the build. To seal the deal, Burze whips out the glowing pink succubus queen's tail as a crafting bribe, and Lavinia instantly morphs into an excited chibi, yelling that the boss has a deal. Hey, offering rare boss materials really is the fastest way to get your staff motivated. Ever wonder what happens when a bunch of power-hungry royals turn a succession war into a literal battle royale, only for a demon king to crash the party? Back at headquarters, Burze gets an update on young Elena, learning that her wild mana overflow has finally been drained down to safe levels. With Ernan confirming she'll start teaching the girl basic magic control tomorrow, Burze gives a quick nod of approval because he's got much bigger, chaotic fish to fry across the border. Whoosh! Bright crimson feathers suddenly begin fluttering through the air as raw, scorching magic swirls around Burze's body. Sprouting a pair of massive glowing phoenix wings, Burst tells his head loyalist Gordon that he's taken off to buy them some precious time, leaving the entire Demon Tower in his hands. Honestly, who needs a teleportation spell when you can grow giant fiery wings and make a dramatic exit like a total legend? With a sharp, tactical glint in his eye, Burst reveals his destination. He's dropping straight into the bloody succession war of the Jespain Empire. We cut over to Utera Island, an isolated territory belonging to the Jespain Empire, surrounded by rough, unforgiving sea waves. Groan. What was supposed to be a tropical paradise has turned into an absolute nightmare, completely overrun by a terrifying horde of flesh-eating undead. Deep inside a shadowy subterranean tomb lit by eerie candlelight, two dark cultists stand beside an altar as an ancient, sinister force awakens. Standard fantasy tropes added again. If an island gets infested with zombies, you just know there's a dramatic hooded skeleton sitting on a dark throne somewhere pulling the strings. Glow. Staring through the dark with a single crimson eye, a jewel-encrusted skeletal lich reveals himself as the high-tier necromancer behind this apocalypse. A glowing system window highlights the grave threat, a high-tier necromancer wielding lethal dark and life essence magic whose location remains completely unknown. Ugh! Eerie groans echo across the lush jungle as thousands of mindless corpses wander through the forest, hunting for fresh living prey. Splat! Dark purple blood splatters across the dirt as the mindless army continues its relentless march across the island. Screech! A massive wall of rotting zombies pushes forward, driving the Royal Imperial Guards into complete panic as they desperately try to shield the royal bloodline. Sitting arrogantly on a golden sedan chair carried by sweating servants, First Prince Rufus Jespain casually orders his men to throw away as many lives as needed to clear his path to the throne. Blindfolded and holding a glowing magical staff, Naya Diaphragm, third star hero, cautiously warns Rufus that burning through all their retainers right now will leave him with zero army left for the final crown. Man, talk about a toxic workplace environment. Imagine threatening a literal top-tier hero just because she gave you a valid reality check. Rufus turns on her with a pitch-black glare, venomously reminding the top-tier hero that she's still just a subject of his empire who better not dare question his royal commands. Realizing the arrogant prince is far too blind with greed to hear reason, Naya quietly bows her head in submission, forced to play along with his suicidal orders. Slash! Meanwhile, in another section of the forest, desperate screams ring out as royal heirs start butchering each other in a frantic free-for-all. Kneeling beside his sobbing younger sister, second Prince Floen Jespain gently cups her tear-stained face, pretending to show deep, tragic sympathy as he lies that he could never harm his own flesh and blood. Stab! But the exact second her guard drops, a shadowy masked assassin steps out from behind and plunges a blade right through her back. Bro pulled the classic snake move. I would never hurt my sister right before having his minions stab her in cold blood. Absolute psycho behavior. Flan smirks like a true villain, boastfully declaring that a noble future emperor should never dirty his own hands when paid killers can do the dirty work for him. Walking beside the giant armored behemoth Ralph Schmidt VI, star hero Floen coldly commands him to hunt down and eliminate every remaining sibling on the island. Crash! Sudden violent explosions echo through the trees as zombies get pulverized into actual dust by sheer physical force. Flexing her insane muscle mass, fourth Princess Taryn Jespain casually obliterates undead with her bare fists while chatting with Gillian Ainth, the fifth star hero backing her campaign. Bam! Tyrion shatters another wave of corpses, shouting that every true citizen of the Empire needs to be swole and jacked instead of being weak little stories. Scrawny wimps. Wiping zombie blood off her face, Taryn grins like an absolute demon, declaring that once she becomes emperor, her very first move will be purging all her skinny brothers and sisters. This princess has taken the gym bro mindset way too far. She's out here throwing hands with zombies while preaching about gains and family purges. Jillian's sweat drops hard under the sheer pressure of this muscle-brained princess, nervously agreeing with her wild survival of the fittest speech just to keep his head attached. A live system display pops up showing the brutal state of the war. Out of 17 royal candidates, 2 have already been wiped out, leaving only 15 heirs alive. Having a battle royale elimination counter pop up on screen like a gaming HUD is hilarious. We're literally watching Fortnite Imperial Dynasty Edition. Rustle. Heavy, panic-driven footsteps tear through the thick foliage of the tropical woods as another royal runs for his life. Screech! A terrifying horde of rotting corpses closes in with hungry claws, letting out blood-curdling shrieks as they corner their small target. Sprinting as fast as his tiny legs can carry him, 17th Prince Noah Jespine clutches a hoard of shiny relics to his chest, crying out in sheer panic. Poor little Noah sobs hysterically as the dead chase him down, recalling how all his loyal guards were butchered and even his hired heroes abandoned him the moment things went south. Looking down at the random weapons and books, Noah despairs over the fact that his older siblings handed him useless failed trial items he doesn't even know how to trigger. Trip! In a cruel twist of anime fate, Noah's shoe gets caught on a random tree vine, sending him flying forward. Why does every anime character trip over a tiny leaf right when a zombie horde is 2 feet behind them? The floor is literally the ultimate villain. Crash! The poor kid tumbles head over heels onto the grass, scattering his sword, glowing crystals, and magic books everywhere. Scraped up and completely exhausted, Noah lies helpless on the dirt as the groaning army of zombies slowly circles around him from every side. Visions of his terrifying older brothers Rufus and Floan, alongside his psycho sister Tyrion, flash through his mind as he realizes the total doom waiting for the realm if any of them win. He remembers his loyal guards laying down their lives to buy him time, begging him with their final breaths to survive and become a ruler who actually protects the people. Clenching his small fists in the dirt, tears streaming down his face, Noah finds a sudden spark of burning willpower inside his trembling heart. Because an emperor? Reaching his shaky fingers toward the small glowing chest on the grass, Noah vows with everything he's got that a real emperor exists to shield everyone under his command. Thud! But right as his fingers touch the chest, a gray, rotting zombie foot steps directly into his view. Looming over him are towering, terrifying corpses with glowing yellow eyes, ready to tear the helpless prince to absolute shreds. Looking up at the gruesome monsters, Noah's eyes shrink in sheer terror as he realizes he's completely out of time and strength. Closing his eyes tight, the poor boy buries his head in the dirt, crying out a final apology to his fallen retainers for failing to survive. Boom! Just when all hope seems lost, a blinding streak of crackling electric blue lightning strikes down straight from the sky. Kaboom! The lightning shockwave detonates across the clearing, instantly vaporizing every single zombie in sight into burning ash. Stepping through the blue sparks with total composure, Burrs lands gracefully right beside the boy, asking if he's hurt anywhere. Look at that S-rank hero entry. Burrs dropping into the field like Thor in Infinity War to save the only good prince in the entire empire. Noah snaps his eyes open, staring up in utter shock and disbelief at the mysterious savior who just nuked an entire undead horde in half a second. Cloaked in a magnificent aura of glowing blue lightning, Burze gazes down at the terrified young royal, calling Prince Noah Jespine directly by his full imperial title. Pazzizzle! With crackling cyan lightning surrounding his blade, the legendary hero Helen Cargill stands tall, sending shockwaves across the field while little Prince Noah cowers on the ground in total disbelief. Teary-eyed and trembling, the poor kid can barely process that one of the famous 10-star heroes himself just dropped from the sky right in front of him. Swoosh! Suddenly, a single glowing golden feather drifts gracefully down from the canopy, radiating an undeniable heat through the chilly air. Flare! Bursting out from the clouds, a magnificent winged figure descends amidst an inferno of solar fire. Honestly, no one does grand entrances quite like the Phoenix Masterman really knows how to command a room. Landing smoothly, our red-haired protagonist extends a hand to the terrified royal brat, casually offering his mercenary services to help him out. Shaken to his core, little Noah just sits in the dirt, completely stunned by the arrival of 2 powerhouse champions in a matter of seconds. Wah! Bursting into tears of pure relief, the overwhelmed prince screams at the top of his lungs, hiring them on the spot. Flashing a dangerously sharp smirk, Phoenix seals the contract instantly, hook, line, and sinker. You just gotta love how quickly he turned this helpless kid into his personal golden ticket. Kaboom! A massive explosion of roaring flames detonates across the horizon, consuming the surroundings in blinding destruction. Flashback time! Rewinding 10 minutes ago on Utera Island, Phoenix lays out the master plan to Highland, block all 10-star heroes from interfering in the hero's journey. Strolling through the misty woods, Phoenix explains that their job is simple: keep the heroes busy so this succession war keeps dragging on forever. But there's a huge catch named Balaf Disrod, who will wipe out all competitors if left unchecked. To step into the game legally without drawing suspicion, Phoenix needs a royal employer. Enter the 17th prince, Noah Spain. Being the lowest ranked royal means the poor kid lacks the cash for top-tier bodyguards, making him the absolute perfect target to manipulate. Cut back to the little prince bawling his eyes out, thanking Phoenix profusely for saving his life from certain doom. Seriously, seeing this kid cry endless streams of water like a broken faucet is both hilarious and kind of tragic. Clutching his knees amidst the rubble, Noah confesses that while he desperately needs to stop his treacherous siblings, he doesn't have the fortune to pay legendary mercenaries. Kneeling down with an almost heroic warmth, Phoenix places a firm hand on Noah's shoulders, claiming he doesn't need coin, just the kid's sense of justice to save the empire. Flashing a warm smile, Phoenix hits him with the classic hero speech, talking about how a true ruler's duty is to protect every single citizen. Look at those big, naive, starry eyes. Little Noah falls for the speech completely, looking at Phoenix like he's a savior sent from the heavens. Behind his noble facade, Phoenix's eyes flash dark crimson as he inwardly laughs at how ridiculously easy humans are to fool, while Highland's sweat drops in background silence. The artist's contrast here between the glowing hero kid and the demonic shadow behind him is absolute top-tier comedy. Meanwhile, back on the surface, Lady Roselle suddenly halts in her tracks, her single eye widening as she catches a sudden spike in raw elemental mana. Whoosh! Heat waves ripple through the air as distant solar fires light up the sky, signaling the unmistakable return of the Phoenix's flame. Cracking his neck with a sinister grin, the pink-masked brood Bal of Disrod chuckles, sensing that someone far more entertaining has finally entered the chat. Crunch, casually holding a defeated knight by the throat, Belaf dumps the 6th prince into total disqualification, completely bored of weaklings. Roselle nonchalantly tells the brute to back off, revealing that the red-haired fire user is actually the secret weapon Hill and Cargill brought along. Roselle narrows her eyes in sharp suspicion, silently questioning what kind of wild scheme Highland is pulling behind everyone's backs. Transitioning deep into the dark, uncharted jungle of Outsmarted Island, we locate a hidden subterranean cavern shrouded in dark mist. Dip, drop, water droplets echo hollowly off ancient stalactites as the tense atmosphere builds in the darkness. Tap, tap, Phoenix leads Highland and the nervous prince straight into the dark abyss, zeroing in on their true destination. Phoenix reveals in his internal monologue that back in his past life, he scoured the world for legendary monsters to enslave his familiars. Dun, dun, dun! And this very location happens to be the legendary Necromancer's Cave. Talk about walking straight into the boss room without even grinding first. Stepping into the vast underground shrine, they find rows of stone sarcophagi leading up to an eerie altar illuminated by spectral blue torches. Grrr! Sitting atop his throne of bones, the necromancer of Outsmarted Island glares down with hollow, glowing eyes. Whoosh! Before the undead lord can even finish his villainous intro, fiery winged aura flares around Phoenix's shoulders. Boom! Spreading magnificent dark wings, Phoenix unleashes his true demonic energy, planning to capture the necromancer to keep the succession war locked in perpetual chaos. Standing in the background, Highland and little Noah turn completely stiff, staring at Phoenix's demonic form with total cartoonish shock. Gasp! Little Noah's jaw hits the floor as he screams in utter terror, realizing his supposed savior is literally a demon king. Even the bone-faced necromancer freezes mid-growl, staring ahead as his skull goes completely blank. What? The ancient undead boss loses his absolute mind, sweating buckets through his skull as he recognizes the dark sovereign standing before him? A literal skeleton sweating in pure fear? The comedic timing in this panel is unbeatably hilarious. Looming large over the cavern floor, Demon Phoenix casts an intimidating silhouette against that glowing purple backdrop. Rumble. Trying to save face, the necromancer surges with purple necrotic power, arrogantly shouting that he spent centuries hiding from demon kings and refuses to bow. Raising his bony hands, he summons a massive wall of screaming skeletal phantoms, declaring himself the undisputed king of the undead. Shriek! Violet spectral energy fills the entire shrine as giant shadow skeletons rise up to crush the intruders. Snap! But in less than a second, the overwhelming pressure of Phoenix's aura instantly shatters the spell, leaving the Skeleton King hyperventilating in panic. Flare. Holding a terrifying orb of purple annihilation, Demon Phoenix glares down with pitch-black murder intent, asking if the skeleton wants to die for real? Thud. Dropping his pride instantly, the necromancer slams his skull into the dirt, pledging absolute lifetime loyalty on the spot. Talk about standard villain bravado lasting all of 5 seconds. Phoenix dryly reminds him that acting tough only gets you put in the ground before turning his glowing eyes toward his second target. Dangle. Poor little Prince Noah is being held up by his collar like a helpless kitten by Helen, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Internal panic mode fully activated. The terrified kid realizes the Phoenix Master is the Demon King of blazing fire, and legendary hero Helen is his total henchman. Extending his hand, Demon Phoenix offers the trembling prince a contract orb, inviting him to become his newest familiar. Flashing a dark smirk, Phoenix secretly calculates that controlling the 17th prince gives him total leverage over the Jesbane Empire to keep the Hero Guild completely in check. Talk about starting a negotiations meeting on the absolute worst foot imaginable. Little Prince Noah finds himself dangling by his tunic collar like a helpless stray kitten while staring right into the sinister gaze of the Phoenix Master. Awkward. Tears overflowing from his eyes, the terrified kid bravely tries to cling to his noble pride, weeping that he will never betray the loyal subjects who sacrificed everything for him, nor will he turn his back on humanity. Wah! Screaming at the absolute top of his lungs, young Noah cries out that he'd rather die on the spot than bow down to a villainous demon king. Honestly, you gotta give this poor kid props for standing his ground, even if he's sweating buckets and shaking like a leaf. Whoosh! Completely unbothered by the kid's dramatic heroic speech, Phoenix forcefully shoves a glowing dark contract orb directly into the royal brat's stomach, causing him to gasp in total agony. Crackle! Violet lightning arcs through the air as Phoenix pins the squirming prince to the ground with dark magic, dryly noting that he fully expected the kid to refuse the offer nicely. Flashing a dangerously sharp villainous smile, Phoenix cold-heartedly informs the trembling royal that the more hatred he harbors, the more unbearable the pain will become, telling him to give up and swear allegiance to his new master. Puzzizzle! Dark electric currents crackle through the kid's golden hair as he grits his teeth through sheer torture, still stubbornly groaning through his tears that he'd rather die than yield to a demon sovereign. Flash! The dark contract core pulses wildly inside his body, sending waves of corrupting magic straight to his soul until his vision fades and his cries finally die out. Thud! Just like that, the proud little royal collapses completely unconscious onto the cold stone floor, thoroughly bound and subdued by demonic magic. Watching the prince hit the dirt, Helen nervously asks if Phoenix accidentally ended the kid's life, but Phoenix casually waves his hand, noting that killing such a valuable political pawn would be a total waste. Man is running a full-blown shadow operation here and treating royalty like cheap chess pieces. Turning his glowing gaze toward the cowering skeleton king, Phoenix coldly orders the ancient undead lord to pull himself together and get straight to work. The bony necromancer points at his own hollow skull in absolute disbelief as Phoenix casually commands him to prepare a welcoming party for the incoming heroes. Swoosh! As the dark influence of the Phoenix spreads across the subterranean kingdom, the grand stage is set for absolute chaos in the hero's journey. Deep within the dense, mist-shrouded jungle of Utera Island, an eerie trail of purple necrotic mana winds along the forest floor like a glowing neon welcome mat. Aha! Enter the arrogant twin heroes Beam and Bong, strutting with hilarious overconfidence as they laugh about how tracking a necromancer's mana trail is so easy even a complete novice could do it. Standing right at the mouth of the dark subterranean cavern, the twin meatheads flex their massive shoulders while scoping out the entrance like they're about to speedrun a low-level dungeon. Stepping up with her hands on her hips, the 11th princess, Sierra Jesbane, commands her muscle-bound bodyguards to move in fast so they can claim the boss kill before rival royals catch wind. Marching into the eerie shrine, Sierra scans the dark altar and sternly warns her party not to lower their guard, knowing high-tier undead monsters are no walk in the park. Swing! Completely ignoring her warning, the twin heroes draw their swords and charge forward like absolute fools, boasting they'll slaughter this random mob boss in under 10 seconds. Classic named character hubris. Whenever someone shouts, "This will take 10 seconds," you just know they're about to get completely clobbered. Freeze! Before they can even take 3 steps, a sudden surge of sub-zero ice magic detonates across the cavern, instantly flash freezing the twin heroes and Princess Sierra solid inside giant ice blocks. Rumble. Glowing with intense purple energy atop his bone altar, the necromancer skeleton laughs hysterically, thoroughly drunk on the insane power boost granted directly by the Demon King's mana. Stepping out from behind the throne, Phoenix dryly instructs the cowering skeleton not to let the power go to his head and order his zombie minions to carry the frozen popsicles off to storage. Gwarg! Down in the subterranean freezing chamber, zombie workers stack block after block of ice filled with frozen princes, princesses, and arrogant heroes like side beef in a meat locker. Surveying his growing collection, Phoenix calculates that 3 royal contenders are already safely iced, realizing that reinforcing the necromancer's sealing spell with his own demonic mana makes it virtually unbreakable. He smirks to himself as his master strategy falls into place. Luring all the greedy royals into this icy vault will freeze the succession war indefinitely and keep the Hero Guild tied down. Turning toward his legendary hero pawn, Phoenix calls out to Highland Cargill to get an official status report on what's happening outside the cavern. Hillen steps forward with a heavily troubled expression, nervously confessing to his demon boss that things on the surface have taken a catastrophic turn. Hillen drops a total bombshell, revealing that the legendary 10th star Wharton Kolo was casually crushed and disqualified by the pink-masked brute Polav Disrod, leaving only 6 stars left standing. Phoenix's eyes widen in sheer shock as he realizes that in less than half a day, the entire roster of top-tier heroes is getting wiped out at record speed. Sweat dripping down his temple, Phoenix inwardly freaks out, knowing that if the King of Hilderin sees enough stars gather, he'll launch the official hero's journey anyway, ruining all his careful planning. Stomp, deciding he can't leave critical business to incompetent sidekicks, Phoenix turns on his heel, declaring he's going out there to personally handle this Polav guy himself. Gasp! Hillen completely loses his mind, grabbing his hair as he desperately screams that Polav is an absolute freak of nature who cannot be beaten in a direct fight. Hillen acting like a panicked PR manager every time Phoenix wants to throw hands is honestly peak comedy. Sweating buckets, Hillen frantically explains that Polav is the undisputed first star who once soloed an entire Demon King of Beasts single-handedly. Crash! Cut directly to the battleground where massive slabs of broken stone and shattered shield pieces lie scattered across the destroyed clearing. Kaboom! A massive impact crater concaves the earth as 2 heavyweights collide with force strong enough to shake the entire forest. Clang! Swinging an enormous broadsword with terrifying force, the pink-masked brute Polav Disrod slams his blade against the legendary shield of Ralph Schmidt. Flare! Radiant pink battle aura erupts from Polav's muscles as he maniacally grins through his mask, demanding the 3rd star show off the ultimate defensive shield magic he's famous for. Boom! A blinding flash of green defense magic detonates across the field as the heavy blow settles. Flop! To Polav's absolute horror, the towering blonde knight casually raises both hands in the air and monotone announces that he surrenders on the spot. Walking away from his shattered gear, Ralph Schmidt apologizes to the second prince, explaining that his job ends right here and he's calling it quits. Standing in the background, surrounded by royal guards, the green-haired second prince silently glares ahead with a cold, unreadable gaze as his star bodyguard quits on him. What? Completely breaking down into a hilarious flailing temper tantrum, Polav screams at Ralph to pick up another shield and keep fighting, throwing his hands around like a toddler whose favorite toy broke. Ralph dryly explains that while his ultimate skill lets him buff any shield, no shield on Earth can withstand Polav's absurd strength, as system text confirms 2 10 stars are officially disqualified, with only 5 remaining. Whoosh! High up in the leafy forest canopy, a solitary red-haired figure silently looks down on the cratered battlefield, taking in the bizarre scene below. Phoenix narrows his eyes in sharp focus, inwardly admitting that Polav Disrod is every bit the absolute monster Hillen warned him about. Staring at the shattered fragments of Ralph's unbreakable shield, Phoenix breaks a sweat, realizing Polav's raw physical power is completely off the charts. Turning back to Hillen, Phoenix genuinely questions why the Demon Kings are even still alive if humans possess heroes with this kind of cheat code strength, prompting Hillen to explain that Demon King towers are kept alive on purpose as lucrative resource mines. Hyland elaborates that due to strict hero guild rules, heroes aren't allowed to slay a Demon King without official guild permission, making Phoenix pull a hilarious angry chibi face as he curses their arrogant bureaucrat rules. Curious about this mysterious powerhouse, Phoenix asks who Polav actually is under that ridiculous pink mask, but Hyland can only shrug and admit his true identity is a complete mystery. Flashback visual. Hyland recounts that Pallav simply materialized out of nowhere one day carrying a giant sword, instantly soloing a calamity rank monster all by himself to etch his name into legend. Ever wonder what happens when the universe drops an overpowered absolute unit into a story with zero backstory? Nobody knows where this masked juggernaut came from, how he grew up, or where he got cheat code physical strength that breaks logic. Step right up, because Phoenix isn't one to run away from a challenge, even when his frantic sidekick Hyland begs him to stay 100 miles away from this walking calamity. Locking eyes with the pink-masked giant, Phoenix skips the polite small talk and immediately demands to know who's paying the bills behind this guy's rampage. Gasp! Pallav, cheerful as ever, greets Phoenix like an old gym bro, while the fiery red-haired eye-patch warrior next to him growls that they should just stick to their contract obligations. Exposing the board state in seconds, Phoenix points out that their true client isn't some spoiled royal. It's the shady hero guild plotting to install a puppet emperor on the throne. Flashing a dangerously sharp villainous smirk, Phoenix warns that if this dirty political scandal leaks to the neighboring empires, the hero guild's reputation is going straight to the shredder. The eye-patch mercenary narrows her eye in suspicion, questioning whether Phoenix is bluffing or if he really has the leverage to blow their entire covert operation wide open. Cold as ice, Phoenix gives them a strict ultimatum: pack up their gear and walk away right now or watch this entire continent burn in political chaos. Honestly, watching Phoenix use bureaucracy as a weapon against muscleheads is top-tier masterclass strategy. Rage! The eye-patch warrior erupts in fury, realizing Hillen Cargill set them up like total chumps, swearing she's gonna twist Hillen's head off the second she catches him. Standing tall against the brute who soloed a Demon King, Phoenix inwardly smiles, knowing that in this second life, brains beat brawn every single time. Glare? With a sinister glint in his eyes, Phoenix prepares to turn the very legal order and political systems humans built directly into a leash to bind their hands. Step! Just as Phoenix thinks he's got the upper hand, a crisp voice echoes through the clearing, casually announcing that exposing the scheme won't be an issue at all. Enter Flown Jaspain, the second prince. Stepping into the light with a sleazy smile, the royal snake smoothly claims that he was the mastermind who hired these top-tier mercenaries all along. Phoenix narrows his eyes in utter disbelief. Didn't this green-haired royal just get disqualified alongside Ralph? There's no way this lie holds water. Or does it? Smirk? Showing off world-class improvisation, Pallav and the eye-patch warrior immediately nod along with the second prince, playing along with the cover story just to keep their motives hidden. Crackle! Flexing his absurdly massive knuckles, Pallav grins beneath his pink mask, declaring that now that political chatter is over, it's finally time for the real main event. Roar! Pallav's muscles swell with blinding pink aura as he steps forward, shouting Phoenix's name with the pure excitement of a kid getting a new toy. Sigh. Phoenix lets out a heavy breath, realizing that no matter how much he prefers political chess, some meatheads can only be spoken to with raw violence. Flare! Sparking a dazzling golden flame right in the center of his palm, Phoenix accepts the challenge, telling the strongest hero on the continent to hit him with everything he's got. Cracking his neck with sheer delight, Pallav beams through his mask, ready to brawl like an unleashed madman. Seriously, the contrast between Phoenix's majestic fire and this guy wearing a pink luchador mask is pure comedy gold. Chapter 37 title card drops as the grand battle between the Demon King and the First Star officially kicks into maximum gear. Flashback visual. A colossal bird of legendary fire swoops across the burning horizon, painting the sky in blinding golden flames. Sitting on a mountain ridge, watching the inferno from afar, Pallav recalls seeing that legendary fire years ago, bitterly regretting that his employer's orders kept him from joining that legendary raid back then. Sniffle! Crying actual tears of pure combat passion under his mask, Pallav admits he has been itching for a life-or-death fight against a true god-tier monster for his entire career. Staring at the floating core of compressed holy fire in Phoenix's hand, Pallav shivers from the bottom of his soul, completely overwhelmed by goosebumps. Pointing directly at his opponent, Pallav cheekily begs Phoenix not to hold back, whining that if the Demon King disappoints him, he might literally die of sheer boredom. Phoenix watches the pink brute charge forward, inwardly reflecting that in his previous life, he never even crossed paths with this legendary powerhouse named Belaf Disrod. Surge, blazing golden light swells around Phoenix's coat as he acknowledges his past flaw. He used to be blinded by supreme arrogance, treating human heroes like mindless ants unworthy of his attention. Glow! Forming a massive honeycomb-patterned sun orb between his hands, Phoenix resolves that this second chance at life will be different. He will face this absolute monster with every ounce of his true power. Kaboom! A massive spherical dome of superheated plasma detonates across the clearing, swallowing the forest landscape in blinding radiant light. Reaching his hand directly into the blazing barrier, Palav blinks in surprise, feeling a surprisingly warm and soothing flame rather than a burning status debuff or damaging attack. Realizing Phoenix built an honorable arena just for their duel, Palav flashes a downright terrifying grin, thrilled beyond belief at his opponent's sportsmanship. Boom! A second seismic shockwave shatters the air as intense holy flames engulf the entire perimeter in a blinding flash. System notice: Phoenix activates high-tier defensive magic Protect Phoenix Ver, creating an unbreakable localized domain where only the two true fighters can step foot. Staring down his opponent, Phoenix inwardly reminds himself of the absolute stakes. If he loses here, the hero's journey officially launches, and history will repeat itself with his execution. The dark void of his mind echoes with the bitter memories of his downfall, fueling his unshakable determination to break the cycle of fate once and for all. Swoosh! A majestic, glowing phoenix avatar erupts behind him, spreading its fiery wings across the sky in a breathtaking display of divine magic. Flaming red hair whipping in the draft, Phoenix coldly informs Palav that he's free to forfeit and leave the barrier whenever he likes, swearing he won't fall until he gets revenge on the hero who slew him. Laugh! Palav throws his head back in hysterical laughter, shouting that offering an exit mid-fight is just cold-blooded, swearing he won't leave this dome until he's completely satisfied. Clash! Leaping high into the blazing sky with his massive broadsword raised, Palav collides head-on against Phoenix's giant fire core in an epic battle clash. Look at that panel composition. The artist absolutely cooked with the visual scale here. Rumble. Meanwhile, deep inside the Necromancer's subterranean shrine, a sudden massive earthquake shakes the cavern, sending stone debris crashing down on panicking guards. Standing tall amidst the falling rocks, Evan Jesbane, 12th Prince of the Jesbane Empire, stubbornly refuses to retreat despite his guards screaming for him to flee the collapsing cave. Prince Evan turns around with a crazed, desperate look on his face, screaming at his men that this earthquake is his golden opportunity to claim the Necromancer's head and win the succession race. Freeze! Before the loudmouth prince can even finish his villainous speech, a sudden surge of sub-zero ice magic detonates across the corridor, instantly flash-freezing Prince Evan and his entire squad into giant ice cubes. Carrying a cozy basket of fresh apples into the throne room, Hillen Cargill casually informs the skeleton necromancer that 4 royal contenders are officially iced and packed away. Halen strolls down the rocky tunnel, lost in thought as he realizes that while greedy princes keep falling into their trap, not a single 10-star hero has bitten the bait yet. Arriving at the secluded holding cell, Hillen cheerfully announces he brought snacks for young Prince Noah, stepping past brainless zombie guards. Thud. Hyland freezes dead in his tracks, dropping his basket of apples in total shock as he stares at the empty stone bed. Prince Noah is completely gone. Gasp! Outside the cavern entrance, the little royal brat young Noah sneaks away like a ninja, wrapped tight inside the imperial family's high-tier invisibility cloak while thanking the earthquake for creating the perfect distraction. Shake! Back in the shrine, Hyland completely loses his sanity, grabbing the skeleton necromancer by his robes and violently shaking his hollow skull while screaming at him for losing their most valuable royal hostage. Talk about worst timing imaginable. While zombies are groaning right behind him, Hillen is frantically smashing buttons on his communication device trying to reach the Demon King, only to get completely ghosted when he needs help the most. Kaboom! Meanwhile, absolute chaos detonates on the battlefield as raw fire and destructive magic tear through the area in a high-stakes brawl. Realizing he messed up big time by not double-checking the cave, Hyland sprints back through the ancient stone ruins, barking orders at the skeleton necromancer to keep freezing any intruders who dare step foot inside. Sparks of crackling blue energy surge across Helen's face as he grits his teeth in pure panic. He knows if the 17th prince spills their secret identity to the wrong person, it's game over for everything. Honestly, watching a top-tier hero panic like a college student who forgot about a final exam is peak comedic gold. Zip! A blinding tail of blue lightning shoots out from the mouth of the cavern, tearing through the foggy jungle canopy like a hypersonic missile. The shockwave settles over the lush green ravine, leaving trailing embers of magic drifting silently above the tree line. Way down at the base of the gorge, a single white-cloaked figure casually steps out into the open forest path like he didn't just cause a minor natural disaster. Back inside the tomb, the skeleton lich goes full chibi mode, throwing a hilarious temper tantrum at his zombie minion for taking 10 years to report that someone invisible just walked out the front door. When the poor zombie frantically hand gestures that it was trying to tell him the entire time, the lich just stands there looking completely bamboozled. Shrugging off the massive security breach, the clueless Skull Lord taps his chin and decides that a tiny, transparent intruder probably isn't a big deal anyway. You've gotta love villain-minion logic. If you pretend the problem doesn't exist, maybe it'll just go away. With an arrogant smirk on his bony face, the lich reminds himself that he's the king of the undead who never even swallowed the Demon King's magic orb, so why waste any real loyalty on a boss who won't pick up the phone? Swoosh! Packing his tiny polka dot hobo sack on a stick, the skeletal necromancer literally skips out the dungeon back door with his zombie pals. Thud! But the second he reaches the sunlight, a pair of pristine, high-end white robes and dark leather shoes step into view, completely blocking the cave exit. Slinging his hobo stick over his shoulder, the lich looks up at the massive figure blocking his path, internally scoffing at what he thinks is just another generic hero wandering into his death trap. Clap! Bringing his skeletal hands together with dark purple miasma radiating off his fingers, the lich dramatically prepares to unleash his ultimate freeze spell to turn this unwanted guest into ice cream. Glowing red eyes flashing inside his purple hood, the dark sorcerer channels top-tier necrotic power to erase the intruder in a single hit. Pop! But the second he throws the spell, his dark magic vanishes into thin air like a popped bubble, leaving the skeleton staring in absolute horror as his spell completely fizzles out. Grin. Emerging from the shadows under the hood, Burrs flashes a sinister, razor-sharp smile that radiates pure nightmare energy. Man, the art shift here is terrifying. 1 second we're in a comedy skit, and the next we're staring at an apex predator. Kaboom! Out in the jungle, a massive fiery dome of scorching magic detonates across the landscape, lighting up the entire island sky. Watching the distant inferno from his cozy golden throne chair, First Prince Rufus Jesbane casually gets a report from blindfolded third-star hero Naya about the legendary Phoenix Master fighting on the front lines. Resting his blood-stained cheek on his hand, Rufus sneers about how every Imperial heir has to hire their own mercenary muscle, using whatever wealth and political leverage they can scrap together. Flash! A dramatic visual reveals golden silhouettes of greedy royal siblings sprinting in a ruthless race toward the ultimate crown, highlighting how this royal bloodbath started the day they were born. Looking down at the bloody, lifeless corpse of the 10th prince lying in the dirt, Rufus scoffs with annoyance that even with all his royal backing, he was only able to recruit a third-star hero like Naya. Grasping his heavy battle halberd, Rufus fumes with dark jealousy, wondering who on earth had enough absurd wealth to hire both the first and second star heroes simultaneously without the Hero Guild secretly rigging the deck. As the blazing magic dome continues to burn in the distance, the royal heirs across the island begin suspecting that dirty politics are at play. Deep in the woods, 5th Prince Nicola Jesbane nervously bites his thumb, convincing himself that the Hero Guild took massive bribes to fix the entire succession war. Adjusting his glasses, 6th Prince Grey Jesbane commands his squad to hunt down the Necromancer first so they can march straight to the Emperor and blow the whistle on the Hero Guild's corruption. Standing near the ocean's shoreline, 7th Princess Marilla Jesbane calculates that exposing this grand conspiracy might be her only shortcut to taking total control of the Imperial throne. Roar! Meanwhile, 4th Princess Teorin Jesbane, the absolute Jim Bro muscle princess, charges through the brush with 5th star hero Jillian, roaring at the top of her lungs that they're gonna go punch the Necromancer into fine dust. Seriously, while everyone else is playing 4D chess, Princess Gaines just wants to go throw hands. Back with Prince Rufus, a cold, condescending smirk spreads across his face as he ridicules all his siblings for having microscopic brains. With a ruthless gleam in his eye, Rufus orders his assassins to track down whoever hired the top 2-star heroes, kill the employer, and take those elite warriors for himself. Russell, just as Naya points out that finding someone hiding with top-tier stealth won't be easy, the bushes right next to them begin violently shaking. Trip! A tree branch snags a transparent veil, instantly revealing little 17th Prince Noah crying his eyes out right in front of the entire royal guard. You've got a feel for this kid. Out of all the places to stumble out of stealth, he accidentally spawns directly in front of his worst nightmare's battle squad. Without skipping a single beat, Rufus coldly gives the order to execute his little brother, prompting poor Noah to desperately beg for a chance to explain. Unmoved by his younger brother's tears, Rufus stares down with dead, pitiless eyes, declaring that the boy's just trying to stall for time before repeating the kill order. Crying behind his flickering cloak, Noah despairs over his horrific luck, realizing he just bumped into the most cruel and heartless sibling in the entire empire. Swoosh! Miles away, Hillen blasts through the dense forest surrounded by electric blue aura, obsessed with finding the young prince before his secret gets out. Transforming into a zigzagging streak of lightning, the hero cuts through the jungle at breakneck speed. Bang! Suddenly, Hyland's eyes widen in sheer shock as a massive magic barrier detonates right in his face. Crash! A towering wall of molten rock erupts out of the dirt, forcing Hyland to slide to a sudden halt on the forest floor. Standing atop the burning earth barrier with an ornate magic staff and a sharp eye patch, Rosal Charnt, the first star hero, looks down with supreme authority, demanding to know why Hillen's pale buddy is causing trouble. Looking up at the formidable mage, Healing completely loses his composure, stammering frantically that he isn't defying the Hero Guild's orders. Trying to slide past the giant rock barrier, Hyland begs her to let him through because he's running on a super tight deadline. Clank! Before he can make 2 steps, high-tier glowing orange sage's chains wrap around his body, binding his arms tight and locking him in place. Stepping forward with flaming magic circles hovering around her hands, Roselle glares down, accusing Hyland of constantly swooping in at the last second to steal all the raid glory for himself and past boss fights. Her eye narrows with intense suspicion as she demands that Hillen spill whatever secret scheme he's hiding right now. Rattling against the magic chains, Hillen grits his teeth in extreme frustration, knowing every second he wastes here brings the 17th prince closer to getting wiped out. Whirl! Energy swells through the air as dark magical threads begin weaving a grand scrying spell across the realm. Inside a glowing purple crystal orb held by mysterious gloved hands, spiritual visions of both Hyland and young Prince Noah materialize, showing that a shadowy puppet master is watching their every single move from the background. Just when you think things couldn't get any more chaotic, an ominous voice echoes through the dark void, claiming that every crazy event so far is proceeding exactly according to plan. Rumble. Deep inside a bone-chilling cavern throne room, an imposing figure draped in white robes sits atop a throne of skulls, holding a glowing purple orb, while a terrifying lich grovels on the floor, shaken like a leaf. Slipping out a wicked, razor-sharp smirk from beneath his hood, the legendary Lord Berzedeus channels pure dark magic into his palm, and honestly, this man's villain aura is off the charts. Meanwhile, back in the jungle, Prince Rufus, chilling on his carried throne, doesn't even flinch before dropping a cold execution order on his own little brother Noah. Talk about zero family affection. Gasp! Desperate to survive, little Noah screams out that everyone is misjudging the Phoenix Master, but before he can finish, a nasty dark purple mind curse suddenly wraps around his brain. Ark! Clutching his head in pure agony on the dirt, Noah groans while cold-hearted Rufus scoffs, accusing the poor kid of stalling and demanding his guards finish him off immediately. Seriously, this guy wins the award for Worst Big Brother of the Century. Swoosh! The blindfolded third-star hero Naya steps up and unleashes a horrific high-tier nature spell, summoning a massive, creepy deathflower plant monster with a gigantic eyeball right in the middle. Roar! The nightmare plant creature swoops down from above with razor-sharp vines, aiming straight for the helpless royal kid while Naya claims she's just doing her job. Talk about an overkill spell for a defenseless child. Trapped on his knees with tears streaming down his face, Noah stares up in utter terror, wondering if his journey is really about to end in such a miserable place. As the giant monster's maw reflects in his dilated pupil, the overwhelming dread hits him hard. Is his entire life really going to end up this meaningless? Suddenly, a heartwarming memory flashes back in his mind, back to a sunny day at the royal gazebo, where a younger Noah sat sipping tea with his big sister, wishing he could save everyone in the war. But back then, his blunt older sister Cade didn't pull any punches, straight up calling him a total fool for worrying about what the corrupt royal family thinks. Gracefully taking a sip from her teacup, ninth Princess Cade cold stared at him and asked why he cared so much about other people's opinions when it's his own life to live. Man, her blunt honesty is honestly super refreshing. Standing up abruptly from her seat, Cade casually dropped a bombshell. She was sneaking out of the castle that very night because she refused to get married off to some creepy old king. Walking away into the sparkling sunlight, Cade paused and added that his dream of protecting everyone wasn't stupid at all. It was actually noble. Swoosh! Her parting words echoed through his mind like a holy revelation. True emperors exist to protect every single person. Turning around with fierce determination blazing in her eyes, Cade shouted at him to hold on to that dream no matter what. Sniff, staring at his big sister with teary eyes, young Noah absorbed her words deep into his soul, realizing what it truly means to bear the crown. Snap! Waking up from the memory back to the brutal reality, Noah looks up at the massive death flower roaring right above his head, realizing he can't give up now. Clank! Drawing his glowing short blade wrapped in surging blue mana, the kid remembers all the fallen retainers who sacrificed everything for him. Trembling with raw determination, Noah raises his weapon high into the air, screaming at the top of his lungs that his story isn't ending here. Hi-ya! Channeling every ounce of his soul into one desperate strike, he swings his blade skyward with maximum power. Kaboom! A massive wave of Scion energy detonates through the air, completely slicing the towering monster plant clean in half. Wait, did this kid just pull off an absolute main character miracle? Panting for breath with tears in his eyes, Noah stares up at the clearing smoke in absolute shock, unable to believe he actually survived. Step! Suddenly a tall figure clad in imposing dark full-plate armor steps out of the glowing aura right beside him, praising him for growing so strong. Hearing that nostalgic, authoritative voice, Noah turns around with wide, trembling eyes, recognizing the person instantly. Whoosh! Enveloped in blazing Scion fire, the heavily armored knight stands like a godly wall, wielding a giant sword that radiates supreme power. It's none other than his sister Cade. Chibi Noah gets completely thrown off, scratching his head with massive question marks floating around as he tries to process his sister's ridiculous new night trip. Transition. To understand how she got this insanely overpowered, the scene shifts back to a short while ago in the peaceful, flower-filled upper levels of the tower. Deep within Ernan's room on the 4th floor of the Tower of Blazing Fire, the lush yellow meadows look like a paradise straight out of a fairy tale. Laugh? In a hilarious slice-of-life moment, the tall, stoic Ernan is wearing an embarrassing flower crown, while the dwarf and little Princess Elena laughed hysterically at him. Poke, but when the dwarf touches Ernan's magic core crystal, dark, ominous sparks instantly ignite. Kaboom! Ernan goes nuclear with rage, catching fire and choking out the dwarf, while little Elena screams in absolute horror. You've got to love how fast the series jumps from cute, wholesome vibes to total chaos. Watching that ridiculous mayhem from her spot on the rock, Cade just smirks softly, enjoying a peaceful moment of rest. Step. Carrying a basket full of treats and cute slimes, Princess Elena approaches Cade with floating elemental spirits, noticing she stopped her daily training routine. Smiling warmly with cute cloud and fire spirits fluttering around her head, Elena greets her guest like a sweet host. Politely asking if she can sit down next to her, Cade welcomes the little princess with a gentle smile. Offering freshly baked cookies from her basket, Elena asks if today is Cade's day off from her brutal training regimen. Nibbling on a cookie, Cade's eyes soften as she stares at Elena, feeling a deep wave of nostalgia wash over her. She admits that seeing little Elena reminds her so much of her cute younger half-brother back home. Looking over the field, Cade sighs heavy with regret, admitting she spoke way too harshly to Noah right before escaping the castle, and feels awful for leaving him behind. Looking down with sad eyes, Cade wishes she could break out of the tower to save him, but worries she still isn't strong enough to make a difference. Sparkle! Elena's eyes light up in total disbelief as she gasps, telling Cade she's already terrifyingly strong. Flare! A massive towering wave of green aura erupts around Cade while she's casually holding a cookie, proving her raw mana is leaking out without her even trying. Elena reminds her that even the mighty Demon King had to use his dragon wings to block her final ultimate attack. Realizing the truth, Cade looks at her hands in shock as green aura surges. Months of tower training were actually 100 times more effective than years of royal practice. Gasp! Her eyes snap open in realization. If her power really rivals the legendary 10-star heroes now, she actually has the strength to rescue her little brother? Clasp! Grabbing her hands with sheer hype, Elena urges Cade to hurry up and leave, promising to cover for her with the Demon King. With a sneaky smile, Alina adds that before she leaves, they gotta gear her up in a legendary outfit fit for one of the 4 heavenly kings. Sweating bullets with a totally bewildered expression, Cade stammers in utter confusion. Wait, 4 heavenly whats now?
Ever wonder what happens when you try to pull off the ultimate anime entrance, but instantly realize how insanely cringe you look? Right after saving little Prince Noah from getting turned into plant food, our newly armor-clad sister Cade stands tall in her Dark Knight trip. When the corrupt prince asks who the heck she is, she decides this is her golden moment to launch into a full-blown superhero monologue. Raising her sword high into the sky as dramatic light beams down around her, she starts reciting this super edgy intro about being born from pitch-black darkness deeper than night, piercing enemy hearts right from the shadows. She even places a gauntleted hand over her helmet visor, dramatically introducing herself as the second blade of the Dark Heavenly Kings, the Dark Knight of Death. Look, the art here with that green flare coming off her visor goes hard, but the Chunibyo energy is off the absolute charts. Striking a classic tokusatsu hero pose while glowing scion fire erupts all around her, she finishes her grand entrance declaration. Honestly, you gotta respect the commitment to the bit, even if everyone watching is probably losing brain cells. And sure enough, Prince Rufus sitting on his golden throne and the blindfolded Archmage Naya just stare at her with deadpan, completely soul-crushed expressions. They're not even threatened, they're just embarrassed for her. Even little Noah is sitting there with wide, blank white eyes and total chibi face, completely unable to process why his big sister suddenly turned into a full-time theater kid. Cut to a wide shot of complete, awkward silence as leaves drift casually through the wind. Cade is still stuck holding that dramatic pose while literally nobody buys into her villain persona. Zoom in inside that shiny helmet, we see her confident grin instantly start twitching with utter embarrassment. You can practically hear the sweat drops hitting the inside of her visor. Inside her head, Cade is straight up screaming in pure agony, cursing our master Ernan for tricking her into doing something so utterly mortifying. A quick flashback shows us how she got trapped in this nightmare. The little Princess Elena and that dwarf blacksmith were giggling hysterically, presenting her with this legendary set of 4 Heavenly Kings armor. The dwarf handed her a script explaining that to unlock the armor's overpowered stats, she literally had to strike that exact pose and recite those exact edgy lines word for word. Cade was practically crying on the spot, realizing her marriage prospects just plummeted to absolute zero. To make matters worse, even the Demon King Ernan was snickering into his hand, warning her not to let anyone know she's actually his subordinate. Man, her whole squad set her up for failure. Snapping back to reality, the poor girl is shaking violently in her full-plate armor, clutching that crumpled script like a lifeline while regretting every single decision that led to this moment. And the disrespect doesn't stop there. Prince Rufus actually starts reading her edgy dialogue back out loud just to roast her, causing Cade to completely break character and flail her arms in total panic. Seeing that this intruder is just an awkward knight, Naya steps up with glowing green magic circles around her feet, coldly declaring that no matter what kind of heavenly king she claims to be, she's getting erased all the same. Pointing a stern finger forward, the blindfolded Archmage snorts at the name Dark Knight of Death, warning Cade that high-tier nature magic isn't something a wannabe hero can handle, so she better turn around and run. Activating her signature spell, the screen flashes with terrifying green aura as Archmage Naya unleashes her high-tier nature spell, Swarm March. Roar! A massive wall of giant razor-toothed Venus flytrap monsters erupts from the ground, blocking out the sun as their massive gaping maws swoop down to devour everything in sight. Terrified by the nightmare sight, little Noah screams at his sister to dodge, but Cade tries to keep her cool inside her armor, stubbornly claiming that as the Dark Knight, she's got this totally under control. Drawing her rapier glowing with intense scion mana, Cade grits her teeth, admitting that after enduring such public embarrassment, there's no way she's running away empty-handed. Flashback reminds us of her brutal training back at the Tower of Blazing Fire, where she got beaten black and blue every single day just to reach a level where she could protect the people she loves. Staring straight into the jaws of the plant swarm, she knows that if she can't even stand against one of the 10-star heroes right now, all that excruciating pain was completely for nothing. Swoosh! Channeling every ounce of her resolve, Cade leaps straight into the air, combining dark elf magic with her royal fencing style to create a deadly hybrid sword art.
Slash! Executing her technique, dispersing first quarter moon, she unleashes a storm of glowing scion arcs that cleanly slice through the giant carnivorous plants in a split second. A gorgeous split panel shot captures the aftermath as blue energy slashes cut through the air, leaving Rufus, Noah, and Naya absolutely stunned by her sheer speed. Landing smoothly on the ground, Cade flips her visor open to reveal her glowing blue eye, looking like an absolute badass as she mockingly asks who they're calling a weak hero now. Dynamic art panel highlights her combined sword style, showing just how lethal her hybrid fencing technique truly is when maxed out. Crash! The leftover shockwaves of shattering crescent moon continue to pulverize the surrounding terrain into fine dust. Rufus clenches his jaw in annoyance while Naya's calm demeanor finally takes a hit. Seeing a nameless knight pull off a move that wiped out a high-tier spell in seconds is definitely not what they bargained for. Posing with her glowing blade raised, Cade repeats her question with fierce intensity, completely shutting up anyone who dared to laugh at her Chunibyo outfit. Naya adjusts her blindfold, admitting that Cade's display of strength was genuinely impressive, but then her voice drops to sub-zero. Rumble! Within seconds, the severed plant monster roots begin mutating and growing back 10 times larger, surrounding Cade with an even bigger horde of monstrous fly traps. Gasp! Cade's confident expression instantly crumbles into sheer horror as she realizes her absolute strongest attack didn't even leave a lasting scratch on the Archmage's spell. Smiling coldly, Naya bids farewell to the nameless knight as the massive plant jaws swoop down from above for the ultimate execution bite. Sweat pouring down her face as Noah cowers behind her, Cade realizes in dread that she severely miscalculated. The insurmountable wall of the 10-star heroes is still far too high for her current level. Whirl! Meanwhile, shifting away from the battle, a dark purple sphere shaped like a ball of yarn begins throbbing with intense spatial mana. Two identical magical transmission orbs float silently in a dark dimension, relaying live audio and video feeds of the ongoing battlefield. Watching the feed through his own orb, the red-haired Phoenix Master gets the update that Cade has secured the prince, but is currently trembling in fear against Archmage Naya. Glancing towards the massive fire barrier enclosing the forest, he notes that Hyland's orb has moved far away from the main group. Piecing the clues together in an instant, the Phoenix Master immediately grasps the entire chaotic situation happening outside. He realizes that while he was busy, young Noah managed to escape, prompting Hyland to rush out after him. But with Cade now pinned down by a 10-star hero and Hyland nowhere in sight, he deduces that Hyland must have been intercepted and trapped by enemy forces somewhere along the way. To make matters worse, his senses pick up a second sinister demonic aura lingering near the Necromancer's cave. A sinister dark memory flashes in his mind of Jason Kokmunthat, sneaky villain who loves nothing more than crashing hero-infested territory just to mess with his plans. Clenching his fists as flames burst around him, the Phoenix Master groans at the immense headache. He desperately needs that Necromancer to freeze the 10-star heroes. Flare! Surging his divine magic, a colossal phoenix made of pure, blinding yellow fire erupts behind him as he prepares to interfere directly to stop the corrupt hero's plan. Mid-air in a high-speed clash against a massive armored brute, he grits his teeth knowing he has to finish off this opponent instantly before Jason ruins everything. Boom! Summoning orbital feather flame magic circles across the sky, he rains down dozens of concentrated fire beams straight onto his enemy. Arg! The brute enemy screams in pure agony as the scorching hot solar flames engulf his body, burning through his heavy armor like butter. Kaboom! A catastrophic fiery explosion detonates across the field, slamming the enemy into a smoking crater in the earth. Honestly, when the Phoenix Master stops playing around, his raw destructive output is just built different. Just when you think our red-haired Phoenix Master can finally sprint over to save his squad, this absolute unit, Belaf Disrod, steps in his way with a sinister grin. Trapped in a high-stakes standoff, Phoenix grits his teeth, knowing every second he wastes battling this brute puts little Prince Noah in deeper danger. Clash! Raw elemental energy violently detonates between them, sending shockwaves of blinding yellow heat and violent pink mana ripping through the air. Charging forward like an unstoppable freight train, Belaf roars with psychotic glee, warning Phoenix to stop daydreaming about his allies unless he wants his skull caved in right here and now. But Phoenix just casually hovers amidst a swarm of floating solar orbs, hitting his opponent with maximum disrespect by asking if this pathetic offense is honestly the best a 10-star hero can muster. Seriously, the sheer audacity to drop top-tier taunts while surrounded by lethal fireballs is why this man is built different. Hearing such reckless disrespect, Belof's mask flashes with dark crimson murder intent as his mouth stretches into a terrifyingly unhinged smile. Swoosh! A razor-sharp arc of pressurized aura slashes through the atmosphere, leaving a trail of scorching destruction in its wake. Losing his absolute mind, Belof's cackles madly, shouting that since Phoenix wants to act so cocky, he's not holding back a single ounce of his terrifying power. Boom! The blood-red background explodes with pure, unchecked violence as the villain prepares his ultimate killer move. Check out the aggressive typography and dark lighting here. The artist went all out to make this feel like an intense arcade boss fight. Phoenix's smug expression instantly crumbles as the sudden surge of lethal mana hits him like a freight train, forcing him to backpedal in pure survival mode. Sweat dripping down his face as dark energy grazes his cloak, Phoenix realizes that if he wants to survive this onslaught, he's got to tap into that forbidden secret technique he swore never to use. Flare? Channeling volatile magic into his hands, he grits his teeth in desperation, preparing to throw away his pride for a high-risk comeback move. Rewinding back a few minutes ago, we see the legendary hero Hyland suspended upside down in golden chain magic, casually bantering with the red-haired archmage Lady Roselle. Wait, how does a legendary hero get caught hanging upside down like a prize fish at a market? The disrespect is unreal. Flashback within a flashback, we catch a glimpse of researchers examining the massive corpse of the Demon King of Beasts, studying the remnant Phoenix mana embedded directly into its flesh. Dangling from his golden chains, Hyland slyly tempts Roselle, pointing out that if she got this insanely strong from studying just a tiny fragment of Phoenix mana, imagine the godlike power she'd gain from the pure source. Roselle's eye patch glints with ruthless ambition as she agrees to join forces, forming an uneasy alliance to hunt down that ultimate energy. Kaboom! Back in the present, cyan lightning rips through the dark sky as the battlefield explodes with chaotic elemental energy. Terrified by the cataclysmic forces clashing around him, little Prince Noah cowers behind Cade's heavy plate armor, clutching his wooden toy blade in sheer panic. High above, Roselle hovers on a radiant golden magic circle while a blinding aura signals the arrival of a massive player stepping onto the field to claim the royal brat. Draped in a majestic blue cape with eyes blazing scion fire, Hyland Cargill makes an epic hero entrance, declaring that he's securing the 17th prince. Man, Hyland's design here is top tier. He might get tied up occasionally, but when he strikes a pose, the drip is undeniable. Watching from his high perch, Prince Rufus' jaw hits the floor as he realizes 3 different 10-star heroes have turned against his twisted master plan. Clenching his fists in envy, Rufus glares down at little Noah, unable to fathom how a defenseless kid managed to secure the allegiance of legendary champions. Standing amidst the chaos, little Noah tilts his head with wide, innocent eyes, hitting his corrupt older brother with user expression. Rufus completely loses his mind, screaming in a vein-popping rage for his remaining forces to butcher the young prince on the spot. But before anyone can move, Lady Roselle steps up with her staff glowing like a miniature sun, summoning her ultimate spell, Satellite Cannon. Dropping a literal orbital beam cannon on a spoiled royal brat, Roselle does not know the meaning of restraint, and honestly, we love her for it. Not want him to be outdone, Archmage Naya unleashes her own high-tier nature spell, matching Rozelle's spell for spell with a green satellite cannon of her own. Adjusting her blindfold with supreme confidence, Naya smirks, declaring that she's long past her rookie days and won't be pushed around anymore. Roselle's eye locks onto her target with a glowing magic crosshair, chuckling sinisterly as both world-ending spells reach maximum charge. Seeing 2 nuclear-level bombardments about to collide, Hyland panics big time, screaming at Cade to grab the prince and brace for impact. Cade and Noah look up at the apocalyptic sky with wide, horrified eyes as double satellite beams lock directly onto their position. Boom! Twin streams of fiery destruction and violent nature energy rain down from the heavens, completely pulverizing the surrounding forest. Crash! Sparks and shockwaves detonate across the entire zone in a blinding display of divine destruction. The massive blast wave obliterates everything in sight, blowing Rufus's golden throne into splinters and tossing his heavily armored guards like ragdolls. The explosive scale and dynamic lighting in this panel are pure eye candy. The artist blew the budget right here. Swoosh! Reacting on pure survival instinct, Cade dives through the roaring shockwave, wrapping her gauntlets around little Noah to shield him with her life. Kaboom! A colossal mushroom cloud of fire and smoke billows into the sky, reducing the entire battle arena to a desolate crater. As the smoke clears, Naya smugly boasts about having another trump card ready, completely unaware that Rosal has teleported right behind her with a wicked smile. Rosal points upward as Hill and Cargill come swooping down from the clouds wrapped in cyan lightning, sword raised for a devastating aerial execution move. Shatter! Naya screams in panic under her blindfold as Hyland's blade smashes straight through her barrier, accusing them of pulling a dirty 2-on-1 gank. Slash! Hyland shouts a quick apology as he drives his sword home, instantly shutting down the blindfolded Archmage and winning the clash. Thud! Heavy silence falls over the smoking battlefield as enemy bodyguards lie unconscious across the fractured stone terrain. A hilarious game-style system pop-up appears. First Prince Rufus, lost will to fight as the arrogant royal slumps on his knees weeping like a baby. Seeing this pompous villain instantly lose all his pride and cry on the floor after acting so tough is deeply satisfying. Standing over the wreckage, Rosal snorts in disgust at Rufus's pathetic breakdown before turning to ask Hillen where the young prince ran off to. Rumble! Meanwhile, poor Cade slowly crawls out of the smoking foliage, her dark knight armor cracked and battered as she groans in absolute agony. Hillen looks around with a massive sweat drop on his head, nervously asking where little Lord Noah went. Cade completely breaks character, flailing her heavy gauntlets in total panic as she screams that she was just about to ask him the exact same thing. Cut to deep inside a quiet, foggy forest where little Noah is lying face down on the grass, trembling after being hurled miles away by the shockwave. Groaning in pain as he clutches his bruised arms, Noah suddenly freezes as a dark, eerie silhouette emerges from the mist, addressing him by title. Gasping in horror, the young prince scrambles backward and points his tiny toy dagger, demanding to know who's lurking in the shadows. The stranger pulls back his hood to reveal a pale, scarred villain with a twisted, psychopathic smile, sinisterly offering to help him defeat the Demon King. Talk about jumping from the frying pan directly into the nuclear furnace. The poor kid survives 2 satellite cannons only to run into an unhinged creep. Gasp! A chilling spell overlay echoes the villain's dark proposition, sealing the ominous encounter with suspense. The scene fades out on a haunting silhouette in the mist-shrouded woods as the sinister stranger extends a welcoming hand to the terrified, helpless prince.